Chapter 161 Carry Me Back. Zhang Zuzu fell asleep in the carriage. She has been busy recently and a little tired. When she got off the carriage, she didn't want to move and leaned on Li Fu. Li Fu said, "Go back and sleep." Zhang Zuzu didn't move. "I can't get up. You carry me back." Li Fu pinched her face. Got off the carriage first, then turned around and stood up. Zhang Zuzu stretched out her arms and leaned on his back. Li Fu lifted her up and shook her up. "Hold tight." Zhang Zuzu said yes. And then under the gaze of a group of maids and servants, Li Fu carried Zhang Zuzu into the house. Yang Ma was taking Tao Ao and Zhao to play in Lin Weining's yard. Seeing this scene from a distance, she hurried over and asked Sam Ling, "What happened to San Ma?" Zhang Zuzu was about to say that she was fine, but Li Fu said first, "I'm tired." Tao Ao looked up and said, "Aunt San, you are so old, and you still want Uncle San to carry you. Shame on you." Zhang Zuzu lay on Li Fu's back and had no intention of getting off. She said confidently, "I'm not ashamed. Your Uncle San is my husband. It's natural for him to carry me." Why did she get married? Wasn't it because Li Fu was good enough to her and would love and take care of her? Otherwise, what's the point of getting married? Zhao said, "Really?" She learned from her elders that it is natural for a woman to serve her husband. Tao Tao, then I will marry someone who can carry me in the future. Although Zhao was shy, she also nodded. Upon hearing this, Nanny Yang hurriedly led the two girls away. This was too much. Zhang's behavior was very inappropriate. But the couple was newly married, and it was a sweet time. Although Nanny Yang was proud, she couldn't say anything bad about her master. But if she led the two girls astray, it would be a big sin. She left in a hurry. Zhang Zuzu said, "Look how scared Nani is. She will definitely tell mother about me later." Li Fu carried her back to the house and said with a smile, "Are you still afraid of what she will say?" Zhang Zuzu was of course not afraid. She laughed and said, "If my mother-in-law says something about me, you can go and plead for me, saying that you are worried about me and have to carry me on your back." "Li Fu, I am not only carrying you on my back, I am also carrying a new black pot." Zhang Zuzu laughed. "We are not worried about too many debts, and we are not afraid of too many pots. Besides, who else can I find if I don't find San Lang? You are my husband, and I love you the most. Don't you love me and are unwilling to carry a few black pots for me?" Li Fu was still not used to her saying "I love you" all the time, but he was still very happy and said, "Okay. Okay. This is not carrying you on my back. Compared with others, only she has a mouth that is not in vain. She just praised King Wu in the palace, and now she is going to coax him again. And she doesn't even let her mouth rest for a while." Li Fu carried her back to the room, put her directly on the bed, and took off her outer clothes, shoes and socks. Zhang Zuzu lay on the bed. "Are you tired?" "Li Fu, how heavy can you be?" She really wasn't heavy, especially since she had been busy recently and didn't eat or sleep on time. Li Fu felt that she was still a little lighter. "I am quite heavy," Zhang Zuzu said. "I saw many girls in the palace today, each one thinner than the other. Nowadays, it is naturally popular to be thin, and the girls are all beautiful and slim. In comparison, Zhang Zuzu is considered to be relatively strong among the women." The maid brought a basin of water over, and the two washed their hands. Li Fu also lay beside her, not heavy. "There is nothing to do these days, so don't go out. Rest well at home, and send someone to buy what you want to eat." Zhang Zuzu, "Then when can I go out?" "I'll go out when my name is as I expected," Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzu laughed, and Li Fu held her in his arms. Madame Yang really told Lin Weining about this, and suggested, "I think San Yang has not read much, and I'm afraid she doesn't understand. It's really not polite to ask San Lang to carry her in public. Why don't you ask her to learn something? No wife would assign her husband to do this. A wife should be gentle and obedient to her husband. How can she ask her husband to carry her home just because she is tired? Husband and wife love each other, but it can't be like this." Lin Weining looked at the two granddaughters who were practicing calligraphy, and replied, "It's useless for you to tell me this. After all, San Lang is willing." Lin Weining didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of the young couple. She also felt sorry for her son. But what was the use of her feeling sorry for him? Li Fu refused to listen to her. As the saying goes, a son is no longer under the control of his mother. Lin Weining knew a lot about the affairs between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. She had experienced it herself. When her mother-in-law was still alive. Sometimes the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law had conflicts because of something. She didn't dare to do anything to her mother-in-law. But she would definitely give Li Qi a cold shoulder. Li Qi could only persuade her here and persuade his mother there. Worrying about two things. So Lin Weining would not use these things to embarrass her daughters-in-law. It was said that her sons had to work harder. She was good enough as a mother and a mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Madame Yang could only sigh. She felt that she was very open-minded, and had advised Lin Weining before that the young couple should just live their own lives. But Zhang asked Sanlang to carry her home, and Madame Yang had to have an opinion on such a thing. Unfortunately, Lin Weining didn't care, and she could only feel sorry for Li Fu. Zhang Zuzu rested at home for 2 days, and when King Wu had arranged the sale of wine, she sent a few jars of wine to the palace. King Wu said that the wine was not bad. So Zhang Zuzu arranged for someone to open the store. Li Fu helped her and said, "I'm afraid this store won't last long. This store will definitely be very profitable." Zhang Zuzu also knew that after all, the court monopolized liquor, and the shop could be open now, all because of the face of King Wu. At present, she cooperated with King Wu's mansion, and she was fleecing the court. When King Wu ascended the throne in the future, the court would belong to King Wu, and then the one being fleeced would become King Wu. How could he tolerate this? Zhang Zuzu, I know. We will make enough money in 2 years, and then we can find a suitable opportunity to give it all away. Li Fu nodded in agreement. Zhang Wuju was such a smart person. How could the 2 princesses of King Wu's mansion borrow her hands to do things for nothing? She was very valuable, and not everyone could afford to borrow her. Li Qi and Lin Weining learned about this and talked about it. Li Qi said, "This daughter-in-law is really brave. We are not as good as her." Lin Weining smiled and said, "She is very capable. As a mother-in-law, I don't have the confidence to find fault with her later. Such a daughter-in-law who can make money and has such ability. Even if there are some minor problems, such as liking to assign men, these can be ignored. Let Li Fu be patient for the sake of the overall situation. It is a store that can sell wine. Why did the Hu people come thousands of miles to sell wine? Isn't it because they have no experience? Sell at a high price, and make a lot of money? For the future of the Li family, Li Fu should also be patient." Li Qi said, "Look at what you said. Are we that kind of people?" "Naturally. Li Fu will take care of his daughter-in-law himself." Lin Weining agreed. Chapter 162, Parroting Others' Words. Early in the morning, the maid of the Prince Wu's mansion hurried to the Li family, and Zhang Zuzu went to the palace. The Princess Wu and Xiao Pan had already chosen the people, so Zhang Zuzu didn't have to worry about the rest of the things, and they would roughly follow her previous plan. After all, the King Wu had seen the plan. Xiao Pan said, "You don't know? The Ming family is really shameless and imitates others." Zhang Zuzu said, "What's wrong?" Xiao Pan, "The Empress Dowager issued an imperial decree and summoned the ladies. It seems that she is planning to compete with our Prince Wu's mansion. She said that she wants to raise money to repair the houses of the poor people in the capital and the surrounding counties before the heavy snow this winter to avoid the cold. The palace will be frugal for the people this year." Zhang Juju understood what she meant after hearing this. How could the good reputation be monopolized by the Wuwang mansion? The Empress Dowager and the Ming family were not stupid. They took action immediately. The Wuwang princess was calm. "Since we can do these things, they can do them too." Zhang Juju took a sip of tea. "That's what you say. But it's the court's job to let the people spend the winter safely. They didn't do it before, and countless people suffered from the cold. This is the court's fault. But they did it only after His Highness Wuwang came back. It shows that His Highness came back to set things right." When this was said, the Wuwang princess and Xiao Pan both smiled. This is indeed interesting, and can indeed make sense. The court failed at its duties in the past, and now it is just doing what it should do. It is not worthy of praise. That being said, we can't be careless. We must be cautious about the affairs of the Charity Bureau, and not make any mistakes. Write down all the money spent, and post it at the gate of our palace. Find someone who can read, and read it to the people. Zhang Zuzu suggested. She was originally worried that the money would not be used properly. Now that the Queen Mother has done this, the Prince Wu's palace must do a good job in the Charity Bureau, so that no one can find any fault. Zhang Juju doesn't have to worry about it. Princess Wu said, Okay. Xiao Pan sighed. So much money. It's all gone after one pass. I really can't bear to part with it. Money can move people's hearts. Who can't be moved by money? Zhang Zuzhu said with a smile. Your Majesty, what is your status? Can you still lack this little money in the future? Xiao Pan lowered her voice and whispered. You don't know that we who came back from the northwest are very short of money. And we are all poor. Training soldiers and fighting wars is very expensive. The Wu Palace has been tightening its belt for many years. Xiao Pan has never had such a large amount of money. Zhang Zuzhu said. That was in the past. You will have everything in the future. The affairs of the Charity Bureau were quickly arranged. The houses were repaired. The meals were improved. New clothes and toys were bought for the children. And the wet nurses and nannies who took care of the children were also specially trained. The doctors from the Imperial Hospital were mobilized to treat the children. Teachers were also invited to give the children enlightenment. In short, they tried their best to ensure that these children could grow up safely and smoothly until they were 15 years old. For those who were about to turn 15 or had already turned 15, they were also given classes to teach them how to stand on their own feet, so that they could live well even if they left the Charity Bureau. Princess Wu was very resolute, and everyone could see the changes in the Charity Bureau clearly. At the suggestion of Zhang Zuzhu, the Charity Bureau also held an open day, allowing the people of Beijing to visit. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu went there that day. Li Fu said, It is indeed different from before. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. It looks much more lively. Most of the abandoned children are healthy, and some have slight disabilities that do not affect their normal lives, because medical conditions are not good now. The mortality rate of healthy children is quite high, not to mention those with congenital diseases. Some people who came to visit also said that this place is different from before. Zhang Zuzhu said, I wonder how the houses in the capital are being repaired. Li Fu said, I went to see it, and things were done a little perfunctorily, mainly because Prime Minister Fan promoted it. It's better than doing nothing before. Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu nodded and said yes. The court finally got down to business. At this time, the woman in a middle-aged couple was wiping tears and said to her husband, I don't want your brother's son. That child doesn't regard me as an elder at all. He calls me a hen that can't lay eggs. Even if he inherits the family business in the future, he won't be filial to me. I don't want him. The man sighed and said, What can we do? Let's keep him. At least there will be someone to inherit the family business. Otherwise, everything will belong to the clan. By then, I will die early. What will happen to you if I leave you? The woman cried even harder. I will die with you then. Seeing this, the man also shed tears. The couple hugged each other and cried bitterly. At this time, several children came around and looked at them curiously. A slightly older little girl said, Aunt May, don't cry. I'll give you candy. She stretched out her hand, and there was a piece of candy wrapped in oil paper in her palm. Seeing this, the woman surnamed May hugged her and cried even more sadly. She and her husband had a son, but the child had a miserable life and died early. The couple never had children again. The relatives and clan members in the family were all eyeing the little property in the hands of the couple and wanted them to adopt a child. But those children were really bad and didn't know anything. They were unwilling to hand over the property. They said they would adopt a child, but they couldn't win the support of the clan. The couple could only visit the children in the Charity Bureau from time to time to relieve their depression. Even if they adopted the child, they would be controlled by the clan in the future, so they would not harm the children. As for adopting the child as if it were their own, moreover, the clan watched them like thieves, and it was illegal to buy and sell children privately. If reported, they would be sent to prison. Now, if anyone abducts and sells women and children, they will basically be beheaded if they are caught. They dare not buy children from the abductors. That would really hurt the harmony of nature. So the couple, in their middle age, still had no children. Zhang Zuzhu turned her head and said to Li Fu, Adopted children are not as good as biological children, stepchildren, or even nephews. Do you think this is unreasonable? Li Fu, yes. Zhang Zuzhu, do you think it can be corrected? Li Fu thought for a moment. Difficult. Very difficult. Clan concepts are very strong nowadays. Adopted children are not as good as blood relatives. This is tacitly accepted by everyone. Li Fu changed the topic. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and walked towards the couple. Zhang Zuzhu saluted the middle-aged woman and said, "Sister, if the adopted child is the same as your own child, do you want to adopt the child?" The middle-aged woman was stunned. And the man smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid it's impossible." "What if the court changes the law?" Li Fu said. The man was also stunned. The woman was ecstatic and said, "Really? If I adopt a child, I don't have to adopt a relative's child. And I don't have to worry about my family property being taken away. Right?" Zhang Zuzhu nodded and said yes. The woman was overjoyed. But her husband was calm and went to talk to Li Fu. Chapter 163. You are really capable. 2 days later. Dong, the shopkeeper of Wansheng restaurant, reported to the government that the biological parents of his nephew, who was about to be adopted, had bought poison and planned to poison the couple to inherit the family property after the adoption was completed. So Dong wanted to adopt a child from the charity bureau to draw a clear line with the Dong family and let the adopted son inherit all his family property in the future. Wansheng restaurant is still very famous. And coupled with the involvement of poisoning, there are people behind the scenes pushing it. So this matter quickly spread throughout the capital. So the Jingzhou prefecture government handed the case over and discussed it at the grand court meeting. Li Fu could not participate, but he discussed it with the people in the Wuwang mansion in advance, saying that he suggested amending the regulations on adopting children so that adopted sons have full inheritance rights like biological sons. This can solve the troubles of families like Dong who have no children, and prevent them from buying and selling children privately, making the phenomenon of child trafficking more rampant. At the same time, families who adopt children from the Charity Bureau must meet certain conditions. First of all, they must have an economic foundation. It doesn't mean they have to be rich, but at least they must have a stable residence and income to support their children. Their identities must also be strictly checked to prevent people with evil intentions from sneaking in. Furthermore, after the child is adopted, the government will send people to visit from time to time to ensure that the child is not abused in the adoptive family. Anyway, the conditions are very strict. And Zhang Zuzhu tried her best to tell Li Fu everything she could think of. The court discussed this matter. It is interesting to say that the counselors of the prince Wu's mansion read what Li Fu wrote and worriedly said, "Your Highness, if Fan Xiao sees this, he will probably be very happy." The Prince Wu, why should he be happy? The counselor said, "Your Highness, look at what is written here. Adopted sons have the same inheritance rights and other powers as biological sons. The little emperor today was adopted by our Grand Empress Dowager from a side branch. Among the sons of the previous emperor, some foolish princes are still alive. And there are still a few in the fiefdom. Those who stayed in the capital before were killed by the imperial concubine when they were adults. And those who did not die were disabled or scared crazy. So the little emperor in the hands of the Grand Empress Dowager is not the emperor's biological son, but adopted. Before, everyone thought that they could use this as an excuse to drive the young emperor off the throne, which would be a little more legitimate. Now that the regulations have been changed, the adoption can be said to be legitimate." Li Fu said, "Your Majesty now is not adopting, but adopting. Counselor, you are young. You don't understand. They will definitely use this as an excuse. After all, the throne cannot adopt outsiders." "It does make sense." King Wu looked at his counselors. "I came back to grab the throne. And the one above is my nephew. So I have to grab it. This thing is legitimate. A bunch of idiots. Counselor, please, can you hide your ambition a little? Just for a while. Then we will have to refuse and give in again." King Wu said to Li Fu again, "I think what you wrote is good. It would be a good thing if these children abandoned by their parents could find suitable adoptive parents." Li Fu nodded. "If they know their origins and need to continue the family line, they can be raised by the Charity Bureau instead of being adopted. If they are abandoned, their relationship with their parents is severed. They can take the surname of their adoptive parents. And even if their biological parents come to find them in the future, they cannot recognize them." King Wu nodded. And the matter was brought to the court for discussion. Nowadays, blood ties are extremely important in relationships. But with the case of manager Dong, who was almost poisoned by his relatives do not seem to be very reliable. At this point, something more interesting happened. She was married to the He family, and had a good relationship with Lin Weining, the princess who Li Fu asked for help before, who should now be called the Grand Princess Chang'an, came forward to support this matter. Her husband he died early, and she cried that she and her husband were in love. But it was a pity that the husband died early, and they had no children. She wanted to adopt a child, as a continuation of her and his bloodline. The He family was almost angry to death after hearing this. Why did his husband die early? Wasn't it because you two quarreled and he fell into the water? So he got sick and died? Besides, didn't the He family have children? The He family had long wanted to adopt a child under the name of the husband. But the Grand Princess Chang'an refused to let the He family take advantage of her, and refused to adopt. I won't mention this. Princess Chang'an has had countless lovers. She has 2 concubines around her all year round. She dares to say that she and her husband are in love. Even the coffin of he can't hold it back. On this day, Princess Chang'an arrived at Prince Wu's mansion. Zhang Zhuzhu happened to come with Li Fu to check the account book of the Charity Bureau in October. Princess Chang'an is over 40 years old. She is well maintained and a beautiful woman. She cried very sadly at this moment. She said to Prince Wu, 11th brother, I won't hide it from you. That child is my own. I want to use this matter to raise him to my side legitimately. Brother, he is your own nephew. King Wu sneered, why? The surname crawled out of the coffin to give birth to you? This sister is really absurd. Not only does she raise a person, she even dares to give birth to a child. The eldest princess of Chang'an almost lost face. Brother, the He family is suppressing me and not letting me remarry. What can I do? All the He's are dead. I am a woman. Can't I even have my own child? King Wu was too lazy to listen to her. Whose child is it? The eldest princess of Chang'an, the commander of the imperial army. Fang Sun. King Wu thought that this could be useful. Then his sister continued hesitantly. It could also be the son of General Jinan Songjinya. King Wu took a deep breath. Anything else? The eldest princess of Chang'an. It should be these 2. These 2 are the most likely. King Wu looked at her and said, you are really capable. The eldest princess of Chang'an did not speak. Nor did she pretend to cry in front of others, but just stood there. Since King Wu returned to Beijing, some families have remained neutral and have not taken any action. And the He family is one of them. This He family has produced 2 prime ministers in the past few decades. And the current old minister of the Ministry of Justice is surnamed He. So this family looks low-key. But it is also an object that King Wu needs to fight for. If he agrees to the eldest princess of Chang'an and lets her take the illegitimate child home. Oh, that will be lively. The eldest princess of Chang'an gritted her teeth and said, brother, I will quietly tell Fang Sun that my son is his. Fang Sun is the son-in-law of the Ming family. If the son-in-law of the Ming family has a son with the Grand Princess Chang'an, some things will be easier for the imperial guards. King Wu said, there is no rush. I have to see whose son is more suitable. Grand Princess Chang'an heard what he meant, and knew that King Wu probably wanted to plant it on these 2 exceptions. But she was in the wrong, and could only bear it. But as long as she could keep her son by her side, she would be willing to do anything. Brother, think about it carefully. I'll go see the 2 sisters-in-law. Zhang Zhuzhu found a mistake in the account, and was explaining it to the Princess Wu. Seeing that the Grand Princess Chang'an came, Zhang Zhuzhu prepared to go out first. Grand Princess Chang'an said, hey, Sanlang's wife, come here and let me see. Chapter 164. Sanlang is my sweetheart. Zhang Zhuzhu bowed to the eldest princess of Chang'an. And the princess said, good boy. I know that the matter of the Charity Bureau was your idea. I will send the chief official of the palace to give you 10,000 taels of silver later. Just spend it. Zhang Zhuzhu's eyes lit up immediately. These royal family members are simply rich and inhumane. They are so rich that they gave out 10,000 taels, like water, without blinking an eye. Your Highness is really beautiful and kind. Zhang Zhuzhu bowed again and smiled. With this money, those children don't have to worry this winter. They can wear warm clothes, eat meaty dishes, drink hot soup, and have money to buy medicine for frostbite. When I go back, I will tell them that this is all because of your bodhisattva heart. Princess Wu and Xiao Pan looked at each other. Here they come again. Princess Chang'an waved to her and asked her to be beside her. She casually took 2 gold hairpins from her towering bun and said, I was in a hurry today and didn't expect you to be here. Take these 2 things and play with them. She was so good at talking and praising her beauty. The princess also felt that she was beautiful. Zhang Zhuzhu said respectfully, the elder gave it to me. I dare not refuse it. So I accepted it. Princess Chang'an said, I like you being so generous. She used to give gifts to those girls, and they all shyly refused, saying things against their will. It would be great if she accepted it so generously. She was a proper princess with a fiefdom. How could she lack such a little thing? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled at her. I like you too. You are more generous. Okay, the princess said with a smile. You and Sanlang can come to my house to play later. Li Fu is smart, handsome, and talented, and Princess Chang'an likes him very much. He also contributed to Fan Xiu's previous incident. And today's child's incident is even more so. The couple has done what she wanted. If Fan Xiu succeeded, she is afraid that she would have been hanged by the He family and stuffed into the grave of Prince Consort He. Not to mention her poor son, who is only 6 years old this year. If she can recognize him legitimately, she can close her eyes when she dies. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and went out with the account book. As soon as Zhang Zhuzhu left, the eldest princess of Chang'an put away her smile, walked forward immediately, and knelt in front of Wu Wangfei. With tears in her eyes, sister-in-law, little sister-in-law, please, I just want to adopt a child. You must be on my side. The Pan sisters hurriedly helped her up, and little Pan said, good sister, you are being so formal. As the sister said this, they thought that her face changed so quickly. Where did the child come from? Everyone present knew it, but they just couldn't say it openly. The princess wiped her tears and took out a stack of silver bills from her sleeve. She didn't know how much there was. She stuffed it into Wu Wangfei's hand and said, sister-in-law, you just arrived in the capital, and you don't know that there are places to spend money everywhere. I don't have the ability to help you. Sister-in-law, take it first. It really fits the saying that if you take someone's money, you should be grateful to him. When the two sisters saw the money, they were really impressed by the princess. Xiaopan said, you are our sister. We are family. We must help you if there is anything. Why be so polite? Princess Wu also nodded and wiped her tears personally. The princess sighed, it's a pity that my mother died a long time ago. It's just that my brother and sister-in-law love me. Otherwise, I would be forced to death by the He family sooner or later. Now is the time to prove herself. Princess Chang'an knows it very well. If she can't be more valuable than the He family, she will be ignored. No, she still has a son. It would be fine if her son didn't recognize her in the past. She has been discouraged for many years. Now she has a chance. She must seize it. What happened in front of King Wu just now was nothing. She also needed to ask her two sisters-in-law to help her. Princess Wu said, you are the princess of the heavenly family. How can the He family be compared with you? Both sides went back and forth, and no one said a word to the other. Zhang Zhuzhu took the account book to the study room of King Wu's mansion, which was specially set aside for the affairs of the charity bureau. Usually, Princess Wu and the ladies also discussed matters here. Li Fu held a plate of snacks in his hand, opened the door and asked, are there any problems? Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. I'm thinking about how to catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. Li Fu said, you don't have to worry about it. King Wu's mansion naturally has people who are good at prison. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, and Li Fu took 2 snacks and fed them into Zhang Zhuzhu's mouth. As Zhang Zhuzhu ate, she talked about the princess. Li Fu lowered his voice and said, she has a son who is 6 years old this year. She wants to take this opportunity to recognize him. Zhang Zhuzhu, no wonder she is so generous, and said she would donate 10,000 taels of silver to the charity bureau. It turns out that there is a reason. Li Fu continued to feed his little wife. Seeing her face bulging from eating, he poured her another cup of tea. He continued, your highness is still hesitating. You know the He family. The Minister of Justice has produced 2 prime ministers. Although they are low-key, they are capable. If your highness agrees to this, I am afraid that the He family will have a hard time explaining it. King Wu wanted a way to have the best of both worlds. Zhang Zhuzhu, in my opinion. This is all caused by blind marriage. A quarrel between a husband and wife led to the death of the other party, and caused the implicit hatred between the 2 families. This is not a trivial matter. Li Fu said, many people are not as lucky as me. He is really very lucky. Being able to marry Zhuzhu is definitely a good deed in his previous life. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, I am also very lucky. But I think that you are so good and respect women. If you marry someone else, you should be able to live a harmonious and happy life. Li Fu is already a very good man, and he can be said to stand out from the crowd. Harmony will happen, but happiness is not necessarily. Li Fu held her hand. If I marry another woman, then that woman and I will be like most couples in the world. We will each bear our own responsibilities. I will work hard for my career. And she will raise children at home. We may never understand each other. Juju taught him a lot. Especially love. This word can make people jealous, crazy, anxious, and even fearful. On the other hand, it can also bring infinite joy and satisfaction, and even make people feel that their life in this world is worthwhile. This is a very wonderful feeling. But many couples in the world will not experience this. They form families and reproduce children, but they will never experience those good or bad emotions. They get married because of their parents' orders, and it is a task that must be completed. Only you are the one I love in my heart. It is perfect for me to be your husband and wife, Li Fu said. Zhang Juzu laughed and said, I am also honored to be your husband and wife. I hope we can be happy for a long time. I will. He is always good at holding on to what he has. Zhang Juzu ate several more snacks, feeling sweet in her mouth and heart. Alas, she sighed suddenly, I really can't work with you. You've delayed me too much. Men, the stumbling block of her great career. Li Fu put her hand on the account book. I'm sitting here, and Juju still has to look at the account book. Tell me, which is more important, Sanlang or the account book? Zhang Juju smiled at her, and Li Fu waited for her answer. Zhang Juju would not let Li Fu down. Sanlang is my sweetheart, and the account book is just something outside of my body. Li Fu leaned his face over, and Zhang Juju kissed him. Then the couple looked at each other, overwhelmed by sweetness. Chapter 165. We are different. Zhou saw Li Fu and said, You sent some snacks? Why did you disappear? The Prince of Jing next to him laughed and said, What snacks did he send? He sent people. So snacks were sent as a gift. Zhou looked at Li Fu and Zhou Lonjian, the Prince of Jing, and said, Look at his face. The lip print must have been wiped for a long time. But it's a pity that the mark is still left. Li Fu's face suddenly turned dark. Zhou Lonjian laughed. Zhou widened his eyes and saw clearly. It seems so. Didn't you say that the third sister-in-law was doing serious work in the study and was tired? How could they kiss each other? Do these men and women kiss during the day? Zhou Lonjian asked curiously. Sanlang, how are you and your sister-in-law so loving? This is his real doubt. It is rare for a man and a woman to be so loving. Even if the relationship between a couple is very close, there must be a concubine in the middle. Li Fu is really weird. Zhou Lonjian can't believe it. How can a young man like him have only one woman around him? Is Shang's method so powerful? How can he make the tigress and his family more docile? Li Fu said, I think you are in good spirits. So why not practice more to avoid having a mess in your mind? He winked at the guards, and Zhou Lonjian dragged the two big men away. Li Fu really didn't want to talk to this frivolous person. Zhou put his arm around Li Fu's shoulders, and was very curious about their affairs. If you don't tell me, I'll ask my sister-in-law. Li Fu didn't know what to say, because they were different from other people. They really didn't have reference value. Li Fu felt that he was not as good as Zhang Juju said. His gentleness towards her at the beginning was just a superficial appearance. He learned how to respect women in his relationship with Zhang Juju, and realized that women, like men, are smart, intelligent, and have hearts and souls. Women are not a simple symbol. They are living people. If it weren't for Juju, he wouldn't have learned these. But Zhou would not realize these things. He is different from himself. Li Fu said, Sir, do you think men and women are the same? Zhou, of course not. How can men and women be the same? They have been different since ancient times. What is there to say? No, they are the same, Li Fu said. If Li Fu could not realize this, he and Zhang Juju would not be together. Zhou may never understand this truth. Li Fu continued, Our love for each other is based on this common view. Your Highness will have his own wife in the future, which is different from us. Zhou, you are really weird. Maybe. But the couple enjoyed it. The attitude of the He family was indeed very fierce. And the eldest princess Chang'an was also very determined. King Wu discussed it with everyone. And finally someone suggested that the eldest princess and the dead prince consort he should be divorced formally. And the He family would cut ties with the eldest princess from then on. This was also a good suggestion. But this suggestion caused extreme dissatisfaction from Prince Consort He's biological mother. She strongly opposed it, and resolutely refused to allow the eldest princess to break off relations with the He family. She wanted Chang'an to go to the underworld to apologize to her son. This made King Wu very unhappy. Didn't the royal family give enough face to the He family? with such a great princess who could marry into a marriage alliance, and who had been a widow in the He family for decades. What else could the He family be dissatisfied with? King Wu was willing to make a small concession, but he would never allow anyone to push their limits. The matter became deadlocked, causing a lot of gossip. Winter was approaching, and the weather was getting colder. The capital city was getting lively, and the eldest Princess Chang'an held a winter banquet at her mansion, inviting people from the capital to come. At this point, she had given up, and was not afraid of what the He family would do to her. The Li family would naturally go too. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu sat in the carriage, and Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's cold. I don't want to get up." "Li Fu, thank you for your hard work. There will definitely be a big scene today." Zhang Zuzhu, a bystander, immediately opened her eyes. "What scene?" "The He family and the princess," Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu was puzzled. "Isn't it still deadlocked? It is said that the He family is very concerned about their reputation. Aren't they afraid of being embarrassed by making a scene in public?" She didn't know much about the things in the capital. Li Fu analyzed for her. "Think about His Royal Highness Wu Wang. He is the king. If the king wants his subjects to die, the subjects have to die. The matter of Princess Chang'an is not important. What is important is that no subject should put himself above the king." After hearing this, Zhang Zuzhu understood. The He family is certainly worth winning over, but the He family offended King Wu in the matter of the Grand Princess. So King Wu must maintain his dignity, and he must teach them a lesson. Zhang Zuzhu sighed. Yes, in the current relationship between the monarch and the minister, disobeying is rebellion. So what if the He family lost a son? Even if the He family died, they could not let the monarch lose face. Zhang Zuzhu, we must be careful in the future. Li Fu will soon enter the officialdom. With his ability, and the fact that he is valued by King Wu, he will definitely rise to prominence. There is a future. But the head is also hanging on the belt. Who knows if one day he will say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, and his head will be gone. Li Fu hugged her and said, "Sleep for a while. Don't be afraid." Zhang Zuzhu believed him. The pavilions and towers built in the princess's mansion are very magnificent. There are many guests today, which shows that they have spent a lot of energy. Zhang Zuzhu's spirit is all on these buildings, and she thinks they are very exquisite and rare. Li Fu smiled and said, "The Imperial Palace is the most magnificent in the world. You will see it when you bring it into the palace in the future." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Okay, but I heard that there are resentful spirits everywhere in the palace, especially the last concubine of the previous emperor. I don't know how many murders she caused in the palace." Li Fu, the palaces and towers are man-made scenery. Even if there are resentful spirits, they should not come to find innocent people like you and me. Isn't it said that every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its owner? This is quite reasonable. Well, then you should work hard and strive to become a second-rank official as soon as possible, and earn me a royal wife." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Li Fu, if you have any request, I dare not disobey you." The couple smiled at each other, and walked around the big circle in the princess's mansion for a while before they separated. Today, the eldest princess of Chang'an was dressed very solemnly. She knew in her heart that she was here to be a knife today, and the knife handle was in the hands of King Wu. She would make a good knife, which would satisfy King Wu, and then her son would return to her side as an adopted son, and even after her death, no one would bully her son. Li Fu said it was lively, and it was true. Zhang Zuzhu had already seen the women of the He family. The one who married the eldest princess of Chang'an was the legitimate son of the second branch of the He family. The head of the He family was the old lady, the wife of Minister He, who was dressed very decently. The second wife of He looked much more haggard, and could only be said to have maintained basic decency. As mothers, the eldest princess of Chang'an and the second wife of He had to protect their sons. Chapter 166 Such means. The flowers that were raised in the greenhouse were put out for people to appreciate. Zhang Zuzhu looked at these flowers with her eyes wandering. Princess Haiyang and a few good sisters walked towards her and said, "Why do you want to sleep every time I see you?" Zhang Zuzhu was a little confused and said casually, "Isn't it Li Fu's fault? I am tired during the day and night. Of course I am sleepy." The girls didn't quite understand and said, "What's wrong? Is Li Sanlang forcing you to get up early? Princess Haiyang will get married next month." So she knew what she said and pushed her quickly. "Wake up. What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Zuzhu glanced at them and said quickly, I didn't say anything. It's just that my handwriting is not very good. I have to get up early to practice calligraphy. The girls nodded. It is still very important to write well. Sister Zhang, your handwriting is indeed needs improvement. They didn't say how much they had read, but their handwriting must be very good. Princess Han thought. It's not certain how others write. At this time, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Princess Chang'an came out with a smile. She was dressed elegantly, followed by 2 rows of maids, and greeted everyone. Her eyes fell on Mrs. He, and she said straight to the point, "My fate with the He family is over." Mrs. He was nearly 60 years old and had already aged. In addition to the recent disputes between the He family and the royal family, she probably recalled the pain of losing her son. And now she looked particularly haggard. Madame He said, "What are you talking about? Your Highness? You and my Si Lang are destined to be husband and wife for this lifetime. When we die, we will be buried together." Princess Chang'an has heard this many times, and it is not surprising at all. She turned her head and looked at Madame He. "Does the He family really intend to force me to stay?" Madame He did not say anything. The current situation is very clear. The princess marriage can no longer bring benefits to the He family. The He family, including the father of the deceased prince consort He, think it should be over. It is not a good thing to be entangled with this and form resentment. Princess Chang'an smiled and said, "Look, Madame Heir, what you said is useless. The old lady is the one who makes the decision in your He family now, not you." Mrs. He immediately turned her head and looked at her eldest sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? Are you asking my Si Lang to be alone in the underground?" Mrs. He Lao said, "I see that my sister-in-law is not feeling well, so let's go home first." After that, 2 strong women came out from behind her and wanted to take Mrs. He away. The He family didn't want to cause trouble. They didn't want to come today. And Mrs. He also agreed, who knew that she got on the carriage early this morning and went directly to the princess's mansion. Mrs. He La could only catch up. Princess Chang'an smiled, asked someone to push the 2 women away, walked forward, and said to her former mother-in-law, "Second madam, you have been confused for so many years, and you have seen 1 foot in the coffin. Now you should be a ghost who understands." When Mrs. He heard her mention her son, she was excited. "It was you. You bitch who killed him." Poor her son. So young, so good-looking. But he lost his life. "Why did your son die?" the princess continued. Back then, Mrs. He couldn't bear to see her son ruin his future. So she asked the He family to push your second son to marry me. He had no ability, no looks, and was weak and incompetent. But he was very courageous. A maid in his room got pregnant before me. But the maid died, hearing that her son had a child. Mrs. He screamed, "It was you. You killed the mother and son." "No, it wasn't me," the princess said with a smile. "At that time, Prime Minister He was worried that I would go to the palace to complain that they killed the maid. Your stupid son came to ask me when I was boating on the lake if I killed them. I said it was Prime Minister He and asked him to find the enemy. But he didn't dare to. He was in a trance and fell off the boat. I asked someone to save him and send him back to the mansion. As a result, your son was not a good man. His concubine and son died. He didn't dare to seek revenge. He could only lie in the house and died." Princess Chang'an shook her head and sighed. For the sake of Prime Minister He's reputation, this princess has been enduring and giving in all these years, and even didn't remarry. You are so greedy that you even refused me to adopt a child. Today I will not endure it anymore. What good reputation does the He family have? It's just a name-seeking and a trick to deceive people. The 2 generations of the He family's prime ministers. Which one of them didn't have blood on his hands? Mrs. He burst into tears. And Mrs. He's face was very interesting. She didn't expect that the eldest princess of Chang'an would throw a basin of dirty water on the face of the He family. This method is too despicable. After hearing this, the people around also looked at the He family sideways. Didn't the He family claim to be innocent? Weren't they forced by the royal family to marry the princess? How come now the He family killed He See's pregnant concubine in order to keep the princess? Princess, there is no evidence. Please don't humiliate the innocence of the ancestors of the He family. This is all your one-sided words. Madam, he said sternly. Princess Chang'an smiled bitterly. Yes. I knew that no one would believe what I said. So I kept it a secret. After all, the 2 prime ministers he have made great contributions to the court, which is not comparable to others. Madame He's eyes went dark, thinking that today was really a big mistake. But she really didn't expect that the Zhou royal family would use such means. After all, the He family's reputation is known to the world. The He family is the object of all parties' wooing, and has always been praised. They all hope that the He family will come forward to prove their legitimacy. Madame He, you hurriedly arranged a marriage for your second son, so that he could not marry me, and I could only marry into the second room of the He family. Now you have many children and grandchildren, and the second wife only has one son and 3 or 2 grandchildren. Touch your conscience. Do you dare to say that you didn't mean it? The Grand Princess Chang'an questioned. This should be called sowing discord. Old Madame He naturally saw it, but it was useless for her to see it. The other party being provoked was a woman who had lost her son in middle age. All of you in the He family are responsible for the death of He, said the princess. Second Madam, the person you are seeking revenge on should not be me. The second Madam's eyes were red as blood. Her son, her poor son, was actually like this. The princess waved her hand. Send the guests out. A group of maids sent the He family out, and the Grand Princess Chang'an seemed to wipe her tears. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Go and have fun. Everyone quickly said no, and the scene returned to its previous liveliness. Princess Heong sent away the group of little sisters, who were already crying for the fate of Princess Chang'an. She asked Zhang Zhuzhu, do you think my aunt's words are credible? Princess Heong would not believe her aunt's pure and innocent words. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it's half true and half false. This is how you lie, so people will take it as the truth. After today, the He family's face can no longer be put together. Who doesn't like to see jokes? Especially the jokes of the He family with a good reputation? King Wu is ruthless enough, and Princess Chang'an is also willing to take it. Worthy of being siblings. Chapter 167 Choice. The banquet at the princess's mansion continued to be lively. Princess Heong took Zhang Zhuzhu and went to the front to look at her fiancé. Where are your sisters? Why don't you take them over? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Princess Heong, when they see Pan Si, they will only say that he and I are a perfect match, and they won't say anything bad. Princess Heong wants to hear some real comments. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then I would say the same. Princess Heong found a place to sit down. Oh, forget it. I know Pan Si is not good looking. Zhang Zhuzhu had seen Pan Si. 19 years old, tall and strong, and from a military family. He looked heroic. It is obvious that Princess Heong does not like this kind of appearance. The little girl looks very sad. Zhang Zhuzhu did not know how to persuade her. If it were modern times, she could find someone she likes. Now there is no good way. Alas, you can't see it anyway after blowing out the lights. Right? Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a long time and said this. Princess Heong patted her and scolded, you are really. Why do you always say such things? Zhang Zhuzhu did not know how to comfort her. You have 2 sisters-in-law. I heard that your second sister-in-law and your mother-in-law are very powerful. Will you suffer any loss? Princess Heong asked again. No. My family is still reasonable, Zhang Zhuzhu said. The most important thing is that she is not worried about it. She is confident that she has the ability to not be wronged. And Li Fu supports her. Princess Heong, I don't know how the Pan family is. What about the 3 sisters-in-law? Zhang Zhuzhu suggested. I think you should find a way to make Pan Silang listen to you. Even if there are conflicts in the family, he will stand on your side. Princess Heong nodded and stood up again. Then I'll go find him. How to get along well with men. This is what the nanny around her has taught her. She is just discouraged for a while, and she will cheer up and live a good life. Zhang Zhuzhu accompanied her. Li Fu and Pan Si came over together, waved to Zhang Zhuzhu, called the people away, and then the couple disappeared quickly. Only 2 people were left. Pan Silang was a little embarrassed, and Princess Heong was also a little embarrassed. I made a silk cord for you. Princess Heong handed it over. Pan Jingping stretched out his hand and took it after a while. Thank you. Thank you, Princess. Princess Heong said, my name is Zhou Lanshu. You can just call me by my name. Pan Jingping also hurriedly said, my full name is. I know your name. I will call you Silang. Princess Heong smiled at him. After all, he was her fiancé. It was said that he had fought in the Northwest. This was the person she would spend her life with in the future, and she was willing to accept him. Pan Jingping also smiled at her. Everyone in the family said that Princess Heong was a daughter of the royal family. So she must be spoiled and difficult to deal with. But if she was really spoiled, why would she make things for him with her own hands? Li Fu saw Zhang Juju peeking over there like a thief, and whispered, "Let's see what they do." "Let's go. I'll take a look," Zhang Juju said. Marriage is a big deal, and cannot be chosen. Zhang Juju is quite worried about Princess Haiyang. Li Fu was not interested in the affairs of these two people, so he just picked her up. Li Fu said, "Why worry about what they do? Princess Haiyang is a daughter of the royal family, and the Pan family is a royal family. Neither side is easy to bully." Zhang Juju glared at him, but after thinking about it, it was indeed the truth. "I promised the princess that I would wait for her here and go back with her later," Zhang Juju said. Li Fu leaned on Zhang Juju. "What are you waiting for her for? Accompany me to rest for a while. I drank a lot of wine, and I feel uncomfortable." His wife, of course, had to accompany him. The Princess of Haiyang asked Pan Si to accompany him. Zhang Juju was helpless. "Who told you to drink so much wine?" Li Fu hugged her. "I was forced to drink. You don't know that those people have no sense of propriety at all." Zhang Juju compromised, temporarily forgot about her friends, and left with Li Fu. The two found a place to sit down, and Li Fu asked, "I heard that the He family had left. Tell me what happened just now. This is a serious matter." So Zhang Juju told Li Fu everything she saw. After something like this, will the He family turn to the Empress Dowager? Zhang Juju asked. Li Fu said, "It's hard to say. It would be best if the He family could choose the King of Wu. If not, the King of Wu's mansion is not afraid. They have violent means. Zhang Juju, when we have children in the future, we should not interfere too much in their marriages. What do you think? It is really painful to have no freedom in marriage." Li Fu agreed. "Well, whether it is sons or daughters, we must teach them well, so that they can have the ability to distinguish right from wrong." Li Fu used to think it was okay for a girl not to study, but now he thinks that studying to gain knowledge should be universal for both men and women. If you have a daughter, you should teach her seriously, and not let her be blind. The two stayed together until almost noon, then went back to the banquet. Lin Winging saw Zhang Juju just came back, and said helplessly, "You two are together all day, and you are reluctant to be apart for such a long time?" Zhang Juju smiled and said, "You should ask Sanlang about this. He stopped me from coming back." Lin Winging really couldn't understand her little son. He used to be cold, and she and Li Qi were worried that whoever married him would not need ice in summer. Now it seems that their worries are unnecessary. Look at how clingy she is now. She clings to others at home and outside. Just now, many people asked her where her third daughter-in-law went. Lin Winging could only say that the child likes to play. The banquet in the princess's mansion was very exquisite, but it was also different from usual. The eldest princess of Chang'an smiled and said, "I was alone before, but now I will have a child. I have to make more plans for him. You don't think of taking advantage of me in the future." Everyone laughed when they heard it, and congratulated her on having a son. The Princess of Haiyang laughed very happily. In fact, it was not like that. The princess felt a pang of pain when she thought about the money she spent on her son. Everyone also thought that it was as if this son did not exist before, and you did not save money at that time. After the banquet in the afternoon, Princess Haiyang saw Zhang Juju at the door. "I asked you to accompany me, but you disappeared immediately." Zhang Juju quickly apologized. "I was wrong. I will wait for you next time." Princess Haiyang, humph. What next time? This Li Fu is also outrageous. She sent someone to find Pan Si, but Li Fu heard that it was Zhang Juju who accompanied her, so she followed. "Are you so dependent on others?" Zhang Juju asked. "How did you tell them?" Princess Haiyang was about to say that it was not bad, but a hand was put on Zhang Juju's shoulder. "Go home." After that, Zhang Juju was taken away. Princess Haiyang swallowed her words, and watched Zhang Juju being taken away by Li Fu. What kind of person is this? A few days later, the princess brought back a 6-year-old boy, claiming that he was her son, and wanted the surname Zhou. The Wuwang mansion was the first to send a gift. The He family could only swallow this breath. Chapter 168 Old Acquaintance. Zhang Juju went back to her parents' home to live. She had been busy for a long time. It had been a long time since she came back to see her parents in Xiaobao. The weather was cold recently, and there were no fish to catch. Zhang Dachuan stayed at home and did carpentry work. He just couldn't sit still. After Wu Guinyang made a mistake last time, she was not so tense anymore. Xiaobao said, third sister. How many days will you stay at home? Zhang Zhuzhu said, 4 or 5 days. I have nothing to do these days. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Where's my brother-in-law? Xiaobao asked. Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't know what he did. It seems like something big happened. Otherwise, Li Fu would have followed Zhang Zhuzhu to Zhang's house. The brother and sister talked and entered the house together. Wu Guinyang and Zhang Dachuan were immediately happy to see their daughter. The couple hadn't seen their daughter for a while and missed her. The family sat together happily. Wu Guinyang took her hand and said, Have you grown taller again? She asked Zhang Dachuan and Xiaobao to see. But Xiaobao couldn't tell. Zhang Dachuan gestured and said, It seems that she is a little taller. You can see that. You have a good eye. Wu Guinyang said proudly. Of course. As a mother, I can tell at a glance whether she is fat or thin. Just like when Zhang Jingjing got fat. She guessed that she was pregnant. Zhang Zhuzhu, really? I didn't notice it. Mother is really amazing. Wu Guinyang hugged her and smiled. What's so amazing? You will understand it when you become a mother. Mothers are always thinking about their children. Zhang Dachuan said. Sanlang didn't come? Zhang Zhuzhu, he has something to do, and is not at home these days. It's boring for me to stay at home alone. So I came. Zhang Dachuan, well, you stay at home for a few more days, and accompany me and your mother. Okay. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. I'll cook. What do you want to eat? She basically doesn't cook at the Li family. There are several cooks at home. So she has a lot of free time. Xiaobao said, third sister. I'll help you light the fire. Zhang Luzhu stayed here for 3 days, and had a great time. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Li Fu came. Zhang Zhuzhu was playing with 2 geese in the yard at that time. Li Fu said, You don't remember me now that you have geese. Zhang Zhuzhu heard Li Fu say this and said, Oh, I hit my head yesterday and lost my memory of more than 4 years. Are you here to find me? My dear? Li Fu strode forward and hugged her in his arms. What nonsense. Where did you hit it? Zhang Zhuzhu lifted her hair, and there was indeed a red mark on her forehead. It was okay after hitting it yesterday. I'll blow it for you. Li Fu looked a little distressed. You have to be careful. If it is broken, someone will compensate me with an identical one. There is only one Zhang Zhuzhu in the world. It's been a long time since I've been fine. Have you eaten yet? I'll go cook for you. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu looked a little tired. Zhang Zhuzhu guessed that he didn't sleep much last night. Li Fu nodded. Went to greet his father-in-law and mother-in-law first, and then went to rest in the house. Zhang Zhuzhu prepared the food and sent it over. She found Li Fu lying on the bed, already asleep. She wanted to find a quilt to cover him. Li Fu heard the noise, and had already opened his eyes. He hugged Zhang Zhuzhu in his arms. The people from the north handed over the letter of credence. They will come here at the end of the year for formal negotiations, and to discuss the reopening of the market. Li Fu said. Wu Wangfu got the news first, and has been busy with this matter these days. Zhang Zhuzhu said, No wonder. What happened? It took so long to discuss. It's good to reopen the market. Zhang Zhuzhu said. In this way, there will be no war for at least 10 or 20 years. It is impossible to completely eliminate war. Li Fu said, I think so too. But many people don't agree with this. I'm afraid it will take some time. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged him and said, This is definitely not something you can decide now. Eat first and rest more. We are still young. And those old stubborn people can still live for a few years. Li Fu laughed when he heard this. Kissed Zhang Zhuzhu on the cheek. And the two had a meal together. The couple stayed here for another 2 days before returning to the Li family. On the day they returned home, several women came to visit the Li family. Zhang Zhuzhu asked, Is there something going on at home? Li Fu, no. It's just some people my mother knows. If there was something going on, they would have been asked to go home long ago. Just go around and come back. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And the couple entered the main hall together. Zhang Zhuzhu saw a familiar woman in the room. If Zhang Zhuzhu remembered correctly, this should be Mrs. Ji, who had been to Zhangjia village that year. Next to her was her legitimate daughter Ji Ting, who was still wearing a girl's bun. And she was probably not married yet. Isn't this a coincidence? There were 2 girls, who told Zhang Zhuzhu that they could be allowed to be Li Fu's concubines. And Miss Ji was the first one. Mrs. G also felt familiar with Zhang Zhuzhu when she saw her. She had only been back in Beijing for a few days, and she only knew that Li's third son had married a weak and pitiful woman. The mother and daughter had seen Zhang Zhuzhu and had heard of the woman's reputation for being fierce, so she didn't know that everyone was talking about Zhang Zhuzhu. Seeing Zhang Zhuzhu at this moment, the mother and daughter were very surprised. Ji Ting was even more shocked, and couldn't help pointing at her and said, "You? It's you?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "It's me. It's hard for Miss Ji to still remember me." Ji Ting's heart was immediately filled with regret. These two words filled her heart, and she regretted it so much. She should have listened to her father's plan for her, instead of letting her mother use that illegitimate sister to explore the way for her, which made the Li family dissatisfied with her. If she was willing to stay in that small village, would she be the one next to Li Fu now? Thinking of this, Ji Ting almost shed tears. Mrs. Ji also regretted it for a while, thinking that she had missed a good marriage and wasted her daughter until now. If the Li family had been able to turn over earlier, how could she have used that illegitimate daughter to test it? Unfortunately, it was useless for them to regret it. Not to mention that time could not be reversed. Even if it could be reversed, Li Fu never had that intention. An elderly woman said with a smile, "Sanlang has made a name for himself now, and is busy with important matters. He can't be with your parents. Sanlang's wife has not been home for several days. As a wife, you must respect the elders for Sanlang." Zhang Zhuzhu knew this woman. She was a relative of the Lin family, but not very close. In terms of seniority, she was Lin Weining's distant cousin. But even if she was a relative of the Lin family, it was not her place to say this. Is it the turn of outsiders to speak about the affairs of the Li family? Lin Weining was also unhappy. Isn't it good for her to have grandchildren to accompany her? Why does she need a son and daughter-in-law? This person is really talkative. Sanlang's wife's parents are far away from their hometown for our family. It is only right for Sanlang and his wife to accompany them more. "Cousin, don't worry," Lin Weining said directly. The woman choked immediately. She thought to herself, "I am helping you to teach your daughter-in-law a lesson. But you are embarrassing me. You are trying to be a good person. You should handle your daughter-in-law well. I really don't know what she is thinking." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Mother is right. My parents asked me to bring back a lot of things. You should take a look when you are free." Lin Weining nodded. "I just came back. You two can go and rest." Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu went out. Chapter 169. Zhuzhu is the head of the household. After leaving the house, Li Fu said, "Don't pay attention to those nonsense. If you want to go back, just go back. No one will stop you. She is getting married, not selling herself. Even if she is a maid who sells herself, she can go back to see her parents." "What is that talking about?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "I know. Have you seen Ji Ting? The little girl doesn't seem to have grown much taller." Li Fu said, "Jiting? Her name is Ji Ting?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Li Fu's memory was not as good as hers. Li Fu hugged her and said, "I said, you must have been jealous at that time." Zhang Zhuzhu, "What do you mean by jealous? You are fine. Why do you suddenly ask if I am jealous? It was so long ago." Li Fu smiled and said, "You also said it was a long time ago. But you still remember her name, and said she didn't grow taller. You remember it so clearly. Is there no reason?" The two of them made it clear that it was because the Ji family wanted to marry their daughter to Li Fu. Li Fu thought Zhang Zhuzhu was angry at that time. But now he thinks that she was not only angry, but also jealous. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him and walked back by herself, ignoring Li Fu. Li Fu followed her and said, "You liked me the most at that time, right?" Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. "But she liked me the most. She is really getting thicker and thicker," Li Fu said. "Speaking of which, I have to thank the Ji family. Otherwise, I would still be hesitating." Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and said, "Okay. Shut up. You're the one who talks the most." Li Fu, "I'm happy," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "You're so happy that I'm jealous. You like me?" "Of course I'm happy," Li Fu said. The couple went back to the house with laughter, and Li Fu immediately asked someone to close the door and pressed Zhang Zhuzhu to fall on the bed. The house over there was not soundproof, and Zhang Zhuzhu thought he was too tired. He hadn't done anything in the past 2 days, and now he finally came back, after a long period of leisure. It was almost the end of the year. That day, The Lin family sent someone to say that Mrs. Lin was suddenly ill, and the family rushed over. Fortunately, the old lady was not seriously ill, but she was old and weak, and needed careful care from her family. Lin Weining wiped her tears and said to her sons and daughters-in-law, "I have not been in the capital for many years, and cannot show my filial piety to your grandmother. Now that she is sick, I am really heartbroken. I plan to stay in the Lin family for a while, and take good care of your grandmother." Li Qi naturally agreed and said, "Mother-in-law is old. It is good for you to take care of her. As children, we can only do this little thing. His parents have a weak relationship, and his mother-in-law treats him well, so it is natural that he should take care of her." The sons and daughters-in-law had no objections. At this time, Zhou Rui said, "Mom, I have something to say." Everyone looked at her, and Li Zhu said, "Rui was pregnant and just found out. She needs to rest well. I am afraid she can't take care of the trivial matters at home." It was the time of the Chinese New Year, and there were many things to do at home. And there were also interpersonal relationships with various families. Anyway, it was a busy time. Zhou Rui was pregnant and needed to rest, and Lin Weining had to stay at the Lin family to take care of the old lady. So no one would take care of the affairs of the Li family. But apart from these, pregnancy is a happy event. Lin Weining rarely smiled. This is a good thing. Li Qi was also very happy, because having more children means more blessings. Li Pu and Xiao Ping, Zhang Zhuzhu, and Li Fu immediately congratulated Zhou Rui and Li Zhu. And they were going to be parents again. Then everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Zhuzhu again. Xiao Ping said first, "I learned from my mother before, but I really couldn't manage it well." Third sister-in-law, "You come. You are smart and capable. You can definitely manage the family well." Lin Weining and Zhou Rui also agreed. So Zhang Zhuzhu, who thought she had nothing to do and was going to have fun during the new year, temporarily took up the post as the manager of the Li family and got the key and card of the storeroom at home. After returning home, Zhang Zhuzhu looked at these things and said to Li Fu, "What should I do? I don't even recognize all the people in my family." Li Fu encouraged her, "It's okay. Let's do it together. I look at the people in the shop. You manage them very well. Don't worry. I'm here." Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. "This is not quite the same. The rules in the shop are fixed. If you break the rules, I will punish you. But this family is different. Look at these people. They are related. And there are several generations working at home. You have to talk about human feelings. I don't like this. She has done business and is good at making money. So how could she not manage people? She can manage. But things at home are different from things outside." Li Fu said, "Since you are in charge, you should follow your rules. Even if there are favors, it is not a reason for them to mess around. If you don't want to come forward, I will take care of it when the time comes." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Then people will say that there are no men who manage these things." Li Fu, "Then I will be the first one since the beginning of time. This rule will start from me. Don't worry." With Li Fu's support, Zhang Zhuzhu felt a little better. "Thank you, Sam Ling. As long as they don't do anything too extreme, I won't be a problem," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu pinched her face. "You'll have to work hard for a while." Zhang Zhuzhu got up early that day and first met the maids in and out of the Li family. She didn't pay much attention to these people before. Zhou Rui reminded her, saying, "Although they are all people who are used to the family, you are the new one in charge. And they see that you have a good temper. It is inevitable that someone will take advantage of you. Don't be polite when the time comes. Just deal with it." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Okay. You will definitely be able to manage it well. The second sister-in-law believes in you." Zhou Rui patted her shoulder. Zhang Zhuzhu spent a morning to recognize the people in the family. She realized that there were quite a few people in charge of the family. For example, there were 11 people in the kitchen, and the division of labor was very clear. Those who bought meat, vegetables, and snacks were all separated. There are also people who take care of flowers and plants, people who take care of household items, people who take care of carriages and horses, and people who are responsible for guarding the house. The types of work are very clear. There are a total of 12 adults and children in the Li family. There are 65 people serving their family. The oldest is the gardener, who is 55 years old this year. And the youngest is the little book boy behind Yuan Gur, who is 9 years old this year. That's not even counting the people who work on the Li family's farm. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to faint. But Zhou Rui said that this was too little. There were many people in their Zhou family, and they had not yet separated. The three families in the family lived together, and there were more than 200 people serving them. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this was as big as a small or medium-sized company, and the mistresses of each family were definitely senior management talents. Then she took the account book and some gift lists and read them for another afternoon. It was the time for Princess Heian to get married. Lin Weining had been the one who had negotiated the marriage. The Li family had to prepare a generous gift and send it to the Pan family as a gift. She called Li Fu over in the evening, and the two of them discussed and picked a gift. The next day, she asked Zhou Rui and added and subtracted some things. And then it was ready. But her housekeeper battle had just begun. That day, the wife of the housekeeper of the outer courtyard came to Zhang Zuzhu and said, "Third Grandma, my youngest son has reached the age, and I want to ask you to pick a suitable girl for him from home. Second Grandma promised me before." This kind of thing did happen. And Zhang Zuzhu said, "Call your son over so I can take a look." Chapter 170 The Second Sister-in-Law's Plot. Zhang Zuzhu spoke, but the woman did not move. She smiled and said, "Third Madam, Second Madam has already agreed to give the second-class maid named by Lu in the Madam's room to my son. Don't bother Third Madam with anything else. Just agree to my request, and I will go to propose marriage. You have a lot of things to do, so I dare not trouble you." The woman's surname is Miao, and her husband's name is Hu Kun. Miao followed Lin Weining to marry from the Lin family, and Hu Kun was from the Li family. After the two got married, they had only one son, named Hu De, who is now working in the carriage and horse management department. Zhang Zhuzhu drank a sip of tea. "Since he is from my mother's yard, I have to be more cautious." She turned her head and looked at Xiaowan. "Send someone to call Miss Bailu over, and ask the son of the Hu family to come as well." Xiaowan bowed and sent someone away immediately. Miao, or Hu Kun's family. Zhang Zhuzhu was not very used to the latter name, so she would call her Miao for the time being. "Third Madam, you are really cautious in doing things. Don't worry. This has all been discussed with the Second Madam. You are too worried," she said again. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Marriage is very important. Your son has you as parents to decide. Miss Bailu has no father or mother. Now I am the housekeeper, so I naturally have to decide for her." After a while, Bailu arrived first. A girl of 15 or 16 years old should not be old enough to get married. Some of them usually stay until they are 10 or 20 years old. When she saw Miao, her steps paused. Miao turned around and said with a smile, "Miss Bailu is here. We will be a family soon." Bailu forced a smile and said, "Mother Miao." Xiaowan glared at Miao with dissatisfaction. "Third Madam hasn't spoken yet. But you spoke first. Who is the boss here?" Xiaowan really doesn't like this Hu Kun family. How can she be like this? At the beginning, when Third Madam asked her to call her son over, she was reluctant. How can this be justified? Miao also realized that she had acted inappropriately, and hurriedly said, "Third Madam, please forgive me. I am so happy to see my daughter-in-law." Zhang Zuzhu said, "She is not your daughter-in-law yet." Miao lowered her head and thought, "Humph. The Second Madam has already agreed. How can it not count?" She did not believe that Zhang Zhuzhu would dare to offend Zhou Rui. "Bailu, come here." Zhang Zuzhu motioned her to come to her side. Bailu hurriedly passed Miao and came to Zhang Zhuzhu. After a while, Hu Kun's son, Hu De, also came. This man was tall and looked decent. He looked to be in his 20s, a few years older than Bailu. When Hu De saw Bailu, he immediately knelt down and saluted, saying, "Thank you, Third Madam, for your help." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Get up first. I'll ask Bailu if she is willing." After she finished speaking, she looked at Bailu. Bailu lowered her head, stammered for a long time, and nodded gently. Miao thought to herself that she and her husband were both old people in the family. Her son had taken a fancy to Bailu, and Bailu could still be unwilling. Third Grandma was really meddling in other people's business. Zhang Zuzhu looked at Bailu. She was not blind. If she was willing, then hell, Zhang Zhuzhu could have let this matter go. But she didn't want to see a little girl marry someone she didn't want to marry. So she wanted to find out the reason. Think about it first. No one here can force you. I will naturally make the decision for you, Zhang Zuzhu said. She gave Bailu a chance to refuse. Bailu turned her head, looked at Miao's mother and son, and then knelt down at Zhang Zhuzu's feet with a plop. Please, third grandma, make the decision. I don't want to get married. Zhang Zhuzu thought to herself. Isn't this a mouth? What can't be said? Hu Daolang seemed very shocked and said, Why don't you want to? Miao was also very angry and said, You are just a second-class maid in the madam's courtyard. Our family likes you. It is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. How dare you not want to? Zhang Zhuzu thought to herself that she really has no prestige in this family. Damn. The character is too good. Zhang Zhuzu glanced at Miao. And Miao shut up and cried again, Third grandma. There is only Daolang in my family. And I want to marry someone he likes. Miss Bailu will marry into our family. And no one will treat her badly. Zhang Zhuzu said, Marriage is a matter between two people. Since Miss Bailu is unwilling, your family should find another one. How can you force someone to marry your son? Let's talk about your son's marriage later. Go down. Hu Daolang's face was also very ugly. But Zhang Zhuzu was the master after all. So the mother and son did not dare to say anything else and left together. Bailu fell to the ground and said, Thank you. Third madam. Thank you. Third madam. Xiaowen helped her up. And Zhang Zhuzu asked, Did the Hu family force you? Bailu sighed first, then wiped her tears and said, I don't know what happened. Since last month, some people said that the Hu family has taken a fancy to me. They all came to congratulate me and said that if I married Hu Daolang, I would be able to enjoy happiness in the future. But I don't want to get married at all. I just want to work in the madam's courtyard. Work harder. And be a first-class maid. When I save enough money and get older, I will ask the madam to let me go. I also have a brother who has been separated for many years. I miss him and want to find him back. Zhang Zhuzu heard this and said, I know. You don't want to be a slave for life. Right? Bailu nodded quickly. My father was also a student. I can read. I sold myself at that time. Because my father had a disease of coughing up blood. And I wanted to save him. This makes sense. The Hu family is certainly a good place to go. But everyone has their own aspirations. This girl Bailu's father taught her to read. She yearns for freedom in her heart. This is naturally understandable. Zhang Zhuzu, okay. You go back to work. Since you don't agree, no one can force you. Bailu is also smart. Saying, Third grandma. The wife is not at home. There is nothing to do over there. I want to stay in your room to help. Zhang Zhuzu said, Stay. It happens that I don't have enough staff here. She was not at home more often. And she did not like a group of people in the yard. Now that it was time to use them, there was not enough manpower. Nanny's son just went to check on the kitchen for her. It was not quiet over there either. Bailu thanked her quickly and stayed happily. In the evening, Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu talked about this matter. Li Fu said, You did the right thing. The Hu family has been around for a long time. But there is no reason to force girls to marry into his family. Of course I am not wrong. Zhang Zhuzu did not mean this. She said, Look at the second sister-in-law. Does she look like a white lotus? Li Fu, what do you mean? Zhang Zhuzu said, Look. This marriage is just a matter of a word. The second sister-in-law must have seen it before. She did not want to be a bad person. It happened that she was pregnant. This matter fell on me. She is good and innocent. Isn't it like a white lotus? Li Fu said, Second sister-in-law is a person with many little tricks. Otherwise I will come forward. Zhang Zhuzu said, What's the difference between you coming forward and me coming forward? We both fell into a trap. Li Fu didn't have a good solution for the time being. These people have been used by the Li family for many years. It is impossible to replace them all. This will cause problems. Zhang Zhuzu snorted, Just wait and see. There will be more troubles. Li Fu hugged her. He knew Zhang Zhuzu was not a person who would suffer losses. Zhang Zhuzu said, Since second sister-in-law left me such a mess, don't blame me for drastic reforms. Come on. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 171, Drastic Reform. The news of Bailu's refusal of marriage spread throughout the Li family that day. Everyone was very confused. Because the Hu family was definitely a very good choice for these maids. But Bailu actually refused. And it was the third madam who made the decision. Everyone thought that this matter was settled. The Hu family went to Zhou Ri for help. Zhou de Balian had been suffering from morning sickness these days. And she had lost a lot of weight. When she met the Hu family saw her like this. How could they open their mouths, and could only leave in dismay? The maid next to Zhou Rui brought her a bowl of bird's nest and said, "Second madam, you are right." The third madam really didn't agree. Zhou Rui said, "Pick 2 things from my room. Take Tao Ao with you. And deliver them in person. Just say that I am pregnant and have a bad memory. So I forgot about this matter." And asked the third grandmother not to be angry. The maid was called Zitong. And she heard it and said, "Why let the girl go?" Zhou Rui naturally knew what kind of scene she left behind. And she was in the wrong now. Compared with a few years ago, the Li family did have problems. Most of these old people stayed, but they thought they had gone through the ups and downs for the Li family. And they were sincerely waiting for the master in the past few years. So one by one, they felt that they had face. And they were a little vague when doing things. Zhou Rui wanted to take care of it, but she was concerned about her reputation. She had to remember the favors she had received in the past few years. So she was too ruthless, which was bound to be ugly. She didn't dare to trouble her mother-in-law Lin Weiying, because the old lady was ill, and she was pregnant. So Zhou Rui wanted Zhang Zhuzhu, who was parachuted in, to make drastic changes and deal with the disobedient people. It would be much more convenient for her to take over. She knew Zhang Zhuzhu was very resourceful. Zhou Rui said, "Go. Tell Tao Ao to come over often these 2 days." Zitong heard this and took Tao Ao over. Zhang Zhuzhu was looking at the account of last month, which had some problems. Seeing Zitong bringing Tao Ao, she felt very funny. Was he afraid that she would be unhappy? So he played Tao Ao to coax her? Tao Ao ran towards Zhang Zhuzhu, called her third aunt sweetly, and hugged her. Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile, "Is Tao Ao here to play with aunt?" Tao Ao said "I'm here to accompany aunt." Zhang Zhuzhu watched the little girl grow up, so she would not vent her dissatisfaction with Zhou Rui on the child. She asked the maid to bring some snacks and held her in her arms and sat down. Zitong handed 2 pieces of jewelry to Xiaowan. Zhang Zhuzhu took a look and said, "It's really hot. I don't dare to accept it." Zitong was sarcastic when he heard this, and he didn't dare to refute it, so he could only smile. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Did the Hu family disturb my sister-in-law?" Zitong said, "No. The second grandmother said that you are the one who is in charge of the family now. You are the one who decides everything about the people and things in this family. And no one is allowed to say anything." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, "Third aunt, who made you unhappy? Tao Ao will avenge you." Zhang Zhuzhu pinched her little face. Tao Ao is still conscientious and didn't eat aunt's food in vain. Tao Ao didn't understand what she said, just laughed. Zitong's face turned red and white. She was an adult, so she naturally heard that Zhang Zhuzhu was saying that her master had no conscience. But she didn't dare to do anything and hurriedly said goodbye. Xiaowan sent her out and said, "Our grandmother also told the second grandmother to be gentle when using the abacus, so as not to hurt her hands." Zitong understood the meaning of this, but before she could refute it, Xiaowan left. She didn't dare to say these words to Zhou Rui, but Zhou Rui knew how powerful Zhang Zhuzhu was and asked her out. Zitong was worried that she would be angry, so he said, "Second madam, why don't we go back to Zhou's house and stay for 2 days? Madam is also worried about you." Zhou Rui thought for a while and said, "Forget it. She just said a few unpleasant words, and I should listen to them. It would be inappropriate for me to leave her and go away." Zitong said, "Third madam's mouth is like a knife. I feel embarrassed to stay there for a while." Zhou Rui said, "As long as she can sort out these things at home, it will be fine. I'll thank her later." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't dare to let her thank him. The signs had already come out. Zhang Zhuzhu's original plan was to follow the usual practice and wait until Zhou Rui's pregnancy was stable or Lin Weiying came home. Then she could stop caring about the family affairs. But now, their small private enterprise obviously has problems. As an airborne manager, Zhang Zhuzhu also understood what Zhou Rui meant, so she decided to do something big. She spent 2 days going through the account books of the previous few months, marking all the problems, and then called all the male and female managers, as well as the maids and servants in the family together to set rules for everyone. Zhou Rui couldn't come forward, so Zhang Zhuzhu called Zhao Ping over. Zhao Ping said, "Gu Zhu, you can do whatever you want, and I will listen to you if you call me to do anything." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Sister-in-law, accompany me. It's boring if I'm alone." Zhao Ping had no choice but to stay. Zhang Zhuzhu pointed out the problem with the account. At this time, a mother named Gao came out from the kitchen and said, "Third grandma, This was always looked at by second grandma. And Madam also said there was no problem. You are taking it out now. Right. Zhang Zuzhu slapped the table and said, second sister-in-law is soft-hearted. And mother is forgiving. They have been through thick and thin with you. I am not like that. I married here from another place. I will not pursue the past. Now I am in charge, and have set new rules. You should follow the new rules. Don't mention the old relationship in front of me. Anyone who does not abide by the rules will find another job. After that, Xiaowan read out the rules next to him. First, the problem is about money. The money purchased by the family is first monitored by the main manager, and the manager is accompanied by 2 deputies. The deputies must verify it at the same time. The 3 parties supervise each other. If there is corruption or poor work, all 3 people will be held accountable. This method is not very good. It is too harsh and will hurt feelings. Moreover, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Sometimes, as long as things are done well, some small money and problems can be ignored. Zhang Zuzhu did this on purpose. The main problem of the Li family now is that they are too concerned about personal relationships and ignore the rules. Another problem is the problem between the new and old members of the Li family. The old people of the Li family before they returned to Beijing were considered to have shared hardships with the Li family, and these people were respectable. The new people after returning to Beijing were not familiar with the host family, and the old and new were separated, and they each clung to each other for warmth, which also caused some management problems. Zhang Zuzhu finally added a new rule, saying, among you, regardless of your status, only those who feel that they have the ability and can take care of things, just come to me. You compete with the person above you, and if you can win, you will switch with the person above you. After Zhang Zuzhu announced the rules, he left without caring about what everyone had to say. Chapter 172 Unexpected Means. The next day, Li Fu specially rested at home. Li Zhu, who went out to do business, was in a more miserable situation. On his way back, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly fell down. Fortunately, the coachman and he were fine, just a little embarrassed. Once this happened, it was natural to hold the person in charge of the carriages and horses accountable. Coincidentally, the person in charge of the carriages and horses was a new manager, and Hu Daolong worked under this new manager. The new manager's surname was Yu. At this moment, he broke out in a cold sweat and felt that he was going to be finished. Zhang Zuzhu drank a sip of tea. Look! I knew these people were not quiet. Even the second brother's carriage could have problems. Li Fu said, I'll go with you to take a look. Zhang Zuzhu said, although it's a family matter, I think we should report it to the authorities for investigation. What do you think? Li Fu thought for a while and said, the people in the palace are a bit underutilized. I know someone from the Dali Temple. My former classmate is now the chief judge of the Dali Temple. I'll ask him to bring 2 people here. The chief judge of the Dali Temple is responsible for directly hearing the case. For such a small matter, it's a sure thing after investigation. Zhang Zuzhu nodded, asked someone to close the doors of the house, and then waited for Li Fu's classmates to come. When they heard that Zhang Zuzhu had asked the Dali Temple for help, Zhou Rui and Li Zhu didn't expect it. Li Zhu saw Li Fu and said, we don't need to ask outsiders for our family affairs. Family disgrace should not be made public. And he didn't do anything serious. Zhang Zuzhu said, there is no way. The 2 of us are weak, and there is no one around us who can be used. This person is Sanling's classmate, and he won't go out and say anything. Li Fu smiled and said, second brother, don't worry about it. Whoever is in charge of the family should be listened to. Li Zhu couldn't stop it either, and went back to find Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui smiled and said, I have never seen such a method. Generally, family affairs will not be reported to the police, and everyone will solve it by themselves. Zhang Zuzhu said, no. I have to train people. Her thinking has not completely changed. She used to think that too many people would be troublesome and useless. Now she thinks that if she has useful people around her, it will definitely be more convenient to do things. Li Fu expressed his support. Okay. Make a list and see what kind of people you need, and I'll find them for you. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Today's report to the police. Firstly, there are not many people around Zhang Zuzhu. And secondly, this is also a deterrent. It's useless to talk about sympathy. Manager Yu and a group of people who manage carriages and horses, a total of 8 people, are staying in the main hall. and Hu Daong is naturally among them. Seeing Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu coming, Hu Daxian said, "Third master. Third madam. Something will happen." Qi Zhou beside Li Fu raised his hand to stop the other party. Hu Daxian, "Don't say anything. Third master and third madam have invited the Dali Temple to come over. You can talk later if you have anything to say." This time, everyone in the room looked different. Zhang Zhuzhu drank tea and said, "This is about the life of the second master. You should think about it carefully." There was silence in the room, and Hu Da's face was distorted. After 2/4 of an hour, Li Fu's classmate, the temple master named Xia, came. He glanced at the people in the room and greeted Li Fu and his wife. Li Fu said, "Brother Xia, thank you for your trouble." Xia Ying was the same age as Li Fu. His father was an official, but he had passed away. After Xia Ying passed the imperial examination, he went to the Dali Temple and had not been promoted in these years. Xia Ying laughed and said, "It's a small matter. Don't worry. My brother and sister-in-law. I have interrogated many murderers and arsonists. I don't even need to look at this. I know how to go back at a glance." So in less than 2/4 of an hour, Hu Da, 2 horse feeders, and a coachman were held there. Manager Yu was innocent, but he was also accused of failing to do his job well and letting others take advantage of him. Xia Ying drank a sip of tea. "The tea at Sanling's house is good." Zhang Zhuzhu immediately winked at Xiaoan. And Li Fu said, "You are now coming to me to ask for money." Xia Ying smiled. "Alas, life is not easy." Zhang Zhuzhu stood up. "I have to take care of family affairs. Sanling, you and brother Xia go to the study to talk, and stay for dinner later." Xia Ying bowed to Zhang Zhuzhu. "Then I won't be polite." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Thank you for helping me interrogate." Xia Ying waved her hand and went to the study with Li Fu. Hu Kun and Miao were brought in. The Dali Temple had personally questioned the case, and there were witnesses and evidence. Hu Kun was sweating profusely and said, "Third Grandma, my boy was confused for a moment. Please be merciful." Miao also cried, "Third Grandma, I married into the Li family with my wife. For so many years, I have no merits but have worked hard. Please forgive him for the sake of my husband and me." Hu Da and others never thought that Zhang Zhuzhu would report to the police. He had arranged everything from beginning to end. If the people around Zhang Zhuzhu came to interrogate, they would say that Manager Yu listened to Zhang Zhuzhu's orders and wanted to save on the horses' rations. So the horses were not used to the new rations and had problems on the road. They had already agreed on a common story and ensured that no one would say anything wrong. He even took care of the people selling grain outside. They thought that Zhang Zhuzhu, a weak woman, would be fooled. But they didn't expect Zhang Zhuzhu to play by the rules and actually call the people from the Dali Temple. Isn't it said that family disgrace should not be made public? Why report to the authorities? Xia Ying was full of murderous intent. As soon as he opened his mouth, he talked about how he tortured the prisoners. How could these people bear it? He confessed everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You three, pack your things and go to the farm outside the city. These people know a lot about the Li family. It is definitely not okay to let them go. Send them to the farm to be watched first." Upon hearing this, Miao shouted, "I want to see the second grandma. I want to see the madam. You are being tortured into confessing." A few guards came in from outside and took the man away. Zhang Zhuzhu stood in the corridor, looked at the others, and said, "Okay, go do what you need to do." These people left silently like a sawed gourd. Zhou Ri leaned on her husband's arms and sighed. "Is this considered shooting myself in the foot?" Zhang Zhuzhu reported to the police, which was completely ruthless. Although it achieved the purpose of deterrence, it was too much. Li Zhu was helpless and said, "Don't do this in the future. That couple is not easy to bully." Zhou Ri, "Then it's too late for me to regret." Li Zhu touched her belly. "Don't worry about it. They have a way to end it. You and the child are more important." Zhou Ri thought about it, and it was indeed the case. When Xia Ying left, she took away half a pound of tea. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Your friend is really rude." Li Fu said, "He has always been like this. Otherwise, he would have been promoted long ago." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "Is that so?" The family was really peaceful for 2 days, and everyone did things according to the new rules. And there were no more troubles. That morning, the young man who ran errands in the account office came over and told Zhang Zhuzhu that he was better at calculating than the current accountant. and came to ask for a way out. Zhang Zuzu was waiting for someone to compete, and immediately asked the managers to come over and let the young man compete with the current gentleman on the spot. Chapter 173 New Official Takes Office. The manager of the Li family's account office is not young anymore, but he is very reliable. He is not afraid of the competition. He said with a smile, "My eyesight is blurry. If I make a mistake, please don't laugh at me." Zhang Zhuzhu knew that he had been managing the accounts of the Li family for many years. He made some small mistakes, but they were definitely not serious problems. He was also a respected old man in the family. The young man surnamed Wang quickly saluted, a little nervous, and said, "Old Su, you are joking. You are the most experienced. I am just showing off my skills. Please don't laugh at me." Zhang Zhuzhu saw that the atmosphere was good, so she let them start the competition. First, there were some simple questions, and neither of them made any mistakes. But Mr. Su was indeed old, and he could not calculate as fast as Wang Jun. Zhang Zhuzhu brought 2 account books and asked them to check the problems. Both of them pointed out many problems, and Zhang Zhuzhu showed an admiring look at Wang Jun, who was a talented person. Mr. Su sighed, "It seems that I have to accept my old age." Wang Jun bowed to him. Zhang Zhuzhu asked, "How old is Mr. Su now?" Mr. Su felt bitter, thinking that the Li family was really going to change dynasties, and he, an old man, would also give up his position. He said, "I am 61 this year." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and said, "I think you have children and grandchildren around you. At this age, you should go back and enjoy the happiness of family life." There was a moment of silence around them. To be honest, if Zhang Zhuzhu really decided to send old Su away, then they would have to go to the Lin family to invite Lin Weining back. Yes, old Su recalled his experiences over the years. He supported a large family with his job in the Li family. "Let's put it this way," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "The work in the accounting office is really laborious. You are old and have worked for the Li family for so long. I really can't bear to let you work hard again. You can go back and enjoy your life. The Li family will give you half of your current monthly salary every month. If you sell yourself to the Li family, your family will be responsible for your retirement." But old Su is just working in the Li family. When old Su heard this, he was very surprised. Isn't this asking me to take advantage? He didn't covet the Li family's advantage. The Li family was very generous. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "Not only you, but also the family in the future will follow this rule. Do you have a suitable child or grandchild? You can pick one and send it to the Li family to work." Old Su's eyes widened. "Oh, good." He didn't hesitate this time. Being able to work in the Li family, the money is high and decent. He must pick a smart one to come. If he can follow such a generous master as the third grandmother, he will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Zhang Zhuzhu settled the old man and looked at Wang Jun again. "Well done." Wang Jun bowed and said, "I am not talented." Zhang Zhuzhu said to Su Lao, "Wang Jun is young. Please take care of him for half a month to let him get familiar with what he has to do." Su Lao was already thinking about how to enjoy his life, so naturally he agreed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I keep my word. If you think you have the ability, just come to me. Don't play tricks. You have seen what happened in the Hu family. Don't think that you can last long by suppressing the people below and not letting them stand out. This family is so small that it can't be concealed. Encourage competition, but don't encourage vicious competition. As long as you have the ability, there is no place for you at home, and there are shops everywhere outside. If there is no place, I can open one for you now. Just focus on the right things." The managers of various places hurriedly bowed and said they dared not. Everyone has their own strengths. If you feel that the work you are doing now is not what you like and are not good at, come to me, and I will arrange you to a suitable place. Everything can be discussed," Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile. Everyone thought, "What are you discussing? You almost sent the Hu family to jail." "I have written a new rule." "Shaoan, tell everyone," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Shaoan stepped forward to read the rules. First, there are all kinds of things that are absolutely not allowed, such as committing crimes, betraying the master for fame, etc., which are absolutely not allowed. Then, there are some new regulations, such as working hours arrangement, vacation arrangement, 3 times the salary on holidays, and relatively reduced working hours. Generally speaking, the burden is reduced and the salary is increased. A slap in the face should be sweetened. Can we still go out? The person in charge of guarding the house said. Xiaowan said, yes. You can bring your family. And the public will pay for it. She probably followed the system of a modern company, which completely subverted the previous management model of the Li family. Can you still bring your family? You can bring them. Xiaowan continued. By the way, you all need to learn to read. You need to learn to read. And only after you learn to read can you train professional skills. You can't do things completely based on your feelings. When everyone heard that they had to learn to read, they were very confused. Zhang Zuzhu explained, in the future, in the Li family, there will be a small test every month, and a big test every 3 months. Those who guard the house will compete in boxing and kicking skills. Those who work in the kitchen will compete in cooking skills. Those who grow flowers and plants will also see who grows the best. And the first place in each item will be rewarded. Everyone immediately started to discuss. At this time, the maids also looked at Zhang Zuzhu eagerly. And Zhang Zuzhu asked, you have to compete in appearance, speech, and etiquette. You are the face of the Li family. The maids immediately stood in a neat line, as they had learned this before. Zhang Zuzhu saw the girls like this and said with a smile, how about this? I will give you money for rouge and powder. Not from the public account, but from me. Of course, these maids do not include the people in the rooms of other female relatives of the Li family. The girls immediately bowed to her, and they all looked very happy. Zhang Zuzhu said, okay. Those who can read should read those rules several times to those who can't read, and remember them well. It's okay to make mistakes now, because they are all new rules. And I won't say anything. But if there are still problems in half a month or a month, then you can't blame me. Zhang Zuzhu called Wang Jun away for questioning. The maids gathered together. Bai Lu said, third madam is really nice. She didn't send her away casually, and even gave them money for rouge and powder. If you go to the Hu family. Another maid heard Bai Lu talking, and couldn't help but feel jealous. Don't talk like that. It's written in the rules that you can't spread rumors. Bai Lu didn't agree to the Hu family in the first place. It was the Hu family who spread rumors everywhere, which led to this misunderstanding. If you dare to talk nonsense, third madam won't keep you. The maid quickly shut up. Bai Lu raised her head and said, I don't want to marry into the Hu family at all. Third madam said that no one can force me to marry. And you are the same. In the Li family, she no longer had to worry about being betrothed by her master at a word. This was Zhang Zuzhu's promise to them. In Zhang Zuzhu's opinion, she should try her best to give these girls the opportunity to choose. Lin Weining served the old lady wholeheartedly in the Lin family, and Yang Ma and several maids accompanied her. That day, Miao ran to the Lin family crying, and when she saw Yang Ma, she burst into tears. Chapter 174 Sewing Discord. Nani Yang was startled and thought something had happened at home. So she helped her up. Qingtao, tell madam quickly that something happened at home. Hurried back. Qingtao was a servant of Lin Weining, and when she heard this, she hurried to leave. Miao heard this and immediately stopped Qingtao. No. Nothing is wrong at home. It was the third madam who was the housekeeper, and our family of 3 were all driven to the farm. Nanny Yang and Qingtao were a little confused when they heard this. But before they could ask the cause and effect, Miao started crying. We followed the master and the madam, and we went through wind and rain. In the past few years, we stayed at home well, but now the third madam has sent us all away with just one word. This? Oh, I won't live anymore. Miao cried and wailed. Nani Yang was afraid that the Lin family would hear such an ugly thing. So she scolded, shut up. What are you shouting about? Third madam has her own reasons for doing things, and your crying is useless. Qingtao said, I will report to the madam. We can't just listen to Miao's one-sided story. Lin Weining heard about this and said, did Miao say any reason? Qingtao said, she hesitated and refused to say. I think she might have done something wrong. Third madam is not like you and second madam, who cares about the old times, and she just sent them away. Lin Weining nodded, you are right. Miao was indeed an old man who had accompanied her for many years. But in the past 6 months, since the Li family returned home, some people thought they had made contributions and started to run rampant at home. Go back and take a look. I'm afraid the family is in a turmoil. Lin Weining said. What about Miao? Qingtao asked. Lin Weining laughed and said, she doesn't even dare to say what she did. If I stand up for her, I will be embarrassed in front of the daughters-in-law. You take her home and let Zhang deal with her. Qingtao obeyed the order and left. Miao was a little uneasy when she saw Qingtao was going to take her back. She said, Miss Qingtao, the madam doesn't want to see me? Qingtao said, the madam is helping the old lady to sleep and told me to take you back. Although the words were not very clear, Miao was proud. She knew that the madam was nostalgic. Now that she stood up for her, Zhang, the daughter-in-law, would definitely not dare to say anything. As for her son's affairs, the wife didn't know about it, and Zhang didn't dare to offend the wife. So she kept it secret. Qingtao was unhappy to see her shrewd and calculating. But she didn't say anything. Why is the third grandmother dissatisfied with you? Qingtao asked. Miao avoided the main point and said, alas, my son has taken a fancy to Miss Bai Lu in the wife's room. And the wife and the second grandmother. We all know it. This is true. I begged the third grandmother. But the little hoof Bai Lu said he didn't want to. And stayed to work for the third grandmother. I don't know what she said to the third grandmother. So that our family suffered this hardship. Miao sighed and scolded Bai Lu. Qingtao didn't want to hear Miao's crying voice anymore. So she didn't ask. After returning to the Li family, Qingtao found something different. Sister Qingtao is back? The gatekeeper saw her and immediately stepped forward to ask. When he saw Miao, the servant immediately changed his face. Didn't you go to the farm? Without the words of the third madam. Who would let you out? Qingtao heard the servant's words, as if he had officially regarded the third madam as the head of the family, and thought that the third madam was indeed capable. Miao hid behind Qingtao and didn't say anything. Qingtao said, I'll go see the third madam first. Zhang Zhuzhu was looking at the gift list for the new year in the study. The new year was coming soon, and all these had to be prepared in advance. Seeing Qingtao bring Miao back, she knew what was going on. She knew about Miao sneaking out, and she wanted to know how she was going to deal with the people around her mother-in-law. Are you here to call for punishment? Qingtao came in and bowed to Zhang Zhuzhu, saying, Miao ran away from the manor. It's her fault. I brought her back to third madam. You decide how to deal with her. Miao. Miao was dumbfounded. Didn't she stand up for her? How could it be called a punishment? Why? Zhang Zhuzhu immediately smiled and said, It's my fault for not guarding strictly. I'm sorry to trouble Miss Qingtao. No trouble. Third madam has worked hard. Qingtao said. Zhang Zhuzhu said it was not hard, and greeted Lin Weiying, and then asked Xiaowan to help pack up. On the way, Xiaowan told Qingtao what the Hu family had done. One was to force Bai Lu, and the other was to collude with the insiders and outsiders, almost hurting their second master. Qingtao sneered after hearing the whole story. Madam also said that Miao must have done something bad, so she was driven out. Third madam is still too soft-hearted. Such a cunning slave should have her legs broken and her tongue pulled out before being driven away, so that she would not talk nonsense and sow discord everywhere. Xiaowan said, Alas, after all, she is an old person in the family. Our grandmother misses the old feelings and plans to wait for madam to come home later and ask madam to make the decision. Qingtao said, No need to ask the madam. Third madam, just deal with them. Old feelings are old feelings. Can old feelings betray the master? Xiaowan nodded immediately. Sister Qingtao is right. I will tell our grandmother when I go back. Qingtao returned to Lin Weiying's room and called the maid to learn about the family affairs from beginning to end. And then her eyes widened when she went back and told Lin Weiying. Lin Weiying laughed. Seeing her smile, the old lady said, What's the happy event at home? Lin Weiying shook his head. It's not a happy event. I'm laughing at my second daughter-in-law, who stole the chicken but lost the rice. Zhou Ri is smart and likable, with many small thoughts. But she is not bad. She wants to use her pregnancy to let Zhang Zhuzhu drive away these troublemakers at home, so that she can return peace at that time. As a result, Zhang Zhuzhu took the initiative to change the rules, and everyone was very satisfied with the changes. It would be much easier to manage in the future. The conflict between the rules and the old relationship was resolved. It would be much easier for Zhou Rui to manage in the future. But she would have to adapt to the new rules left by Zhang Zhuzhu from now on. And everyone would remember Zhang Zhuzhu's kindness. Just look at this one rule. When someone in the family has a birthday, they can receive a reward, and they can rest for a day without deducting wages. Who doesn't like this rule? The expenses are indeed a bit high. But to be honest, The Li family doesn't need this money. If a family like theirs deducts money from the servants, it means that the family is doomed. What they want is for the people below to work loyally, not to be vague and procrastinate. There is a small competition every month and a big competition every 3 months. Who dares to work recklessly? There are many people waiting to replace them. After listening to her, Mrs. Lin looked at the new rules brought by Qintao and smiled. Sanlang's wife is a good child. I know she is kind-hearted after seeing these rules. Lin Wenying said, yes. I don't quite understand her. In the words of those scholars, she has a heart to help the world. When she was in Song'an County, she earned a lot and gave a lot away. Some people got a good reputation for working for the Wuwang mansion before, and the children in the charity bureau really benefited. Now the Li family also uses this set. It is not easy for ordinary women to live a good life. Not like her. Chapter 175. Visiting the Plum Garden. Zhang Zhuzhu keeps the house in good order, so there are basically no major problems. Li Fu saw that she had been busy for several days, and prepared to take her out to play. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to go out yet, and said, it's winter. I still want to sleep at home. Li Fu said, the flowers in the plum garden are blooming. I want to see them. Li Fu liked this flower and that flower, although Zhang Zhuzhu was not interested. Since Li Fu made a request, she still had to agree. Okay, I'll go with you. Zhang Zhuzhu compromised. She said that she was tired and asked her to go out to play. But in the end, she accompanied Li Fu to see the flowers. Li Fu didn't mean to force her. If you don't want to go, then we can go somewhere else. No, I don't have any place I want to go anyway. You look at the flowers and I look at you. Let's look at our own things and it won't delay us. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu smiled and hugged her in his arms. Our Zhuzhu is really generous and kind to me. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed her. Go to sleep quickly. Stop making trouble. The next morning, the couple went out to play happily. The plum garden is in the south of the city. It takes more than half an hour to take a carriage. Zhang Zhuzhu slept again in the carriage. When she opened her eyes, she had arrived at the place. The two got off the carriage and went to the garden to see the plum blossoms. It was quite lively today. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I don't know how much this garden costs. I want to see if I can buy it, and let our Sanlang enjoy it alone without letting anyone else in. Li Fu laughed non-stop when he heard this. Okay. Then I'll wait for that day. People passing by turned their heads to look at them when they heard the conversation between the two. This is really interesting. Usually men say such things to women, but now it's the other way around. Could it be that this tall and handsome man is a gigolo? Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu didn't care about the eyes of others at all, and went straight in to enjoy the flowers. Li Fu said, it's a pity that it didn't snow. It will be more beautiful when it snows. Zhang Zhuzhu said, just come back when it snows. Then you have to accompany me. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. I will accompany you. The two of them have known each other for many years, and have only seen a heavy snowfall together. And then, they were separated for a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu once thought that their story would end after that heavy snowfall. Fortunately, it didn't, and they were lucky enough to be a sweet couple. Now that they are married, it is naturally good to be able to enjoy the snow again. The two of them walked in the plum garden, holding each other's hands. And Zhang Zhuzhu said, how many branches of plum blossoms can I pick and take away? Li Fu, you have to pay. Zhang Zhuzhu, it seems that the owner of this plum garden is very good at doing business. Then Zhuzhu, are you willing to pay for me? Li Fu asked with a smile. Zhang Zhuzhu, sure. Our Sanlang is worth the money. Li Fu, then I will pick more to take back and keep. Not too many. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Too many will not be worth it. This was a joke. Of course. Li Fu sighed. I am priceless. Huh? You always say sweet words to me, saying that I am a priceless treasure. A darling. But now you are reluctant to ask me to pick a few plum blossoms back? Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's arm. Sweet words don't cost money. But plum blossoms really do cost money. After saying this, she laughed first. Li Fu pinched her face and smiled. The couple chatted and laughed as they walked around the plum garden. When they were tired, they decided to find a place to rest for a while. A group of young people gathered in front of them. They were dressed like scholars and brought female servants with them. They should be scholars from some wealthy families in the capital. Zhang Zhuzhu heard them composing poems, all about plum blossoms. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. What do you think of their poems? Li Fu said, it's good. The tones are right. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't quite understand this. Just as she was about to continue reading, Li Fu suddenly covered her eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu, what are you doing? Li Fu, don't look at anything inappropriate. There was a burst of laughter from the other side. Zhang Zhuzhu said, hey, they just kissed each other. What's wrong with that? It's probably those young men kissing the women they brought to serve them or something. Zhang Zhuzhu wouldn't feel embarrassed. Li Fu said, let's change places. These people are ruining the scenery of the plum garden. Plum blossoms are originally noble, but they are polluted by these people. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up, looked back, and was taken away by Li Fu. When you become an official in the future, what will you do if your colleagues ask you to drink wine? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Li Fu said, of course I won't agree. He promised Zhuzhu that he would not approach any woman. And he would do it. Zhang Zhuzhu, what if they isolate you and don't take you to play with them? Li Fu said, then I will write a letter to strictly prohibit officials from entering Qinlu and Chuguan. Those who violate it will go home to farm. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. And Li Fu said, this regulation has always existed. But the late emperor has been a playboy for more than 10 years. If the emperor likes something, the subordinates will follow it. There is no need to wait for me to become an official. I will go to the King Wu's mansion to talk about this matter. If you indulge in women and can't control yourself, you will definitely not achieve great things. There is no point keeping such a person. Just like those people just now. Coming out to write poems is considered a refined thing. And letting women accompany drinking is inappropriate. This kind of romantic atmosphere should be cleared up. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, paused, and said, I seem to have forgotten some people. Li Fu, what did you forget? Zhang Zhuzhu said, the wedding gifts sent to us by the Prince of Jing are many women. I have been too busy in the past 6 months and forgot about them all. Li Fu was about to comfort her, and said that they could just be sent away. Then Zhang Zhuzhu said loudly, I actually let more than 10 people eat my food for half a year for nothing. How can this be possible? No one can take advantage of her like this. Li Fu, then, what are you going to do? According to her temperament, she would definitely not say that she would sell people for money. Nor would she give them away like objects. Zhang Zhuzhu is very respectful to others. She would not force even the maids and servants at home. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it is impossible to let them go. It would be fine if they were let go at the beginning. But it would be a big loss to let them go after delaying for half a year. By the way, Sister Ye will come to the capital soon. She must be planning to open another shop. I will train them later. They all have to go to work. Even if they want to leave, they have to earn back the food money for me in the past 6 months. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu said, you can arrange your people however you want. The couple played in the plum garden for most of the day. After returning to the city, they had a full meal outside and then went home together. Li Fu once again carried her to the yard. And this time no one said anything. Zhang Zhuzhu said, who asked you to carry me? I just had a full meal, and I'm not tired. Li Fu, I let you do it. I'm willing. He just wanted to be so open and above board. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged Li Fu's neck and laughed. 2 days later, it was the wedding date of Princess Heong. And Zhang Zhuzhu went to Prince Jing's mansion early. Chapter 176 Husband's Responsibility. The Prince Jing's mansion was very lively inside and outside. The marriage of Princess Heong to the Pan family was really a big deal. When Zhang Zhuzhu entered the house, she heard people say that the dowry that Prince Jing gave to his daughter filled 3 courtyards, which was very rich. Li Fu went to the Pan family, and Lin Weiying came from the Lin mansion. Zhao Ping saw her mother-in-law first, and went there with Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhou Rui was pregnant, and it was cold, and there were many people, so it was not convenient to go out. Lin Weiying said, I'm here, and it seems that you two are in good spirits. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled, yes. Although I am the housekeeper, the affairs of the family are not important. I have arranged both good and bad things. I rested for the past 2 days. Zhao Ping naturally saw what the 2 sisters-in-law were doing. She didn't intend to get involved. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Weiying thought that Zhang Zhuzhu still dared to say that. She had overturned the family's assets. Although the rules were good, if Zhou Rui followed her rules in the future and couldn't manage any results, wouldn't it be a joke? But she couldn't favor anyone in the affairs of the younger generation. So she said, that's good. If you don't understand anything about the new year, ask your second sister-in-law. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. And the three mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law went to find people they knew. Before Princess Heian was dressed up, a group of people surrounded her room, making a lot of noise. Some reminded her of the precautions, and some came to congratulate her. Zhang Zuzhu walked through the crowd, looked at her crown, and said, "The pearls on your crown are big and valuable." Princess Heian thought to herself that this was a money grubber. Such a beautiful pearl. You only see its value? Zhang Zuzhu, valuable things are beautiful. Princess Heian thought the same thing, and opened the makeup box on her dressing table, which almost blinded Zhang Zuzhu's eyes. Zhang Zuzhu thought again. What kind of great virtue must be accumulated to be reborn as Princess Heian? I have prepared a lot of wedding candies and cakes in my house. I will ask someone to pack some and send them to the charity bureau later, Princess Heian said. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, "Then go there when you have time. Those children will miss you." When Princess Heian thought of those children, she felt much better. Yeah, they are all good children. When they mentioned children, everyone started talking about their own children. Then Rong Yang-ho's wife suddenly said, "As women, the most important thing is to expand the family of the husband. If Princess Heian marries into the husband's family and gives birth to a son early, she will have nothing to worry about." Everyone basically thought so, and they all gave Princess Heian their blessings. Then someone said that the gift they gave today was a statue of Guanyin, the goddess of childbirth. However, the topic suddenly changed, and Rong Yang-ho's wife said to Zhang Zuzhu, "I remember that the third daughter-in-law of the Li family. You have been married for half a year, and your stomach is still not moving? Zhang Zuzhu, why are you talking about her all of a sudden? There are so many people in the house. The wife of Rongyang Marquis is picking on the weak." Zhang Zuzhu glanced at her and asked, "No. What's wrong?" Women usually feel guilty, uneasy, and can't raise their heads when talking about not having children. But Zhang Luzhu asked directly what was wrong, which made everyone at a loss for words. The wife of Rongyang Marquis also choked and said for a while, "Isn't this the elder's concern for you? Sanlang is a child that everyone has watched grow up. Seeing that he has no children at this age, the elders are worried." Everyone looked at Zhang Zuzhu, wondering how she would react. Princess Heian was also somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to speak up for her. Zhang Zuzhu still smiled. "Thank you very much. Not only you are worried, I am worried too. I wonder if you know any doctors? I will invite the doctor to my house later and let Sanlang take a look." Zhang Zuzhu directly put the blame on Li Fu. There was a silence in the room, and the girls suddenly didn't know how to respond. They wanted to ask Zhang Zuzhu whether she could take medicine or give birth. Not Li Fu. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhang Zuzhu said, "You don't know anyone. That's a pity." They could easily humiliate Zhang Zuzhu. But Li Fu was the confidant of King Wu, and King Wu took care of him as a junior. So how dare they do that? Someone took the initiative to smooth things over, saying, "What's the big deal? It's not uncommon for newlyweds to have children after 1 or 2 years. Don't worry. Yes, I got pregnant in the 2nd year." Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, "Really? Then I'm relieved. I won't let Sanlang see a doctor." Everyone laughed and changed the topic. The Princess of Heian looked at Zhang Zuzhu and said, "You said that? Isn't Li Sanlang angry?" Zhang Zuzhu said, "Why should I be angry? He is my husband. It is his duty to let him bear these gossips for me. Besides, having children is not just my business." Zhang Zuzhu had discussed this matter with Li Fu a long time ago. When there was trouble, Zhang Zuzhu just pushed it onto him. This was what Li Fu, as a man, should do. They dared to say that Zhang couldn't have children, but they didn't dare to say Li Fu. Heian Princess said, "Don't men care about these things? Fertility problems are always blamed on women. Only women are ashamed. But no men can't have children." Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, "But compared to these, the most important thing is that I am not slandered and insulted." Heian Princess looked at her for a long time. "You are really brave." Zhang Zuzhu said, "If there is always someone who has to be wronged, why is it me? Husband and wife are one. In such a society where men and women are extremely unequal and women are vassals of men, Li Fu, as a man, should take more responsibilities. Otherwise, Zhang Zuzhu might as well become a nun instead of marrying him." This was heard by Lin Weiying soon, and Princess Jing sneered, On the day of my daughter's wedding. What's the point of her coming to say something? My daughter is so childless. But she still wants to be arrogant in the Pan family. Everyone is so wicked like her. No wonder her first son is gone. I think it's the retribution for her lack of virtue. Lin Weining was also very unhappy, saying that her son and daughter-in-law can't have children. Is this reasonable? The Rongyang Marquis' mansion will not last long, she said. Princess Jing agreed, that's right. There is such a lady with an imperial decree, who will bring disaster to 3 generations. Whose lady is so rude? Going to stir up trouble for the younger generation. At this time, a lady said to Lin Weining, why don't you call your daughter-in-law over to persuade her? It's common to have children late. Your daughter-in-law is timid. Don't be frightened by this. The children she should have had are scared away. Lin Weining. It's okay. I'll ask San Lang to persuade her later. Who can scare her? After a long time of excitement, the wedding party arrived at the door. The maid came in happily and said with a smile, Princess, the people brought by the son-in-law are both civil and military. Especially San Lang of the Li family. No one can stop him. The Princess of Haiyang, wearing a heavy and gorgeous hair crown, said to Zhang Zhuzhu, how can this princess be so embarrassed? Go and take your husband away. Be sure to stop for a while. Chapter 177 Respect you. Prefer you. Zhang Zhuzhu went out with a smile. The people who blocked the door were almost unable to stop them. Zhang Zhuzhu went to the door, and saw Li Fu still writing poems. She squeezed through the crowd and said, San Lang, I'm tired. When Li Fu heard this, he immediately left the group of people behind him, went up to help Zhang Ouzu, and went to rest. Hey, don't go. You are only halfway through writing a poem. Where are you going? That's right. Why are you leaving? Li Fu waved his hand and said, you can do it yourself. It's the marriage between Zhou and Pan. Is it reasonable for him, Li, to try to get them to open the door? After that, Li Fu left with Zhang Zhuzhu, and the team blocking the door suddenly became confident again. When everyone saw Zhang Zhuzhu call Li Fu away with just 5 words, they also laughed. Is the third brother of the Li family henpecked? I think so. How can a grown man be afraid of his wife? Li Fu didn't listen to what they said and let them find a way to get in. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, it's over. After today, I'm afraid people will laugh at you. Li Fu took her hand and said, what are you laughing at me for? Zhang Zhuzhu, if they laugh at you for being afraid of me, they will probably laugh at you for not having children. She told Li Fu about the previous things. Li Fu really didn't care about this and said, it's okay. They don't dare. Zhang Zhuzhu also admitted generously, I pushed the question to you just to avoid trouble. Otherwise they would ask me about taking a concubine. Li Fu held her hand and said seriously, I know. No need to explain. No matter what happens, even if the sky falls, I will stand in front of you. Next time someone asks, you still say the same thing. The two of them wandered outside the lively crowd. Zhang Zhuzhu heard his words, came up and kissed him on the cheek very quickly. Then are you afraid of me? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Li Fu, I respect you and prefer you. Fear and love are not the same thing. Some people show a tough and disdainful attitude towards their wives in front of outsiders to show their authority and their status in the relationship between husband and wife. Li Fu does not think that is commendable. Doing so is completely not treating the other party as a human being. He and Zhuzhu respect and care for each other. Li Fu has the ability to win the respect of others in his career, and he does not need to prove himself in his family status. Those who do that are all fools. Thank you, San Lang, for your hard work, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, this reward is not enough. Zhang Zhuzhu patted him on the arm. And at this time, the two heard a cry of surprise. The people who came to welcome the bride surrounded Pan Jingping and formed a battle formation, breaking through the gate of the Jingwang mansion. My shoes? Where are my shoes? The threshold? The threshold is broken. Pants? Who pulled my pants? Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu laughed. And the wedding procession entered the gate of King Jing's mansion. The prince of King Jing shouted from behind, what are you doing? I, your brother-in-law, had not agreed to let you in. But no one paid attention to him. Zhang Zhuzhu said, are you here to welcome the bride? Are you here to rob? Li Fu smiled and said, let's go and watch the robbery. The couple held hands and went to watch the excitement. After going through the process again, King Jing and the princess hugged each other and cried bitterly. They taught their son casually, but they raised their daughter as their own. Taught her to be well-educated, smart, and sensible. Usually, the child often comforted them. Such a good girl is getting married now. And her parents are naturally reluctant to let her go. But no matter how reluctant they are, their daughter should get married. Princess Haeong bid farewell to her parents in tears, and left the house with her new husband. The crowd moved to the Pan family again. Li Fu watched them get married and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's freezing cold. But fortunately our wedding date is not delayed until winter." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You are still proud." Li Fu, "I'm not proud. I want to thank Zhuzhu for marrying me so hastily." At that time, everyone couldn't see clearly what the Li family was like. So there were not many guests at that time. If it were now, the threshold of the Li family would have been trampled flat. Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's okay. It wasn't too hasty." After the couple finished their wedding ceremony, everyone went to the bridal chamber. Pan Jingping's hands and feet seemed to be borrowed, and he saw the face of the bride amid everyone's jokes. Then Princess Haeong was embarrassed for a rare time, and whispered a few new words. Then Pan Jingping was called out to drink again, and Princess Haeong stayed in the room to recognize the people of the Pan family, with her status and the dowry she brought. Both her sister-in-law and her younger sister-in-law were polite, and no one made things difficult for her. She also spoke politely to the people of the Pan family, and did not put on a superior attitude. After a busy day, it was already late when Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu returned home. Li Fu also had to take care of his drunk father. Li Qi was helped down from the carriage by his son, and said, "Your mother has not been home for a long time. When she saw me today, she did not ask me if I ate well or slept well. You can tell how broad-minded she is. She is not afraid that someone will snatch me away." Li Fu could not help laughing and said, "No. Mother knows you are not that kind of person. She is quite confident at her age. Has she been with King Wu for too long?" Li Qi, "When your father was young, he was also famous for his good looks. When will your mother come back? I see that your grandmother is much better now. It's almost the new year." He was drunk, and Li Fu sent him back to the house, sweating from exhaustion. Zhang Zhuzhu has already washed up and is drying her hair. Li Fu went up to dry her hair and said, "Dad is really... I think he has gained weight these days. I can hardly move him." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I guess he has been drinking too much recently. When Mom is not at home, he always goes out to drink with his colleagues. It's the end of the year, and officials don't drink. There is nothing we can do about it." Li Fu took a sip of tea. "Well, I'll tell Mom and ask her to tell Dad to drink less. Drinking will delay things and hurt your body." Zhang Zhuzhu, "You should drink less too." Li Fu said, "Yes, I drank the least today. If someone persuades me to drink, I will say that I am drunk and your sister-in-law will be angry." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Aren't you destroying my personality? I am so weak and pitiful. How can I get angry in front of you?" Li Fu thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. When powerful people get angry, they have powerful ways to deal with it. When a weak person like you gets angry, you naturally have weak ways to deal with it." Li Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. "If I were weak and angry, I would send you to the study to sleep and not let you come in." Li Fu hugged her in his arms. "What if I get powerful?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "I'm afraid I'll hit you." Li Fu smiled and said, "Then I dare not make you angry." He didn't want to go to the study, nor did he want to be beaten. He just wanted to come back at night and sleep with his wife in his arms. Chapter 178. Friends go to Beijing. After more than half a year of separation, Yao Yusen, her parents and brother finally came to Beijing together. Zhang Zhuzhu helped the Yao family find a place to settle down. As soon as they arrived in Beijing, they went out to pick them up. Yao Yusen hugged Zhang Zhuzhu. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed each other very much. Yao Yusen said, "Before I came, I went to see my two sisters." Yao Yusen was talking about Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yinin. The eldest sister's family is not peaceful. Her sisters-in-law are really not honest at all, Yao Yusen said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "She probably thinks that the son she gave birth to is the eldest grandson. So how can she not make trouble?" At that time, the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family got pregnant before she married, earlier than Zhang Jinjin. Zhang Zhuzhu suggested that if Ningguo, born by Zhang Jinjin, became the eldest grandson, there might be unrest over there. But Zhang Zhuzhu was not worried. Her sister was not a soft persimmon. and the Liu family did not dare to bully her eldest sister. When I came, the second sister had not given birth yet. I found the best midwife over there. She should have given birth by now. I see that she is in good spirits, and the second brother-in-law is with her every day. I am sure that the mother and child are safe, Yao Yusen said. She also brought their letters, and Zhang Juju thought about sending them to her parents in a while. Zhang Juju missed them very much. Wu Guinyang and Zhang Dachuan must miss them even more. When the weather gets warmer, they will come to the capital. Yao Yusen comforted her. Zhang Zuju nodded. Yes. Thank you. Why are you saying such polite words to me? We are sisters. Yao Yusen smiled. Yao County Magistrate. It should not be called that now. He came to the capital to report on his work, and he must stay here. Yao Qingxin packed up his things and came out. Congratulations to you and your wife first. Zhang Juju said, it's the end of the year. Li Fu is not at home. Please come to my house another day. Yao Qingxin smiled. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Zuju asked some more about Songyang County, and then went to see the account book of Xiangxi Tower with Yao Yusen. Still making money. Yao Yusen said, what do you think of moving this business to Beijing? Zhang Juju, of course there is no problem. I can help you. Yao Yusen heard this and said, it's my turn to help you. Their cooperation has always been led by Zhang Juju, who has more methods. Zhang Juju said, no. This time you come. I want to do something else. She was just making money before. Now that she has money, Zhang Zuju wants to do other things. Yao Yusen knew she was smart. So she said, okay, I'll do it. But I must ask you to help me. Zhang Zuju nodded. And Yao Yusen sat down next to her. Let's not talk about these vulgar things. You and Li Fu are in a hurry. You will get married in August. How are you two? Have you quarreled? Many couples will quarrel no matter how loving they are. Seeing her gossiping, Zhang Juju said, if you are so curious, you should get married quickly, and you will know. Yao Yusen said, no, I am not in a hurry. My brother is still a bachelor. My parents will definitely find him a marriage first. It is too early for me. Zhang Zuju smiled and said, I think your parents must be worried and unable to sleep. Yao Qingxin is older than Li Fu. He will be 26 next year. If he gets married early, his children will be 8 or 9 years old at 26. How can the old couple of the Yao family not be anxious? What's the point of their anxiety? My brother wants someone who has studied and can read and write. There is no one in Songyang County anyway. And there is no one in our hometown. Let's see if there is any in Beijing. Yao Yusen said. There must be one in Beijing. What about you? Zhang Zuzu said. What kind of person are you looking for? Yao Yusen didn't know. She gently pushed Zhang Juju. Can you find someone for me? Zhang Zuzu, who? Your ex-fiancé? Yao Yusen, you are really smart. Go find out and see how he is doing. Zhang Juju had never asked about Yao Yusen's ex. She didn't even know his name, and said puzzledly, why ask about him? That's all in the past. If you can't forget about such a person, then I won't agree. No, I'm not obsessed with him. I just want to see if he is doing well. Yao Yusen said. If he is not doing well, I will be relieved. Zhang Juzu. What if he is doing well? Yao Yusen. Then my brother will be appointed to a post in the capital next year. You can find a way for my brother to become a high-ranking official. As long as I am better than him, I will be happy. Anyway, if that ungrateful person is doing well, then God has no eyes. Zhang Zhulu laughed. What is his name? Han Zixin. This is the first time Yao Yusen has called the other person by his full name in so many years. Yao Yusen was very calm. She would no longer feel sad when she mentioned this person. She has parents and brother who love her, good friends, and money to earn. If she had married Han Zixin at that time, she would not know what kind of life she would have now. I'll go find out for you, Zhang Zuzu said. With the Li family's connections, it's easy to find out. Zhang Juju said to Li Fu, do you know? Li Fu, what do I know? Sister Yao's ex-fiancé married the eldest sister-in-law's concubine. Zhang Zuzu was shocked. They're relatives. It was said before that Zhao Ping's family has many sisters. The legitimate daughters try their best to marry high, and the concubines marry those who have passed the imperial examination in Beijing. With so many sons-in-law, Lord Zhao can give some advice, and there will always be a promising one. Hey, This Han Zixin is one of the people who married the Zhao family's concubines. Zhang Guzu felt speechless. Li Fu said, "It doesn't matter. The eldest sister-in-law doesn't know many of her sisters. And she doesn't like the Zhao family." The Zhao family had come to the Li family several times, hoping that Zhao Ping would return to her parents' home and help the Zhao family. But when Zhao Ping left Beijing, she asked the Zhao family, but they refused to see her. The relationship was not good to begin with. And now it is even worse. Zhao Ping only interacts with her two close illegitimate sisters, and doesn't care about the Zhao family's affairs at all. Zhang Zhu, that's good. Li Fu said, "Why did you think of asking about this person?" "It's not that I remembered. But Sister Yao wanted to see that he was not doing well," Zhang Zhu said directly. Li Fu smiled and said, "This is a simple and plain wish." "Yes, it's very sincere," Zhang Zhu said. "No one would want their scumbag ex to live better than themselves." Yao Yusen was shocked when she heard about this. "How can he become a relative of your family? If one of your family members succeeds, he will also be promoted to heaven." "No, they are not real relatives. My sister-in-law doesn't associate with the Zhao family." "Don't worry," Zhang Zhu promised. After hearing this, Yao Yusen was relieved. "Then can my brother be an official with a higher position than him next year?" Yao Yusen said. Zhang Zhu, "Yes. That Han is just a man who relies on his father-in-law. Your brother is a real Yao Qitian. He is well known in Songyang County, and praised by everyone. How can Han compare to him? He is not worthy." Yao Yusen was even happier when she heard what her good sister said. "Well said. Say more." Zhang Zhu patted her. "I am here to tell you a story. Get down to business." Zhang Zhu wanted to deal with the people who ate her free food first. Chapter 179, You Will Be Free. Zhang Zhu drank a sip of tea and showed the 10 girls to Yao Yusen. They are all literate, and some are good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. They are all taught according to the school in Songyang County. I give them to you. Zhang Zhu entrusted the girls to Yao Yusen. Yao Yusen, where did they come from? There are many beautiful girls in the world, but these 10 girls are all good-looking, which is rare. Zhang Zhu said, someone gave them to me when I got married, but I was too busy and forgot about it. These girls were left out for half a year, and they all thought they would die of old age in the farm outside the city. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhu suddenly sent someone over some time ago to set a bunch of rules for them to learn. Who sent it? Is it immoral? Yao Yusen said. Zhang Zhu told her the whole story. Yao Yusen said, you two are really evil. No wonder they are angry. They took advantage of them. Zhang Zhu said, yes, immoral. I know. Yao Yusen smiled and said, I didn't say that. Just give me the advantage. Zhang Zhu nodded. At this time, the older girl stood up and said with courage, Third Grandma, Miss Yao, what are we going to do? They used to serve the rich and powerful in their homes. It was the worst, but they have to know what they are going to do. Yao Yusen said, I want to open a shop. Only female guests are allowed in. You have to serve female guests. Serve female guests? The women looked at each other in bewilderment. You know, women like them, who look like enchantresses, are feared in the backyard. They have to serve female guests. Is this possible? Yes. You all have to dress up beautifully and entertain female guests. I will pay you wages every month. If you do a good job, you will get bonuses. Yao Yusen explained to them again. Your indentures are in my hands. Zhang Zhu said. Don't worry. Third Madam. We dare not have any second thoughts. Yes. We will do whatever you want us to do. They may have had some messy thoughts in the past, but now they have none at all. Zhang Zhu said, I am not threatening you. When you have saved enough money and paid off the debt, I have paid for you for half a year. I can take you to the government office to change your household registration, and then you will be free. After she finished speaking, there was silence in the room. The word freedom is really heavy and far away for them. Most of them have been forced to learn skills and ways to please men since they can remember. And then they were sold to those wealthy families at high prices to serve and please men. There are many kinds of fates for them. If they are lucky, they can give birth to the male owner's children and stay in the mansion from then on without having to wander around. If they are unlucky, they will be given away, sold, or even beaten to death. If they are lucky enough to survive, they will fall into the worst situation step by step. They can think of all these endings, but the word freedom is out of reach. But now, their mistress, their natural enemy, said that they can change their household registration and get freedom. How dare they believe it? They really don't dare. Shuelyo, the oldest woman, asked first. You want to let us go? Zhang Zuzhu answered seriously. Yes. You should do what you need to do first. When the time comes, I think you will have your own choice of whether to leave or stay. They are not children. When they understand their situation, Zhang Zuzhu will not stop them. She has given what she can give. The rest is up to them to fight for. Several girls cried. Zhang Zuzhu said nothing more, and told them to leave. Yao Yusin drank a sip of tea. You are very courageous. You dared to keep them for so long. Zhang Zuzhu said, being afraid is useless. If a man changes his mind, even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, even the king of heaven and the old man can't stop it. Normal people can control their behavior. If a man says that he was seduced and deceived by a woman, tell them to go to hell. Such nonsense must not be believed. Yao Yusin thought about it and said, You make sense. How can you guard against such things? If you do, people will say you are petty and jealous. What's the point of that? Yes, there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Just live your life well now, Zhang Zuzhu said. Zhang Zuzhu laughed. Tell them to work harder. I have been feeding them well for half a year. Don't worry. People will be put to their best use, and things will be put to their best use. Yao Yusin replied. The two discussed the matter of opening a shop, and then separated. It was the end of the year. Zhang Zuzhu was busy. But Li Fu had some free time, because he would take the imperial examination next year. King Wu sent him home to study hard and strive to get the first place in the exam next year. Zhang Zuzhu was looking at the list of New Year's goods and said, Can you get the first place in the exam? Li Fu stood beside her and ground ink. Of course you can. Zhang Zuzhu looked up at her, so confident. Li Fu was of course very confident. The imperial examination is about writing articles. It is easy to get beautiful articles. I am best at this. Zhang Zuzhu, that's right. It is easy to write articles. But it is more difficult to do practical things. Li Fu has not yet taken the imperial examination, but he has participated in political affairs and has a deep understanding of this. But no matter how difficult the work is, it has to be done. Li Fu is already prepared. Zhang Zuzhu's eyes hurt from watching it, and she dived into Li Fu's arms. I am so tired. I don't want to watch it anymore. Working is really tiring, and these household chores should be done well. If they are not done well, people will gossip about them. It is simply a thankless task. Li Fu hugged her. I'll do it. Zhang Zuzhu stood up to make room for him. You do it. Li Fu sat down and pressed her on his legs again. Zhang Zuzhu did not resist and fell into Li Fu's arms, resting her head on his arms, and began to stare at him. After looking for a while, Zhang Zuzhu reached out and touched his ears. Your earlobes look better with earrings than mine. Li Fu just glanced at her and said nothing. Zhang Zuzhu looked down again. There are 2 moles on your neck. She stretched out her fingers and pointed at the 2 places. Li Fu said, Aren't you tired? Zhang Zuzhu, it seems that you are just resting. Li Fu smiled and said, I think you are not tired, but lazy. Zhang Zuzhu, I'm just lazy. You should get to work. Li Fu pinched her face. What's the benefit of me working? Zhang Zuzhu immediately kissed him on the lips. She had done this many times. Li Fu didn't move. Zhang Zuzhu kissed him again. Sanlang has worked hard. Thank you, Sanlang. To control him. Isn't it just a matter of moving your mouth? But our Sanlang's appetite has gradually grown, and he is not as easy to fool as before. Moving your mouth is not enough. Li Fu threw the things in his hand aside, then hugged him and kissed him hard. After a while, he had stood up, and Zhang Zuzhu sat on the table. The paper and pen fell to the ground together, making a sound. But neither of them paid attention. She wrapped her arms around Li Fu's neck tightly, and Li Fu also pushed harder. In the chaos, Zhang Zuzhu saw the plum blossoms in the vase on the table falling petals. You are really unruly. Li Fu whispered in her ear. What rules do husband and wife need? Chapter 180. Who is more important? Zhang Zuzhu went to Zhou Rui the next morning to talk about the New Year's Day. Zhou Rui said, You are always quick. I thought you were going to talk to me yesterday afternoon. Zhang Zuzhu thought. Yes, that's how it should be. But beauty can lead people astray. Li Fu is really the biggest stumbling block in her career, seriously reducing her efficiency. and that was in the study, a place for serious work. But what did they do? Although it was very interesting, alas, she didn't even want to enter the study now. It was all Li Fu's fault. If he was uglier, had a bad figure, and was not smarter, her career would not be like this. She said, I was delayed by other things yesterday afternoon. Sister-in-law, please take a look. If there is no problem, I will arrange it today. Zhou Rui did not ask in detail. She looked through the things first and pointed out a few problems. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded in agreement. Zhou Rui stood up. Walk with me for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu went up to help her. Zhou Rui was not pregnant yet. But a pregnant woman must be careful in everything. Zhou Rui said, Do you think I have gained weight? Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head and said, No. I think you are the same as before. Zhou Rui touched her belly and sighed. I hope I can give birth to a son this time. You can see her anxiety. Tao will be 7 next year. If she can't give birth to a son, the whole world will ask her if she can still give birth. If she can't, she will have to marry a concubine to Li Zhu. In addition, the family affairs did not satisfy her. So Zhou Rui was not very happy at the moment. Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to care about it. But it was after she gave birth safely. Seeing her like this, she said, When I first met my second sister-in-law, you were not like this. When a woman is pregnant, it is inevitable that she will think a lot. And her health is not as good as before. So her mood will naturally not be good. Zhou Rui sighed. I was young at that time. And I was happy all day long. And I didn't worry about anything. She now feels that she is old. Tao is already 7 years old. She is pregnant with her second child. How can she not be old? Although Li Zhu is also honest, Zhou Rui feels uncomfortable. Whenever her mother sees her, she always asks, What else are you not satisfied with? Zhou Rui also feels that she should be satisfied. But she is not satisfied. So her mood is contradictory and complicated. She feels that something is wrong. She also wants to ask herself, What else do you want? No one can understand her mood. Even Li Zhu can only comfort her a little. Zhang Zhuzhu took out a small mirror from her arms and held it in front of her. Second sister-in-law is still very young and beautiful. She has not become ugly because of pregnancy. Zhou Rui laughed. She looked at herself in the mirror. She was not ugly. But she was really listless. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, Second sister-in-law, you can ask your second brother directly. If you are pregnant with a daughter, will he be unhappy? Will he dislike you and your daughter? Zhou Rui was stunned for a moment and said, Then he must want a son. But he took my feelings into consideration and said it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. Is there a man who doesn't want a son? No. That's not the case. Zhang Zhuzhu said seriously. Sons are important. But in the eyes of the second brother, the second sister-in-law is definitely more important. If you are unhappy about this, then you are doubting the second brother's heart for you. Everyone wants to have both sons and daughters, especially Li Zhu's age. It is understandable that he wants a son in the current environment. But Zhang Zhuzhu believes that he will not blame his wife, who has been with him through thick and thin. Li Zhu is not that kind of person. Otherwise, why doesn't he quickly take a concubine and let her give birth to a son for him? It's not that he cares more about his wife. When people are anxious, they will ignore the details that can be seen at ordinary times. Especially for a pregnant woman who is under pressure from all sides and is eager to have a child. She is in a very bad environment. Zhou Rui was silent for a long time. She understood these reasons. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I heard that Aunt Zhou sent a nanny to take care of you. Supervise you to take the medicine to preserve the pregnancy. And pray to God and Buddha in the hope that you have a boy in your belly. This is of course Mrs. Zhou's good intention. She hopes that her daughter can give birth to a son and gain a firm foothold in the Li family. But for Zhou Rui, who is a little fragile now, this is a bit of a push. And she can't stand it. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered, Send her away. Zhou Rui, after all, she is someone sent by my mother. It seems that I am not filial. She still cares about her reputation. Zhang Zhuzhu, oh, expecting children to be completely filial. Isn't this a dream? It's enough to be almost filial. Zhou Rui was speechless. She thought about it. And if she sent the nanny away, she would not be told to take medicine and pray to Buddha. And she could at least be more quiet. Everyone has their own thoughts and selfishness. Parents are kind and children are filial. This is just an ideal state. The so-called ideal is something that cannot be achieved. Everyone has their own thoughts. If you insist on using the excuse of I am doing this for your own good to impose your thoughts on others, it will make the other party suffer, and make the feelings of both parties fade. No one likes someone who makes them suffer. Zhou Rui said, I gave my family more gifts during the new year, which can be considered filial piety. Zhang Luzu, it counts. Zhou Rui glanced at Zhang Zhuzhu, and felt that the heavy burden on her was slightly lighter. Zhuzu, I really don't know how to thank you, Zhou Rui said. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her meaningfully, said you're welcome, and then went back. In the evening, Li Zhu scolded the nanny from Zhou's family. What's wrong with a daughter? Even if I have another daughter, what can I do? When did I not love Tao Tao? Li Zhu scolded the other party. The pregnancy-preserving medicine was heated several times, and Zhou Rui didn't want to drink it, saying it was bitter, and she couldn't eat after drinking it. The nanny persuaded her hard, and listed the importance of having a son. Li Zhu saw his wife taking the medicine painfully, and his mood really didn't get better at all. The two of them had a really good relationship. Li Zhu's impression of Zhou Rui has always been the beautiful and lovely girl he met during the Lantern Festival. Seeing her like this now, he really couldn't stand it, so he scolded her. The nanny took advantage of her status as a Zhou family member and wanted to leave with her things overnight after being scolded. Zhou Rui tried to stop her, but the nanny cried and said she had no face to stay. Watching her leave, that is, her mother's eyes, hands, and mouth left together, Zhou Rui felt much more relieved. She said to Li Zhu, it's okay. I'll persuade mother. Mother won't be angry with you. Li Zhu realized that she was scolding the people around her mother-in-law. Look at me. You are pregnant, and I still trouble you. Zhou Rui smiled like the guanyin on the table in the room. It's okay. You are doing it for me. If there is trouble, it's me. Li Zhu quickly said no. Zhang Zhuzhu went out to arrange a carriage for the nanny and asked her to send her back to Zhou's house. When she came back, she said to Li Fu, our second sister-in-law is really good at what she does. We admire her. Li Fu said, not as good as Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled, that's true. The couple smiled at each other and went back to rest. Chapter 181 The First New Year. The nanny from the Zhou family refused to come to the Li family after she returned. Zhou Rui sent someone to the Zhou family to express that she did not want to make Li Zhu too unhappy. Mrs. Zhou was reluctant to make her daughter embarrassed, so she did not send anyone to the Li family again. And Lin Weining also came back from the Lin family and prepared for the new year. Mrs. Zhou believed that Lin Weining must hope that Li Zhu would have a son as soon as possible, and she would definitely take good care of Zhou Rui. In fact, Lin Weining only cared about the health of her daughter-in-law. As for whether it was a son or a daughter, as a person who had experienced life and death, she really didn't care about this. The eldest son already has 2 sons, so the Li family will not be extinct. That's all. Zhang Dachuan, Wu Guiyang, and Xiaobao also moved back to the city. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu went to buy New Year's goods. So Zhang Zhuzhu was cooking in the kitchen at noon today, and Li Fu was naturally indispensable here. The two of them didn't know what they said, but Zhang Zhuzhu laughed very loudly. When Wu Guiyang heard her daughter's laughter, she felt like she was back in Zongjia village. It was the same in the past. Zhang Zhuzhu was cooking in the kitchen. Li Fu was burning firewood or chopping wood, and Zhang Zhuzhu was so happy at that time. It seems that nothing has changed in these years. Wu Guiyang looked back at Zhang Dachuan. The two of them were married blindly and lived together according to their parents' orders, and they have been together for so many years. Life seemed fine, but she didn't seem to be as happy as she was when she laughed. She thought for a moment, and then Zhang Baobao called Mom and said, my new clothes don't fit me. They're too small. Wu Guiyang heard her son's voice. Let me see if you've grown taller again. Why are you growing so fast recently? Let me see. Shuba's new clothes were torn with a rip. Wu Guiyang was so distressed that she almost fainted, and patted her son. Zhang Baobao laughed. I seem to have really grown taller. Zhang Dachuan stood by. When your father was your age, I also grew a lot taller. Eat more. You will grow taller than your third sister. Zhang Zhuzhu is the tallest of the Zhang family's children. This is mainly because when she started to grow up, she took care of the cooking at home. She ate well and grew taller. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu had just been joking, and now they were tasting the broth in the pot. Li Fu said, it tastes good. I want to eat 2 more bowls. Well, this mutton is good. Not much smell, Zhang Zhuzhu said after eating a piece of meat. The couple stayed at Zhang's house for lunch, took a nap, and then went home. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, it snowed heavily outside. Zhang Zhuzhu ran to the snow to play with the children in the family, while the others sat in the house drinking wine or tea. Li Fu was standing in the corridor. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled a snowball and turned to throw it at him. Li Fu didn't dodge. The snowball hit him. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You are stupid. Why didn't you dodge?" Li Fu said, "Are you unhappy that it hit you?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. If you wanted to dodge but didn't, I would be happier. It would be meaningless to just throw it at him." Li Fu laughed. That meant he was in a mess. But Li Fu didn't want to show his mess in front of his wife, because in the first year they knew each other, Li Fu was always undignified, and Zhang Zhuzhu loved to tease him. Now, Li Fu had to piece together his lost face bit by bit. He had to let Zhuzhu see his tall side. How can a person always be embarrassed? This is not allowed. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "I don't like things that come to me. I like to grab things myself." Li Fu stretched out his hand to her. Zhang Zhuzhu held Li Fu's warm hand with his cold hand that had been covered with snow. "Is it cold?" Zhang Zhuzhu asked him. Li Fu, "Cold." Zhang Zhuzhu, "You should say it's not cold." Li Fu, "It doesn't matter if it's cold. My hands are warm." He held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand tightly, and the couple went back to the house and sat down next to each other. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu, drank 2 glasses of wine, and listened to the other people in the family talking next to him. Zhou Rui's spirits were obviously much better. Apart from other things, she could eat 2 more bowls of rice every day without taking the medicine to preserve the pregnancy. Now that she thought about it, keeping a distance from her mother did make her life better. Although it was a bit unfilial, she didn't want to change. Zhou Rui asked, "Do we still have to go back to worship our ancestors tomorrow?" The direct branch of the Li family added their names back to the family tree and publicized it with great fanfare. This behavior was a bit shameless, but it was possible to seize the Li family and win opportunities for their own family. Unfortunately, face was something that they didn't want for the time being. Li Qi said helplessly, "After all, it's an ancestor, so we still have to go." They couldn't go even if they didn't want to. If they were caught and accused of being unfilial, it would be annoying. Lin Weiying thought of the Li family. "Rui, you should stay at home. You can only take your honor with you, so you won't suffer any loss." Zhou Rui wanted to go. She hadn't been out for a while and wanted to see the excitement. But it would be bad if it was too lively and burdened her. "Li Zhu, can I not go?" Lin Weiying, "What do you think?" "Of course not. He is a son. How can we worship our ancestors without a son these days?" Li Zhu sighed, and Zhou Rui patted him. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Then can we move the family tree temple here? Dad is also a direct descendant of the Li family, so we are legitimate." This idea was somewhat rebellious, and none of the Li family had thought of it. Li Fu immediately agreed. "Wait until the remaining 2 uncles of the Li family pass away. Then it should be possible." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I think they are both in poor health, and they probably don't have many years left." The 2 of them talked about the life and death of their elders as if no one was around, which was very rude. Li Qi scolded, "You little kid, dare to talk nonsense about life and death." Although the 2 old men were unreliable, the elders were the elders, and could not be cursed. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything, but blinked at Li Fu. And Li Fu perfunctorily said, "Father, don't be angry. Your son drank, and was a little confused." Although they said so, everyone thought that they really couldn't let that branch use the family tree to threaten them again. It was annoying again and again. What's wrong with an ancestor? An ancestor can't bully people like this. At night, a thick layer of white snow covered the ground. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu stayed up until late at night. Zhang Zhuzhu was too sleepy, so Li Fu went back to sleep with her. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that Li Fu was in good spirits. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Li Fu hugged her and said, "This is the first New Year we have spent together. I want to watch you." Zhang Zhuzhu closed her eyes. "Watch carefully. I'll sleep first." After she said that, she fell asleep quickly. Li Fu looked at his beloved wife in the dim candlelight and felt that all his loneliness was filled. This is the first New Year, and there will be a second and third in the future. They still have a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu moved and raised her hand. Li Fu held her hand, and the 2 of them stayed together and spent the first New Year. Chapter 182 Children Fighting. The next day, the snow had stopped. The family sat together and had a meal. And then they went to worship their ancestors. I don't want to go. She leaned on Li Fu and acted like a spoiled child. It was New Year's Day, and she just wanted to rest. Li Fu patted her back. She was a new daughter-in-law who married in this year. It was really outrageous not to go to worship the ancestors. This was unavoidable. Li Fu said, 2 hours is enough. Come back for lunch at noon. And you can sleep in the afternoon. Zhang Zhuzhu giggled. Do you really want me to sleep? Li Fu, be honest. Zhang Zhuzhu just looked at him and smiled. When they arrived at the Li family, the family got off the carriage, and the younger generations of the Li family came out to greet them. But the figures of the eldest and third masters Li were not seen. This is not surprising. It is not the first time that these two people have been arrogant because of their age. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that these people were really no good. Now that they are asking for something, why should they save face? It is not that they should be humble, but at least they should be able to bend and stretch. Say a few soft words, and make people happy. Seeing their unwilling faces, it is really not happy to see them. The family entered the house, and the men and women left separately. Why didn't the children come? The third old lady asked Lin Weining. Lin Weining said, Yuan is here. Hey, there are several other children. This ancestor worship is a big deal. If the children don't come, the ancestors will be unhappy and forget to bless the children. The third old lady frowned. If these children have a third long. Lin Weining didn't wait for her to finish her words, and immediately changed his face. What nonsense. It's freezing outside. The ancestors are spiritual. They will feel sorry for the children in the underworld. How can they be unhappy? You are going to curse the children of our family in the name of the ancestors. What do you mean by 3 longs and 2 shorts? There is really nothing you can listen to. The third old lady shut up, and the eldest old lady next to her said, Don't be angry. Sister-in-law. Your third sister-in-law is just a little straightforward. We are a family. Don't argue with her. Lin Weining said, We haven't been a family for many years, and now we are suddenly a family again. I am not used to it. The eldest lady was speechless for a moment. Zhang Zhuzhu almost laughed out loud when she heard this. What are you saying? We have always been a family. How can you say that? The eldest lady said this with a stiff upper lip. She was very unhappy. But no matter how unhappy she was, she could only endure it herself. Who made them live under others now? It was not peaceful here, and Li Qi was surrounded by a group of brothers and nephews, which was also very troublesome. The eldest master Li wiped his tears and said, We were originally a family, and we were inseparable. Now that our ancestors see our 2 families like this, I am afraid they will not be at peace in the underworld. Don't you think so? The third grandfather echoed, We are unfilial descendants. Li Qi thought it was bullshit. He said, I am now a 4th-rank official. At my age, I can have such an official position. The ancestors should be satisfied. Li Qi was not polite when he spoke. The 2 brothers would only use the name of the Li family's ancestors to oppress him. Apart from this trick, they had no other way. Master Li and Master San heard Li Qi say this, thinking that you can make the ancestors feel at ease. Then what about us? The high or low official position is only a temporary matter. There is a saying that brothers are united, and their strength can break metal. Even if you have an official position, you can't support yourself. You still need someone to support you in the long run. Master Li retorted. Li Qi, yes. I have the support of my Yu family and my relatives. So I think it should be long-term. Then the ancestors must want to see our family in harmony, said Master Li San anxiously. Although the first branch did not get the support of the Li family, at least there is still Li Wei. The second branch has benefited from Li Qi. But what about the third branch? His sons are waiting eagerly. Li Qi smiled. Our family is about to worship the ancestors. Isn't this enough for harmony? Let these 2 people talk about it. Li Qi didn't intend to do anything for them. Everyone in the Li family also saw what he meant. Even if they were angry, they could only bear it. There was no way. They couldn't catch Li Qi's handle now. Master Li San couldn't help but say to the first master, If I had known this, I wouldn't have written their names on the family tree again, and let them be without ancestors. Master Li thought, That's what Li Qi wanted. Didn't you see that Li Qi brought a grandson? The family is now a big celebrity in front of King Wu. Even if the ancestors of the Li family jumped out of the grave, they would have to be polite to others. Zhang Zhuzhu watched her mother-in-law killing people everywhere, and watched the excitement from the side. After the last time she sent people away, the daughters-in-law of the Li family didn't dare to come and provoke Zhang Zhuzhu. What if she really wanted to send people away? The children were playing outside, and everyone suddenly heard a cry. The women were worried about their children, and they all looked over quickly. They saw Li Yuan holding a boy and punching him several times. Other boys came to pull him, but they were all pushed down. Xiao Ping hurried over and called out Yuaner. Zhang Zhuzhu saw the maid pushing Li Yuan and scolded her. How can an adult get involved in a fight between children? The maid didn't dare to fight again. Xiao Ping hugged Li Yuan into her arms, and several women nearby also hugged their children distressfully. The boy who was beaten on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood, and his teeth were knocked out. The boy saw that his teeth had fallen out and burst into tears. There was chaos in the snow. Li Yuan raised his chin and watched them crying and shouting. Not afraid at all. He had lived in Zhongjia village for several years, and had fought with boys in the village before. It was only after returning to Beijing that he became more honest. Seeing that Li Yuan was fine, Zhang Zhuzhu said, "How can you treat guests like this? Our good child was beaten by a group of children from your family. You don't bully people like this?" After hearing this, the Li family's wives and girls all looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. How dare she say this? It was obviously their children who suffered. 2 of them fell down, and one of them was beaten so hard that his teeth fell out. Xiao Ping also stood in front of her son. As a mother, she felt more distressed for her son. That's right. Why are you like this? Li Yuan also looked aggrieved and said. They were the first to say bad things about Aunt San. They scolded Aunt San. The third aunt was referring to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What did they say about me?" The boy with missing teeth said, "You are a vixen. My mother said you are a vixen and you seduce people." Zhang Zhuzhu thought that you are also a filial son. She looked at the child's mother and said, "Niece-in-law, it's not good for you to say that about your aunt." The child's mother is about the same age as Xiao Ping, but she is younger than her generation. She is a junior of Zhang Zhuzhu. She covered the child's mouth tightly, blushing and unable to say a word. Lin Weining said, "Sister-in-law, you should teach the younger generation in the family first. If you have anything to say, we will talk about it next time." After that, Lin Weining led people out directly. Chapter 183 Harmony and Unity. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were sitting in the carriage, and this time, there was an extra Li Yuan. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Don't be stubborn. Do you really not feel any pain?" Li Yuan shook his head and said it didn't hurt. "It's okay. They are easy to beat. They look taller than me, and they fell to the ground and couldn't get up after being pushed." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Don't do this next time." Li Yuan snorted, "Who let them talk nonsense? I will beat them again next time." Zhang Zhuzhu touched his head, "Thank you." Li Yuan patted his chest and raised his head and said, "I am a man. I want to protect my aunt." Li Fu's face was not very good either. Even a child listened to the gossip of adults, which shows how these people usually gossip about others unscrupulously. Yuaner doesn't like the bow and arrow in Uncle San's room. Uncle San will ask someone to make you a small one. "Okay," Li Fu said. Li Yuan was still a little embarrassed. "I didn't fight to get benefits from Uncle San and Aunt." He really liked Aunt San. So when he heard someone talking nonsense, he immediately got angry and rushed over to beat the other person. Li Fu smiled and said, "Uncle San knows that you are a good child. Different from them." Li Yuan immediately laughed. "Then I want a bow and arrow. And I also want to learn to ride a horse." Li Fu agreed to all of them. After returning home, he still invited a doctor to come and take a look at Li Yuan. Children are not as injured as adults, and sometimes they don't know it themselves. Fortunately, the doctor said that there was nothing wrong. Tao Tao and Zhao surrounded their brother, and Li Yuan described to them how he beat a group of people alone. Tao Tao said regretfully, "I should have gone over. I can also fight." Zhao pulled her, and Tao Tao remembered that her grandmother was still here, and she stopped talking immediately. Lin Weining waved to the children to come to her side. Li Qi looked at his eldest grandson and said with satisfaction, "Our Yuaner has really grown up." Li Yuan stood straight, and Li Qi smiled and said, "Good child. But don't be so impulsive in the future. You didn't get hurt today because they don't know how to discipline their children. When you go to the academy in the future, there will be people who are more powerful than you." "You know?" Li Yuan said. "I know. I was too angry today." He will not be so impulsive in the future. He will be careful not to get hurt. Lin Weining was relieved. The tempers of the eldest couple were softer than the other. Lin Weining had always worried that his eldest grandson would be so indecisive. Fortunately, he was not. He was able to fight with other children for his family today, which shows that he is still decisive. If he is taught well in the future, he will definitely be a decisive person. Zhang Zuzu was saying to Zhao Ping, I really want to thank my sister-in-law today. Yuan fought with others for me. Fortunately, he was not hurt. Zhao Ping smiled and said, We are a family. There is no need to say such things. You have watched Yuan grow up over the years, and you have taken good care of him. He is the first boy in our family, and should protect his family. Zhang Juju took good care of him. Although Zhao Ping felt bad for the fight. If Yuan heard those bad words, but remained indifferent, it would be unfair to Zhang Juju. The hope of the next generation of our family is entrusted to Yuan. Zhang Juju said. Zhao Ping laughed heartily. No. He is still young. You and your second sister-in-law will have a son in the future. How can you rely on him alone? Zhou Ri touched her belly. With a brother like Yuan, the younger brothers will have a role model. Look at the Li family. They are fighting openly and secretly. And no one stands out. Brothers should be harmonious and united. Zhao Ping nodded when she heard Zhou Ri say this. She thought that she had no ability. And Li Pu was not as good as her two younger brothers. But fortunately, their eldest son was reliable. During the afternoon break, Zhang Juju saw that Li Fu was silent and said, What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed. Li Fu said, I am thinking about how to move the Li family's ancestral hall to our side this year, so that we don't have to go there next year. Zhang Juju, then you should think of a way quickly. I don't want to go there either. This is not an easy thing to do. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Zhang Juju and Li Fu went to visit the Song family early in the morning. Mr. Song was in good spirits and played chess with Li Fu, while Zhang Zuju sat beside him and watched. Song Zhang hadn't gotten up yet, and she didn't know the other female members of the Song family. A female relative said to Song Lingyan, Why don't you ask Sanling's wife to come out and talk to us? Song Lingyan understood his family's situation and said, Forget it. You don't get along with your aunt. She has a good relationship with your great aunt. You can't get along with each other. What's the point of getting to know each other? Mr. Song's eldest son, named Song Sheng, was very dissatisfied with his widowed sister Song Zhang. He thought that she was unorthodox, and did not allow the women in the family to associate with Song Zhang. The female relatives of the Song family had nothing to say. But Song Lingyan's younger sister was not very happy and said, Alas! There are too many rules. The women of other families can go out, but the women of our family are not allowed to go out of the front door or the back door. We all have to abide by his rules. Why doesn't he just tie us all up at home? The Song family had very strict rules for women, and Song Sheng thought that this was a manifestation of the Song family's integrity. Of course, Song Sheng also had requirements for men, which were mentioned in his books. Many people also admired his doctrine. But it was a pity that Song Sheng could not control his biological sister Song Zhang, which made Song Sheng laugh at his opponents. Song Sheng also strengthened the control of the female family members in the family. The female family members had opinions, but no one dared to resist. Song Lingyan felt that he was overcorrecting and said, It's okay. When Grandpa goes out to visit guests one day, Brother will take you out to play. The little girl smiled. Song Zhang didn't get up until almost noon, and Zhang Juju went to find her. She had a pile of morning poems, and Zhang Juju admired them very much, and is really amazing. Song Zhang laughed and said, Do you know why I can write it? Zhang Juju said, Of course, I have the ability of ant. Song Zhang said, It's not really an ability, but it's just based on the breath in my heart. Zhang Zuju looked at her expression, and didn't feel the emotions in the poems at all, but felt a bit of resentment. Song Zhang said, Emotions may not exist when you are alive, but after you die, if you write them on paper, 1 point becomes 12 points, which will definitely move outsiders. She will definitely burn a copy for the old man surnamed Su. Also, my brother may not have a name after his death, but I will definitely be remembered forever. Song Zhang put her hand on a pile of poems she wrote. She will publish a collection of poems this year. Zhang Zuju knows about the Song family. One wrote books and analyzed the word ritual again and again, trying to emulate the ancient sages and achieve his academic status. The other is a heretic who often drinks. but he has great achievements in poetry and calligraphy. There was a knock on the door outside. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up to open the door, and saw a woman in her 30s, who looked a little flustered. Chapter 184 Quarrel. Zhang Zhuzhu wondered which daughter-in-law of the Song family she was, and opened the door to ask her to come in. The young woman ran in a panic, and then knelt on the ground with a plop. Zhang Zhuzhu was startled, and Song Zhang squinted his eyes, and looked for a long time, but couldn't remember which descendant of the family this was. The woman first said loudly, "Aunt, I am Song Lingxin from the eldest house. I want to divorce my husband's family. Please help my niece." Song Zhang remembered that this was his eldest brother's daughter, and she had been married for nearly 10 years. "Get up and talk," Song Zhang said. Zhang Zhuzhu stepped forward to help her up, let her sit on the chair next to her, and poured her a cup of tea. "Aunt, I can't live like that anymore. I really don't want to stay in the Zheng family for a day." She held the teacup and tears fell. Song Zhang said, "What's the matter?" Song Lingxin wiped her tears. "You know, the daughters of our Song family are all educated. And so am I. I'm married into the Zheng family. Besides working hard, I also read and write occasionally. But the Zheng family ridiculed me. My husband tore up what I wrote last night and threw it into the brazier, calling me a hen that can't lay eggs. Zheng family is the general's mansion." Zhang Zhuzhu remembered the Zheng family. Song Lingxi was full of humiliation, especially after seeing her hard work thrown into the brazier. She became even more desperate. She really couldn't stay in the Zheng family any longer. She really couldn't survive a day in the Zheng family. She didn't have any children, and she didn't know what was going on. She took medicine, had acupuncture, and suffered so much. The only place where she could take a breath was in the study. "If I stay in the Zheng family any longer, I will hang myself with a rope." Song Lingxin covered her face and cried bitterly. Song Zhang drank a sip of tea and said, "Marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. I'm afraid it's useless for you to beg me. You have to go to your father." Song Lingxin cried even louder. If begging her father would work, why would she come to her aunt? If her father knew that she wanted to divorce, he would definitely kill her. Song Lingxin cried in the study room, and Zhang Zhuzhu saw the complicated expression on Song Zhang's face. There was pity, helplessness, and resentment. At this time, the door of the study room was pushed open again, and a man with white temples walked in. He looked very serious, and his eyes swept across the messy study room. And then he scolded, "Linger, today is not the time to return home. You should go back to the Zheng family." This man was Song Sheng. Seeing him, Song Lingxi knelt down again and said, "I will really die. Dad, I will really die. Don't let me go back. Zheng Keming and I really don't get along. He hates me, and I hate him even more. Please, don't let me go back." Song Lingxin cried very miserably, but Song Sheng was not moved at all. He looked at Song Zhang, raised his hand and pointed at her and said, "Don't bewitching people at home. This is the Song family. You should go back to the Su family. Don't forget that you are a Su family woman. Even if your husband is dead, you still have children in the Su family. Don't forget your identity." Song Zhang was calm at first, but after hearing this, she grabbed the paperweight in her hand and threw it at Song Sheng. Fortunately, she didn't hit him, but the paperweight hit the wall and broke into several pieces. Song Zhang said, "The man surnamed Su is dead and has long been rotten in the soil. I can go wherever I want. Don't give me orders here." Song Sheng was about to speak, but Song Zhang said, "You are like this. You only know how to hold on to the small gift. And you still want to write books and achieve achievements. You dream?" Song Sheng was immediately furious. "What did you say? Say it again. You can't even write better than me. You think you are well read, but in fact you are just a waste. You look down on Fan Xiao for being from a poor family. Fan Xiao saved the court after all. What are you capable of?" Song Zhang opened her mouth like a knife, stabbing her brother's heart. Song Sheng was so angry that his face turned red. Fan Xiao is just a crooked person. He supports the Ming family woman and the emperor. His position is not right, and his heart is evil. How can he compare with my great Wei? You look down on women and don't treat women as human beings. Then why do you want to marry and have a daughter? You are still your mother's child." Song Zhang said, "If mother knew that she gave birth to a son like you, she would strangle you to death. Mother has been abiding by the virtues of a woman all her life. Having a daughter like you who doesn't abide by the virtues of a woman is a disgrace to her. Song Xing retorted. I don't abide by the virtues of a woman. Ha ha ha. Song Zhang laughed. I wanted to become a nun and become a Taoist priest. I didn't want to get married. You and my parents married me to the Su family. I suffered a lot. You all got the glory. I was useless. You married Linger to the Zheng family. A military family. Every step you take is the blood and flesh of the Song family's daughters. If you are really capable, don't eat the blood and flesh of us women. Every inch of the glory of the Song family is shed with my blood. In the future, every drop of blood of the Song family's daughters will be shed. Song Sheng, you are useless. When you die, no one will remember you. Your books will go into the coffin with you. The resentment in Song Zhang's words is simply chilling. Song Sheng looked at her and couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. The quarrel here attracted other members of the Song family, and many people gathered outside the study. Old Mr. Song walked in anxiously with a cane. Seeing the two brothers and sisters like enemies, he was immediately heartbroken. Zhang Zhuzhu stood behind Li Fu. Seeing his old father, Song Zhang calmed down a little. Song Xing covered his chest and gasped, and stepped aside. Don't quarrel during the new year, old Mr. Song said. Song Zhang pointed at Song Lingxin, who was crying on the side. Your granddaughter wants to divorce. She can't live in the Zheng family anymore. She wants to commit suicide. Song Xing said, what's there to be unhappy about? If you don't have children, let the Zheng family take a concubine and raise a child by your side. It's the same. You are almost 30 years old and still want to divorce. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Song Zhang laughed when he heard this. Look. Look. Are you teaching your daughter to snatch other people's children? You really have a conscience. Song Sheng, it has always been like this. Song Zhang, yes. Yes. You eat meat and drink blood. You are used to it. Song Sheng trembled all over and pointed at the other party and said, you. Stop arguing. Mr. Song knocked the ground with his cane. He said to Song Lingxin, good child. Don't cry first. Divorce is a big deal. We need to discuss it well. It can't be explained in a few words. Song Lingxin saw that this matter was promising and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Song Sheng wanted to say more, but Mr. Song knocked his leg with his cane. After such a commotion, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu couldn't stay any longer. So Song Lingyan sent them out. Song Lingyan sighed and said, Sister Lingxin is the most tender and patient one in the family. She said she couldn't live anymore. And I'm afraid she really couldn't live anymore. Li Fu said, the court law does not prohibit divorce. But it may not be easy for your family. Song Lingyan said with a headache, my uncle's words are much stricter than the law. I think this matter will be a lot of trouble. The Song family has a lot of rules and regulations for women. Before Song Zhang became a widow, many families thought this system was good and could strengthen the discipline of the women in the family. Song Lingxin thought that divorce was as difficult as climbing to the sky. The two got on the carriage, and Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, isn't it just divorce? Li Fu patted her on the back. We will find a way to help her. Chapter 185 Happy Birthday. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's arms. Haven't you arrived home yet? Not going home, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, where are you going if you don't go home? Li Fu smiled and said, I'm confused about my life. What day is it today? Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while. Today is the second day of the Chinese New Year. Yes. So I won't go home today. Let's go out and play, Li Fu said. Zhuzhu didn't miss his birthday, but it was the first time he celebrated Zhuzhu's birthday. It's a lively scene for the whole family to sit together. But it's also a bit boring. It's better for the couple to go out alone. And the birthdays of the younger generation are generally not celebrated in a big way. Zhang Zhuzhu's mood also improved. What are the plans for today? Li Fu, you will know when you get there. Zhang Zhuzhu, then I won't ask. Li Fu hugged her and said, sleep for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu was not sleepy, leaning on Li Fu's arms and closing her eyes to rest. The carriage went all the way out of the city, and Zhang Zhuzhu leaned steadily on Li Fu in the bumpy carriage. It didn't go to any rare place, but to the farm outside the city. But it was obviously cleaned up and tidy. Two geese fluttered in the yard. They still recognized Zhang Zhuzhu, and ran over and shouted. Zhang Zhuzhu missed the geese very much, played with them for a while, and fed them. The person who served the two geese was specially hired. He was a middle-aged man who was good at raising chickens, ducks and geese. He replied to Zhang Zhuzhu. Ping Langjun has a better appetite. Liang Langjun eats less. Not all of them are in good health. Third grandma doesn't have to worry about them. Zhang Zhuzhu was amused. What do you call them? Although she always called them long goose, short goose, and gave them special names. It was a bit awkward to call them Langjun. The middle-aged man also laughed. People raise geese to eat. But you are different. Everyone calls them that in private. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. That's fine. You have worked hard to take care of the two Langjuns. There is a bonus. Li Fu explained. There is a reward. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. And then said that they would take better care of the two big geese in the future. After the two geese were full, they went out to have fun again. Li Fu led Zhang Zhuzhu inside, and the two went to the backyard. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at this place and felt very familiar. Two new houses were built in the backyard, one of which was the kitchen of the Zhang family at that time, and even the oven was set up. Zhang Zhuzhu saw it, turned her head and looked at Li Fu, with her hands on her waist, and said fiercely, Okay, Li Fu, it's my birthday. You want me to cook? This is not allowed. Although she is good at cooking, being good at it is not a hobby, and she rarely cooks. Today is her birthday. How can you bring her to the kitchen? Li Fu deserves a beating. Li Fu naturally understands her and said, You don't have to do it. Just sit next to me. Tell me, and I'll do it. That's better. If Li Fu dares to let her cook today, he's done. Zhang Zhuzhu, what are you going to make? Li Fu said, Red bean cake. The one you made for me. After he returned to Zhangjia village, he naturally ate the cakes of Xiangsala, which were exquisite and delicious. But Li Fu will never forget the piece of red bean cake he ate. Zhang Zhuzhu remembered the cake she made for him in the middle of the night when she was in love. It was very rough, with only red bean paste on it. It was really a bit cold at night. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. Li Fu, it's okay. At that time, we could only meet in the middle of the night. It's different now. Now they are under the sun. Zhang Zhuzhu said, What do you mean we can only meet in the middle of the night? I'm not a thief. I was rushing to give it to you first at midnight. It sounded like he had suffered a great injustice. It wasn't so shameful at that time. After hearing her explanation, Li Fu felt much better. To be honest, Li Fu still cared a lot about the fact that he had no status at the beginning, and he would mention it from time to time. A grown man, to be honest, is really petty, always feeling that he has been wronged. Zhang Zhuzhu even doubted whether she had gone too far at that time. You teach me, I will do it, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. The materials were all here. Zhang Zhuzhu stood by and instructed Li Fu to beat the egg whites. There were no suitable tools here, so Li Fu could only beat them manually. Li Fu had never seen this process before, and after beating for a while, he became suspicious. Will this work? Eggs are just eggs? Zhang Zhuzhu, when I made it for you, my skills were still immature, and I didn't put much sugar. Didn't you taste the fishy smell of eggs? Zhang Zhuzhu tasted it. Li Fu, no. I just remember that it was very fragrant and sweet. And delicious. Li Fu really didn't remember that the cake had a fishy smell. He only remembered that it was soft and fragrant. Just like Zhang Zhuzhu lying in his arms at night. Well, I've gone off topic. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Well, people will automatically beautify their memories. Li Fu was also in love at that time, and always wanted to marry her. After that, they were separated for a long time. So good memories are naturally more beautiful. Zhang Zhuzhu sat on the chair. Now you know how hard I worked at that time. My arms were sore for 2 days. Li Fu's hands were sore now, but he stirred harder. He had to look effortless in front of Zhuzhu. Now I know. Zhuzhu treats me very well. Zhang Zhuzhu, of course. She walked over, poured out half of the egg white, and said, Am I better now? Li Fu, yes. The best. The remaining half was a little easier, and the egg white in the basin gradually turned white, and finally took shape. The following things were much easier. Li Fu followed Zhang Zhuzhu's instructions. Mixed the ingredients evenly, and then put them into the already heated oven. The next dishes were much simpler, all of which were big fish and meat, all of which were Zhang Zhuzhu's favorites. The cake was not baked successfully, and it collapsed in the middle. Seeing this, Li Fu frowned and said, It's not good to let our Zhuzhu eat this. Zhang Zhuzhu, it doesn't matter. I like everything our Sanlang makes. The two smiled at each other. and Li Fu took the red bean paste and spread it on. It was already afternoon, and the couple brought the food into the house and started eating. The red bean cake was placed in the middle, only 4 or 5 inches in size. My husband is short of money, so I can only cook by myself, Li Fu said. Since getting married, the economic power of the two of them has been firmly in the hands of Zhang Zhuzhu, and Li Fu has never had more than 2 taels of silver in his hand. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. It doesn't matter. I like it. Thank you, Sam Lang. Li Fu, you're welcome. Eat it. I will have a better thank you gift if you eat well. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. You eat too. Eating well will make you healthy and strong. Li Fu, don't worry. I will still be strong in another 20 or 30 years. Zhang Zhuzhu, let's talk about it then. Let's talk about today first. Chapter 186. Humility is a virtue. Do you have strength? Li Fu asked while tidying up Zhang Zhuzhu's long hair. Zhang Zhuzhu lay in bed with her eyes closed. Yes. Very much. Very much. Are you satisfied? How many points? Li Fu asked. Zhang Zhuzhu still closed her eyes, satisfied. 9.5 points. Li Fu was very unconvinced. 9.5 points. Why? Where did the other half point go? This can't be lost. Zhang Zhuzhu, because I'm afraid you'll be proud. Li Fu's face was slightly relieved. I can barely accept this reason. After all, humility is a virtue of a gentleman, and you should be humble no matter where you are. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed him. Don't be so proud here. Go to bed quickly. We have to go back to my parents' home tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year, and according to etiquette, Li Fu has to go back to her parents' home with her. Li Fu lay beside Zhang Zhuzhu. It's okay. My parents-in-law will understand us. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing. They will understand. There are several people in their family, and there are no complicated rules. So it doesn't matter if you go there later. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You. How come you become a different person when you lie on the bed? Li Fu doesn't talk so much outside. He almost never shows his emotions. At such a young age, he looks like someone who is hard to understand. But in front of Zhang Zhuzhu, he would be happy, proud, and complacent. In short, his emotions were very full, just like the feelings of an ordinary young man. Zhang Zhuzhu sometimes felt torn. Li Fu said, in Zhuzhu's words, calm and composed, not changing my expression even when the sky is falling. That is my personality outside. When I am in front of you, it will be different. They are the closest people. When they face each other, they are in a very relaxed state and naturally show their emotions. Only you make me feel so relaxed. Li Fu said. He would not be like this in front of his parents. Now think about it. If he married a noble lady, and they were not familiar with each other, then Li Fu felt that he would not be like this either. He would only treat the other party with respect and maintain all the decency. Li Fu lost his dignity when he was with Zhang Zhuzhu. But Zhang Zhuzhu could fully accept and understand him, and expressed appreciation and satisfaction for him. This is not something that everyone can do. She allowed him to live in another state. Li Fu thought that he was really lucky, and went forward to kiss Zhang Zhuzhu, and then fell asleep contentedly. Zhang Zhuzhu also moved to Li Fu's arms unconsciously, and the couple leaned against each other tightly. The next morning, the two returned home. Lin Weiying saw them, and said helplessly, Look at what time it is. Your brother and sister-in-law have already left. If your father and I hadn't been waiting for you, we would have gone to your grandparents' home long ago. You are so lucky that you don't go home during the new year. Zhang Zhuzhu was not afraid of her at all, and said, Then mother, go quickly. You have delayed the time. We will leave immediately. Li Fu is gone to count the things to be taken to Zhang's house. Lin Weiying did not have time to say anything more, and left with Li Qi. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu came back on horseback early in the morning, and now they took a carriage, and went to Zhang's house in a hurry. Lin Weiying saw that the two of them were lively and said, Sanlang is really. People say that after getting married, they should be more stable than before. But he is even more unreliable. He took his wife out all night on New Year's Day, and he is getting worse and worse. Li Qi said, Young people, how can they be really stable? I guess it will be different after having children. Even parents can't fully understand their children. Li Fu is still the one they love the most. It's not that they don't care enough or pretend to care. But as parents, they want their sons to be successful. They care more about their sons' careers, and their emotions are often ignored. It has always been like this. and everyone is used to it. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu returned to the Zhang family happily. The capital city was still very lively during the new year. So Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang, as well as Zhang Baobao, didn't just stay at home during the new year. They went out for 2 days. Today, Zhang Zhuzhu is going back home, so they didn't go out. Zhang Dachuan looked very happy and said, "In the past, we had to visit relatives and friends, and there was no time to rest. These 2 days, we went to Daxiangwo Temple and went to many places. It was very lively at night. You are young, so don't stay at home all the time." Wu Guiyang was also happy and talked about the people and things she saw. Zhang Zhuzhu found that her hair was different from before. In the past, she had a low bun or a round bun, and at most 2 silver hairpins on her head, and never added anything fancy. She said that she was old and had passed the age of dressing up. No matter how Zhang Zhuzhu persuaded her, it was useless. Today, her eyebrows were trimmed. Her face was powdered. Her lips were lightly colored. Her earrings were 2 pearls, and the color of her clothes was brighter, dark red, with silver edges on the hem. Wu Guiyang found that her daughter was always looking at her, and she felt a little embarrassed. Am I? She smiled awkwardly, regretting that she shouldn't dress like this, which made her daughter laugh. Zhang Zhuzhu said seriously, "Pretty. Like 18. Wu Guiyang blushed when she heard it. "Hey, what are you talking about, kid?" Zhang Zhuzhu took off a gold hairpin inlaid with rubies from her head. "It's better with this." For some reason, Wu Guiyang's eyes suddenly turned red. She had never been told that she was beautiful or good-looking. She was the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, and the mother of 4 children. What did she have to do with the word beautiful? Never. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and comforted her. "Mother, do you miss your elder and second sisters? When your second sisters' children are older and can travel, ask them to come over. I will buy the house next door and connect it. Then we can be reunited as a family." Wu Guiyang really missed her daughters, but her tears today were not for them, but for herself. She had shed many tears, but this was the first time that she cried completely for herself. "That will be hard for you," Wu Guiyang said with a sob. "It's okay. I'm good at making money." Zhang Zhuzhu gently wiped away the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief. Wu Guiyang held her hand. "Mother has to thank you very much." "No thanks. We are a family," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Wu Guiyang smiled relaxedly. She felt like she was reborn when she came to the capital. She could still live like this. "It's great," Li Fu said. "The excitement of these days is nothing. The Lantern Festival is the most lively. At that time, many royal relatives will be outside the palace to have fun with the people. At that time, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Xiao Bao. Let's go to see it together." Zhang Dachuan was immediately more excited. Zhang Baobao was not interested. He wanted to play with new friends. "Then your parents?" Wu Guiyang was obviously more worried. Li Fu said, "My parents grew up in the capital and have seen a lot. They usually enjoy the scenery with familiar friends." Li Fu also described the scene of thousands of lights in the capital during the Lantern Festival, which illuminated the capital like daylight. And the family was happy. Chapter 187, Finding a Solution to the Problem. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu stayed at Zhang's house for most of the day and returned home in the evening. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "My mother didn't urge me to have a baby today." Li Fu was also surprised. "I also think my mother-in-law is a little different." Li Fu didn't pay much attention to her dressing, but her words and deeds were obviously different. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Environment shapes people. She used to urge my sisters and me to have children because she was afraid that we would not be able to stand in the in-laws' family, in her living environment. If she didn't give birth to a son, the existence of a woman would be worthless. She still had to worry about the family, but she neglected herself. But after coming to the capital, Wu Guiyang saw different things." "That's true," Li Fu said. "This has always been the requirement for women. I'm very happy about her change," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "She has learned to focus on herself instead of others. She no longer restrains herself. She gently shakes the shackles on her body. This is already a good change." Zhang Zhuzhu sighed again. "But this world still requires too much from women." At this point, Zhang Zhuzhu thought of the Song family. Song Lingxin must still be suffering. After all, the chains imposed on women have been too many for many years, and the pain brought to women by marriage is regarded as something that women should endure. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Everyone has gone through this. Why can't you? You are still not satisfied. What do you want? Which woman has not heard such words while growing up? How painful it would be for a woman to spend her life in tolerance and concession. It's just that the people who set the rules don't care about the pain. And the people who are oppressed by the rules have become the maintainers of the rules in the long-term habit, requiring others to abide by the rules. These rules and habits have been passed down in this way and become something that everyone is accustomed to. Li Fu knew that she was thinking about Song Lingxin's matter. I'll ask someone to go to the Zheng family to inquire and see if there is any way, Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu nodded, yes. If the Zheng family takes the initiative to divorce, then Song Sheng cannot stop them. She hopes that Song Lingxin can escape the quagmire that buried her and have the opportunity to choose. But this is really a luxury. Zhang Zuzhu said, in fact, I don't have the opportunity to choose. But I am lucky, and I just want to be your husband and wife. If it weren't for Li Fu, she would have been a nun under Master Miaozhen of Shuyi Temple. Li Fu held her hand and said nothing. The closer he was to Zhu, the more he knew the difficulties of women. What should I do? Li Fu said. I have to say sorry to you. I am afraid that I can't change this world in my lifetime. Zhang Zuzhu said, let alone decades. Even hundreds or thousands of years. This world cannot be changed. It will take a long time. We just need to do a little insignificant thing in this change. Zhang Zuzhu never thought about such long-term things. She only wanted to do the things at the moment. You are right, Li Fu said. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He wanted to achieve his ambition of prosperity. But he still needed to work hard on that little thing. Not to mention such a big thing. The next day, Song Zhang sent someone to call Zhang Zuzhu over. After they left that day, Song Lingxin was sent back to the Zheng family by her father. Mr. Song had a quarrel with his eldest son. He wanted to ask his granddaughter what she thought first. Song Lingxin was also a smart girl who had read books since she was young. She also liked to write poems when she was young. Mr. Song wanted to understand the situation, so he followed those rules. But at the same time, he also wanted to change Song Lingxin's situation. As a result, Song Sheng was very unhappy and quarreled with his old father, saying that he indulged the women in the family and ruined the good reputation accumulated by the Song family over the years, saying that he should not do so. Song Zhang was furious and went up to pull Song Sheng's hair, which was pulled down by a group of people. They separated them. Song Lingxin looked at the chaotic scene, made up her mind, and hit her head on the corner of the table, causing her to bleed. Song Lingxin's biological mother, who had been silent for a long time, finally stepped forward, protected her daughter, and kept her. But Mrs. Song's opinion was to persuade her daughter to be patient. As the saying goes, women all go through this. Song Lingxin was originally touched by her mother's protection. But when she heard this, she collapsed on the spot and almost committed suicide again. Song Zhang was not very good at persuading people. So she thought of Zhang Zuzhu. She could only think of this girl, because she found that Zhang Zuzhu's ideas were different from most women, and she did not advocate forbearance. This was in line with Song Lingxin's current state. So Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu came over. Zhang Zuzhu heard what happened and said to Li Fu, this Sister Song, she must be sick. To be honest, Song Lingxin's mental state was not very healthy. Li Fu, are you sick? Well, it's not a physical illness. It's a mental illness. Maybe it's qi stagnation, Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu could roughly understand her statement, but it was not accurate. Zhang Zuzhu entered the room where Song Lingxin was lying. She had a white cloth wrapped around her head, but she was in good spirits. Maybe she was away from the environment and people who stimulated her, so she was calmer at this time. Sister, come and sit. Song Lingxin smiled when she saw her come in. Zhang Zuzhu brought her some snacks. Sister Lingxin, try these snacks. Song Lingxin was stunned for a moment, then said, they all call me Miss Song Er, or Grandma Zheng Wu. No one has called me by my name for a long time. She lost her name. And now when she heard the word Lingxin, she was filled with emotion. Zhang Zuzhu took out a pen and paper and said, Sister, committing suicide is a temporary measure. Let's think of a way to get you out of this matter unscathed. Song Lingxin laughed when she heard it. Get out of this unscathed. Ha ha ha. This is impossible. The Song family won't let me get out. And the Zheng family won't let me either. Sister, you don't know how hard I've been. Her life and her luck have been worn out. If you don't try, how can you know the result? Zhang Zuzu held her hand and looked at her firmly. Sister Lingxin, you are still very young. Suppose you live to be 80 years old. There are still more than 50 years between now and that year. If you don't try, are you really willing to die? Song Lingxin was certainly unwilling to accept this. Otherwise she would have hanged herself in the Zheng family instead of coming back to her rebellious aunt for help. If you ask me to endure it, then I can't. I can't endure it anymore. Song Lingxin said to her. Zhang Zuzu smiled. Don't endure it. People only live for a few days. What's the point of enduring it? We don't have to endure it. We should find a way to solve your current difficulties. Song Lingxin calmed down a lot after hearing this. Zhang Zuzu said, let's go to the study room to talk. Sam Lang, Aunt, and Mr. Song are waiting there. Let's find a solution together. Song Lingxin was still a little dizzy, but she still stood up with Zhang Zuzu's hand and walked to the study room anxiously. Chapter 188. What is needed is respect. There are 6 people in the study room. Mr. Song tends to use gentle means to solve his granddaughter's marriage problem. After all, he reads the books of sages and is not pedantic. But he is still a scholar in his bones. Song Zhang, as a victim of marriage, strongly supports her niece Song Lingxin to divorce the Zheng family. She said, the boy's surname Zheng is strong and healthy. And Linger is not as capable as me. I can outlast the one surnamed Su. But Linger can't. Song Lingxin nodded like pounding garlic. She really couldn't stand it. She was about to collapse. Then it was Song Lingyan. He looked at his aunt and cousin. You are married. And you are all so miserable? He had high expectations for marriage. Song Lingxin sighed. If we can be as harmonious as Sister Zhu and San Lang, it would be better. My aunt's husband's family and our Song family. Zhang Zhu said, there are too many rules, and it's too oppressive. Song Lingxin said yes. Li Fu looked at her teacher. You allowed my aunt to leave the Su family. I think you also know her suffering. Mr. Song certainly knew. He said, I have 2 sons and 1 daughter. Both sons are not very smart. But Song Zhang is the smartest. He is good at poetry, calligraphy, and even writing policy papers. But as a woman, the world does not need you to have such skills. This world needs women to give birth to children, raise children, and serve their husbands and their families. You don't need to have too many thoughts. You just need to live around that small piece of land forever. If you jump out, you will be an alien and will be oppressed and ridiculed. Song Zhang didn't want to get married back then. She wanted to become a nun. But at that time, she was still a docile woman, under the persuasion of her parents. She married a pretty good man, the one named Su. From then on, Song Zhang began to go crazy step by step. Song Zhang sneered, what's the use? No matter how good my poems are, the one who rises to prominence is the one named Su. She was well known because she could make ends meet by selling calligraphy. Mr. Song had a good impression of his deceased son-in-law and wanted to defend him. He doted on you. His uncle was very good to Song Zhang. For her, he even broke up with his brothers. He had not taken a concubine for decades. He was not a very evil person and was quite honest. Song Zhang was immediately furious. What's the use of that? Those are useless things. Outsiders all said so. But Song Zhang didn't understand. Since the Su family was so good, why was she still so miserable? Zhang Zuzu quickly stopped her and said, I know, and doesn't need a man's doting. You are not a daughter that lives by clinging to him. You are a big tree. You need him to respect you. Song Zhang calmed down after hearing this. Yes. Why do everyone think that I need to rely on a man to live? He is just an insignificant person. It is obvious that he is relying on me. She gave birth to her son and daughter. Most of the family expenses were earned by her selling calligraphy. But everyone, even her children, believed that she had to rely on the surname Su to live. This is simply unreasonable. Zhang Zuzu said, Aunt, don't be angry. The world is unbearable. Thousands of years later, your calligraphy and poetry will prove that you are right. She paid a heavy price for the freedom she wanted to fight for. But she was right. She had a talent and gift that was famous for thousands of years. But she was asked to take care of her husband and children, who wouldn't go crazy if she let her go. Song Zhang drank a sip of tea. I don't need to talk about my story. I am half buried in the ground. And I am at ease. She looked at her father. The Su family has a conscience. But the Zheng family is different. Father, Your granddaughter is still young. Let her live well. Don't be like me, being regarded as a crazy woman. Song Lingxin said with red eyes. Aunt? Don't say that. You are the first talented woman in Beijing. You are not crazy. In this family, only Aunt knows her suffering. Old Master Song said, Linger. Tell me, what is not satisfactory about you in the Zheng family? Song Lingxin wiped her tears. Zheng Kemming and I really don't get along at all. The Zheng family was born of military generals. And they also read books. But they don't like poetry and songs. In this court, civil and military are born to be hostile. Song Lingxin has been reading since she was young and is also a talented woman. When she was newly married, she wrote poems for her husband. But Zheng Kemming was not interested in these things at all and said they were useless. Song Lingxin studied silently by herself. Regarding Zheng Kemming's difficulties, Song Lingxin also took the initiative to understand and wanted to help him. But Zheng Kemming said that you just need to embroider peanuts and give birth to children. And there is no need. Zheng Kemming has a bad temper. And Song Lingxin is often scared by him. But everyone says that he didn't hit you. Isn't that good? I know you must think this is a small problem. But I really can't stand it. At first, Song Lingxin told many people about her suffering. But no one understood her. They said that it was the general's mansion. So she should be content. Her mother said so too. But since it was a small problem, why was she so miserable? And the child? Song Lingxin said, Grandfather, I think the Zheng family can't stand my inability to give birth to a legitimate son. You can ask them to divorce me. She didn't want to take medicine or acupuncture anymore. It was too painful. Zhang Juju said, This is not a small problem. As a husband, he should care about you and love you. This is his unshirkable responsibility. Song Lingxin said in confusion, But they all told me that men are so rough. Zhang Juju looked at Li Fu. Really? Of course not. Li Fu said, These are all excuses. Roughness and carelessness are not the same thing. I can only say that Zheng Kemming doesn't care about you at all. Li Fu's words were too heartbreaking. But the fact is that he is a man. He cherishes Juju. And his eyes are always on her. Not caring is not caring. There is no such thing as not understanding. He is not a child. How to treat someone well. Don't you know? Song Lingxin smiled bitterly. She knew that it was all excuses. Zhang Juju said, Although he has never beaten or scolded you. But he does not communicate. Does not exchange. And completely ignores your feelings. I think this should be regarded as mental violence and torture. Physical pain is painful. And mental pain is also painful. But the latter is easily overlooked. Song Lingyan said, If Zheng Kemming didn't want to, he could have refused at that time. My cousin is not unmarried. Why did Zheng Kemming treat my cousin like this by forcing her to marry him? Zhang Juzu thought. Because he could? He knew that even if he treated his wife so roughly, he would not be treated badly. Song Lingxin was someone he could treat casually. And no one would protect her, including her family. Li Fu said, This marriage is what the Fugui General's mansion needs. To put it bluntly, Song Lingxi was just a sacrifice. And her pain made the careers of the Song and Zheng families successful. If the two of them divorce, the cooperation between the two families will also go bankrupt. The difficulty of this matter is not Zheng Kemming. But here, Mr. Song looked at his granddaughter. Do you know what you will have to go through after the divorce? Song Lingxin, I know. I'm not afraid. There is no place more terrifying than the Zheng family. Really? There is no place. In this case, Mr. Song said, Let's divorce. Song Lingxin finally smiled. She knelt down and said to her grandfather, Thank you for your help. Chapter 189 Whose problem is it? Mr. Song did not delay, and immediately told the Zheng family about this. It was the new year. And the Zheng family knew that Zheng Kemming and Song Lingxin were in conflict. But the couple had always been at odds. And the Zheng family did not care. But as soon as they opened their mouths to divorce, the Zheng family could not sit still. Zheng Kemming's parents and brother and sister-in-law immediately came to the Song family with Zheng Kemming, asking Zheng Kemming to apologize to Song Lingxin and welcome her back respectfully. Song Lingxin was very upset. But she had finally fought for this good result. And of course she would not let it go easily. Zhang Zhuyu comforted her. You will soon be free. Hold on a little longer. Song Lingxin tidied her hair. Freedom. These two words are so beautiful. She finally didn't have to endure anymore. Zheng Kemming didn't expect that his weak wife would divorce him after returning home. He was very unhappy. Song had been married for nearly 10 years and had no children. But he didn't divorce her. Song had the nerve to mention divorce. The Song family dared to say that they were a polite family. There was a Song Zhang. And there would be another one. The Song family was already in a turmoil. Mr. Song agreed to divorce. But Song Lingxin's parents did not agree and were strongly opposed. When the Zhang family came, Song Sheng said that his father was old and confused and divorce was impossible. Song Zhang scolded him for being unfilial and disobeying his father's orders. And then the brother and sister quarreled again in front of the two families. Humph! Among the three of us, you are the most useless. You can't stand in the court. You can't protect your children. And you even dare to disobey your parents' orders. You are unfaithful, unfilial, and unkind. You are unworthy of being a human being. Song Zhang scolded people. It was really fierce and cruel. And he poked Song Sheng's pain everywhere. Song Sheng was so angry that his face turned blue. You are not a good wife. And you are not polite at all. Song Zhang laughed. You only know these few words. I have grown calluses on my ears after listening to them. The Zheng family looked at the situation of the Song family and felt it was ridiculous. Finally, the two were pulled apart by the younger generation of the family. And the Zheng family was invited in. Although they watched such a big show, General Zheng and the old lady still asked Zheng Qiming to kneel down, apologize to the Song family, and take Song Lingxin back. As soon as Song Sheng opened his mouth, Song Zhang sneered, "It's not your turn to speak here. This is the decision of my father." Mrs. Song didn't dare to compete with her sister-in-law at all, and could only look at her daughter with tears, hoping that she would change her mind and not do stupid things. Mr. Song glanced at Zheng Qiming and said, "You don't fulfill your responsibilities as a husband. I think you look down on the daughter of the Song family. In this case, you don't have to kneel down to me. You should end this forced fate." Zheng Qiming felt guilty for a while, and said hesitantly, "You are too harsh. I have never blamed Lingxin." Mr. Song knocked the teacup in his hand on the table and smiled. "Really?" Zheng Qiming was stared at by him, and couldn't speak. He is usually an elderly and kind elder, but he has not lived in vain for so many years. It is just a small matter to deal with Zheng Qiming. Song Lingxin said, "You really haven't blamed me. But you have never looked at me straight in the eye. And you have not treated me as a living person. Husband and wife are not like this." Especially after she saw Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu get along. Song Lingxi was more determined on this point. Zheng Qiming has never treated her with his heart. Mrs. Jin said, "Daughter-in-law Qiming. Qiming is wrong. Just ask him to change. You are well-educated and well-mannered. And you are my favorite daughter-in-law. I have loved you as my own child all these years. Why do you want to divorce? You have to cherish the old feelings." Mrs. Song immediately said to Song Lingxin, "Yes. Lingxin, the Zheng family has not treated you badly. Now Qiming is kneeling here. And your father-in-law, mother-in-law, elder brother and sister-in-law are here in person. Don't be so willful." Song Lingxin was still calm when she heard what Mrs. Zheng said. But when she heard her mother say this, she almost cried on the spot. But she held back. Zheng Qiming also said, "Lingxin, don't be angry. I will change. He still needs this wife." Song Lingxin suppressed her painful mood and said, "I am not angry. I want a divorce." Mrs. Song suddenly became excited. "If you dare to divorce, I will crash and die here. And you will bear the crime of being unfilial for the rest of your life." Song Lingxin took out a pair of scissors from her bosom and immediately stabbed her neck. Zhang Zuzu quickly snatched the scissors. But the wound on Song Lingxin's neck had begun to bleed, and Zhang Zuzu pressed her wound with a handkerchief. Everyone hurriedly called the maid to find medicine for the wound. Mr. Song stood up anxiously, and Song Zhang also anxiously helped his niece cover the wound. Mrs. Song was completely frightened. She said that she was just saying that she was going to die. But her daughter was really going to die. Then we can go to the underground to reunite. And mother doesn't have to be oppressed by father anymore. Song Lingxin's calmness was somewhat mad. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that as a parent, they did not fulfill their responsibility to protect their children, but used their parental status to oppress their children who were already suffering. Parents should not be like this. Zheng Qiming said in surprise, "You are crazy." Zhang Zhuzhu heard this and said, "Your wife is injured and bleeding. You don't worry about whether she will die. You say she is crazy. Is there a husband like you? You have never cared about her." Everyone present was stunned for a moment when they heard this. Song Lingxin also laughed bitterly. "Zheng Qiming, A husband who doesn't even worry about his wife's life and death. You know what kind of life I have lived these years. I never knew what it felt like to be cared for by my husband. My bedmate is always cold and ruthless to me. I have not let anyone down. I just don't want to live like this anymore. I want a divorce. I am not wrong, she said word by word, staring coldly at Zhang Keming. This man, who has tortured her for so many years. Why does he look so calm? Is this really a human? Song Lingxin felt fear at this moment. The Zhang family members were speechless as they watched her blood soaking through her collar. They thought that Song had gone mad. If a mad woman stayed in the Zhang family, and she died one day, the Zhang family, would have to give an explanation to the Song family. Madame Zhang changed her previous kindness and said, Song, your words are a bit too much. My son Keming is just a bit dull and honest. And he is not good at speaking. You said he was cold and heartless. Which is too much. You have been childless in the Zhang family for many years. And you have committed the 7 reasons for divorce. If you want to leave, it is our Zhang family that will divorce you. Song Zhang laughed and said, the Zhang family is really arrogant. Doesn't your son have concubines in the house? I haven't heard that your son has illegitimate sons and daughters. It's hard to say who can't give birth. The room was quiet, and everyone looked at Zhang Keming. Zhang Keming's face turned pale. I'm busy with official business. He did a good job in his career. Madame Zhang, my son is strong and healthy. Linger sisters from the same mother have already had both sons and daughters. Why can't our Linger have children after she came to the Song family? Song Zhang said. Madame Zhang gritted her teeth and said, the Zhang family only divorces wives. Mr. Song looked at General Fugua. Old General, our 2 families should part ways in peace. The old general stood up and kicked Zhang Keming again. Apologize to your wife. When she is willing to go home, you are allowed to enter the Zhang family's gate. After that, the old general winked at his wife and left. Chapter 190 Lantern Festival. Song Lingxin was dumbfounded. Just leave as soon as you say so. The eldest brother and sister-in-law of the Zhang family stood up with a smile. How can a husband and wife hold grudges overnight? Sister-in-law, we will leave Keming here. If you are angry, just go to him. You can beat him or scold him as you like. After that, the couple ran away. Everyone was left looking at each other in bewilderment. In the middle of a fight, the opponent ran away. What is going on? Madame Zhang said unhappily. Why are you running away? It's just a divorce. Doesn't our family need such a daughter-in-law? General Fugua said. Didn't you hear what Mr. Song called me just now? He called me general. This is simply a mockery. Everyone knows that the military camp is now the world of King Wu. And King Wu's power has quickly penetrated into the capital. Only the imperial guards were still being held by the Ming family. And the situation of the general's mansion was over. Originally, he thought that the Song family just couldn't stand Zhang Keming's bad treatment of the Song family. Yes, they were not blind. Their whole family knew that the Song family was suffering. But they just pretended not to see it, because the Song family was gentle and docile. They still counted on the Song family. How could they really divorce? Madame Zhang said, but Mr. Song also taught your majesty in the palace. I think that the position of Keming's legitimate wife is vacant. So it's just right for him to marry a woman from the northwest. The general was speechless for a long time. Don't you see the 3rd son of the Li family there? The Song family seemed to be fine. And Mr. Song seemed to be on the side of the Empress Dowager. But that was not the case at all. If he was not mistaken, King Wu had a will of the previous emperor in his hand, the content of which was unclear, and Mr. Song was a witness. The Song family has no title, but they have hope. General Fugua scolded his son in his heart. No matter how much he disliked her, he should at least let Song give birth to a child. With a child, it would be easy to control Song. This idiot. Zhang Keming was still in the Song family, and the scene was somewhat awkward. Song Lingxin said, I must divorce. I've had enough. Zhang Keming regretted it now, regretting that he couldn't catch Song Lingxin's handle and make her determined to divorce. You are too impatient. Zhang Keming frowned and said, Linger, I have been busy with official business for these years and neglected you. I will change. You and I have been married for 10 years, and we have feelings for each other. Song Lingxin almost laughed. Song Xing said, Keming, come here. She has been bewitched and driven crazy. He was satisfied with his son-in-law. As for his daughter's pain, every woman has gone through this. Why can't she bear it? Mr. Song said, Song Sheng, Your second brother is about to return to Beijing. In the future, all matters of the Song family, including your children's affairs, will be decided by your brother. Mr. Song's second son, Song Lingyan's father, was an official in another place. Originally, Mr. Song wanted him to gain more experience for a few years, but now, he planned to call his second son back. This eldest son is really hopeless. He should have seen this clearly a long time ago. Song Sheng's face was full of shock. Dad. What do you mean? Mr. Song, Song Sheng. You disappoint me so much. He stood up. Kemming. Whether you are worthy of Linger. You know it in your heart. Go back and tell your parents to divorce as soon as possible. Don't delay. I, an old man, still have a say in the capital. Song Sheng didn't care about the good son-in-law this time. He was still in shock. When everyone left, Song Lingxin threw the cloth around her neck aside, and everyone saw that she was not injured. Zhang Zuzhu said, chicken blood. Mr. Song said helplessly, it's just a bluff. Song Lingxin said, I know my mother will definitely threaten to die. So she asked Zhang Zuzhu. And Zhang Zuzhu prepared these things. Li Fu held her hand, not caring about the blood on her hand. The Zheng family is reluctant to divorce, so be more careful. Zheng Kemming is really thoughtful, Li Fu reminded. Song Ling thought. Zheng Kemming has so many thoughts, but he is unwilling to spend 1 or 2 on her, and he makes her like a madman. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is vicious. Fortunately, she finally jumped out of the fire pit and didn't have to endure it anymore. Thanks for the reminder. I will be careful, Song Ling said in her heart. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu said goodbye to the Song family and went home. Zhang Zhuzhu, what if the Zheng family keeps dragging it out? Li Fu said, Sir, I won't let them drag it out for too long. Mr. Song is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by others. Since he has decided to let Song Lingxin divorce, he will definitely do it. Zhang Zuzhu nodded, thinking that this matter should be over. No matter what reason Mr. Song chose to end this marriage with the Zheng family, Song Lingxin has jumped out of the fire pit. She pushed Li Fu. Let's make it clear first. In the future, you can't calculate our children for your own future, let alone for the sake of the overall situation. I know that you are all calculating, and you are all profit-oriented, and you don't care about the suffering people at all. Li Fu understood what she meant. The Zheng family had no power to turn things around, but Song Sheng still held on to them. So he said that Song Sheng had disappointed him and planned to let his second son return to Beijing. Mr. Song's support was still based on the overall situation. Li Fu said, okay. I promise. I guarantee that our children will not have to sacrifice their marriages for the sake of the overall situation. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't look very happy when she heard this. I'm afraid that they can't control it when it comes to that step. Okay. Don't be sad. There will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. We will do our best. Li Fu comforted her. Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything. She knew that there was no way to have both in the world, and there was no point in making things difficult for Li Fu now. After the 5th day of the first lunar month, Li Fu was busy again. In addition to taking care of the family affairs, Zhang Zhuzhu would also go to see Yao Yusen and Princess Haiyang. She was having a good time anyway. The day before the Lantern Festival, Li Fu finally got some free time. Zhang Zhuzhu was ready to go out and play. The two agreed to accompany Zhang Zhuzhu's parents first, and Lin Weining and Li Qi agreed to this and went together. Li Qi said, you two young people must be thinking about where to go to play, and I'm afraid you don't have the heart to take care of your elders. Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly said, no. Sanlang and I are very filial. Li Qi said, I know. Go and play by yourself later. Li Fu smiled and said, thank you, Father, for your help. Which young person doesn't want to have fun with the one they love during the Lantern Festival? Li Qi still understands them. Besides, they are not the elders who want to tie their children to their side. The children have their own days to live. If they have to let them surround the elders, it will really make enemies. When Lin Weining saw Wu Guiyang, he also felt that she was very different from the past. He smiled and said, I said that this piece of material will make you new clothes. It will definitely look good when you wear it. This material was selected by Lin Weining and sent to Zhang's family before the new year. Wu Guiyang was a little awkward, too bright. Lin Weining, no. It's better with this hairpin. After the festival, I will order 2 sets of jewelry. Wu Guiyang smiled with pursed lips. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu accompanied several elders for a while, and soon they were drowned in the sea of people. Li Fu hugged Zhang Zuzhu and shuttled through the crowd. Zhang Zuzhu was squeezed, and in an instant, she felt like she was back to the scenic spots of modern holidays. This feeling was familiar to her. Chapter 191, We Will Be Together Forever. Zhang Zuzhu heard someone shouting that their shoes were missing. Someone shouting that their purse was stolen. Plus the hawking on both sides of the street. It was really lively. Li Fu protected Zhang Zuzhu, and the two walked in the crowded crowd. Zhang Zuzhu sighed. There are so many people. Li Fu said, there are millions of people living in the capital. Today is the Lantern Festival. So naturally there are many people. Compared with modern metropolises, millions of people are nothing. But in this era, it is really a lot. When it comes to festivals, more people go out. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Where to go? Li Fu, to Chomping Street. There are lantern riddles. It is the most lively place. The two walked through the crowded crowd and headed for Chomping Street. On the way, they met the firefighting army, who were going to put out the fire. It seemed that there was a fire somewhere. After all, it was a festival, and there were lanterns everywhere, so the risk of fire was very high. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu walked in the crowd, and suddenly felt as if they were in another world. She always felt that she was out of tune with this world. In the past few years, she had been living in her own little world, not caring about people and things other than the Zhang family. She was passive and escapist, depressed, and confused. Zhang Zuzhu recalled that she lived like a role-playing in those years. But this situation changed after she met Li Fu. From that time on, she gradually integrated into this world. She started working, making money, and doing what she wanted to do. Last August, she married Li Fu and solved her life's major event. Zhang Zuzhu listened to the laughter of people around her and the crying of children. Beautiful lanterns were hung at the doors of the surrounding shops, and vendors were trying to sell their products. Li Fu held her hand tightly and opened a way for her to move forward. All this was so real. But Zhang Zuzhu felt scared. Zhang Zuzhu suddenly shed tears and asked Li Fu, Am I dreaming? Li Fu was squeezing forward. When he heard Zhang Zuzhu ask this, he turned around and looked at her. He saw her tears. Li Fu stopped and took her to the side of the road. Are you feeling uncomfortable? What's wrong? He looked at his young and lovely wife with concern. She always showed different emotions during festivals. Li Fu knew it since the Mid-Autumn Festival of their first year. Li Fu said that she was like a kite with a broken string, and his feeling was very accurate. Zhang Zuzhu had nowhere to stay before. She was a stranger drifting in this world. Li Fu gently wiped her tears. Zhang Zuzhu walked forward and leaned in Li Fu's arms. Li Fu hugged her tightly and patted her back gently. Li Fu felt her fragility and uneasiness. Zhang Zuzhu said, Hold me for a while. Hold me tighter. Li Fu did not ask any more questions. She was too weak at the moment, and Li Fu could not bear to ask any more questions. Zhang Zuzhu leaned on Li Fu's warm arms for a long time. This action was a little intimate, attracting the attention of passers-by. But they are now husband and wife, hugging each other under the lights of the city, and no one can say anything. Zhang Zuzhu recovered and said to Li Fu with a smile, Let's go. I'm fine. Li Fu said, Okay. It's just that Li Fu felt sorry for not helping her. Zhang Zuzhu seemed to know what he was thinking and said, Thank you for accompanying me. With Li Fu's company, Zhang Zuzhu would not feel lonely. He is Zhang Zuzhu's anchor in this world. No thanks. We will be together for a long time. Li Fu answered her. Zhang Zuzhu smiled sweetly at him and pushed him to walk faster. The two of them were delayed on the road for a while. At this time, Chomping Street was full of people who came to guess lantern riddles. They were late. Li Fu looked at the lanterns and said, This lantern is not complete. Zhang Zuzhu, is there nothing you like? Li Fu said, I want a pair of geese. Zhang Zuzhu laughed. I haven't heard of lanterns with geese painted on them. The lanterns are painted with rare flowers and birds. And geese are very common poultry. There is no good meaning. So naturally no one paints this. Li Fu could only give up helplessly, thinking that she would go back and paint a few portraits for their geese. Zhang Zuzhu decided to pick a pair of lanterns painted with plum blossoms, and then went to watch people guess lantern riddles. And there were people competing in poetry in front. I think I saw the Yao brothers and sisters. Li Fu pointed to the people competing in poetry, and showed them to Zhang Zuzhu. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Hey, Sister Song is out too? Zhang Juju saw Song Lingxin. There was an acquaintance. So the two went over there. Song Lingxin was competing in poetry with others. She did not cover her face. And she also put on makeup. This was the first time she had such freedom in the 10 years since she got married. After the new year, she would formally write the divorce documents with the Zheng family and go to the government office. And she would be completely free. She no longer had to worry about being accused of dishonesty by Zheng Qiming and other members of the Zheng family after she went out to visit friends or go out to play. Song Lingxi was inspired to write poetry. And it was as if she was inspired by God. Yao Qingxin went out to play with his sister today. He heard that there was such a lively scene in Chongping Street. So he actively participated. He didn't have many friends. And he thought it would be great if he could meet a few friends here to sit down and talk about poetry and songs. Suddenly, several people rushed over to Song Lingxin and dragged her. No one around reacted. But Yao Yusen and Yao Qingxin were very sensitive to such things and rushed over without hesitation. Yao Yusen shouted, "Help! Help!" She rushed over and hugged Song Lingxin tightly. And Yao Qingxin also went up to fight with those men. Song Lingxin came to her senses and struggled hard. At this time, the people who came to drag Song Lingxin had lost the initiative. And the people watching the excitement around also went up to help. Seeing this, the men planned to leave. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu did not squeeze over. She said, "I saw Zheng Qiming." Li Fu looked in the direction she pointed and saw him. Zheng Qiming also squeezed through the crowd, went up to protect Song Lingxin, and fought with those men. But there were too many people tonight, and those men quickly disappeared in the crowd. Song Lingxin was frightened. Yao Yusen hugged her and comforted her. "It's okay. Sister, don't be afraid." Song Lingxin took a few deep breaths. "Thank you, girl." She felt the strength of Yao Yusen holding her just now. Zheng Qiming bowed to Yao Qingxin and said, "Thank you for saving my wife. Brother, can you tell me your name? I will definitely come to thank you." Yao Qingxin was about to answer that it was not necessary. But Song Lingxin said, "Zheng Qiming, you and I have divorced. I am not a wife of the Zheng family, but a daughter of the Song family. I will naturally thank you for what happened today. And you don't need me to." Zheng Qiming acted helpless and said, "Don't say angry words. Look, today, you went out alone and encountered such danger. You still have to listen to me. It's safer to go out less in the future. I'm all for you." "What nonsense is this?" Zhang Juju finally squeezed over. "You can choke when eating or drinking. Why don't you starve yourself to death or die of thirst?" Someone dared to kidnap people in the street during the Lantern Festival. It shows that the bandits in the capital are rampant. We should report it to the government and catch these thieves as soon as possible, using this as an excuse to prevent women from going out. What's wrong? General Zheng thinks that the imperial guards in the capital are dead. This person is really annoying. Chapter 192, Seeking Justice on the Road. Song Lingxin had chosen to restrain herself more than once because of Zheng Qiming's words. Zhang Juju's words really touched her heart. Yao Yusen also agreed loudly. That's right. When encountering such things, it means that the officials are not doing their job well. When my brother was the county magistrate, no one dared to do such a bastard thing in the street. Zhang Juju glanced at Zheng Qiming with her peripheral vision and said, "I think those people haven't run away yet. Let's report to the authorities to catch them and see who is so bold." Zheng Qiming's eyes moved slightly, but he remained calm. He said to Li Fu, "It is true that the imperial guards guard the capital. But today is the Lantern Festival. There are crowds of people, and mistakes are inevitable. I think the people can't be found. Brother Li was born in the capital, so he must know about this." Li Fu smiled. "I used to think this was normal. But I have been in the Northwest for a few years, and have seen the Northwest Army arresting foreign spies. As long as there is a clue, they can catch the guilty person. If the Imperial Army can't catch them, I will ask the Wuwang Mansion to make a decision for the Song family's women." Zheng Qiming clenched his fists and almost punched Li Fu twice. This couple, they are really bored. Why do they want to take care of the Song family's affairs? Song Lingxin used to be under his control, but now she can't stand it. They also want to find the Wuwang Mansion to catch a few thieves. Are they crazy? There is no need to bother the Wuwang Mansion. This is the business of the Imperial Army. Zheng Qiming tried his best to stay calm. Li Fu said, "If the Imperial Guards can't catch these little thieves, then the Wuwang Mansion will naturally be willing to help." Zheng Qiming frowned tightly. Zhang Zhuzhu cursed this man several times in her heart. This method is really dirty. These people must have been arranged by Zhang Qiming to kidnap Song Lingxin. And as long as Zhang Qiming came forward to rescue Song Lingxin, he would have saved Song Lingxin's life. If Song Lingxin still insisted on divorce at this time, she would definitely be scolded. He is your husband, who saved your life desperately, and you still want to divorce. Are you crazy? She will even be considered to have lost her innocence. As long as Zhang Qiming shows a protective attitude towards Song Lingxin, Song Lingxin will have no choice at that time. In order to keep Song Lingxin, Zhang Qiming actually asked several men to drag her away in public. He was really cruel. He really didn't care whether Song Lingxin would be hurt. How did Song Lingxin get through all these years sleeping with such a person? Zhang Qiming ignored Li Fu and said to Song Lingxin, "Don't worry. I will definitely catch those people." Song Lingxin said coldly, "Don't bother you." Zhang Qiming pretended to be sad. "Forget it. If you don't want to see me, I won't bother you." After that, Zhang Qiming left. Zhang Zhuzhu and her group went to a nearby restaurant. Yao Qingxin was injured and needed medicine. Song Lingxin and Yao Yusen's hair and clothes were a little messy, so they had to change and clean up. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help it and immediately told Song Lingxin her guess. After hearing this, Song Lingxin felt that all the hair on her body stood up and fell in the chair and couldn't get up. Yao Yusen also widened her eyes. Is this still a human being? Crazy. Actually did such a thing. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "This is my guess. Just wait for the people in the Wuwang mansion to catch those thieves, and then we can verify it." Song Lingxin drank a sip of hot tea and said with a pale face, "He did it. After all, he was her bedmate." She knew Zhang Qiming's methods to some extent, and Zhang Qiming was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Song Lingxin gnashed her teeth and said, "He's dreaming. Let alone someone saving me today. Even if I was really saved by him, I would never enter the Zhang family again. Today, none of the women of the Song family went out to play, because this was the rule set by Song Sheng before. Although Mr. Song said that they didn't have to listen to Song Sheng anymore, the women were already used to it. This was the first time in all these years that Song Lingxin could play on the night of the Lantern Festival without covering her head and face. She tasted the taste of freedom, and she would never give up. Yao Qingxin came out after applying the medicine, and naturally listened to what Li Fu had just said. Yao Qingxin was shocked and said, "The Zhang family is the dignified general's mansion of the auxiliary state. A first-class title. How could they do such a thing? This is ridiculous. Laughable." Li Fu said, "Origin and character have nothing to do with each other." Yao Qingxin frowned. "This is the emperor's feat. Then this song will probably suffer this loss." Yao Qingxin said, "After all, as a woman, being dragged by several men on the street, if it spreads out, it will do great harm to her reputation." Yao Qingxin has been a county magistrate for several years, and has seen such things. There are even women who hang themselves because of this. Reputation is more important than life. This is really ridiculous. But it is very real. Li Fu, no. They will be caught. Maybe it can't prove Zhang Qiming, but it must pay the price for it. Seeing the two come out, Song Lingxin immediately bowed to Yao Qingxin. "I can't repay you for saving my life. If it weren't for the Yao brothers and sisters today, she didn't know what she would have experienced. This time, it was no different from saving a life." Yao Qingxin hurriedly said, "It's just that I saw injustice on the road. Miss Song, don't be polite." Yao Yusen smiled and said, "Sister, don't be polite. I have encountered such a thing before. It was Zhu Zhu and the others who saved me. Now how can we watch you being taken away by the thieves?" Song Lingxin listened to their stories about the past again. She sighed, You are really very courageous. I am ashamed of myself." She lived in the inner house, and her courage had been gradually worn away. If someone else was in danger, she might be scared and cry. But Zhang Zhuzhu and Yao Yusen, as well as Li Fu and Yao Qingxin, dared to step forward and save people, let alone the men. As women, they were really very courageous. Song Ling thought, "I hope she can also regain such courage. The danger is past, and the festival is still going on." Yao Yusen and her brother and sister went home first, and Song Lingxin was also escorted away. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu left Chongping Street and went to play somewhere else. Zhang Zhuzhu really experienced the excitement and joy of the festival. When she returned home, it was already late at night. Li Fu said, "I'm sleepy." Zhang Zhuzhu also yawned. Go back. Go back. I want to sleep. As soon as the carriage stopped, Zhang Zuzu jumped down. Li Fu said, I'll carry you back. Zhang Zuzu said, No. I can run fast. She wanted to lie down on the bed immediately. Without wasting a moment, Li Fu had already stood up. Get up quickly. Zhang Zuzu couldn't refuse Li Fu's kindness, so she lay on Li Fu's back and said with a smile, How can you be so stubborn that you have to carry me on your back? Li Fu said, I'd rather. I'll carry you on my back. Zhang Zuzu smiled and let Li Fu carry her back to the house. Chapter 193 What a Good Life. During the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, Zhang Zuzu had fun for 3 days, and Li Fu also accompanied her. The two did not do anything serious. After the festival, the thieves were caught again, but they could not tell who ordered them. They could only say that it was the little minions who gave them money, and this person had died at home. It was said that he got drunk and fell into the pool and drowned. There was no evidence. The Wuwang mansion seized the opportunity and cursed the imperial guards as a bunch of rubbish, and scolded the Ming family who controlled the imperial guards, and then said that the Wuwang mansion would send people to participate in the management of the capital's public security. Of course, the Ming family disagreed. If the people of the Wuwang mansion were to take charge of the imperial guards, then one day when they opened their eyes, all the people of the Ming family, as well as the Empress Dowager Huang and the little emperor in the palace, would be reunited in the underworld. Who dares to take this risk? But the Wuwang mansion was very persistent. They had the handle of the imperial guards. The Ming family was in the wrong no matter what. The two sides argued dozens of times about this matter, but the Ming family's strongest line of defense was the imperial guards, and the Wuwang mansion had no way to infiltrate it in the end. However, there were other armies in addition to the imperial guards in the capital, and it was hard to say whether the imperial guards had been infiltrated. Song Lingxin finally succeeded in divorce. If Zheng Qiming's method had succeeded, the Song family would have no choice. But he failed and was caught, so naturally he could only divorce. Zheng Qiming also offended the imperial guards, and his future was in danger. Lin Weiying knew about this and said, Women are most afraid of marrying the wrong person. Look, this delay is 10 years. How many decades can a person live? Zhou Rui also sighed with regret. No wonder Miss Song refused to go out after getting married. I'm afraid there will be rumors outside again. Outsiders will always look down on women and gossip about them when they divorce. Zhang Zuzu said, What can I say? If a person falls into a fire pit, he must jump out early. How can he stay in it forever? Zhou Rui said, That's because she has no children. If Miss Song has a blood relationship with the Zheng family, she can't jump out even if she wants to. Zhang Zuzu thought, Isn't it? Song Lingxin was lucky enough to escape from the fire pit. Most women, because of the rules and the children, have to endure the fire pit for their whole lives. They have to endure for more than 10 or 20 years to raise their children, and their hopes are all on their children. Zhou Rui glanced at her mother-in-law, and then asked Zhang Zhuzhu, What will you do if Sanlang betrays you in the future? Zhang Luzhu almost rolled her eyes. She actually asked such a question in front of her mother-in-law. She was really idle. Zhang Zhuzhu replied, You can't ask me this. You should ask Li Fu. I can run away with the family business when the time comes, and he will have nothing. Since it comes to heartbreaking, she is very good at it. Zhou Rui was really hurt when she heard this, and said, I think you two have more than we have at home. When Li Fu got married, he bought a lot of family property, most of which were still under Zhang Zhuzhu's name. Zhou Rui and Li Zhu had a good relationship, but she was still jealous when she heard this. There was no way anyone would be jealous when hearing about this kind of thing. Compared with others, Li Fu did too well. Zhang Zuzhu answered seriously, That's not the case. I've seen our family account book, and we don't have that much now. She brought the topic to family matters. Zhou Rui felt that even if there were not many now, there would be more in the future. Her sister-in-law was really capable, could make money, and could control men. She had taken all the good things in the world. Moreover, their mother-in-law used to be very particular about rules and etiquette. When she first married into the Li family, she was also trembling for a while. As a result, they lived in Zhongjia village for a few years, and the mother-in-law's temper improved, and she let Zhang Zhuzhu do everything. Zhang Zhuzhu must have a good life. Lin Weiying listened to the two daughters-in-law talking, without interfering, and found it quite interesting. Lin Weining had no sisters-in-law, and she was not close to the sisters-in-law of the direct branch of the Li family. But Zhang Zuzu and Zhou Ri are different. They have known each other for years, and are supposed to be friends. Now that they are sisters-in-law, their relationship is not closer than before, but rather a little distant. Zhou Ri has her own thoughts, but Zhang Zuzu refuses to give in. Fortunately, it is only a small matter, and it should not cause a big fuss. In this case, Lin Weining is too lazy to care. Zhang Zuzu said straight to the point. Second sister-in-law should be pregnant now. When will you take over the family affairs? Zhou Ri was a little surprised. You don't want to care. Zhang Zuzu managed very well, and there were no mistakes during the new year. It was the time when she was popular, but she was willing to let go. Zhou Ri really didn't expect it. Zhang Zuzu said, it's boring. It's relatively simple. Now we follow the rules and generally don't make mistakes. It's really boring. This little thing is really not challenging. Zhou Ri thought about the rules she set. It's good, useful, and convenient. But she will continue Zhang Zuzu's rules when she manages the family in the future. Zhou Ri felt sad when she thought about this. She really shot herself in the foot and smashed it to pieces. There is really no one worse than her. Lin Weining said, I will take care of it for a while. The two sisters-in-law looked at their mother-in-law at the same time. Lin Weining said, I was not at home before the new year. Now that your grandmother is well, I don't have anything to do. I will take care of it for a while. Zhang Zuzu heard this and immediately said, Thank you for your hard work. Lin Weining smiled and said, Go out and ask around. Who has 3 daughters-in-law and still wants the mother-in-law to manage the household? What kind of rumors will spread out? If people hear this, they will definitely say that this mother-in-law is reluctant to give up the little power in the family and oppresses her daughters-in-law. Zhou Ri also smiled and said, No. Now our family is like a copper wall and iron wall. Not even a fly can fly out. Only people come in. No one goes out. So you can rest assured. When Zhang Zuzu used those methods, the servants and maids in the family were like fighting cocks. And they were very dedicated. If you are not dedicated, others will be dedicated, and they will be promoted. Zhang Zuzu finally unloaded the burden of housekeeping and was relieved. Zhou Ri also breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to take over the family business from her mother-in-law than from her younger brother and sister-in-law. Lin Weining wanted to reconcile their conflicts, so she agreed to the housekeeping job. As an elder, she always hoped that this family would be stable and smooth. In the evening, Zhang Zuzu began to sort out her property again. She had a wine shop and had made a lot of money. But how could she make enough money? After washing up, Li Fu saw the things she put on the bed and said, What is this for? Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, I am dying of laughter. My second sister-in-law wanted to find out how much money we have today. Li Fu said, Then she might not be able to sleep tonight. The couple laughed at the same time. Chapter 194 It's ours. After the Lantern Festival, the new year is over. There was news from Songnong County that Zhang Yining had given birth to a son before the new year. When Wu Guiyang heard the news, she was so happy that she burst into tears. She grabbed Zhang Zuzu's hand and said, Great. It's great. Having a child is better than anything else. Zhang Zuzu said, Now you can rest assured. Wu Guiyang wiped her tears and smiled and said, Reassurance? Relief? I don't know how much anger I suffered because of the child. Now your 2 sisters have children. They are better than me. She knew the difficulties of women. She didn't know how much gossip she had suffered because she couldn't give birth to a son. She didn't know how many people persuaded Zhang Dajuan to marry a child to give birth to a son. Wu Guiyang knew that she valued her son more and sometimes neglected her daughter. But she had no choice. She grew up like this and was born in such an environment. Zhang Zuzu would not argue with her about this, and only said, You are also very powerful. You gave birth to 3 sisters. Wu Guiyang touched her face. Alas, we women are born to suffer. We are lucky. But there are those who are unlucky and suffer all our lives. I have you. So I have survived. In such an environment, she is also a qualified mother. Zhang Zuzu hugged her and said, Your blessings are still long-term. Wu Guiyang was hugged by her daughter and smiled. Isn't it? Who would have thought that I can still eat ginseng and bird's nest every day? She was content to live to this point. The weather gradually warmed up, and Zhang Zuzu helped Yao Yusen open the store. Li Fu was very interesting here. He was going to take the Anka exam. Although this matter had been decided a long time ago, Li Fu felt a little awkward, because he had participated in the government affairs in the Wuwang mansion. And now he had to start all over again. Not only Li Fu had to go, but his second brother also had to go. And he hadn't finished the exam. So the Li family had to send 2 people out that day. Li Zhu glanced at his third brother and said to everyone, I agreed with San Lang that year that I would not take the exam with him in the same year, and let him take it next time. But now we have to take it together. Not only Li Zhu, the brother, but everyone else did not want to take the exam at the same time as Li Fu. They would only become Li Fu's stepping stones. When mentioning this imperial examination in the future, everyone would only remember Li Fu. Li Fu said, there are talented people in every generation. It is not enough for my second brother to only worry about me. Li Zhu sighed. Only Li Fu was the most calm and helped them pack their things. Since he was no longer under the pressure of studying and becoming an official, Li Fu's life became leisurely. He did not need to report to work every day for his official position. He just had to go on time to deal with it. He had plenty of time to accompany his wife and children. And he gained weight. Li Qi led his family to personally send his 2 sons out, gave them careful instructions, and then recalled his own imperial examination. So everyone listened to him bragging for a long time. I had the ability to compete for the first place in the exam. But unfortunately, I met an examiner who liked to pile up words, and was not pragmatic at all. That year, some of my classmates, who could have passed the exam, failed. After he finished speaking, he looked at his 2 sons and said, I know this year's examiner, who is very pragmatic. You 2 don't have to worry. Li Zhu smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. No matter what the examiner likes, our San Lang can satisfy him. San Lang, I don't need to worry. What about you? Li Qi patted his second son's shoulder. You have to try your best too. Li Zhu bowed to his father and said, I will try my best and not let you down. Li Qi said, I won't be disappointed. As long as you guys don't commit crimes, I won't be disappointed in any of you. After he said that, he glanced at Li Fu. As a father, he certainly hopes his son will become a dragon. But after that experience, Li Qi's thoughts have changed. He wants to make a difference in the officialdom, which is his own idea. He can't impose this idea on his son. He is not old enough for that. Li Fu is talking to Zhang Zhu. When I come back, can I eat the food you cook? Li Fu asked. Zhang Zhu thought for a while. Sure. What do you want to eat? Li Fu, you can cook it as you see fit. Anything is fine. It's good to have something to eat. Li Fu won't ask for more. Zhang Zhu smiled and said, You are so easy to feed. Li Fu nodded, Yes. I am easy to feed. Zhu just needs to spend a little time on me. Hearing him say this, Zhang Zhu said, Sorry. I'm a little busy recently. She has been helping Yao Yusen with work recently, and has also started to deal with the property they have accumulated. So she is always busy. People have limited time. So Li Fu was naturally put behind. You know, other women are all around men. But Zhang Zhu actually threw her husband aside. Li Fu shook her head. It's okay. Just cook for me. He was not venting his dissatisfaction. He was trying to get attention. How could Zhang Zhu not agree to him? After the anka was over, Li Fu got what he wanted. Zhang Zhu temporarily put down the things in her hands and accompanied Li Fu to play. During the period of waiting for the announcement of the rankings, Zhang Zhu strictly prohibited anyone in the family from mentioning this matter. There is a possibility of failure in the exam. What if Li Fu did not do well? Li Fu felt that she was a little nervous, but he did not say anything. He really needed Zhang Zhu's concern for him. It happened that the peach blossoms in the garden were blooming, so the 2 planned to entertain friends in the garden. The couple did not have many friends. Zhou brought some people with him, all of whom Li Fu had known in the northwest, including the famous playboy Prince Jing, Princess Heong and Pan Jingping, as well as the Yao brothers and sisters, Song Lingxin and Song Lingyan. 2 geese were running wildly in the yard. Princess Heong had long wanted to ask, Why do you raise 2 geese? The geese scared several of her maids at the time. Zhang Zhu said, I raised them to guard the house. My geese? With names. Li Fu emphasized, There are geese. He showed the jade pendant on his body to everyone, saying that it was a pair, their token of love. Everyone said that they could not understand the act of carving a big goose on such a good jade and using it as a token of love. Princess Heong rolled her eyes. Her filter for Li Sanlang had completely disappeared. This man was like a completely different person after returning to Beijing from outside. Zhang Zuzu said, Okay. Okay. Ours. You should put away your magical powers. Don't show off in front of others. Song Lingxian saw that his brother was far away and said, Why don't you go? Song Lingyan said, I won't go. The two geese are very fierce. I can't afford to offend them. Song Lingyan will never forget the memory of being nibbled on the butt by the big goose. Song Lingxian said, Then you stay here? Everyone present was familiar with each other. And everyone was very comfortable. Chapter 195 Unexpected. But reasonable. Several women sat together and laughed. While Li Fu took people to appreciate the flowers. As for whether Zhou Yi and others were interested in flowers, Li Fu didn't care. He was the host of today's banquet. And whatever he said was true. Princess Haiyang first heard Song Lingxian praise Yao Yusen for her bravery and said, It's amazing. If I were there, I wouldn't dare to do it. Yao Yusen hurriedly said, No. I also relied on my brother to be next to me. Otherwise I wouldn't have the courage. Then your brother is also very powerful. If it were my brother, he would definitely be scared and dare not move. Princess Haiyang said, Look at other people's brothers. Then look at your own brother. People are really incomparable. Yao Yusen was still very proud when she mentioned her brother. Song Lingxian also said, I heard my brother talk about some things in Sonnan County. Your brother is indeed brave and resourceful. He will definitely achieve a career in the capital in the future. Yao Yusen pushed the snacks in front of her. Let's not talk about career first. He is so old and still hasn't married. My parents are anxious and angry. And no one can persuade her. Song Lingxian smiled. Since he has a career, why worry about marriage? Such a promising young man must have many people coming to propose marriage. Yao Yusen smiled without saying anything, and pushed the snacks in front of him. Forget it. Don't mention him. It's very worrying. Zhang Luju always thought her smile was weird. Li Fu was admiring the flowers with her hands behind her back. Zhou Yi was puzzled behind her. It's just some flowers and plants. What's so good about them? With Zhou Yi's aesthetic taste, he didn't understand Li Fu's hobby after knowing her for so many years. It would be fine if Zhang Zuzu liked it. But Zhang Zuzu loves money. The couple's hobby is really strange. The prince of Qingjing sighed beside him. Alas! What's so good about these peach blossoms? Zhou Yi was about to agree with the other party. But he heard Zhou Lanjian continue. Peach blossom beauty is the scenery that men should see. When men appreciate flowers and plants, they don't want to see real flowers and plants. They want to appreciate beautiful women. He had been to so many banquets. But the one held by Li Sanlang was the most boring. Without even a beautiful woman. When would such a hard life end? Zhou Yi had nothing more to say to this playboy cousin. He turned around and tried to find Pan Jiping to make some gestures. But the other party said excitedly, You said I should discuss with Sanlang whether we can dig a peach tree from here and take it back? Zhou Yi was puzzled. What do you want this for? Pan Jingping smiled embarrassedly. Your cousin's wife told me that the yard at home is empty. Without even a view. Which is really unfair to her. This was naturally referring to the Princess of Haiyang. The Pan family's house is not small. But the Princess Haiyang used to live in the Jingwang mansion. With pavilions and gardens. The Pan family does not have such a large place. Moreover, the Pan family has a large population. And the Princess Haiyang is not the head of the family. So she cannot change the place where she lives according to her own preferences. Of course, she did not complain in person. But Pan Jingping heard it from the maid. As a responsible husband, Pan Jingping felt very sorry for his newlywed wife. So he wanted to move a peach tree back home today. Zhou Yi looked at his cousin. Are you out of your mind? His confusion was sincere. When Zhou Yi met Li Fu had gone crazy for his wife. So let's just assume that Li Fu was originally like this. What happened to his cousin? How come he has become a different person in such a short time? Thinking about the Princess of Haiyang all the time? Is he poisoned? What abilities do those women have? Zhou Yi really couldn't understand it. He took 2 steps back. He wanted to stay away from these people. It's too dangerous. He's losing his mind. Pan Jingping heard him ask that, and asked in confusion, What do you mean by lost soul? Zhou Yi didn't answer his question and disappeared quickly. Pan Jingping didn't know what happened to him. He turned around and continued to pick trees, to see which tree he dug up. Li Fu and Yao Qingxin walked side by side. They had been walking for a long time. Li Fu couldn't help it. Brother Yao. Just speak frankly. Yao Qingxin had been hesitant to speak, and Li Fu couldn't stand it anymore. Yao Qingxin didn't expect that Li Fu saw through him, and he was a little embarrassed for a moment. He coughed twice and finally spoke. My dear brother, today I am the oldest man in our village. You see, at my age, I still don't have a family. My parents and sister are worried about me, and I can't sleep at night. We have known each other for many years, and I think you are worried about me too. After listening, Li Fu looked back at Yao Qingxin. As expected, after being in the officialdom for a long time, people have become slippery. Look at what he said. Li Fu, then I hope brother Yao can find a good partner soon. Seeing him like this, Yao Qingxin got a little anxious. He was embarrassed to say it directly, but a smart person like Li Fu should be able to guess what he meant. Why did he come to say this to Li Fu? Isn't the meaning clear enough? Which of the women present could be his good match? Does he need to make it clear? After all, they have known each other for so many years. Li Fu is too unkind. My dear brother. Yao Qingxin bowed to him. Li Fu guessed what he meant. Of course. But Li Fu was very surprised. The only woman present who could get married was Song Lingxin, who divorced in the first month of the year. And Song Lingxin was several years older than Yao Qingxin. Li Fu said, Are you sure? Yao Qingxin looked at him like this and said dissatisfiedly, Why? Do you still look down on women? Li Fu, of course not. He was just surprised because Yao Qingxin had many choices. Yao Qingxin was also very sincere and said, I have been reading since I was young and I like poetry and prose. I will never forget Miss Song's poems and prose during the Lantern Festival. He just likes talented women. However, such women are rare, and Song Lingxin's talent is obviously higher than his. Li Fu said, Brother Yao, what you said is useless to me. Miss Song just jumped out of the fire pit, and I am afraid she doesn't have this intention. Yao Qingxin sighed. Of course he had thought of this. He had judged divorces for many women in Songyang County. He knew that women were in difficult situations, so he had always indulged his sister. I know. I'm not here to find a solution for you, Yao Qingxin said. You are also experienced. Li Fu heard this and thought to himself, what experience do I have? I have also been through the time when I had no status. But he couldn't say that. So he said, sincerity can move mountains and open rocks. Yao Qingxin nodded suddenly. That's the truth, but I don't know where to start. He had no experience at all. Li Fu thought for a while and said, well, give in to what he likes. Were you like this at the beginning? Yao Qingxin asked. Li Fu thought about it and said, I guess so. He was good-looking and satisfied Juju, which was probably what she liked. His first condition to get rid of being single was his appearance. Li Fu knew that he relied on his face. Yao Qingxin said, then I'll let my sister find out what Miss Song likes. Li Fu reminded him, don't be too proud of your face. Sometimes it's only useful if you give it up. Yao Qingxin nodded immediately. Chapter 196 Spring Sleepiness. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Zhuzu was going to the kitchen to prepare meals. Heong Princess said, are you cooking? I'll go and see. Zhang Zhuzu, it's hard to say. Zhou Lanshu was very puzzled. If it was yes, it was no. There were things that were hard to say. The two of them said something to Yao Yusen and Song Lingxin, who were chatting happily next to them, and then went to the kitchen together. Zhou Lanshu took her arm and walked forward, saying, I also went to the kitchen on the second day of my wedding. Zhang Zhuzu, the princess also wants to go to the kitchen? This is a girl of a golden branch and jade leaf. Does she have to cook too? Zhou Lanshu said, of course. Let alone me. The queen in the palace has to cook herself. As long as she is a woman, she will be related to the kitchen, and there is no escape. But she doesn't cook to make food. I went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of soup for Pan Lang. My hand was scalded and blistered. There was too much salt in the soup. Then I asked him if it tasted good. Guess what he said? Zhou Lanshu said, this is not cooking at all. This is to wash Pansy's heart. Zhang Zhuju smiled and said, the princess is a golden branch and jade leaf. In order to cook a bowl of soup, her hands were blistered. If it were me, I would definitely feel heartbroken. And that bowl of soup, let alone salty, even if it was poison, I would have to drink it. Think about it. Your newlywed wife, who is of noble status, beautiful as a flower, and brought a dowry that can't be used up in several lifetimes to your home. Before marriage, she made purses for you by herself. And after marriage, She was injured while cooking for you. If you are not moved by this, then are you still a human being? And do you still have a heart? Zhou Lanchu heard her say this and laughed proudly. He drank all the soup, and personally applied medicine to me, and told me not to enter the kitchen in the future. He treats me well, so I will treat him well. Since they are husband and wife, she will definitely live a good life. Zhang Zuzhu smiled at her, wondering what kind of mentality this young girl had to say these words to her. Is it showing off or bragging? Of course not. Princess Haong did not marry someone she liked, but her marriage was destined to not be completely described by like. Judging by these two words, she had no choice. But in such a situation where she had no choice, she also tried to adjust her mentality, tried to get along well with her new husband, and even used some harmless means. Zhang Zuzhu felt sorry for her and liked her very much. Any means, as long as they are used, must be hard. I just hope that this hard work will have a good result. I really envy men. Zhang Zuzhu sighed. If I were a man, I would definitely want to marry someone like you, who is smart, beautiful, rich, and can cook. Tell me, how can these men marry good girls? I am no worse than men. Ask which modern man, regardless of gender, does not want a wife to take care of you. Hearing her say this, Princess Haong immediately laughed and said, if you were a man, you wouldn't be able to marry me. She didn't expect Zhang Zuzhu to answer her question from this angle. Zhang Zuzhu thought, if I were a man, this would be a harem story. You can't escape even if you have wings. Your family must have at least one veteran who has made contributions to the country for 3 dynasties, so that your name can be listed in front of me. Otherwise I don't know who you are. Princess Haong said. Zhang Zuzhu replied, if I saved your father's life and asked you to marry me, you would be unfilial if you didn't agree. Zhou Lanchu, that's impossible. My father has to bring at least 20 guards when he goes out. You can't even see his face. That's impossible. Zhang Zuzhu thought. It seems that the necessary condition for opening a harem is to be born into a good family. Zhou Lanchu looked at her and laughed. You are so strange. Why do you think so? Few women would envy men from this perspective. Zhang Zuzhu said, don't you think so? Take your brother for example. He lives a carefree life. Don't you envy him? Zhou Lanchu pondered for a moment. You are right. Men get a great deal when they marry a wife. The two of them went to the kitchen as they talked. Zhou Lanchu looked around and said, why is there no fire in the kitchen? These are all raw. The vegetables and meat were cut, and 2 maids were threading them on bamboo sticks. Zhang Zuzhu, there is a stove outside, and we will grill the meat later. Who will bake? Zhou Lanchu asked. Anyone can bake, Zhang Zuzhu said. The two stayed in the kitchen for a while, and then asked the maid to send all the ingredients out. After Li Fu taught Yao Qingxin his experience, he came to find Zhang Zuzhu. How is the flour viewing? Zhang Zuzhu asked. Not bad. I will trim it later, Li Fu said. Are you hungry? I just had a snack. I'm not hungry, but I'm a little sleepy, Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu, then go to sleep after you finish eating. Zhang Zuzhu leaned on him. It's okay. It's spring sleepiness. People will feel sleepy when the weather is warm. Li Fu hugged her and patted her. Zhang Zuzhu dozed off in his arms for a while, and the two went to bake something to eat together. The Prince of King Jing was looking at the uncooked ingredients in shock. Don't you have a cook at home? Tell me earlier. I'll bring 2 for you. Zhou Lanchu heard her brother say this and said, why are you shouting? Just go and grill it yourself. Zhou Lanjian, I don't know how to do it. Everyone here is a master. Isn't this embarrassing? After he finished speaking, he went to see other people. Li Fu had rolled up his sleeves, took Zhang Zuzhu and his favorite food, and went to grill in front of the stove. Zhou Lanjian immediately looked at Zhou Yi. This is the eldest son of King Wu. Then the eldest son also rolled up his sleeves and happily went to grill meat. This is quite interesting. I haven't grilled for a long time. He had been in the army for several years, and basically lived and ate with the soldiers. As the saying goes, a young boy will eat his father out of money. Zhou Yi was often awakened by hunger, and got up in the middle of the night to find something to eat. Of course, he couldn't find a cook at that time. In order to fill his stomach, Zhou Yi naturally learned everything. Pan Jingping was the same. He walked over and said, what are you eating? I'll go grill it. Zhou Lanchu immediately pulled her husband aside and said, let him go by himself. My parents used to spoil him too much. I'm the younger sister, and you're the brother-in-law. He should take care of us. Pan Jingping was dragged away, and turned back to smile embarrassedly at his brother-in-law. He had to obey his wife's instructions. Yao Qingxin first said a few words to his sister, and then went to barbecue with Song Lingyan. Zhou Lanjian, what kind of sister is this? Song Lingyan was going to take care of her sister, and was going to send the barbecue over. Yao Qingxin asked him to send his barbecue over, saying, "Thank you. I'll ask someone to send it to them first." Yao Qingxin nodded, "Okay. Let them eat first. We are men. We will eat later." He was not thinking about eating now. Yao Yusen and Zhang Zhuzhu stood next to each other, and said, "Zhuzhu, I'm going to lose my brother." Zhang Zhuzhu was startled. "Huh? What?" Yao Yusen did not explain, but smiled at her meaningfully. Fortunately, that night, Zhang Zhuzhu understood the truth behind it. Chapter 197. Don't you have any idea? After a day of fun, Zhang Zhuzhu felt sleepy early in the evening. Seeing that she was about to fall asleep, Li Fu hurriedly said, "I learned something important today." Zhang Zhuzhu tried to open her eyes. "Ah, tell me." Sleeping is sleeping, but gossip cannot be easily given up. Seeing that she was so sleepy and still wanted to listen, Li Fu smiled and told her about Yao Qingxin's visit to him today. Zhang Zhuzhu was also quite surprised when she heard it. She finally understood why Yao Yusen always ignored her today and ran around Sister Song. It turned out that she was helping her brother. "I really didn't expect this," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu said, "The Song family girl is a rare talented woman in the capital. He refused to get married before because he wanted to marry such a woman. Now that he has met her, he naturally wants to grab her." Zhang Zhuzhu yawned. "There are many talented women, and life is not entirely based on this. Sister Song finally got her freedom, and I don't think she has that intention at all." "I think so too," Li Fu said. "He came to me for advice today." Zhang Zhuzhu heard this and her eyes widened. "If he wants to ask you for advice, then he may have found the wrong person." Li Fu disagreed. "How can you say that? Look at other people. They are all arranged by their parents and matchmakers. But we are not. Who else can he find if not me?" Looking around, only their marriage has gone through arduous struggles and waiting. No one else has. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Come on. Why did I marry you? Don't you have any idea in your mind? You dare to tell others about your experience." Zhang Zhuzhu thought. It was her fault. Since Li Fu met her, her face has become thicker and thicker. Li Fu wanted to argue for herself. "How can you say that? Yes, I admit that your willingness to marry me is closely related to my appearance. But do I have no other advantages? You can't say that to me." Zhang Zhuzhu heard him say this and felt that it seemed to make some sense. "Then let me put it this way. Your appearance and your character are indispensable to me." Her requirements were really high, and only Li Fu could meet them. Li Fu was quite satisfied and asked Zhang Zhuzhu with great interest, "Then tell me, what character of mine impressed you?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You are willing to listen to me, and you will consider my ideas and respect me in everything." She paused and said, "Actually, I am surprised. I don't know why you are like this." Li Fu embraced her and said seriously, "Because it is you. I am like this." Li Fu really has nothing to teach Yao Cheng new experience. When he liked Zhang Zhuzhu, he had no experience, and he learned it by himself. He would demand himself through Zhang Zhuzhu's correct preferences. Of course, judging people by appearance is definitely not advisable, and he won't change this. Not saying things she doesn't like, not doing things she doesn't like. What kind of experience does this require? This is something people are born with. Not changing. Just unwilling. Turning a blind eye. This doesn't require experience. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Am I so good? I didn't even know it. Are you praising me?" Li Fu, "Yes. You are very good. You can cook, make money, and manage everything at home and outside very well. Your ability is better than many people in the world." This is absolutely true. And Zhang Zhuzhu is very happy to hear it. "You are borrowing my skills," she said. "You know, she is usually the best at talking." Li Fu, "A red man is redder than a red man." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Okay. Don't talk to me. I'm going to sleep." She just finished talking for a while, and her breathing became even. Li Fu poked her face, thought for a while, and then went to sleep. After half a month, the imperial examination results were announced. Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to watch the excitement, but Li Fu stopped her. "Just send someone to go. There are so many people. What are you going there for? Zhang Zhuzhu said, I just want to watch the excitement. Li Fu said, if you don't go, you still don't believe me. Zhang Zhuzhu, well, if you don't want to go, then don't go. I believe you. She basically didn't go out these days, staying at home with Li Fu. She felt that she was going to mold. But Li Fu didn't want to go out. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know when he became a homebody. She just thought he was afraid of not doing well in the exam. Soon the person who went out to check the news came back. And there was no mistake. Li Fu was the first. Congratulations. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu. Li Fu, congratulations. The couple looked at each other and laughed. After laughing, Zhang Zhuzhu said, is there still a palace exam? Li Fu, no. Zhang Zhuzhu, no. Li Fu said, His Royal Highness Wu Wang wanted to preside over the palace exam, saying that the emperor was too young. But the court officials disagreed. The two sides argued for a long time, and finally said that there would be no palace exam. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that it was possible. Li Fu continued to explain, if they go to the palace examination, then these candidates will be considered as disciples of the emperor, which goes against the original intention of the Wu Wang mansion. Wu Wang gave up the special examination to select talents for himself, not for the emperor. Zhang Zhuzhu, then the procedures of all of you are illegal. Right? Li Fu didn't care about this. The previous emperor's sons were still alive, and he chose the descendants of the side branches to sit on the throne. The Empress Dowager was watching. Wu Wang was also not legitimate. In fact, none of them complied with the etiquette. It's not an exaggeration to say that etiquette and music are broken. That's true. Now it depends on who has the stronger fist. Zhang Zhuzhu said. When will His Majesty the King of Wu take action? I think he won't be able to hold back for too long with his temper. Everyone is trying to persuade him, and we have to do some face-saving work. It won't take too long. Li Fu said. Anyway, the Li family has already taken sides. Li Yue. So far, it is not a situation that Li Fu can change alone. Now he just hopes to settle down as soon as possible. It doesn't matter who sits on the throne. What matters is that this person can bring stability to the people of the world. Lin Weiying asked the couple to come over, and said that they wanted to discuss how to celebrate this matter. So the two went over. Li Zhu was also on the list. Since there was no palace examination, the Li family would celebrate in the next few days. I've been back in Beijing for so long, and the only time Sanlang and his wife got married was when the party was lively. So it's time to have another one, Lin Weiying said. She said that she was going to host a banquet and celebrate. Zhou Rui was very happy. That's great. I haven't been out for a long time. Since she got pregnant, she stayed at home all day, and she couldn't go anywhere. And she also wanted to see the excitement. After everyone discussed it, the date was set for 3 days later. At this time, the imperial physician who was treating Zhou Rui came, and she had to go back. After leaving the door, Li Fu pushed Zhang Zhuzhu. Let's go too. Zhang Zhuzhu, what are you going for? They didn't have any illness. And even if they did, this imperial physician wouldn't be able to treat them. Li Fu, go. Zhang Zhuzhu was not stupid either. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Li Fu. You mean me? Li Fu pressed her and nodded slightly. Chapter 198 Great Joy. Zhang Zhuzhu was a little uncalm. Her head was buzzing. Li Fu had guessed it long ago. So he was relatively calm, and helped her in to sit down. Zhou Rui's pregnancy was relatively stable, and now it was more than 5 months. There was no problem. But she asked the doctor to take a look, and she would definitely feel more at ease. After the imperial physician examined Zhou Rui and gave her some instructions, Li Fu asked her to take a look at Zhang Zhuzhu as well. Zhang Zhuzhu's heart was beating fast, and her other hand was holding Li Fu's hand. She turned her head and glanced at Li Fu. You are shaking. Li Fu, it's you. The imperial physician coughed, and Zhang Zhuzhu was busy and stopped talking. And Li Fu also stared at her wrist. The doctor took one hand and motioned Zhang Zhuzhu to change the other hand. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu felt what it meant to feel like a year in a second at this moment. They felt like they were being roasted on a fire. Fortunately, the doctor was not a slow person. He stood up and said, Congratulations. You too. It's less than 2 months. And the month is still young. Li Fu immediately held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand tightly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Do you need to find another doctor to check it out? She was also demented. She said this in front of the doctor. Fortunately, the doctor didn't care. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. You too. I dare not say anything else. You just listen to me about the pregnancy. You don't need to find anyone else." Li Fu bowed and said, "Sorry. I'm overjoyed." He took out the purse he had prepared early in the morning and stuffed it all into the doctor's hand. Zhou Ri came out from behind the screen and ordered, "Zitong, hurry up. Tell your mother-in-law about this good news." Zitong responded and ran out with a smile on her face. Zhang Juju was still weak in the knees. So Li Fu sent the doctor out. Zhou Ri walked up to Zhang Juju and raised his hand to wave in front of her eyes. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Juju leaned back in the chair. "Second sister-in-law. Can I touch your belly?" Zhou Ri saw her like this, smiled and grabbed her hand and put it on her already bulging belly. "You are so happy that you are stupid," Zhou Ri said. Zhang Juju was indeed very happy. She knew that this day would come sooner or later. But when it really came, she was not only happy, but also a little flustered. Zhou Ri touched her face. "It's okay. I was the same as you when I was pregnant with Tao Thao. It will be fine after a few days." Seeing the smart brother and sister-in-law act stupid, Zhou Ri was still very happy. Lin Weining hurried over and met Li Fu, who was rushing back after sending the imperial physician at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing him running so fast, Lin Weining shouted, "Why are you running? You are a father. Be steady." Li Fu was not calm at all. So he had to slow down and then walked into the house with his mother. He had a guess. But there is a difference between guess and fact. Zhou Ri asked, "I saw that you were fine. How could you think you were pregnant? Some women would feel uncomfortable when they were pregnant." But Zhang Zuzu ate well, slept well, and didn't gain weight. So no one thought about it. Zhang Juju, "I didn't know before today. Li Fu saw it." Who knows how Li Fu saw it? And thinking back to the past half-month, he should have guessed it at that time, and stayed with her for half a month without going out. Zhou Ri was speechless. Lin Weining, who heard this outside, also looked at his son. "You saw it first?" Lin Weining couldn't believe it. What kind of son did she give birth to? Which man could be the first to see that his wife was pregnant? Zhang Juju herself didn't know. And the maids and servants who served her didn't see it. But Li Fu was the first one. Li Fu said truthfully, "She is sleepy and eats more sweets." Before marriage, Zhang Juju was worried about pregnancy, and she was a little anxious about it. Li Fu followed her instructions and learned about women's pregnancy. Zhang Juju slept more than usual, and she shouldn't have been so sleepy for so long if she was sleepy in spring. And she didn't like sweets. But recently she often ate sweet snacks, and her taste changed. Li Fu observed her changes very keenly, which Zhang Juju herself didn't notice. Lin Weining looked at her son and thought that Zhang Juju was really capable. How could she make her son worry about her like this? None of them could have imagined that what they thought was worrying was what Zhang Juju thought Li Fu should do, and was Li Fu's responsibility. Seeing Lin Weining come in, Zhang Zuzu and Zhou Ri looked over, and she smiled. "There are so many happy events in our family today." Zhang Juju turned her head to look at Li Fu. It should have been earlier. But he didn't say anything even though he saw it. Li Fu said, "I'm just guessing." He didn't choose today to have a double happiness. Li Fu was not sure either. He just thought that if the diagnosis was not made today, he and his second brother would still have to take the imperial examination, so as to avoid embarrassing Juju. They have been married for more than half a year, and Juju is not pregnant. So there are always people gossiping. Fortunately, Zhang Zuyu does not take the gossip of outsiders to heart. But Li Fu is always worried that she is under pressure. Zhang Juju said, "You have seen it a long time ago." Li Fu walked over, touched her hair, and said nothing. Lin Weining looked at the couple. "Now that you two have children, our family is complete. Her youngest son has been delayed for so many years, and now that he has a child, she is completely relieved. Regardless of gender, you always have to give birth to a child." Zhou Ri said, "Then you will have to work hard on the family affairs." Lin Weining said, "You guys are fine. It doesn't matter if I have to work harder. It's not that hard to say. It's interesting to watch them compete at the end of the month." "Have you asked someone to tell your parents?" Lin Weining asked. Zhang Zuzu shook her head, and Li Fu hurriedly sent someone away. After talking for a while, Lin Weining went to prepare for the banquet in a few days. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu also walked back slowly. Both of them walked very slowly. And Zhang Zhuzhu felt light under her feet. She felt unreal. Li Fu looked at her slow pace and laughed. Why did you become a little duck? Zhang Zhuzhu, who are you talking about? You are walking so unsteadily. What else can you be but a little duck? Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu raised her foot and kicked him. Li Fu did not dodge, leaving a mark on her clothes. Li Fu helped her. Be careful. Zhang Zhuzhu was very careful. But when she heard this, she became rebellious. Why should I be careful? The child is still very young. And I will be fine if I jump. After that, Zhang Zhuzhu strode back. Li Fu chased after her. I know. I'm afraid you will fall. Wait for me. Zhang Zhuzhu was still very cautious, and did not really run or jump, waiting for Li Fu to catch up with her. This good news made her family very happy. Wu Guiyang even came to visit her daughter in person, and went to Daxiangguo Temple to burn incense. Her daughters were finally all settled again. Chapter 199 Support you. Li Fu is the first. So naturally he has a lot of things to deal with, and has to go out. But he only goes out during the day. He will not participate in the excitement at night, and will go back early. Zhang Zhuzhu saw him like this. It's not necessary. They are all your future colleagues. How can you be so disrespectful to them? Li Fu, I can't get along with them. Most of them are bookish and not practical. Li Fu is past that time. Listening to them talk, it is inevitable that he feels childish. Most importantly, he misses Zhang Zhuzhu and their children. He is away from home, but his heart is at home. He has no intention of dealing with people outside. Zhang Zhuzhu, now that you have the title of Jinshi, which government office do you plan to go to? Li Fu said, my father and His Royal Highness Wu Wang want me to go to the Hanlin Academy. This is a common thing. Go to the Hanlin Academy, compile history books, learn the way of being an official from the predecessors, then go to the 6 ministries, be sent out, and be transferred back to the capital after making achievements and get promoted. This is roughly the process. And some steps can be omitted. Zhang Zhuzhu heard what he meant. You don't want to go there? No, Li Fu said. I want to go to Jingzhou Prefecture. Zhang Zhuzhu knew this place. It was the place that managed various affairs in the capital and surrounding counties, including public security, criminal justice, economy, population, and bridge and road construction, etc. The responsibilities were broad and important. Li Fu wanted to do practical things, and this was a suitable place. But this was in the past. The current capital has experienced the turmoil of the past few years. Power was divided among the upper class, and Jingzhou Prefecture was only in name. But it was difficult to do things. Look at the Lantern Festival. Zheng Qiming dared to let those little thieves do evil in the street. It can be seen that the public security in the capital was chaotic. The powerful were rampant, and these people had no fear in their hearts. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu naturally remembered that incident. Those little thieves were caught, but the person who contacted them died, and they could not prove Zheng Qiming. Yes, we can't let them be so presumptuous, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu continued, and the fire team went to put out the fire that day. But they were late, which delayed several lives. Such things are inevitable to hurt lives. But they can't be late. Well, this is a case of poor management. There is also the trafficking of young girls and children, which is also a serious situation. But no one can be caught. Shops and merchants evade taxes, and the number and quality of schools are not as good as before. There must have been problems in the capital before, but not as serious as it is now. Like a sieve. Li Fu didn't want this situation to continue. This is not the situation that should exist in the capital of a dynasty. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to him a lot, but the capital is full of royal family dignitaries and various aristocratic families. If you want to manage things and want to take power back from them, it may not be easy. Those who dare to do evil and run rampant are either really cruel and bad, and have formed a gang to become powerful, or they have a background to rely on. It is not easy to deal with these two. Li Fu, I know what will happen. Even if he has the full support of the Wu Wang mansion, it will be difficult. Zhang Zhuzhu held his hand. Then are you ready? Li Fu nodded, of course. How can I let our children be born in such a chaotic capital? Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. Okay. My child and I will support you. Do you want me to help convince the elders? She is good at this. No. I will explain the pros and cons to them. You just stay with me. Li Fu hugged her and said. Zhang Juju also hugged Li Fu tightly and kissed him on the cheek. Then you have to work hard. Li Fu agreed seriously. He had already made plans for what he was going to do. Li Fu was very happy to get Zhang Juju's support. It was the Li family's banquet that day, and the house was very lively. Zhang Juju was not yet 3 months pregnant, so it was not good for her to walk around. If she got bumped, it would be bad. Now she sat next to Mrs. Lin and didn't have to go anywhere. Mrs. Lin knew that she was pregnant and was very happy. Naturally, she was willing to take care of her. I heard from your mother that Sanlang was the first one to notice that you were pregnant. This is really rare. Mrs. Lin heard her daughter say some sour words. Now that she thought about it, she didn't want to blame her. But she felt strange. Which man would worry about these things? They even asked others to worry about their own affairs. There are also those who are so heartless. When the daughter-in-law is pregnant, they will pull 5, 6, 7, or 8 concubines into the house. When the daughter-in-law gives birth to a child, they will only look at it for a few times at most. And they don't even know who is the father. Li Fu was able to see that the daughter-in-law was pregnant. If this is spread out, I don't know how many people will be jealous. Zhang Juju smiled and said, Oh, I didn't know this either. It's mainly because Sanlang has good character and morality, and cares about me very much. Speaking of it, it's all because of the good teaching of the elders that I have this blessing. Mrs. Lin thought that this child was really good at talking. There were many children in their family who were well behaved, but there was absolutely no one who could care about his daughter-in-law so much. This must be Zhang Juju's own ability. Sanlang was also a proud child. He was taught to be like this by her, which showed that she was not only good at talking. That's because you are smart, Mrs. Lin said. Li Fu was worried about Zhang Juju, but he didn't delay his own and the Li family's future. That was enough. Sanlang treated me sincerely, and I was the same, Zhang Zuzu said. She and Li Fu were husband and wife, companions who walked side by side, and they would have a child with blood soon. Old Lady Lin said, People say that couples are the closest and the most distant. But you are different. Live your life well. Yes, we will, Zhang Zuzu said to her with a smile. After eating a few snacks, other elderly women came with their younger generations. Old Lady Lin started to chat and laugh with them. And Zhang Juju changed her previous casual look and acted gentle and docile. They talked about the Song family. Song Zhang has a good reputation. And now he is even more unruly. Everyone said they were tired of it. Song Lingxin insisted on divorcing Zheng Keming, which made everyone very difficult to understand. They all suspected that all the women in the Song family had problems. Zhang Juju didn't say much when the elders were talking. To be honest, older people are actually more stubborn. They have all been through it, whether life is good or bad. And divorce is heresy. At this time, a teenage girl next to an old woman suddenly said, as a woman, you should be gentle and patient, and try every means to impress your husband's heart. Divorce is really bad for a woman's reputation. Zhang Zuzu looked at the girl, and sure enough, a woman next to her praised, yes, young people are impatient. And girls, if you have read a lot of books, you will be confused. She was talking about the 2 generations of women in the Song family who read too much and had problems. The girl smiled and nodded. Zhang Juju thought to herself what the hell was going on. She should just leave. She couldn't listen anymore and was about to find an excuse to leave. But the girl glanced at Zhang Zuzu and said, Sister, do you think what I said is true? Zhang Zuzu kept smiling, thinking what a waste it was. Divorce. Isn't it very common? She said. Chapter 200 Such a daughter-in-law cannot be tolerated. This little girl is young, but she is good at picking on the weak. What can she do? Are there no other women in this room? She is famous for being weak. If she is forced to express her opinion, it means that she is being used as a stepping stone. She is young, but she has many thoughts. Let her know what it means to shoot herself in the foot. After Zhang Juju said that, not only the girl was stunned, but the others present were also surprised. You are joking. Divorce. That is what unruly women do. How can it be common? Miss Sun Si only felt that she was going to be famous today. She just couldn't stand Zhang's proud look after getting promoted. And she also heard that she was weak. So she deliberately wanted to embarrass her. As a result, Zhang was really stupid and said such ridiculous words. Zhang Juju said, It is very common. In the village where I grew up, The daughter-in-law of the neighbor next door was divorced and remarried. There are also such cases in Songyang County. It is indeed very common. She looked like you were making a fuss, and took the initiative without making a sound. Ah! Miss Sun-si seemed to be frightened. How can such a thing be common? Zhang Zuzhu still smiled and said calmly, "It is common." Miss Sun-si frowned and said, "For a woman to divorce. Firstly, it will damage her reputation. And secondly, it will cause her parents to worry. Isn't this a brand of unfilial piety?" Zhang Zuzhu glanced at her and said, "I recently read a book that said that one's body and hair are given by one's parents. And if one hurts them, it is considered unfilial. If a woman marries and is treated like a cow or a horse by her husband's family, beaten and insulted, which hurts her body and mind, and she can only cry and barely get by, and still refuses to divorce, isn't that even more unfilial? What do you think?" Many things cannot be generalized, but many people insist on using their own rules to measure everything to prove that they are right, which is ridiculous. Sun-si was stunned again by Zhang Zhuzhu's question. In the script she rehearsed, there was no such righteous rebuttal by Zhang. This kind of situation should be rare, she said. By saying this, she admitted the existence of this situation, which was exactly what Zhang Zuzhu wanted. Then Miss Sun-si also thinks that in such a situation, she should divorce. Right? Zhang Zuzhu asked her again. Sun-si hesitated for a long time and didn't say a word. Old Lady Sun saw that her most proud granddaughter was at a disadvantage, and she became anxious and said with a smile, "This child. My girl just said a few words casually. You are older than her. Why do you have to do this?" Zhang Zhuzhu immediately turned her head and looked at Mrs. Lin with tears in her eyes. "Grandma, you saw it. Miss Sun asked me first. I just told the truth. Her tears were already rolling down. Mrs. Lin hurriedly pulled her hand and said to Mrs. Sun, "You also said it was a child's matter. Why do you have to do this? My child didn't bully anyone. She is honest, and everything she said is true." Zhang Zuzhu leaned softly on Mrs. Lin's shoulder, looking frightened. Mrs. Sun thought to herself that you cried too quickly. Zhang Zuzhu refused to give up. She wiped her tears and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "If you suffer all day in your husband's house after marriage but endure it, wouldn't that be condoning your husband's family to do evil? In the law, condoning evil is also a crime. If you have a daughter, she will see you suffer like this. And when she grows up, she will be like you and continue to suffer in her husband's house. If you have a son, he will imitate your husband and do evil. If you endure it desperately, it is unfilial to your parents. It is to protect your husband's family from committing crimes. And it is to implicate your children. When I have children in the future, I will never tolerate such a daughter-in-law." These words were so powerful that anyone who heard them would believe them unconsciously. To endure is to be cowardly in another way. A cowardly daughter-in-law can ruin 3 generations. It is indeed possible. This time it was the fourth lady's son who was about to cry. Zhang's words were too cruel. What did she mean by not tolerating such a daughter-in-law? Wasn't this just pointing at her nose and scolding her? She couldn't lose. "This is biased," said the fourth lady Sunday. "Just take the previous incident of the Song family. The Zheng family didn't blame the daughter of the Song family as you said. But the daughter of the Song family still wanted to divorce, and even angered her parents to the point of illness. Such a divorce is unfilial." Zhang Zhuzhu had already felt disgusted when she heard them talk about Song Lingxin, and now she had to bring it up. She was even more dissatisfied. Everyone knows that divorce is bad for reputation. If you can't bear it anymore, who would want to be gossiped by others? Why do you have to use others' pain to achieve yourself? In this way, it is somewhat malicious. Filial piety. This topic is really a banner forever, and it can be used for anything. Zhang Zuzhu did not answer the question of the fourth girl's son, but looked at the old lady's son. "It can be seen that you are a kind elder who loves the fourth girl very much. If the fourth girl is suffering in her husband's family every day after getting married, and the fourth girl's parents ask her to endure in the name of filial piety, what will you do as a grandmother?" So the old lady's son was put on the fire. If she asked her granddaughter to endure, she would not be kind. If she didn't let her granddaughter endure, her granddaughter would be guilty of unfilial to her parents. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Mrs. Sun had wanted to take her proud granddaughter out for a walk, to get a good reputation for being virtuous and gentle, and to go back and talk about the best family. But now she has fallen badly. If she can't keep her granddaughter, she will be gossiped about in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu drank a sip of water and sat steadily. Ridiculous. If you want to be a bodhisattva to save men, you should do it yourself. But you have to dance in front of her and talk about her. Then don't blame her for being merciless. Mrs. Sun didn't say anything. And the fourth lady's son still refused to bow her head. She said, no matter what. As a woman, you must know the general situation and consider the overall situation. Zhang Zhuzhu, there are women in the world who are like the fourth lady who endure and live their lives. And there are also those who are loved by their elders and can live according to their own wishes. Why does the fourth lady insist that others live according to your ideas? Do you want to be a saint among women and set rules for women in the world? As a woman, everyone has a hard time in this world. Why do you have to use your own standards to embarrass other women? Are you making yourself suffer in the rules of eating people just to make others eat more delicious? Terrible. When another girl who had been watching the show heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She said, isn't it true? Last time I walked a little faster. And Miss Sun Si said that I didn't learn the rules well and was not ladylike enough. Now that Miss Sin said this, I understand that she has such a lofty ambition. I really admire her. Miss Sun Si looked back at the other party. Isn't what I said right? As a woman, shouldn't I be gentle and demure? I have my grandmother who loves me. Yang Ruifang said with a smile, holding the arm of the elder beside her. Right. Grandmother, you love me, so you naturally won't let me suffer. It's really worth coming here today. You naughty boy. Shut up. The old lady hugged her smiling granddaughter into her arms. I'm sorry to make you laugh. This girl has such a temper. Mrs. Lin smiled and said, children will show off when they are spoiled. It's better to be calm and lively so that people will like them. Chapter 201, Guiding Light. This means that the fourth Miss Sun, who has too many rules, is not favored and is not lovable. Originally, this is the Li family. No matter how good Zhang Zhuzhu is, she is still the daughter-in-law of the Li family. How can there be such a bad guest who can bring up the host family and save face for herself? In other words, Zhang Zhuzhu is not really weak. If she were a really weak person, she would have become a stepping stone for the Sun family by now. People would laugh at her and say that Li Fu is the first one. So what? He was blind to marry a weak and useless daughter-in-law. The Li family is not good enough to let such a daughter-in-law enter the house. Humiliating Zhang Zhuzhu means humiliating the Li family. No one does not understand this truth. So Mrs. Lin did not stop Zhang Zhuzhu, but supported her very much and stood up for her. Weakness can be a character setting, but it cannot be real weakness. Miss Sun Si wanted to show that she was a candidate daughter-in-law who was in accordance with the rules, virtuous and gentle. So she just had to think of ways to publicize her reputation. If she got this reputation by stepping on other girls, then it cannot be blamed that Zhang Zhuzhu tore her dignity today. Yang Ruifang felt very happy when she saw Miss Sun Si's appearance. She said, Grandmother, I want to sit next to my third sister-in-law. Miss Sun Si called her sister just now, and Yang Ruifang called Zhang Zhuzhu's sister-in-law. Old Lady Yang said to Zhang Zhuzhu with a smile, I don't like to take her out. It always troubles people. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it's okay. We get along well. Yang Ruifang happily moved over and sat next to Zhang Zhuzhu, which made fourth Miss Sun very angry. She still refused to accept it, but she couldn't find any reason to explain. Old Lady Sun felt ashamed and didn't want to stand up for her granddaughter anymore. She could only give up. After a while, someone came outside and said that Princess Haiyang was looking for Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu got up and went out, and Yang Ruifang followed her out. As soon as she went out, Yang Ruifang said, Sister-in-law, people outside say you are weak, but I saw that you are very powerful today. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, I am weak, but not cowardly. Yang Ruifang took her hand and said, oh, you don't know? Sun Si is so annoying. Every time we meet, she always finds fault with us. She is the most virtuous. We are not ladies. We don't follow the rules. We are all bad girls. I don't think she will have the face to find fault with us in the future. If I tell my sisters about what happened today, can I make them happy? Sister-in-law, is that okay? Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. She was wrong in the first place. Yang Ruifang was even happier, bowed to her, and ran away. It can be seen that the girls have suffered from Sun Si for a long time. The princess of Haiyang saw her and said, You have been at home for a long time, and have not gone out for a long time. The Pan family also sent out invitations a few days ago to invite people to come. But Li Fu turned them down. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered to her about her pregnancy. And Princess Haiyang was immediately surprised. Is that so? Congratulations. Come and share my good fortune. Zhang Zhuzhu generously let her rub for a long time. And then talked about what happened just now. Princess Haiyang said, "What's so rare about this? There are many girls like this. When I was 15 or 16, there were also people who did this. Just to create momentum for themselves and want to marry high." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "She still treats me as a soft persimmon and has to talk about Sister Song's affairs. It's very annoying." As soon as the two of them talked about Song Lingxin, she and Yao Yusen arrived. When Song Lingxin saw them, she said, "I'm not bored living with my aunt now. If you insist on asking me to come over, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for you. Those who are close to her will definitely be gossiped about." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Sister, don't say that. If you have done anything wrong, I will go up and stop anyone who dares to gossip." Yao Yusen agreed very much. "That's right. Is it their turn to gossip? We should go out when we should. It's so boring to stay at home all day." Song Lingxin sighed. Zhang Zhuzhu looked a little serious and said, "Speaking of which, I have something to trouble you. Sister." Song Lingxin motioned to her to speak. Zhang Zhuzhu first told her about what happened to Miss Sun Si just now. These young girls think that they can have a good life if they abide by the rules of women's rules and live a gentle and polite life. There are even such girls who want to raise the rules. This is really a terrible thing. I think women, whether divorced or widowed, have the right to live well. And it's even better if they can live. I think sister should be bolder. And we should walk in front of people openly. To put it bluntly, it is to lower the bottom line of women at present. And not allow girls like Sun Si to roll up their sleeves again. Otherwise, the rules will become more and more numerous and more severe. And only women will suffer. In this case, no woman can benefit, including those who take the initiative to roll up their sleeves. Song Lingxin is not afraid of what people say. She has passed the test of her own parents, let alone outsiders. She just didn't expect Zhang Zhuzhu to have such an idea. Needless to say, Yao Yusen couldn't agree more. Her brother had tried many cases involving women, and women who adhered to the rules suffered the most. The Lord of Haiyang had not thought about these issues, because she had not yet become a victim of the rules. She was a princess of the royal family, and was deeply loved by her parents. So she naturally had never worried. Now, after hearing what Zhang Zhuzhu said, she said, "I used to take these things as jokes. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's not that simple. The fate of women in the world, regardless of their status, is closely related. If today women's divorce is considered unfilial and shameless, then some women who could have changed their fate through divorce will lose this opportunity." She wanted to make the word divorce become common and not be blamed. This matter naturally needs long-term planning, and it cannot be done overnight. As a person, you still have to have ideals. Song Lingxin said, "You are right. I am lucky enough to jump out of the fire pit. I hope more women can have such luck. Then Sister Song is a guiding light," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Song Lingxin waved her hand quickly. "What kind of light is it?" "It's just a tiny candle flame. With a candle flame, a big fire will burn." Song Lingxin laughed. "It's just walking in front of people. I have nothing to be afraid of." She didn't want to live in secrecy. She divorced for a better life, not to hide herself. She had already covered up enough in the Zheng family. Princess Haiyang was silent for a long time and said, "I can't help you with anything. If you need money, you can come to me." The other three looked at her with complicated eyes. Princess Haiyang also looked at them. Zhang Zhuzhu, well, the princess is really beautiful and kind. Princess Haiyang, I know. You don't need to say it. She used to be very sincere. But now, this woman has been perfunctory to her. So it doesn't matter if she doesn't listen. Everyone laughed. Chapter 202 Anti-Involution Plan. Zhang Zhuzhu and a few others gathered together and talked happily. After a while, Xiaowan came over and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Third master is looking for you." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Why do you want to find me?" Xiaowan smiled and said, "Do you need any other reason to find you? Aren't you inseparable normally?" When the others heard this, they all laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Sorry. You are too clingy. I'll go over and take a look." She left amid the laughter of several people. Song Lingxin looked at Zhang Zhuzhu's figure. This couple is really interesting. Yao Yusen said, isn't it true? They love each other, and can't leave each other. They haven't changed even after being apart for several years. Princess Haon was a little curious. Is there anything interesting? Yao Yusen thought for a while and said, you don't know. In fact, at that time, Zhu looked down on Li Sanling. When she knew that he wanted to marry her, she ran away from the village early in the morning and complained to me in Shuiyu Temple. Princess Haon, there is such a thing. Does she know how many girls were thinking about Li Sanling at that time? This is not to praise Li Fu. She just stated a fact. Although there are new handsome young men in the capital now, people still miss Li Sanling occasionally. Yao Yusen, otherwise, she is powerful. She can order men around, make money, and coax people with a sweet mouth. I also want a wife like her. Princess Haon thought that this was really familiar. Last time Zhang Zhuzhu said she wanted to marry her. And now Yao Yusen also wanted to marry Zhang Zhuzhu. They are indeed friends who have known each other for several years. And they speak from the same angle. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that it would be really good if you can marry a wife. Zhang Zhuzhu was reporting her achievements to Li Fu. Anyway, people who quarrel with me can't win. Li Fu listened and said, thank you for your hard work. He knew that Zhang Zhuzhu was not angry. And this little girl was not enough for her to entertain herself. Li Fu was not very happy. This was in the Li family. Zhang Zhuzhu was his legitimate wife. He wanted to humiliate her so blatantly. This was too much. She really doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it's not hard. I'm just worried that if she is so competitive, the world's requirements for us women will be higher and higher. Then it will be more difficult for us women to live. I can't watch her continue to be competitive. I want to fight against involution. After listening to her, Li Fu asked, what do you mean by involution? Zhang Zhuzhu had never used this word before. Li Fu heard it for the first time today. Zhang Zhuzhu said, for example, Zhang San and Li Si are both selling sugar water. Suddenly, Xiaoming comes and sells lower than both of them. Zhang San and Li Si's business is not good, so they have no choice but to cut prices to grab business. Xiaoming continues to cut prices, and Zhang San and Li Si can only continue to follow. Then no one makes money and goes bankrupt. The price reduction has destroyed the whole environment. No one has benefited from it. Do you understand what I mean? Li Fu nodded. I know. You mean that the behavior of the Sun family girl not only did not bring any benefit to herself, but also implicated all women. Right? Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. I encourage our servants and maids to compete. The rules state that competition is reasonable. Involution is abnormal competition and must be resolutely stopped. If everyone approves of such abnormal competition among women, then if we have a little girl, how will she live? How miserable she will be. Li Fu originally supported her. Now he heard her say, you are right. Our daughter cannot suffer this. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. That's why I argue with her. The moral standard must be lowered. Otherwise, if our daughter walks fast or speaks loudly in the future, others can blame her, which is not acceptable. Look at men. Zheng Qiming is like that. And now he is getting married. Han Zixin abandoned his fiancée and married the daughter of a fifth-rank official, and is also an official in the capital. I don't want to rise to the top overnight. At least I have to leave people a way out. Li Fu thought. If his daughter was betrayed by her fiancé, or was bullied by her husband's family after marriage, and then she had to bear the stigma and be laughed at, he couldn't accept it. Why? Li Fu, revolt. What do you need me to do? He poured a glass of water for Zhang Zhuzhu and handed it to her mouth. Zhang Zhuzhu drank the water. Are you sure you want to go to Jingzhou Prefecture? Yes. It's already been agreed. Li Fu replied. Yao Qingxin and Xia Ying will go with me. Zhang Zhuzhu heard that Yao Qingxin had been in Songyang County for more than 3 years, and had experience in handling various affairs. Because of his own sister's affairs, he was very careful in judging cases related to women. He had rebelled against many divorces. Zhang Zhuzhu said that divorces were common in Songyang County. It was not nonsense. Xia Ying was from the Dali Temple, and was good at criminal justice. Isn't this exactly what I want? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. If the eldest brother of the Yao family judged cases according to the standards of the past, there should be more couples divorcing in the capital. Li Fu, indeed. Zhang Zhuzhu, Many women are not able to divorce due to economic problems. When I was in Songyang County, recruiting people would give preferential treatment to such women. The same can be done in the capital. She is not a very powerful person, and she will not do bigger things. She can only try her best to do some small things, and try her best to change this difficult environment. Li Fu listened to her plan and said, "Okay, let's take it slowly." He raised his hand and gently touched Zhang Juju's abdomen. "This child is lucky to have a mother like you," Li Fu said. His words are definitely not an exaggeration. Everyone is thinking about their own affairs when they are alive. But she is willing to think about more people. This is really very, very difficult. Zhang Juju, he is lucky to have a father like you. If other men heard Zhang Juju say that if she continued to do so, the moral shackles of women would become higher and higher. They would not applaud. Many men's goal is to trap women. But Li Fu could understand her feelings and support her approach, which was not easy. Both of them laughed. When they talked, it became you praising me, and I praising you. They could set up a praising group. "Okay, let's not tell the truth for now," Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu agreed. The two of them talked about gossip and laughed happily. After a while, the servant led Zhou Yi from the back. And Zhou Yi knew that Li Fu was looking for his wife. "So many people asking you where you are. You ran so fast." Zhou Yi was really speechless. Today was the Li family's banquet, and it was held in the name of Li Fu and his brother. He left them behind and ran away. Zhang Juju saw Zhou Yi and said, "Don't be angry, my son. I'm pregnant, and he's worried about me." Zhou Yi didn't say anything after hearing this. "Congratulations, sister-in-law. It's such a good thing." He walked to the side of the couple. "When the child is born, can I be the godfather?" "Li Fu, if you want to be a father, go and get married yourself." "Zhou Yi, I didn't ask you. I asked my sister-in-law." Zhang Juzu was amused by the two of them. Chapter 203 Scientific Parenting. Zhang Juju smiled for a while and said, "With the status of the prince, it's enough to be an uncle. There's no need to recognize the godparents. If outsiders know, they will think we are using the children to cling to you." Zhou Yi also understood this truth. "My third brother and I are friends for life, so it doesn't matter whether we recognize them or not." He thought for a while. Wait until I get married and have children in 2 years. And let the children get married, and we will be in-laws." Zhang Juzu, "Thank you so much." Li Fu immediately refused. "No." Zhou Yi didn't expect him to refuse, because arranged marriages are very common now. "Why?" Zhou Yi was very unhappy. "Do you despise me?" Li Fu said, "In the matter of marriage, we must respect the wishes of the children, and wait until the children grow up to make their own decisions. I cannot be the master of the children." Li Fu learned some advanced ideas from Zhang Zhuzhu. He combined his childhood experience and agreed with these ideas. Zhou Yi had never heard that a father should respect his children. He said, "Marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers." Li Fu looked back at Zhang Zhuzhu and asked Zhou Yi, "Do you think your sister-in-law and I are like that?" "They are not like that. They are attracted to each other. To put it nicely, they are in love with each other. To put it bluntly, they are secretly giving and receiving. But they did not do anything too excessive and finally won the support of their parents." Zhou Yi looked at them and thought so. No matter how smart Zhang Luozhu was, she was born like that. And the Li family must want to marry a noble lady for Li Fu. But later, Li Fu had a say in the Li family, and he was no longer controlled by his parents, so he could get what he wanted. Li Fu's power in the Li family was the premise of their marriage. Li Fu and Zhang Juju did not intend to exercise their parental power on their children. Zhang Juju said, "Sanlang and I will teach the child seriously. Raise him well. Let him receive a good education. Have good morals. Have money. Create good conditions for him. Teach him to take responsibility. And then, he will be free to do what he wants, and like what kind of people. Of course, committing crimes is not allowed," Zhang Zuzhu emphasized. Zhang Zuzhu has her own ideas about raising children. Scientific parenting. Li Fu said, "Our children will not be like that. They will love their children normally, and will not spoil them." Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "You two are really strange." He had never seen parents like this. So Zhou Yi asked again, "If he doesn't become a great man in the future, won't you be disappointed?" He always felt the deep expectations in the eyes of his two mothers and father. So Zhou Yi never relaxed. Zhang Juju said, "Li Fu and I fell in love. So he was born. To be honest, being a human being is very hard and tiring. It's hard enough for him to be a human being. And I won't make it worse for him. Li Fu nodded beside him. Life is hard work. And people should expect more from themselves. Zhang Zhuzhu continued. Some parents put their family's expectations on their children. I think this is very wrong. For example, some people fail the imperial examination and let their children work hard after they have children. Excuse me. The imperial examination is something you want to do. You should work hard on your own and cannot force your children to take on the responsibility. This is shirking responsibility. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and said, You mean? If my father wants to pacify the north, he should go by himself. Don't count on me. Zhang Zhuzhu. That's not the case. His Royal Highness King Wu has already shouldered his great responsibility and has never escaped. What she said was that parents should not evade or even shift the responsibility to their children. King Wu did not do so. He pacified the Northwest and is now working hard to prepare for a higher position. Li Fu said, Don't you have inherited the ambition of His Royal Highness King Wu? Zhou Yi's father and mother's family both fought bloody battles. Zhou Yi was born in such an environment and naturally had such ambitions. I was born in the Zhou family, enjoying wealth and honor, but also shouldering heavy responsibilities. You two children also have responsibilities to the Li family. Zhou Yi said. Li Fu, yes. But as parents, we will try our best to let him retain the rights he deserves while taking on responsibilities. For example, Li Fu married the wife he wanted to marry, and at the same time shouldered the burden of the Li family. This is not something that cannot be achieved at the same time. Zhou Yi, you two are really... I have never heard of raising children like this. He thought again. Our two families still have a chance to become relatives. If we can't arrange a marriage, then childhood sweethearts will also work. Right? After all, he is still thinking about this matter. Li Fu said, Let's talk about it after we have a child. Before the child grows up. This is an unpredictable thing. Zhang Zhuzhu said, There must be someone waiting for you to drink in front. Go over quickly. Li Fu stood up. Go and rest if you are tired. I'll leave first. Zhou Yi, hurry up. I'm waiting for you. Zhang Zhuzhu watched the two of them leave, and suddenly felt a little heavy in her heart. Can she really raise her child as she imagined? What if her child has to give up his own hobbies and marriage and other major events because of the heavy family responsibilities when he grows up? And his life will be hard and unhappy at that time? She didn't bring this child into the world to let him suffer. This is really a sad and annoying thing. The Princess of Heian came to find her, and seeing her dazed look, she said, What's wrong with you? Zhang Zhuzhu said, What if I can't raise the child well? I'm a little scared. Princess Heian couldn't understand her fear at all. What's there to be afraid of? If it's a boy, he will be sent to school when he is old enough to learn. If it's a girl, I will arrange a few good nurses to raise her to be well educated, smart and beautiful. Zhang Zhuzhu. That's not what I said. Forget it. Let's not talk about it for now. Their parenting concepts are very different. So let's not talk about them together. Princess Heian said, If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. When I have a child, I don't know how happy I am. I will definitely not be afraid. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to refute her idea. But Princess Heian said, Maybe I will have a child soon. Then we can get married. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Oh my god. She doesn't even know if her child is a boy or a girl. And now she has one more thing to worry about. Zhang Zhuzhu. That's not possible. I have to respect the child's opinion. Let's wait until he grows up. Zhou Lanshu, you don't like me? Zhang Zhuzhu said hurriedly. How can I dislike you? The child's father, and I just rejected the Prince of Wuwang. You are not the first one. Zhou Lanshu was shocked when he heard this. You rejected this. You don't want wealth and glory. You two are really weird. That's the Prince of Wuwang. Zhang Zhuzhu said firmly. Wealth and honor cannot corrupt us. Poverty and humbleness cannot move us. And power and might cannot bend us. This is the character of me and my San Lang. Okay. You two are noble and pure. You two are untainted by the mud. Zhou Lanshu said. Don't use my money next time. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's your investment. And you have also received returns. You are not happy with both fame and fortune. The two chatted and laughed for a while. And it was close to noon before Zhang Zhuzhu went out in front of the public again. Chapter 204 Who is Virtuous? Yang Ruifang had already publicized the scene of the car accident of the 4th Lady Sunday. When Zhang Zuzhu came over, she led a group of little sisters to run over. Zhang Zuzhu saw a group of girls, looking lively and energetic. Sister-in-law, we are going to play polo outside the city in a few days. You can come with us, Yang Ruifang said. Zhang Zuzhu said, I can go and watch the fun, but I can't play in person. The little girls thought she was not good at this and said, it's okay, sister-in-law. You just go and watch the fun with us. A few times when we said we wanted to play polo, there were always people who said that it was a game for men. It was annoying to come out and spoil the fun. We're going to have a good time this time. Zhang Zuzhu listened to their chattering and turned to ask Princess Haiyang next to her. I remember there's a polo field on the farm you got as a dowry. Right? Princess Haiyang was older, and not of the same generation as the girls. She said, you're so nice to ask me to borrow a place to come here. Zhang Zuzhu said, you're a princess, and no one dares to say anything if you invite them to play. After hearing this, Yang Ruifang and other girls immediately felt that it made sense and looked at Princess Haiyang eagerly. Zhou Lanxu said to them, okay, I'll ask someone to fix up that place and send you a message in a few days. The girls immediately bowed to Zhou Lanxu happily. With this invitation, they were no longer afraid of being criticized for being unladylike and indecent. The weather was warm, and the spring scenery was beautiful. The women in the yard were also laughing. Zhou Rui said, I just heard that you had another quarrel with someone. Zhang Zuzhu, how can it be called a quarrel? That little girl bullied others and picked on me. This can't be blamed on me. Zhou Rui knew the situation. Humph. The girl from the Sun family is very petty, and dared to bully you. Zhang Zuzhu was about to say that she was not bullied. But Zhou Rui suddenly spoke up and said to everyone, I am pregnant and have not been out much recently. I have been reading a few books at home and thinking about how we can be considered virtuous as daughters-in-law, wives, and mothers. The women who were familiar with her heard this and laughed. Are you going to study? Zhou Rui said. That's not the case. I heard that there is a girl in the Sun family who said outside that we women should abide by the rules and don't need to be too smart to be a virtuous wife. I don't understand it myself, so I plan to ask this girl. Zhang Zuzhu looked at her second sister-in-law. Huh? What is she going to do? You are talking about the 4th Miss Sun, right? She's here. A woman pushed the 4th Miss Sun out. Zhou Rui smiled and said, girls nowadays are more powerful than each other. At my age, I still play all day. But the 4th Miss has already thought about how to be a virtuous wife. I can't compare. She spoke softly and seemed sincere. 4th Miss Sun looked at Zhang Zuzhu standing next to her and seemed to understand something. They should not get along with each other. Zhou was pregnant. And Zhao, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family, was notorious for not caring about things. So the Li family should be managed by Zhang now. Did Zhou hear that Zhang and she were arguing and wanted to use her to give Zhang a blow? 4th Miss Sun thought of all this in an instant and said, I don't deserve it. The Zhou family is a family of scholars. I just know some superficial principles. Zhou Rui laughed and said, Xian, from Bei. The original meaning of this word is related to money. So I think that to be a virtuous wife, you should have the ability to manage the inner house. Women manage the inner house, including some of the family's farms and shops to make money. That makes sense. The woman next to her echoed. Zhou Rui continued, Xian also means goodness. That is, only with virtue can one be a virtuous woman. Her eyes fell on the 4th Miss Sun. Xian means both virtue and talent. This is a very difficult thing for us women. Even men dare not say that they are both virtuous and talented. The 4th Miss simplified such a difficult truth, saying that one must abide by the rules and not be smart to be a virtuous woman. Speaking of this, all the women present here are virtuous and have both virtue and talent. 4th Miss Sun finally realized that she was not trying to show off to Zhang, but was mocking her. All the ladies laughed when they heard this. Of course, if following the rules is considered virtuous, then they have indeed done it. But who cares? If everyone can do it, then it is worthless. 4th Miss Sun took a step back. Her face flushed, and she couldn't utter a word. She didn't say she was always successful in the past, but no one dared to refute her in person, because she had always occupied the moral high ground and used the rules to make her point. But today, her high ground suddenly became a depression, and she became the worthless one. Zhang Luzhu was standing by. almost clapping for Zhou Rui. Awesome. Zhou Rui laughed twice again. Look at me. I've been bored at home for a long time. Today, when I saw you, I couldn't help but talk too much. Don't laugh at me. Who dares to laugh at you? If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be shameless and really think I'm a virtuous woman. I have to go back and polish my mirror. One of Zhou Rui's cousins said this first. The wife of the Prince of Weigua also came out to support her niece. The little girl's words were just a joke. A few people took it seriously. But you took it seriously. Look how embarrassed the child is. Fourth Miss Sun almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. But none of the women present cared about how embarrassed she was. Zhou Rui said a few polite words to everyone, and took Zhang Juju's hand to go somewhere else. Zhou Rui had a lot of complaints about this kind of people, and it was very easy to deal with them. Zhang Juju smiled at her, second sister-in-law. You have worked hard. Zhou Rui said, you are my brother's sister-in-law, a member of the Li family. What kind of person is this? You came to the Li family as a guest, and you still want to bully the daughter-in-law of the Li family. How shameless. What happened between her and Zhang Juju was their own business. Outsiders who wanted to step on the Li family could only dream about it. This little disturbance was nothing. But the Sun family found an excuse to leave early. And Lin Weining didn't care at all. The Li family's banquet ended successfully. And the guests and hosts were very happy. Nothing unexpected happened. Zhang Juju and Li Fu also went to see their friends off. Yao Yusen was very happy. Today, many people asked where the snacks were from. We will make money. Princess Heong said, I will send out invitations to invite people to play polo later. And use these snacks. Yao Yusen, thank you, Princess. Zhang Juju smiled and listened to them. Although Song Lingxin didn't say anything, it can be seen that she was very calm and not nervous. Yao Qingxin sighed to Li Fu, alas. If I go to talk to Miss Song now, will it be too abrupt? Li Fu, yes. Yao Qingxin, do you have to tell him the truth? He is going to work in a government office anyway. So can't you be polite? Li Fu, we have already met today. There is a long way to go. Don't be impatient. Yao Qingxin, how dare you say that? When Zhang Juju was still the third lady, Li Fu was not like this. But for now, he can only wait for the opportunity. After sending the guests away, the Li family finally calmed down. Chapter 205 Determination. Zhang Juju was too tired to move. And Li Fu also fell on the bed, ready to talk to Zhang Juju. As soon as he lay down, Zhang Juju smelled the wine, and then suddenly stood up and vomited. She had no symptoms, but now she suddenly had an attack. Li Fu was shocked, and the maid quickly brought in a spittoon. Zhang Juju vomited for a while, and fell on Li Fu, not even having the strength to speak. Li Fu poured her some water, and Zhang Juju rinsed her mouth and drank some water. And Li Fu carried her to the bed. She said to Li Fu, my torture is coming. Being pregnant, she always has to endure this. And she can do it. Li Fu didn't say anything, just held her hand, sleep for a while. Zhang Juju moved a little inside, let Li Fu lie beside her, and then said, second sister-in-law is worthy of being educated, and her words are well-reasoned. Zhang Juju would not be so pedantic when arguing with others. Zhou Rui also explained the meaning of words on the spot, using this method to tell everyone the significance of women's reading. At least, she would not make up a word without knowing the meaning of it. Li Fu replied softly, in the Zhou family, both men and women are required to start reading. And second sister-in-law is naturally not bad. Indeed, many families do not let their daughters read or only learn to read. This is also the reason why the rules of the fourth lady's son were put forward and prevailed. Everyone recognized this rule. But there are other families that will let their daughters study and be sensible. The Zhou family is one of them. It's just that girls spend less time studying than boys. Zhang Juju heard this, and thought that her second sister-in-law was indeed capable. She used the trick of borrowing a knife to kill her last time. By the way, who is in the Sun family? Li Fu laughed when she heard this, coincidentally. Jingdao Prefecture Yinming Songren is the brother of the current Empress Dowager. He is old and basically doesn't care about things. Among the two Shaoyins, one is surnamed Sun, and the other has been transferred. Zhang Juju heard this, and thought it was really interesting. The Sun family came today with the intention of making friends with our family, Li Fu said. Now they are enemies. Zhang Juju sighed. Raising children, but not educating them well is really going to harm your family. Li Fu, I didn't want to make friends with him. Sun Xiaoying married a daughter of the Lu family, and is close to the Queen Mother's family. The two sides have controlled Jingzhou Prefecture for several years, and have not done any serious work. Today is just right. He was going to do serious things, not to form cliques. If the Sun family wanted to make friends with him, there was no need. They had already been classified as part of the Lu family. Li Fu was from the Wuwang Mansion faction, and they were destined to be incompatible. 2 days later, Li Fu took office. Zhang Zhuzhu had severe morning sickness and could not go out, so she could only talk to her 2 sisters-in-law at home and play with her nephews and nieces. Zhao Ping looked upset when she talked about her mother's family. My stepmother and sisters are really restless. They came to me 2 days ago and asked me to help them arrange their future. It's a headache. She didn't count on her mother's family before, and now that she has 2 sons, she wants to stay away from the Zhao family. Unfortunately, the Li family is thriving, and the relatives are not willing to let her go. Zhou Rui saw her like this and said, as relatives, you always count on me, and I count on you. We help each other. If the eldest sister-in-law thinks that someone deserves help, we will help them. Zhao Ping thought for a moment and said, my second brother-in-law is a jincher. He has real skills. And my second sister is also close to me. If I need help, I can only think of her. I don't want to care about anyone else. Zhou Rui said, I remember that they are both good people. And now is the time to use people. If they are willing, then we will help them. Forget about the rest of the Zhao family. At that time, the Li family had something wrong, and the Zhao family closed the door tightly. Before that, the Zhao family had taken advantage of Zhao Ping, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family, to get benefits. Now the Li family is not a sucker, and they know who to help and who to stay away from. Zhao Ping, second brother's wife, is right. Zhang Zhuzhu is usually in very good spirits, but now she is like a vegetable leaf that lacks water, lazy and unwilling to talk. Zhou Rui said, are you worried that your Sanlang will be wronged? Zhang Zhuzhu, no. I'm just tired. Zhao Ping said, you will be fine after this period. Hold on. Or let your aunt come to accompany you. She was talking about Wu Guinyang, thinking that they were biological mother and daughter, and she came to see Zhang Zhuzhu. Maybe she would feel better. No. My mother can only watch me worry when she comes. I will hold on, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhao Ping poured her a glass of water. It will be fine if you hold on. When I was pregnant with Yuan, it was very difficult. Later, I watched him grow up from the size of 2 palms. And he could laugh, turn over, sit, crawl, and call his mother. And I felt that the hard work was worth it. The joy brought by every change in the child can fill the mother's heart. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at them bitterly. Really? Both nodded. It's suffering. But the feeling of seeing your own children, blood-related, is completely different from seeing other people's children. Zhang Zhuzhu just hopes that her hard work is really worth it. After Lin Weiying finished her housework, she saw that her 3 daughters-in-law were quite idle, and she was in a bad mood. At this moment, there is no one to rely on. Look at how others enjoy the blessing of daughters-in-law. She can't get anything. She only hopes that the second daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law can add a new child to the family. She was also very satisfied with the last incident at the Sun family. Although Zhang Zhuzhu had torn off the face of the Sun family girl in the room, the people in the room were all elderly, and would not care too much about the disputes of the younger generation. So there was no way to make the head of the Sun family remember it. Zhou Rui did a very good job in that matter, which shows that the harmony of their Li family is a sign of family prosperity. Li Fu came back very late. It was past dinner time. But fortunately Zhang Zhuzhu was not hungry now, so she left food on the stove. When he came back, Zhang Zhuzhu immediately asked someone to send the food over, and Li Fu ate it quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, slow down. Doesn't Jingzhou Prefecture give you enough food? Li Fu filled his stomach first. It's really too bad. Jingzhou Prefecture has many people, so there is naturally a canteen. But in the current situation, the food in the canteen is naturally not very good. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then I'll ask someone to send it. Li Fu refused. I must reorganize Jingzhou Prefecture. If I want to win the hearts of the people, I can't enjoy it alone. He will eat those unpalatable meals with everyone, but he won't eat for too long. Zhang Zhuzhu saw his determination. Okay, then I won't hold you back. She has been tired recently, and she will help Li Fu when she recovers. Li Fu pinched her face. Nothing. Just take a good rest. Don't worry about anything else. The pregnancy alone is enough for her to work hard. Chapter 206 Meddlesome. Li Fu had been busy for several days. Late that night, Zhang Zhuzhu got up and found that Li Fu had not returned yet. She put on her clothes and went to the study. Sure enough, she saw that the study was still bright. She pushed the door and walked in. The door creaked softly, but Li Fu did not move. Still writing furiously, Zhang Zhuzhu did not speak. Picked up the scissors, cut off the overlong wick, and the study became brighter. Li Fu paused. Didn't he order that no one should come in? But he turned his head and saw that the person was Zhang Zhuzhu. Why are you up? Li Fu hurriedly asked. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You said why I got up. She walked to Li Fu's chair and sat down, looking down at what Li Fu was writing, which was about how to rectify the internal affairs of Jingzhou Prefecture. The first thing to change is the canteen, which is really terrible. But the people who contracted the canteen in Jingzhou Prefecture are people with connections, and they have taken all the benefits of logistics. Li Fu has to get rid of them first. He has already caught the handle, so it is not difficult. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at it and said, You go there tomorrow and let everyone in Jingzhou Prefecture vote anonymously, asking them whether the current canteen is okay. If many people vote no, the canteen staff will be replaced. Li Fu pulled a chair and sat down next to her. I'm afraid that some people dare not tell the truth because of the power of their superiors. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, It's said to be anonymous, and the result is still up to you. Li Fu also laughed. That's right. Since we want to win people over, let's make a bigger fuss, said Zhang Zhuzhu. It's best to get everyone involved so that everyone has a sense of collective honor. Li Fu took the paper and pen away, motioning her to continue. After the votes are cast, count their tastes, post notices, and publicly recruit chefs and cooks who are good at different dishes, said Zhang Zhuzhu. Li Fu decided to adopt her advice and make a bigger fuss. Zhang Zhuzhu looked through his plans again and felt that he had taken over a big pit. This workload could tire people to death. Okay, go back to sleep first. This is not something that can be solved in a day or two. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed Li Fu and said. Li Fu naturally understood this, and he didn't intend to put his life in it. He packed up and went back to rest. The next day, Jingzhou Prefecture held a public vote. Those who supported the change of the canteen drew circles, and those who did not support drew squares. Then a brazier was placed next to the person who counted the votes, and it was burned after reading it. So there was no need to worry about anyone pursuing it. There was no need for Li Fu and his friends to cheat. Everyone had long been fed up with this canteen. The result of the vote was to send away the person who was currently managing the food. The person who contracted the canteen was a distant relative of Meng Fuyin. They wanted to go to Meng Fuyin, but everyone pushed the wall down. Meng Fuyin could of course continue to support his own relative, but Meng Fuyin felt that this was not a big deal. It was just a canteen. As long as the various functional departments were still in his hands, that was enough. Li Fu only brought Yao Qingxin and Xiaoying with him. Meng Fuyin thought that he was catching the big and letting the small go. Later, Li Fu specially counted the tastes of everyone in the yamen from top to bottom, and then found new people to manage logistics to ensure that the food was edible, and no one would find that they had to come back to eat pig food after a busy day. That kind of mood was really terrible. Although this matter was small, everyone's attitude towards Li Fu had changed subtly. Early in the morning of this day, Li Fu took a day off and went to the polo club hosted by Heian County with Zhang Zhuzhu. Because Zhang Zhuzhu was pregnant, the carriage went slower and more steadily than usual. Li Fu carefully protected her for fear of any bumps. When it arrived at the city gate, the carriage stopped for a long time, and the road ahead was blocked. Li Fu lifted the curtain and looked over, while Qingzhou, the servant beside him, quickly went to check the situation. Third Master, there was a fight in front of us trying to get on the road. I saw the son of Rongyang Marquis, the Ren family, and a prince of the imperial clan. There were several families. It seemed that the riders on horseback collided with the carriage, and also injured passers-by. Li Fu's face immediately became ugly, not to mention the Rongyang Marquis' mansion. After the death of their eldest son, the Rongyang Marquis and his wife doted on the prince. There are many arrogant people from the imperial clan in the capital. The Ren family is a military general who followed King Wu back from the northwest. I'm afraid these people didn't just quarrel because of the carriage collision. In the capital, whether riding a horse or taking a carriage, there is a speed limit. However, there are too many powerful people in the capital, and one of the ways they show their power is to break the rules. For example, some young dandies ride horses in the street and injure people. These things are very common, and the government does not care at all. It was just in the past. Now Li Fu is the Shaoyin of Jingzhou Prefecture, and traffic accidents are under the jurisdiction of Jingzhou Prefecture. He and Zhang Zuzhu looked at each other. They are from the royal family, the Marquis, and there is a new noble who came back from the northwest. How can they ignore this matter? Li Fu immediately got off the carriage and took the guards to take the person. Zhang Zuzhu followed behind. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Arrest them all. Whip them. Write a confession. Pay a large fine. And let their elders come to pick them up. If they don't, they will be locked up in Jingzhou Prefecture for half a month. Let them work and reform, and reflect on themselves. Li Fu said, "You are more skilled than me." Zhang Zuzhu thought that she had watched more popular legal programs in her previous life, so she knew the process. But Li Fu listened to her process and thought it was worth a try. He led people into the crowd, took out the token of Jingzhou Prefecture, and said directly, "Riding a horse to hurt people, fighting in the street, everyone, follow me to Jingzhou Prefecture." The first one to shout was the young prince, Li Fu. "Take a closer look at who I am. How dare you arrest me?" The son of Rongyang Ho was also very dissatisfied. "When did Jingzhou Prefecture control us?" Others also shouted, saying that Li Fu was meddling in other people's business. "Is this the first time they have fought in the street?" When the man surnamed Ren saw Li Fu, he was speechless like a quail. His father had said that his family was a staunch supporter of the Wuwang Mansion, and Li Fu was the confidant of the Wuwang Mansion, so he had to be polite when meeting people. Li Fu didn't care how they shouted, and ordered the guards to arrest people directly. These guards were assigned by the Wuwang Mansion, and they were not afraid of trouble at all. 5 or 6 people went up and tied up these dandy princes in a few seconds, and blocked their mouths. Ren Hao said, Hey, don't tie me up. I'll go by myself. He knew that these guards were from the Wuwang Mansion. While Li Fu was tying people up, Zhang Zuzhu took people to check on the people who were implicated, and said, "You should also go to Jingzhou Mansion." The man whose stall was overturned cried out, Why did you arrest me and take me to see the officials?" Zhang Zuzhu, "I didn't arrest you, but I want them to compensate you for your losses." The middle-aged man looked unconvinced. Zhang Zuzhu pointed to Li Fu, "That's my husband. He just came to Jingzhou Prefecture to take office some time ago. You know Wuwang Mansion, right? Many corrupt officials were arrested last year. My husband worked in Wuwang Mansion. Wuwang Mansion has a good reputation. When they were cleaning up people last year, Wuwang Mansion made great efforts to promote it." Really? Zhang Zuzhu said. "Your injuries, medical expenses, and the money you could have earned during your recovery. They will compensate you for everything." The people heard this and talked about it. Chapter 207 My father is a prince. Zhang Zuzhu persuaded several people who were injured or had property losses, and the group went to the Jingzhou government office. In order to speed up, the tied people were divided into 2 groups. There were 5 people in the carriage of the young prince, and 3 people in the carriage of the son of Rongyang Marquis. The group arrived at the government office soon. Zhang Zuzhu helped Li Fu get off the carriage, and saw the guards roughly dragging the 2 groups of people out of the carriage. In Jingzhou Prefecture, everyone ran out to watch the excitement. Among the people brought here, there were princes of the royal family, sons of the Marquis, and grandsons of the elders. These people usually gathered together to act tyrannically. Everyone has heard a lot about their deeds. The yamen runners pushed each other, and no one dared to go up to take the people. Li Fu didn't need them, so he asked the guards to push the people in. Li Fu changed his official uniform and prepared to go to court to try the case. Yao Qingxi went to discuss the amount of compensation with the people. Zhang Zuzhu looked at Li Fu, and Li Fu said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Zhang Zuzhu, "I'm hungry." She had a good appetite recently. So Li Fu pinched her face and ordered someone to go to the canteen to bring her food. "Go. Interrogate them well. Don't let them go," she said to Li Fu. Li Fu, "Don't worry." After he finished speaking, he went to try the case. The thing in his mouth was taken away, and the little prince shouted, "My father is the Prince of Changsha. You look carefully. I am from the Zhou family. When will it be your turn to be in charge of Jingzhou Prefecture? Li San. You are so brave. My father will come later. I won't let you go. The curses echoed throughout the Jingzhou government office. Li Fu ignored them and asked what happened directly. Ren Hao answered honestly, Today I rode out of the city on horseback and walked in front of the Changsha County Prince's carriage. Their carriage was moving very fast, and I couldn't dodge in time and was hit by them. Xia Ying wrote it down. In this case, Mr. Ren is the victim. You are talking nonsense. The young county prince stopped cursing when he heard this. It was obviously you who deliberately blocked in front of my carriage. It's such a wide road. And you are a horseman. You are blocking our way in the middle. You don't know what's good for you. Ren Hao did deliberately block the road. He came back from the northwest and was very disgusted with these people in the capital. They had long been divided into two factions, and it was not the first time that they had shown their prowess. But how could Ren Hao admit it? He said, The road in the capital is so wide. If the prince is in a hurry, just go to the side. How could I block your way? Besides, is this road yours? This road belongs to the people of the capital. Everyone can walk on it. Why is it not my road? The little prince also jumped up. My surname is Zhou. Do you know it is Zhou? Then our Prince Wu and the Crown Prince also have the surname Zhou. And they didn't say that the road in the capital is theirs, Ren Hao said, when mentioning the father and son of the Prince Wu. The little prince was silent for a while. The Crown Prince of Rongyang said, Li Fu, do you know this Ren and want to protect him? Everyone doesn't know that Li Fu and the Prince Wu are from the same faction. And the Ren also came back with the Prince Wu's mansion. He is a family member. Li Fu did not answer this question, but said so. You all admit that you rode horses in the capital, right? He brought these people here not to ask them about their disputes, but to punish them for speeding. Ren Hao said, I admit it. But I am a very good horseman. And my horse is from the battlefield and has never hurt anyone. What is there to deny? None of these dignitaries in the capital abide by the rules. Li Fu looked at the young Prince Zhou Ling. You caught up with Ren Hao's horse with your carriage and hit it. Right? Zhou Ling raised his chin. That's right. My horse is also a top-notch Western region horse. When the son of Rongyang Marquis heard this, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. That's right. He is a prince of the royal family, and Li Fu can't do anything to him. As for those who followed the young prince, they all have status and family background, and Li Fu doesn't dare to do anything. Li Fu stood up after hearing this. Since you have admitted your guilt, accept the punishment. Xia Ying said, if you ride a horse in the street, you will be whipped 20 times. If you injure pedestrians, you will be whipped 10 more times. Pay money, and write a confession of 500 words in 2 copies. 1 copy will be posted outside the gate of Jingzhou Prefecture, and the other copy will be kept in the case file. Imprisoned for half a month. And do labor service in the government office. You can choose not to do labor service, but your family members will pay the fine. I have notified all the governors. Zhou Ling shouted again, You want to whip me? The son of Rongyang Ho and several others also looked at Li Fu in shock. Whipping and writing a confession. This is too absurd. Li Fu waved his hand and asked the guards to take them outside, saying, The court's laws are in front. Please forgive me, little prince. So several people were pressed to the gate of Jingzhou Prefecture, and then their shirts were stripped off. Under the gaze of the onlookers, they were punished in public. Other officials in the Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen did not expect Li Fu to be so bold. He dared to whip even the royal family, even with the support of King Wu. This was too bold. Next to him, Xia Ying was reading out loud the crimes they had committed. Riding horses to injure people, fighting in the street, and implicated innocent pedestrians. Ren Hao was not afraid at all. It was only 30 lashes, but it was not as fierce as a kick from his father. As for whether he would feel embarrassed to be watched by so many people, he was not embarrassed. He had been beaten with a stick in the army with his bare bottom. But Zhou Ling next to him could not bear it. He was such a noble person, but he was humiliated today. Not only was he beaten, but he was also watched by so many people. He gritted his teeth and did not shout like the people next to him. Not to mention the son of Rongyang Marquis. He was almost fainted at this moment, and his shouts were getting louder and louder. Ren Hao turned his head and whistled at Zhou Ling, laughing, Little prince, are you crying in pain? Zhou Ling was sweating profusely from the pain. He said angrily, Run. You wait for me. I won't let you go. Ren Hao was still laughing. TSK, TSK, TSK. This delicate skin is so white. People who don't know would think there is a woman lying here. You are the woman. Zhou Ling shouted angrily. Ren Hao smiled smugly. If he had known that the young prince was thin-skinned, he should have stripped his clothes when they were fighting. Zhou Ling was so angry that he couldn't bear it for a while, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. The guard only needed to take a look to know that his life was not in danger, and continued to beat him with the remaining whips. Li Fu watched more and more people watching, and listened to their discussions. In the past, Jingzhou Prefecture did nothing, even if there was a grievance. If you wanted to enter the gate of Jingzhou Prefecture, you had to pay money to the gatekeeper first. It was just like the saying, if you have a reason but no money, don't come in. Now there are new officials in Jingzhou Prefecture. Is this the new official's 3 fires when he takes office? In the future, will they be able to go to the Jingzhou Prefecture to report to the authorities? Li Fu raised his voice and said, if there is a grievance, Jingzhou Prefecture will respond. After that, Li Fu went in. The guards also carried several people who had been whipped into the government office. Of course, once Ren Hao put on his clothes, he was the same as if nothing had happened. Beating people is easy, but what Li Fu has to deal with next is more difficult. Chapter 208 The Law of the Land has the final say here. What Li Fu has to deal with is naturally the elders and families behind these young people. Zhang Zhuzhu has finished eating and saw the people who were beaten. It's over. Are you going to write a confession? I was just about to ask them to write. Li Fu said. 500 words. I wonder if they can write it. 500 words are not a lot, but their level is very doubtful. Rongyang Hozi was crying miserably. He pointed at Li Fu and said, You must be resentful of our Hofu. You are taking revenge for personal gain. Ren Hao shouted, then our Ren family is still from Wangfu. Li Xiaoyin also beat me. Don't talk nonsense here. Your family still needs people to take revenge. With a son like you, your family should have been finished long ago. Ren Hao and the son of Rongyang Marquis quarreled. Zhang Zhuzhu said, is he so physically fit? He was whipped 30 times. But he was fine. Li Fu, his father, known as General Xiong, was the most powerful general under King Wu when he was young. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I can see that. The son of Rongyang Marquis looked at Ren Hao speechlessly. He beat you. And you still speak for him. What's wrong with the brain of the person who came back from the northwest? Ren Hao, what do you care about me? I speak for him. I rode my horse. I plead guilty. And I deserve to be beaten. Seeing that they were going to continue arguing, Li Fu stepped forward and scolded, stop arguing. Take a pen and paper and write a confession. Hearing this, Ren Hao took a pen and paper and wrote it. The others were in so much pain that they could not write. Zhou Ling in particular lay on the table weakly and threw his pen away, apparently not planning to write. A quarter of an hour later, several families came to the Jingzhou government office. All of them hurried to pick up their children after hearing the notice. Meng Fuyin also hurried over from home, and he was blocked at the door. Rongyang Ho doted on his legitimate son and said, Meng Fuyin, what do you mean? It's just a few young people who made the carriage go a little faster and had a quarrel. How can you be so? Meng Fuyin said. My lord, don't you know whose territory Jingzhou Prefecture is now? He really didn't expect that Li Fu, in this position, shouldn't try to win over the families? He did this, and he wasn't afraid of making enemies. Zhou Ling's mother was the only one who came with her husband. When she heard that her son was whipped, she burst into tears. She pushed her husband, if anything happens to my son, I will never forgive you. The Prince of Changsha said angrily, I have said it before. Spoiling a child is like killing him. I told you to keep him at home to study, but you didn't listen. Now that you don't teach him, someone else will teach him for you. Is that my son? You only know how to fish. Fish. Fish every day. Fish is your biological son, said the princess of the county. The Prince of Changsha was in a bitter mood. If he didn't fish, his head would have been gone long ago. What could he do? Zhou Ling heard his parents quarreling and shouted, Father! Mother! Stop quarreling. Save me! The princess of the prince hurried forward to see her precious son. Ren Hao saw that he was such a person, and he still wanted to hide in his mother's arms, and laughed, Little prince is still learning to fight. Go back to embroider. Zhou Ling was furious. I will chop off your head. The Prince of Changsha scolded, Shut up. He knew that his wife would not teach her son. So he let it go. In today's environment, it is a good thing for his son to grow crooked. But this is too crooked. It's lying on the ground. The princess had just hugged her son when she touched the wound on Zhou Ling's back. Zhou Ling gasped in pain. But he was too embarrassed to cry. The princess saw Li Fu and said, "After all, your mother and I are close friends. Linger is your brother. But you dared to do that to him." Zhang Zhuzhu immediately stood in front of Li Fu and said, "Princess, if you say that, then our Sam Lang, as the elder brother, must discipline his younger brother. You don't know how dangerous it is that he drove a carriage to chase the horses coming back from the northwest battlefield. If you are not careful, you can't save your life. I whipped him 30 times today, and he won't do it again in the future." The princess's face twisted for a moment. Li Fu almost laughed out loud. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, "Princess, you don't need to thank me." The princess of the county thought to herself, "Why should I thank you?" Li Fu said, "My lady, the law is in front of you. Once the little prince has written a confession, paid a fine, and served 15 days of labor in the government office, you can take him back. He still has to serve labor." The princess of the county exclaimed. The prince of Changsha pulled his wife behind him, and signaled her not to say anything more. What else did he not understand? His son, and these few, were all the chickens that Li Fu, or the Prince Wu's mansion, used to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Hurry up and stop talking. It's more important to escape this time. Meng Fuyin rolled his eyes, stroked his beard and smiled. Li Xiaoyin, you are a new manager, and I understand your intention to make meritorious deeds. But when doing things, you must leave a way out. Young man, don't be too impatient. As a close confidant of the Empress Dowager, he played the role of mediator in Jingzhou Prefecture, and many people benefited from it. He also won over many relationships through this trick. Now it is a good opportunity. Li Fu naturally knew what he meant. The prefect is old and soft-hearted. I know this. Don't worry. If there are any consequences, I will bear them all, and will not implicate Jingzhou Prefecture. He would not let these people go easily. After hearing this, Meng, the prefect, turned around and said to those who were trying to rescue them, "Alas! You have seen this. Young and energetic. I can't persuade him." Seeing his son's miserable appearance, Rong Yongho said, "Don't go too far. Kid, I must take my son away today." The two families had already had a grudge. If Li Fu took revenge for personal reasons, his legitimate son might not be saved, and Rongyang Marquis could not afford the consequences. The servants of Rongyang Marquis' mansion also acted as if they were going to rob people. Li Fu said, "This is Jingzhou Prefecture, the government office of the Imperial Court. Rongyang Marquis robbed the prisoner here. Is he trying to rebel?" Rongyang Marquis was stunned for a moment, and finally calmed down a little. Li Fu's eyes swept over these people and said, "I'll say it again. 2 500-word confessions. A fine. 15 days of hard labor. And anyone who can't do it cannot leave this place." When Meng Fuyin heard what Li Fu said, his face turned cold. "Li Xiaoyin, I am your superior. Jingzhou Prefecture is under the final decision of me, not you." Li Fu really didn't take him and the Meng family seriously. "Li Fu, Jingzhou Prefecture is not decided by you, nor by me. The law is decided here. Does Meng Fuyin really think that the whole world is surnamed Meng? Today, we must kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, to let these powerful families in the capital know that the capital today is not the capital of the past, and they will not be allowed to be presumptuous again." Meng Fuyin's face darkened. He no longer looked at Li Fu, and directly said to Rongyang Ho and others, "The boy is rude. You just take him home. If there is any problem, this prefecture will take care of it." Li Fu has only been in Jingzhou Prefecture for a few days. This is his Meng family's territory. Chapter 209 Pride Leads to Destruction. When Rongyang Ho and others heard this, they immediately became proud. The fight between King Wu and the Meng family was fierce, and it was still unknown who would win. If King Wu wanted to win, he had to be wary of these aristocratic families, who were deeply rooted in the capital, and give them enough respect and benefits. What was Li Fu? A young man who was ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth and had just started out. He had just become the Shao Yin of Jingzhou Prefecture, and he was eager to trample on such aristocratic families. He didn't even look at whether he had the ability to do so. Even the Wuwang mansion couldn't easily trample on them. Li Fu didn't say anything. He just looked at everyone present calmly and indifferently. Li Fu saw their arrogance clearly. When Rong Yang-ho and others saw that Li Fu really did not move, he snorted, asked someone to help his precious son, and left directly. Others followed suit. Zhou Ling looked at his father and mother expectantly, and the Prince of Changsha held his wife tightly. The Princess of Changsha really loved her son, but she was not stupid. The Prince of Changsha sighed, put his hands behind his back, and said, Meng Fuin, I really can't control this kid of mine. He caused a big disaster today, so let him stay here for half a month and learn a lesson. Meng Fuin thought that a prince was so cowardly. When the court was fighting, the Ming family had thought about winning over this family. The Prince of Changsha is closer to the late emperor by blood. As a result, the Prince of Changsha kept saying that he was dying of illness and stayed in his house. They are like a piece of mud that cannot be helped. Meng Fuin laughed, Your Highness and Princess, please visit the palace more often when you are free. The Empress Dowager misses you too very much. The Prince of Changsha, I dare not disturb the Empress from teaching His Majesty. After that, he did not entangle with Meng Fuin anymore. Walked to Li Fu, and took out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve. The pedestrians are innocent. Compensate them first. If there is any shortfall, just come to the house and tell me. Then the little prince watched his parents leave, and he was dumbfounded. Didn't they want to take him away? Why did they just ignore him? Isn't he their precious son? Zhou Ling was about to cry, and Ren Hao was laughing beside him, seeing that he was better than the young man Li Fu. Meng Fuin stroked his beard and smiled. I know you have ambitions, but now is not the time for you to show them. Learn more. Then Meng Fuin also left triumphantly. Li Fu remained calm and asked Yao Qingxin, Did the people outside see those people who just left? Yao Qingxin, I saw them. Clearly. And they already knew that it was after Jingzhao Fuin Mingxiang came that Rong Yang-ho and others left. That was enough. The last person from the Ren family to arrive was Ren Hao's eldest brother, who came with a whip in his hand. Ren Hao was still laughing at Zhou Ling, but he stopped laughing when he saw his eldest brother. The eldest brother of the Ren family bowed to Li Fu, who was familiar with Li Fu, and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Just use him to do whatever you want. Don't be lenient. Li Fu had kidnapped someone in such a high-profile manner and brought him back to Jingzhou Prefecture. The news had already spread throughout the capital. The eldest brother of the Ren family thought that he must have a backup plan and would naturally cooperate. Li Fu returned the greeting. I'm afraid your brother will have to work hard. The eldest brother of the Ren family waved his hand generously, as long as he has a breath left. Their children are thick-skinned and can be used at will. Seeing this, Zhou Ling immediately laughed at Ren Hao. Huh? You're staying here too? And you're still laughing at me? Ren Hao, I said I plead guilty. I never wanted to leave. Zhou Ling really didn't know why he could still be happy. Of course Ren Hao was happy, because it was his eldest brother who came, not his father. If his father had come, he wouldn't know how badly he would be beaten. After the eldest brother of the Ren family left, Li Fu asked the remaining two brothers to continue writing a 500-word confession. One of them was uneducated, and the other spent more time practicing martial arts than studying, so they had no idea where to start. Yao Qingxin guided them from the side, first writing about what happened, then writing about what laws they had violated, and then writing that they knew they were wrong and would not do it again next time. The two racked their brains and finally came up with 500 words. Yao Qingxin immediately had it posted at the gate of Jingzhou Prefecture, and found a literate clerk to read it loudly outside again and again, and pointed out the people who did not plead guilty and compensate, such as Rong Yang-ho. Zhou Ling and Ren Hao both felt humiliated when they knew about this. Zhang Zuzhu looked at them and said, It is great to know one's mistakes and make corrections. Zhou Ling said angrily, Why didn't you arrest them earlier or later? But today? I know a lot of people who like to ride horses on the street, and they are all fine. Zhang Zuzhu, the young prince wants to report them. That's fine. Zhou Ling said loudly, It's just outside the Bailu Academy. I saw it with my own eyes. If you have the ability, you can also catch them. Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu, I think the little prince is indeed lonely in Jingzhou Prefecture. It's not impossible to find a few people to keep him company. Li Fu naturally agreed and ordered people to keep an eye on them. If they were found, they would bring back the people and horses. Zhou Ling felt that Li Fu was just talking. Didn't you see that when Meng Fuin came just now? He was like a mute. When Rong Yang-ho took his son away, he didn't say a word. It was almost noon at this time. Zhang Zuzhu waited for Li Fu to arrange the follow-up matters. and the two left together. When they got outside, the clerk was still reading. When the common people asked why Rong Yang-ho and others did not have to confess, the clerk said, "It was our Meng Fu-yin who let them go. Our Meng Fu-yin is a relative of the Empress Dowager." No matter how people asked, the clerk would say this. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu stayed here for a while, and then left the city. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Are you angry?" Li Fu, "It is indeed infuriating." Zhang Zhuzhu held his hand. "It's okay. They will send them back. There is no need for tomorrow. What happened in Jingzhou Prefecture today will spread throughout the court and the country, and will become a joke among the people after dinner. They are too arrogant, and have long forgotten what the people's will is. They will definitely pay the price for this." Li Fu nodded and shook her hand. When they arrived, Princess Heon said, "I thought you were not coming." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "They arrested a few people, and made a scene in Jingzhou Prefecture. It was ridiculous." Others became curious when they heard this. So Zhang Zhuzhu told them the story in detail. "It was also because I was ignorant. I read books and said that the emperor was guilty of the same crime as the common people. As a result, when Meng Fuin came, he let him go. I think Sanlang might as well go back to farm with me. Being an official is just a facade." Zhang Zhuzhu sighed and looked very unhappy. Princess Heon said, "You can't generalize. There are still two people who confess their crimes." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "The Prince of Changsha is a royal family. The Ren family is doing this for the sake of the Prince Wu's mansion. I think Jingzhou Prefecture can just close down." After Zhang Zhuzhu finished speaking, the news spread quickly. Chapter 210, A God-Given Opportunity. Yang Ruifang, wearing a military uniform, ran to find Zhang Zhuzhu. She had naturally heard about what happened in Jingzhou Prefecture in the morning. She said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Sister, don't be angry. Although my grandfather has retired, he used to be in the Imperial Censorate. When I go back, I will tell him about this matter, and whether there is still a law." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Don't bother him. Yang Ruifang's father is still working outside. Her grandfather was the former Imperial Censor, but he retired due to illness during the reign of the previous emperor, and there was no news after that. Yang Ruifang, it's okay. He is in good health. He used to love to write and scold people." Zhang Zhuzhu wondered if the old man knew that his granddaughter was setting up a plot against him. Yang Ruifang whispered to her, "My grandfather didn't work in vain. He had long been fed up with the fact that the censorate was controlled by the cabinet. He told me that the court should not only hear one voice. Otherwise it would be no different from being deaf." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "I don't understand these things. I'll go back and ask my family. This former censor must also want to return to the court. Yang Ruifang must have seen his intention and found an opportunity for him." "Thank you, sister. I will tell my grandfather," Yang Ruifang said. Zhang Zhuzhu said nothing more and pushed the snacks in front of her to her. There was another match in the afternoon. This time, Zhang Zhuzhu did not miss it and watched it carefully. Girls who were raised in seclusion were forced to become pale and dull. But these girls who played polo were not like that. They were vigorous and lively, full of vitality. Song Lingxin sighed beside him. "I still can't ride a horse, let alone play polo." Yao Yusin immediately volunteered. "I can ride a horse. I will teach you. Zhuzhu was taught by me." Zhang Zhuzhu traveled between Songyang County and Zongjia village at that time. Riding a horse was much more convenient than riding a carriage. So she learned to ride a horse. "That's amazing. I'll trouble you," Song Lingxin said. Yao Yusin raised her chin proudly. "Let's go now. It's very simple. You will learn it in a while." After that, the two of them went to ride horses. Zhang Zhuzhu could only watch them leave, and said to Princess Heong, "Old people are really not as good as new people. Sister Yao has already forgotten me." Zhou Lanshu took her arm. "It's okay. I am your new person. Forget her quickly." Zhang Zhuzhu slightly turned sideways and rested her head on her shoulder. "Looking weak? Then I will be yours from now on. Sister loves me." Zhou Lanshu couldn't help laughing, and Zhang Zhuzhu also laughed out loud. Li Fu and Pan Jingping turned their heads to look at each other, and then looked at each other, obviously wanting to know what the two women said together. Unfortunately, the two friends were talking happily, and it was not appropriate for them to get close to them now. In the afternoon match, Yang Ruifang was sent off early due to a foul. She could only watch her team lose, and was very sad. But failure did not affect her confidence. She ran over and said, It's a pity that you didn't see me win this morning. Zhang Zhuzhu. Victory and defeat are common in the military. I will definitely see it next time. Yang Ruifang, I will teach you then. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. That can only happen after she gives birth to the child. After playing for an afternoon, when they went back, Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's arms and yawned. Can you play polo? Li Fu, yes. But I'm not good at it. Zhang Zhuzhu. Then I'll let Ruifang teach me. Li Fu immediately said, even if you are not good at it, I can still teach you. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing, and then told Li Fu what Yang Ruifang said to her. Li Fu nodded. It seems that the Yang family also knows that now is not the time to protect themselves. Zhang Zhuzhu, if they continue to protect themselves, there will be no place for them in the capital. Li Fu patted her. Sleep for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, leaned in Li Fu's arms, and fell asleep soon. The next day, the capital was full of rumors, and the most widely spread sentence was, our Ming Fu Yin is a relative of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was able to persuade Fan Xiu to join forces with her to suppress the Lu family. She was still quite capable. Last year, the Wuwang mansion won the hearts of the people with the matter of the charity bureau. And then the Ming family repaired some dilapidated houses before winter to prepare for the winter for the people. Unfortunately, she was still alone. The Ming mansion let those young people go, which did give these noble families a face. But when this matter spread, the people were very dissatisfied. These dandies usually rode on the streets, and I don't know how many people they have implicated. Now that someone finally came forward to stop them, they were actually let go. What kind of thing is this? Is there really no one who can make decisions for ordinary people like them? Is there no hope at all in this world where the powerful and the rich are rampant and tyrannical? Do they still have a way out? When Fan Xiu heard this, he was overwhelmed. The most important thing is that the grandson of an old minister in the cabinet was also taken back yesterday. So the cabinet became the target of condemnation. The Wu Wang faction immediately seized the opportunity and said that General Ren's son was still in Jingzhou Prefecture. They abided by the law and did not go to rescue him. The royal family also said that the son of Changsha County Lord was still in Jingzhou Prefecture. Although they were royal family members and their surnames were Zhou, they also abided by the law and did not get involved with the Ming family. So the Ming family took the greatest responsibility in this matter and could not shirk responsibility. The old censor Yang, who had retired for a long time, wrote a long memorial overnight, accusing the censorate of not having a single person who could supervise the court officials, saying that they were all Fan Xiu's lackeys. You know, if the descendants cause trouble, the court officials will also be impeached. But the censorate was silent. King Wu saw Li Fu and said, if I didn't know you, I would have thought that you arranged the incident at the city gate yesterday. Li Fu said, it's a pity not to use this opportunity given by God. This opportunity really came very cleverly. Li Fu had been busy dealing with the internal affairs of Jingzhou Prefecture and could not take care of the outside affairs for the time being. But man proposes, God disposes. Who could have thought that the fight yesterday would involve all the people who came back from the northwest? The royal family, the cabinet, and the marquis mansion. If there were one party missing, the capital would not be so lively now. King Wu nodded, well done. These bores should have been removed long ago. King Wu was not a good-tempered person. He had long been fed up with those arrogant and domineering families. Now that he had seized the opportunity, they would not have a good harvest. Just as Li Fu was about to speak, the guard came to report, Your Highness, Rong Yangho wants to see you. King Wu, no. After King Wu returned to the capital, these families also lived with their necks held high, relying on their status and waiting for King Wu's mansion to win them over. They believed that if King Wu wanted to make a big move in the capital, he had to rely on them. But who was King Wu? He had guarded the northwest for decades and had seen countless blood. How heavy was his killing heart? He came back to be the emperor, not to be the grandson of these noble families. Rong Yangho and others. They think too highly of themselves and underestimate King Wu. He said to Li Fu, just do it. This long night in the capital will end in my hands. Li Fu bowed to King Wu and felt that this sentence was very familiar. Thinking about it, this was what Zhang Zhuzhu said last year. Li Fu was in a complicated mood and said, Your Highness is dedicated to the country and the people, and has the style of the sages. King Wu heard this and laughed. Why? Have you learned the skills of your wife? Li Fu is not such a temper. I am not very skilled yet. Please forgive me, Li Fu said. King Wu laughed. Chapter 211 First time being a parent. Marquis Rongyang did not meet King Wu, so he could only go to find Fan Xiao. The most important thing now is to calm the discussion of the people in the capital and restore his reputation in time. There is a saying that it is better to guard against the malice of the people than to guard against the river. They do have a way to block the malice of the people, but they have no way to control the thoughts of the people. If this matter is not handled well, and the people lose their hearts, the only one who will benefit will be King Wu's mansion. They want to refute this matter, but they can't find a breakthrough. The prefect of Jingzhou is a relative of the Empress Dowager, and he doesn't care about the matter. They judge the case by looking at who has more money in his pocket. Fan Xiao wanted to take care of it, but the complicated government affairs were about to overwhelm him. Every day, there was no money or food, drought or flood, and he had to worry about the growth of the little emperor. Is it easy for him? He couldn't spare his hands, and he didn't expect that the Wuwang mansion would start with these details. Fighting on horseback has always been a trivial matter. Which government office would think of taking care of these things? Those powerful people have violated the law of the country. How can they handle this? After this incident, the cabinet probably has to vacate a position. He looked at Li Qi, who was drinking tea calmly, and said, "It seems that Lord Li has raised a good son." This was somewhat resentful. Li Qi smiled and said, "Prime Minister Fan is joking. All three of my sons are good." He looked at the cabinet minister, who was betrayed by his grandson, and continued, "At least my three sons never rode horses on the streets of the capital." Li Qi had always been very restrained with his three sons, even when they were young. Li Qi did not allow them to be so unbridled. When the old cabinet minister heard this, he almost vomited blood on the spot. He said with resentment and hatred, "It seems that I have to give up my position to you." Li Qi said, "I dare not. I am still young." The former imperial censor, Mr. Yang, lost the opportunity to enter the cabinet because he impeached the imperial concubine. Although the old man is old, his temperament is still the same as before. I wonder if you are happy to have this colleague. After that, he didn't care what the people on the scene thought, and got up and left. After returning home, he told Lin Weining about this matter, and Lin Weining said, "Such a good opportunity. It's a pity. At Li Qi's age, it is indeed too early to want to enter the cabinet. But if it is really possible, then her status outside will also be proud." Li Qi said, "Don't worry. That place is now Fan Xiao's territory. Just tore a hole, and you will only be excluded if you go in. Old Censor Yang is too old to wait. But I'm fine." Lin Weining thought about it, and said, "We are not in a hurry. Sanlang is already eye-catching enough. Li Fu really offended a lot of people this time, and there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Their family will have to be careful in the future." In the end, the way to settle this matter was that a position in the cabinet was vacated, and the cabinet minister was demoted. As for Rongyang Ho and others, they could only send the people back the same way they brought them out that day. The sons of the Changsha County king were all doing hard labor in Jingzhou Prefecture. What could they do? They could only do this. Otherwise they would be drowned by people's spit. If the people were really angry, they would not be able to bear it. As for Meng Thuin, he could only be dismissed. However, Li Fu had no chance to take over, because he was too young after all. So Fan Xiao transferred officials from his faction. When he came back in the evening, Zhang Guzhu asked him, "How was it today?" Li Fu replied, "Yes. Everyone is here." Zhang Guzhu said, "What do you plan to do with him?" Li Fu said, "Send a teacher from the Wuwang mansion. Get up early every day to practice. Then go to reclaim the wasteland of Jingzhou mansion in the morning and afternoon. Chop wood for the kitchen. Recite the law at night. And let them go after a month." Li Fu used to farm, which is definitely a hard job. Not to mention chopping wood, which is how Li Fu got the calluses on his hands. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed when she heard it. "It's not half a month." "How come it's a month?" Li Fu said. "Zhou Ling and Ren Hao are half a month, and the rest of them escaped before. So double it." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Is that so? Did you catch anyone from Bailu Academy before?" "No." The matter of Jingzhou Prefecture became a big deal the next day, and no one would mess around at this time. Li Fu said. The little prince's wishful thinking was in vain. "Then what about your new boss?" Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Will he be too difficult to deal with?" Li Fu said. "As long as he can do practical things. It doesn't matter if he is difficult to deal with." Li Fu did not want to control Jingzhou Prefecture. His goal was to make the environment of the capital better. The new Jingzhou prefecture governor had better be capable. Zhang Zhuzhu understood what he meant and sat down to look through the account book. No wonder they have to monopolize wine. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu said. Salt, wine, and tea are important sources of money for the national treasury, so they are naturally very profitable. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the huge amount of money and said, I hope His Highness King Wu will take that position later. When King Wu ascends the throne in the future, she can no longer sell wine like this. Even if King Wu's palace allows it. It is not possible. It is okay to fleece the sheep for a while. But how can the owner of the sheep tolerate fleecing all the time? You said that was so much money. What should I do with it? Zhang Zhuzhu asked him. Li Fu, don't worry. It will be useful in the future. This amount of money is not small. How can it be used up in a short time? Zhang Zhuzhu lowered her head and touched her belly. This child will really have no worries about food and drink in the future. Li Fu, that is your money. If he wants to have no worries about food and drink, he still has to find a way himself. Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a moment. What if the child we give birth to is a really weak girl? The couple are both very powerful. But aren't Li Qi and Lin Weining powerful? Li Pu is also born with a gentle temperament. If a girl has such a temper, she will be easily bullied. When Li Fu heard this, he also became worried. If this is really the case, then we can only marry her to a son-in-law. Zhang Zhuzhu, this won't work. People's hearts are fickle. And a son-in-law is also a big problem. The couple looked at each other, and they were at a loss for a moment. Li Fu frowned. Forget it. It's hard to say. Let's wait until the child grows up and can see the temper. Zhang Zhuzhu, indeed. It's too early to worry now. Both of them laughed again. Li Fu also came over to touch her belly. The child hasn't been born yet. But they are worried about it. What should they do after the child is born? Being a parent is really a hard job. Li Fu held Zhang Zhuzhu. He would have to work harder when the time comes. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on his arms. Who do you think he looks like? We both look like him. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, it will take another 6 or 7 months. It's really a long time. September or October is not hot, but very cold. It's a good time. Li Fu said. I think he knows how to pick a day. The couple put aside the things at hand and talked about the child. Being a parent for the first time. They are not experienced after all. A few days later, the Zhang family of 3 came to see Zhang Zhuzhu. When Zhang Baobao saw his sister, he said very seriously, Third sister, I have an important matter. Chapter 212 I want to change my name. Zhang Zhuzhu asked him to sit next to her, looked at him seriously, and said, You say? Third sister is listening. Seeing her like this, Zhang Baobao felt that she was valued and said, Third sister, I want to change my name. Zhang Zhuzhu was not surprised to hear that it was this matter. To be honest, Zhang Dachuan's naming skills are really not very good. For children, gold, silver and jewelry really express his simple and beautiful wishes. If there is another child, what should he be called? When Zhang Zhuzhu was younger, many children gave her nicknames like Piglet, and even worse, called her Sao. The unconscious malice between children is also very serious. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been unable to bear it. Zhang Zhuzhu called her second sister Zhang Yining and beat up all the children who gave her the nickname, regardless of gender, to shut them up. Zhang Baobao didn't have this worry when he was a child. He had his sister to protect him. And his childhood was still very happy, and he would not be bullied. Later, his friends got used to his name and didn't say anything. But now, he is grown up and the environment has changed. Is there anyone bullying you in the academy? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Zhang Baobao raised his neck. I beat them all back. Sister, don't worry about this. I won't be bullied. I'm grown up, and I don't want to use this name anymore. Like a child. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Really you haven't been bullied? Zhang Baobao, really not. I'm not afraid of him. He is 13 years old. In the village, this age is the main labor force of the family. And he is very confident. He has a sister and brother-in-law. He knows that he has someone to protect him. When someone makes fun of his name, Zhang Baobao will use force to teach them a lesson and stuff their stinky socks into their mouths. So he really has never been wronged in the academy. He usually doesn't tell his family about these little things. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Then you have to discuss the matter of changing your name with your parents. Why did they find her? Zhang Baobao, my parents disagreed. My father said that if I changed my name, I would not be like a family anymore. My mother said that she gave birth to me when she was old, and this name would bless me. Zhang Baobao told him about this at home. But Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang just thought he was a child throwing a tantrum and didn't take his words to heart. Zhang Zhuzhu, what can a name bless? Wait, I'll talk to them later. It's really not appropriate to call a boy this name when he grows up. Zhang Baobao almost jumped up with joy after hearing her words. Third sister. Third sister. You are so good to me. Thank you, third sister. He finally found someone who supports him. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, What name do you want to change to? Zhang Baobao, I don't know. Anyway, change it to an adult name. It should sound like a man, not a child's name. He is no longer a child. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the child. Well, you have grown up. The sleeves of your clothes seem to be short. I haven't made new clothes recently. Zhang Baobao raised his arm. But this dress was made last month. I haven't worn it many times. It's still new. It's a pity to throw it away. He couldn't bear to throw it away. Zhang Zhuzhu, there are plenty of fabrics at home. And we don't need this. Let's not talk about the past. Zhang Luzhu is not short of money now. It's not impossible to buy him new clothes every day. Zhang Baobao, forget it. I'll wear it for a few more days. Summer is coming soon. And I can change to thinner clothes then. It would be a pity not to wear such nice clothes. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her brother and thought that this child must have taken after their father. A tradition of thriftiness. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing. Zhang Baobao, sister. What are you laughing at? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say that, but said, how about this? You see you are growing fast now. And you change clothes fast too. When you go back, collect all the clothes you have worn, wash them, and send them to the Salesian Bureau. How about that? The Salesian Bureau is now accepting donations. Old clothes, old toys, as long as they are complete and usable, can be sent to the Salesian Bureau. Zhang Baobao knew about the Charity Bureau. He was reluctant to waste these clothes. If they were donated and someone could wear them, they would not be wasted. Okay, I'll go back and pack them up. Zhang Baobao agreed. Zhang Zhuzhu was very pleased to see him like this. Very good. My brother didn't grow up crooked. He is still a good child. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered a few words to him. And Zhang Baobao said, let me pretend to be miserable in front of my parents. Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. It will be convenient to change the name this way. After lunch, Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang rested in Zhang Zhuzhu's yard. And Zhang Zhuzhu mentioned the name change. Zhang Dachuan said, how can you change a good name just like that? This name has been informed to our ancestors, and cannot be changed. Wu Guiyang naturally meant the same thing. Zhang Baobao's expression suddenly became depressed. And he squeezed out a few tears and said, but if I don't change, people will laugh at me. I'm so old now. If I'm 30 or 40, people still call me Bao Bao. I won't be able to face my children and grandchildren. He turned his head away sadly, and didn't say anything. He only looked at his parents out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Dad, Mom, it's okay to keep the word Bao in the name. It's really not good for Xiaobao to call him a double word. Zhang Baobao immediately said, No, no, I don't want to keep a single word, he shouted anxiously. Zhang Zhuzhu frowned and deliberately scolded him, saying, we have 4 siblings, and we all have the same name. And this name was given by our parents because they love you. How can we not keep a single word? This was what they had discussed. Everyone took a step back and didn't have to quarrel over this little thing. Zhang Baobao was the same. It was okay to keep one character. This character was also very common in naming. He really couldn't bear the double character. Seeing Zhang Zhuzhu scolding her brother, Wu Guiyang felt a little distressed and said to her husband, this name does sound like a nickname. Why don't you change the child's name to avoid being laughed at? Zhang Dachuan was also a little hesitant. Zhang Zhuzhu said, how about this? Let's ask my father-in-law to give Xiaobao a good name later. Zhang Dachuan was very convinced by Li Qi. After listening to what Zhang Luzhu said, he said, okay. Zhang Baobao immediately wiped his tears and smiled at his sister. He had been fighting at home for many days, but it was useless. If he had known, he would have come to his sister for help early in the morning. Zhang Zhuzhu sent the couple to take a nap. And Zhang Baobao said, third sister, You still have a solution. Zhang Juju smiled and said, You think the room is too dark and want to open a window. At this time, there must be people who disagree. You might as well ask them whether they want to tear down the wall or open a window. You give two options. One is more serious and the other is more moderate. Everyone will subconsciously choose the more moderate method. Zhang Juju's method is to directly give the choice. Change both words or change one word. Then of course change one word. They are all willing to take a step back. If the elders still don't agree, wouldn't it be too unkind? I understand. Then you tell uncle to ask him to give me a good name. Zhang Baobao said. Zhang Zuzu nodded. Chapter 213 An Ordinary Name. Li Qi came back early in the afternoon, and Zhang Dachuan and his wife had not left yet. So he told them about this on the spot. Li Qi naturally did not respond, and took a pen and paper to give Zhang Baobao a good name. Li Qi wrote on the paper, and Zhang Dachuan sighed beside him with his hands behind his back. My son has grown up, and he really doesn't listen to me at all. Li Qi smiled and said, You are not bad. You only have one. My 3 sons all have their own ideas, and I can't control them a long time ago. As soon as children grow up, they all have their own ideas, which is in line with the saying that everyone has their own ambitions. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. So just relax and enjoy your happiness. Li Qi said to him. Zhang Dachuan could only convince himself in this way. Li Qi wrote down several names and called Zhang Baobao over. Come and take a look. Which one do you like? When Li Qi was young, he named his son with his own ambitions. Now that he is older, he hopes that the younger generation will be safe and smooth. So these names all have such meanings. This one. He pointed to the word Rui and said, Ruishua means a good harvest, which means auspiciousness. I like this word. Moreover, this word is very common and not an uncommon word. Zhang Baobao is tired of his unique name. If he uses this word in the future, his name will be lost in the crowd, and the teachers will not be in class. He was the first to ask a question. Zhang Dachuan also nodded. This word is good. Auspicious. Very good. He just wanted a good omen, and he was very satisfied with the one Zhang Baobao chose. So Li Qi wrote 3 words on the paper. Zhang Baorui. He smiled and said to Li Qi, Not bad. Rich. Auspicious. Father and son should not quarrel over this little thing. Zhang Baorui happily bowed to Li Qi, and then ran to tell Zhang Juju the good news. Zhang Juju said, You like this? I thought you wanted to give a rare name. This name is indeed very common, and the meaning is also very simple. Zhang Baorui laughed and said, If the name is rare, the master likes to call people up to ask questions. I want such an ordinary one. Seeing him happy, Zhang Zuzu said, Then you should work harder. When you become famous in the future, this name will be unusual. Zhang Baorui, that's too difficult. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Juju sent them home. Lin Weining and Li Qi also personally sent their relatives out. The 4 of them talked very lively, mainly about the child in Zhang Juju's belly. Wu Guinyang said, When Sandra and I were this age, her eldest sister was born early. Her second sister was pregnant at this time, and she has just given birth to her first child. Lin Weining said, She and Sanlang got married late, so naturally this child was born later. Li Fu and Zhang Juju are now considered to be older single men and women, who married and had children late. Zhang Juju smiled and said, It doesn't matter if it's late. Our 2 children will definitely be very good. Wu Guinyang said, Sanlang is so promising, with such good looks and good temper, so the child will naturally be very good. Zhang Zuzu, what about me? Am I not a good mother of my child? Wu Guinyang hugged her and smiled. Yes, I didn't say you are not good. The mother and daughter talked for a while, and then went to the door. Zhang Juju watched her parents and brother leave, and then went back to rest. In the evening, Li Fu came back and learned about what happened during the day. He said, Next time I have a day off, please invite my father-in-law, mother-in-law and Xiaobao to go out and play. He is a son-in-law. He was away all day today and neglected his elders. Zhang Juju smiled. You think they are here to see me? They are here to see him. Zhang Juju pointed to her belly. Just wait and see. When the child is born, the whole family will definitely revolve around him. The 2 of them will soon become tools for raising children. Li Fu, it doesn't matter. I will revolve around you. Zhang Juju laughed. Then let's make a deal. You can't forget the mother of the child after you have a child. Li Fu, of course. You are the same. I heard that many women don't care about their husbands after they have children. You can't do that. Zhang Zuzu said, of course I won't. Some people have 3 wives and 4 concubines. They don't value their wives. But they want their wives to put them first. Isn't this just a foolish dream? The woman's attitude is nothing more than a loss of confidence in her husband. Or never having confidence. So she can only count on the child. They are not like that. They have always exchanged sincerity for sincerity. And children are not the purpose and result of their marriage. I won't be like that. Li Fu touched her face. You are always the most important. Zhang Zhuzhu also looked at him seriously. Then I am also ordinary. The two smiled at each other. Xiaobao changed his name today. Dad gave it to him. From now on, he will be called Barue. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Call him over later and ask him about his homework. Li Fu nodded. This name sounds lucky. I will test him when the academy is on holiday next time. The brother-in-law can't relax. My father's names are so simple and crude. She asked Li Fu. What are you going to call our child? Li Fu hadn't thought about this matter. He said, I have to think about it carefully. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't have any idea about it. And her naming skills were not very good. So the couple decided to think about this matter slowly in the next few months. After some governance, the incidents of horse riding and injuring people on the streets of the capital were greatly reduced. No matter whether they were powerful or ordinary people. Everyone abided by the rules. It was not okay not to abide by them. No matter what their identity was. As long as they broke the rules, they would be taken away. Under the heavy punishment. No one dared to disobey. And the traffic safety index was greatly improved. Then Li Fu turned his attention back to sorting out the internal affairs. The level of the staff of Jingzhou Prefecture can be said to be uneven. Especially under the leadership of Meng Fuyin. Everyone has an attitude of eating and drinking for free. Nowadays, Jingzhou Prefecture is inefficient. And when encountering things, they shirk each other and dare not take responsibility. Recently, Li Fu has used people brought by Wuwang Mansion and Li family to do things. It is impossible to accomplish anything by relying on those people. This situation must be changed. And it must be changed quickly. Otherwise Li Fu will have to come forward for everything. And expect Li Fu to take responsibility. Then they will eat for free. There is no such good thing in the world. Li Fu showed his plan to Zhang Zhuzhu. I think your method of dealing with these things in our family is very good. Zhang Zhuzhu said, my method is of course useful. But the things in Jingzhou Prefecture are much more complicated than those at home. So we should be more cautious. Li Fu naturally understood this. The relationship is indeed complicated. And everyone has someone behind them. But Li Fu was determined to deal with him. Zhang Zhuzhu added some content to him. Let them write a weekly report. Report what they have done every 10 days. And a monthly report. Not only to summarize what they have done, but also to write a work plan for the next month. The leaders of each department must speak out their plans in public. If they can't do it, let them reflect on themselves. If they still can't do it, replace them. Li Fu thought this method was very good. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that as a worker who has worked 996 in a modern large enterprise, she has a lot of experience. Chapter 214 Team Building Activities in Jingzhou Prefecture. Under Li Fu's suggestion, Jingzhou Prefecture held a meeting. After hearing Li Fu's request, everyone wanted to fight for the ground. When have they ever been so tired? They put their hopes on the new Su Wanchang, the governor of Su Prefecture. But this Su Prefecture was sent by Fan Xiao to compete. Now that Li Fu is calling on everyone to do things, if he relaxes here, it will be Fan Shoufu's face that will be lost. On the basis of Li Fu, he also added some requirements to show that he is not here to eat for free. The orders of the immediate superiors cannot be violated. With the help of Li Fu and Su Prefecture. Under this, each department of Jingzhou Prefecture has set a goal for this month. Those responsible for collecting taxes should investigate tax evasion. Those responsible for catching thieves should crack down on criminal gangs in the capital. Those responsible for hearing cases should also deal with the backlog of old cases in Jingzhou Prefecture as soon as possible. And more people have come to report cases recently. So they must be dealt with in a timely manner. Other departments also have their own tasks. Li Fu and Su Fuyin have also set their own tasks. The broken ship of Jingzhou Prefecture has finally set sail. With tight time and heavy tasks, all officials can only work diligently. Is there no one who wants to give up? Such as pretending to be sick to shirk responsibility? Haha. If they dare to give up, They can't think of keeping the official hat on their heads. There are millions of people in the capital, and tens of thousands of officials in the capital. Can't they find someone to replace them? Some people were quick-witted and saw that now was a good time to do things. So they started to work hard. Some even worked all night in the yamen, to let their superiors see their hard work. Li Fu came back and told Zhang Zhuzhu about this phenomenon. This should be internal circulation. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It is a little bit like this. But your yamen has not been active for a long time. And I don't know how many things have accumulated now. It's time to roll them up." This is indeed true. In the meantime, there are naturally some things that Jinghao Prefecture is difficult to solve, such as the problem of tax evasion. Many shops and caravans have the support of powerful people behind them, so they are naturally very bold. So Jinghao Prefecture joined forces with the censorate and presented some evidence. Yang Gelao returned to the officialdom, and it was time to show his skills. And the affairs of the cabinet also increased a lot. But the final result was good. All things are difficult at the beginning. Everyone had a hard time in the first month. At the end of the month, everyone in Jinghao Prefecture, including yamen runners, clerks, kitchen cooks and maids, and even those responsible for cleaning, received an invitation. The invitation was sent in the name of Li Fu and his wife, inviting them to attend a banquet at the manor in the suburbs of Beijing. Everyone could bring their families, and no gifts were required, as long as they went. When Su Fuyin received the invitation, Li Fu said, "This month, the people in Jinghao Prefecture worked together and worked hard. My wife heard about this and invited everyone in Jinghao Prefecture to come over to play. Please come and show your respect." Prefect Su was a little hesitant. This was hosted by the Li family. If he went, what would Prime Minister Fan think? Li Fu said beside him, "Prefect, don't worry too much. It's just an ordinary banquet. Only people from Jinghao Prefecture will attend." Prefect Su thought for a moment and agreed. Everyone in Jinghao Prefecture, even the servants who cleaned the house, went. If he, the prefect, didn't go, he would be far away from everyone. In the future, his prestige would probably not surpass Li Fu. This matter was settled. Zhang Zhuzhu went to the farm a few days before the banquet and watched them renovate it and turn it into a place for playing and leisure. Li Fu also rushed to the place the day before and saw Zhang Zhuzhu directing people to set up several long tables in each courtyard, saying, "What are you going to do?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Tomorrow, all the food and drinks will be divided into small portions and placed on the table. If you like anything, just take it yourself. The kitchen will prepare new ones and add more if they are gone. That is, a buffet." She is doing a team-building activity for the entire department of Jinghao Prefecture. So tomorrow's banquet is not formal. In this way, it also seems that everyone is working in Jinghao Prefecture, and there is no distinction between high and low. Li Fu, thank you for your hard work. It's hard for her to have such a thought and to personally organize this banquet. This is all for him to stabilize the people in Jinghao Prefecture and do his job well. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's okay. I'm bored when I'm pregnant. I'm idle at home every day. You know, I don't like to be idle." She was just pregnant. Not useless. Li Fu was also very busy, leaving early and returning late, and the two of them could hardly say a few words, which made Zhang Zhuzhu's life even more boring. Moreover, she was Li Fu's wife, and she had the responsibility of socializing. In the future, Li Fu would be promoted, and she would have to deal with more people. Now was just the beginning. Li Fu was very moved to see her arrange everything in an orderly manner. "Thank you," Li Fu said to her. Zhang Zhuzhu said generously, "You're welcome. Just praise me a few more times." Li Fu whispered in her ear, "Praise me a night. Only you can hear it. Don't tell others." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and pushed him away, and went to look somewhere else, and Li Fu followed closely behind her. The next morning, guests arrived one after another. The invitation said that gifts were not required, but those who had conditions still brought things. They gave gifts now, and Li Fu had to give gifts in return. After a few exchanges, the relationship was established. Su Fuyin and his wife brought 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, aged 13 or 14. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "I heard that you have twins. I envy you. Not everyone can have such a blessing." Su Fuyin's wife Liang was nearly 40 years old. After they got married, Su Wanchang went out to pursue his official career, while Liang stayed in his hometown to serve his parents. The couple spent less time together and more time apart. Liang had these two children when she was 26 or 27 years old. Although Su Wanchong had concubines and illegitimate children, he valued the three of them the most. Liang saw that she was pregnant and smiled. God has mercy on me, and let me have both a son and a daughter at once. You are still young, so it is better to have one at a time, so that you will suffer less. She pushed the two children in front of Zhang Zhuzhu. The girl greeted Zhang Zhuzhu gently and obediently. But the boy was not very happy, and did not want to talk to anyone. Liang was a little embarrassed. And Zhang Zhuzhu said to Liang, I have a brother of the same age. Boys of this age are all like this. Liang was no longer embarrassed. Su Wancheng finished talking to Li Fu, and the couple was led in by the maid with their children. Liang whispered to her husband, Isn't it rumored that Zhang was born in a mediocre family and married into a wealthy family? I don't think she is like that. She was pregnant, but she personally welcomed the guests in. Those people were lower in rank than Li Fu. Su Wancheng said, How can you believe all the rumors? The Li family came back to Beijing after a desperate struggle. How could they marry a useless daughter-in-law? You should deal with her well. Liang thought so, and said, Don't worry, my husband. I know what's going on. Zhang Zhuzhu was surrounded by several women at this time. Their husbands were all subordinates of Li Fu. Naturally, they had to do their best in front of Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu was polite to them, and sent them in. The women who came later were all dressed very simply, and were obviously a little embarrassed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I heard that a yamen runner named Zhang jumped into the water, and saved 2 lives some time ago. What a coincidence. My surname is also Zhang. I wonder which one of his relatives is. Chapter 215 A hot potato is still a hot potato. A woman in her 20s was pushed out by someone next to her. And she said in a low voice with trepidation, Yes. It's me. Zhang Zhuzhu took out 2 pieces of candy wrapped in oil paper, and put them in the hands of the little boy next to her. And then said, After all, he fell into the water. Which is not a trivial matter. Remember to go to the clinic again. Take the medicine in time. No matter how much money you spend, Jingzhou Prefecture will reimburse you. Don't save. If you leave the root of the disease, it will be a lifelong thing. Wang was relieved when she heard her soft words, and said, Thank you for your concern. I will urge him to take the medicine well. Zhang Zhuzhu said, That's it. Saving people is a good thing. It is to make Jingzhou Prefecture famous. Jingzhou Prefecture will not ignore it. Wang nodded and said yes. The older woman next to her hesitated for a while. And Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her. The woman gritted her teeth and said, My husband went to arrest people a few years ago, and his legs and feet were in trouble. He has to take medicine every winter. You see? Zhang Zhuzhu said. I was just about to say this. I've been too busy recently. Jingzhou Prefecture will send people to settle all the backlogs. This matter will naturally be included. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed when she heard this. These compensation benefits were there before. But there was too much chaos in the past few years. Even if there was anything, it would be taken away by the upper level. And there would be nothing left. There are often cases of bad officials bullying people in the capital. First, these people are not of high quality. And second, they have no money. If they don't get paid, they will take advantage of others. Now that Li Fu is in charge, he will not allow them to oppress the poor people like bandits. But at the same time, he must give them a way to live. Wanting people to do things well, and not giving them any benefits. Isn't this just a dream? She also met the families of some officials. And everyone was here. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, There are quite a few children. Li Fu, their families are more affluent, and can afford to raise these children. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I remember that officials, yamen runners, and jailers are all hereditary positions. If nothing goes wrong, some of these children will also work in Jingzhou Prefecture. In my opinion, Jingzhou Prefecture should set up a school and let these children go in to study. When the dynasty was strong, there were many government-run academies, and it didn't cost too much to send children to study. But now the situation is not as good as before. Zhang Zhuzhu just asked. And not many of these children went to school. It seems that I have to go to the Ministry of Revenue to rob money. Li Fu said. To run a school, Jingzhou Prefecture has to pay. And of course the court has to pay. But the court may not be willing to pay this money. So Li Fu has to find a way. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. I only give ideas. Where the money comes from is your business. Li Fu said, They have to pay. So I rectified all the shops in the capital and asked them to pay the taxes. If Jingzhou Prefecture is unwilling to pay even the small money for running a school, where will my face be? Then he would go to the Wuwang mansion to have a chat. Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a moment. Well, I will go to the Wuwang mansion to talk to the two princesses in a few days. Running a school is also a part of charity. The two princesses are now in contact with many noble ladies in the capital. They should not be able to give out a part of it. Okay. I will write a project book, and you can take it over. Li Fu has been able to use the words used by Zhang Zhuzhu skillfully, and these words will gradually spread in the future. The two discussed it, and decided on this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu walked to the backyard, and Yao Yusen went up to support her and said, "You are not quiet at all. You are pregnant, and you dare to do such a big thing." Today's snacks were all sent from Yao Yusen's shop. Because of the large quantity, she was exhausted. Zhang Zhuzhu must be even more tired. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's okay. I'm bored at home every day. Besides, I still have you to help me. And today, only the wife of the prefect is a little older than me. I don't have to worry about others." Yao Yusen thought about when they were in Songyang County before. Zhang Zhuzhu must have various activities every festival. And sometimes she would stay up for 1 or 2 nights. If she doesn't make money, who will? I just went around the courtyards. Everyone has acquaintances. But the children gathered together to play. Yao Yusen said. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. Well, everyone has concerns about status. It is impossible to let everyone interact equally. Even in modern companies, everyone is equal in personality. But the level of position will bring many concerns. Not to mention the current environment. As long as it is acceptable on the surface, it is enough. What matters is Li Fu's side. Li Fu is talking to Su Fuyin. Su Fuyin has been here for a while, and has been toasted. He is not drunk yet. But he is a little dizzy, and is sitting down to rest. This month's hard work has not been in vain. Li Xiaoyin, you are young and promising. And you are capable. He praised Li Fu. Li Fu was also very polite, with a boss like you. Jingzhou Prefecture is naturally united and works together. Other officials of Jingzhou Prefecture immediately followed up, and praised Su Fuyin from head to toe. Su Fuyin is usually a steady person, not arrogant or impatient. But he almost fainted when he was praised like this. He stroked his beard and laughed. I am ashamed of your praise. In just 1 month, Jingzhou Prefecture has achieved such a momentum. You have contributed a lot. Among them, Li Fu contributed the most. But he did not take credit today, but pushed himself forward. Su Fuyin was happy and nervous. He was naturally happy to have made achievements. But he was so close to Li Fu and other people from the Wuwang mansion that I was afraid that someone would gossip about him in front of Prime Minister Fan in the future. Alas, how did this hot potato fall into his hands? But on second thought, although the potato was hot, it was still something to eat. How many people in the capital didn't even have this bite of food? There was really no such thing as having both in this world. And he would have to make a choice sooner or later. Zhang Zhuzhu sat next to Liang. And there were many women sitting around them, talking together. After a while, a woman said, I heard that there is a prosecutor named Yao in the mansion, who is in his 20s, and has not yet married. I just went to see him, and he is also a young talent. As soon as Yao Yusen heard this, she knew that they were trying to matchmake her brother. She couldn't refuse directly. If she offended them, her brother would be in trouble. Yao Yusen smiled and said, Madam, you are talking about my brother. The wife of the military inspector was surnamed Hu. She didn't know that Yao Yusen was her biological sister. And she thought that there was no family of Yao Qingxin here. Mrs. Hu quickly said, Your brother is handsome and a genius. If you are interested, I know a lot of girls. Yao Yusen said, Thank you very much. My parents are also very worried about him. After she finished speaking, she winked at Zhang Zhuzhu. Her brother already had someone to marry, so she couldn't really agree. Mrs. Hu was about to say which girl she knew. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Mrs. Hu, you can't be partial to one and not the other. Xia, the military officer in the mansion, has never been married and was transferred from the Dali Temple. She was talking about Xia Ying, who is now the judicial military officer of Jingzhou Prefecture. To put it simply, she is in charge of arrests and judgments. Really? I don't know about that, Mrs. Hu said. Zhang Zhuzhu told them about the affairs of Jingzhou Prefecture and put the matchmaking aside for the time being. Chapter 216. Prosperity and adversity are shared. After talking about the affairs of Jingzhou Prefecture, Zhang Zhuzhu stood up again and said to everyone embarrassedly, I am pregnant and always feel hungry. I have to go eat something first. Mrs. Hu and the others laughed and said, we are all experienced people. What is there to be embarrassed about? That's right. Not to mention that you are pregnant. I also feel very fresh when I see the food on the table. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I don't know what everyone likes. And I think today is for fun. So I put the food there. Just pick what you like. I am young and ignorant. Please don't be so rude to me for the sake of Jingzhou Prefecture. Zhang Zhuzhu said to them with a smile. Everyone hurriedly said no. All the people who came today were related to Jingzhou Prefecture. They were a group. They would prosper together and suffer together. Who could not understand this principle? No one would ruin her performance. Zhang Zhuzhu and Yao Yusen went to pick out the food and sat on the other side to eat. Yao Yusen said, you are brave. I am afraid that someone will not say anything now, but will say that they have never seen such a thing when they go out. Zhang Zhuzhu, everyone who came today is from Jingzhou Prefecture. If someone wants to say something bad, they have to consider whether they can say it. There is no news that can be concealed in the capital. If someone says something bad today, tomorrow we will know who said it. If this spreads, how can her man live in Jingzhou Prefecture? Yao Yusen thought about it and realized that it was true. Forget it. Even if you do everything perfectly, there will always be people who find fault with you. Let them say whatever they want. Zhang Zhuzhu said, that's right. Eat quickly. How can you control other people's mouths? As I said, she just needs to be able to find no faults. Zhang Zhuzhu ate and rested for a while. Liang and Mrs. Hu were already sitting together playing cards, and someone was playing pot throwing next to them. Zhang Zhuzhu played with them for a while, and then went to other places with Yao Yusen. There was no quarrel or anything like that. Just two boys in front were playing kuju and bumped into each other. Zhang Zhuzhu hurried over to see, and Li Fu also came over. When the son of Su Fuyin saw the doctor examining their injuries, he snorted and said, what's the big deal? It's just a bump. They had to ask the doctor to see them. They were too weak. The two boys were very dissatisfied when they heard him say that. And one of them was about to stand up. I'm fine. Just wait. I will definitely beat you in a while. The other one was more seriously injured, and his eyes were full of tears. But he forced himself to hold back his tears. The parents of the two children also hurried over. Before Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu spoke, the father of the two children said drunkenly that he thought it was a bump, but it didn't look like a big deal. Among them, Lu Gong, the military officer of the record department, scolded his son, why are you crying? Look, everyone is fine. But you are crying. Young Master Lu looked about 11 or 12 years old, and was weak and frail. He felt very wrong when he heard what he said. I was just injured more seriously, and it hurts. Lu Gong glared, and was about to get angry immediately because of the alcohol. He was a civil servant, but he had a bad temper. Mrs. Lu was probably a little afraid of her husband, so she didn't dare to speak, and just looked at her son with a distressed face. Li Fu said, Military Lu, let the doctor check on the young master first. Li Fu was his superior, and Lu Gong calmed down a little when he heard Li Fu's words. At this time, the doctor also said, the young master's ankle was sprained, and he needs to rest for half a month. Mrs. Lu burst into tears immediately. The boy who bumped into Lu Xiaolangjian was fine. He immediately bowed to Lu Gong and Mrs. Lu and said, it's all my fault. Uncle, Aunt, I ran too fast and knocked my brother down. His parents also hurried forward to apologize. Although Mrs. Lu felt sorry for her son, she was not unreasonable. She said, it's okay. It's inevitable to get hurt when running and jumping. Just be careful in the future. Lu Xiaolangjian frowned at the boy who knocked him down and said, I'm not your brother. I'm 13. Older than you. The boy looked surprised. He was 12 and quite tall. You're 10. I thought you were 10. You're about the same height as my cousin. Young Lu almost cried. I will grow taller after I am 15. My family doesn't grow taller until they are 15. Some people just grow up later. And how could he look only 10 years old? He grew taller for nothing. The boy was quite carefree. Yes. Take good care of your injury. I will visit you in 2 days. Young Lu didn't have many friends either. Mrs. Lu saw that the boy was quite honest and didn't mean to hurt anyone, so she immediately agreed on behalf of her son. It's good to have more friends after getting hurt once. Zhang Zhuzhu was relieved to see that they didn't have any grudges over this matter. The parents of the two families took their children to rest nearby, and the remaining children continued to run and play. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu sat down next to him. "I want to drink too," Zhang Zhuzhu said. The wine was not strong. She would drink sometimes, but now she couldn't touch a drop of wine. She could only watch. She couldn't eat too much cake and snacks. They were too sweet. Li Fu was silent for a while. "Zhang Zhuzhu, why don't you say anything?" Li Fu said, "I'm thinking about what to say." His words at this moment were really useless, so he didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Then have you thought about it?" She also wanted to know how Li Fu would deal with her resentment. Her words were a bit tricky. Li Fu said, "After today, Jingzhou Prefecture will be even busier, and I will stop drinking until you can drink." Zhang Zhuzhu was stunned. She said, "I want to drink, but I can't." "You don't like drinking, so it doesn't affect you." Li Fu thought about it, and it was true. "It's just that you are my favorite. If you really want to make me feel uncomfortable, you can only prevent me from seeing you." Li Fu said. His favorite is his wife sitting next to him. Now he has made room for their children in his heart, which he cannot give up. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed when she heard him say that. "It seems that your ability to coax people has really improved a lot," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, "No. It's the truth. Only for you." He wasn't trying to coax them. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed even more happily. "Okay. I'm fine." She just wanted to complain a few words. And now that she was comforted, her mood would naturally improve. The garden was bustling all day, and as the sky gradually darkened, the guests left one after another. Zhang Zhuzhu sent a package of food to each family, and sent them out with Li Fu. There were 3 or 4-year-old children, who met new friends, and were reluctant to let them go. They hugged their heads and cried at the door, and both parents couldn't separate them. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing, and Li Fu also laughed. Chapter 217 Fighting for Power is the real business. Prefect Su and Liang came with their 2 children, and said goodbye to the couple. Prefect Su said, "I heard that colleagues in the court do not envy Lord Li for his rapid promotion, but envy him for having 3 good sons. I have seen this in recent days. If his son can be half as good as Li Fu, he will be at ease." Li Fu said, "I just saw your son playing Kuju, and I know he is smart. Why should the prefect envy others?" At this time, Prefect Su's son said, "My father wants me to study for the imperial examination. Being good at Kuju is nothing, but he is not good at studying." Prefect Su's face fell immediately. There is always some hatred between the son and the father. Liang quickly grabbed her son and said, "It's getting late. If you don't go back, it will be dark." Su Fuyin took a deep breath and said nothing more. The family went back. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu walked back slowly hand in hand. "What will you do if our son doesn't listen to you and talks back to you in the future?" Zhang Zhuzhu asked him. "Su Fuyin's rebellious son will probably be beaten when he goes back," Li Fu said. "I'm afraid Su Fuyin didn't say that his son was obsessed with playing with things. I wouldn't do that. Hate is not a day. If our son doesn't like to study in the future, he can do something else," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Well, we have to be a pair of open-minded parents." The evening breeze was also warm. Spring had completely ended, and summer was coming. Li Fu said, "There is an old official in the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture. He is the best at torture, but he has a strange temperament and doesn't like to deal with people. Xiang can't do anything with him. Today, he drank and threatened to teach Xiang all his life's learning and the skills accumulated by his ancestors." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Then he will regret it when he wakes up tomorrow." Li Fu said, "Of course. Many people present have heard it. It's useless for him to regret." Li Fu said this to tell Zhang Zhuzhu that after today, the relationship between the various departments of Jingzhou Prefecture will definitely be better handled than before. Her hard work was valuable and meaningful. Zhang Zhuzhu certainly understood what he meant. She said she would support Li Fu, not just in words, but also in actual actions. She never said empty words. She could not do these things, even if she did not do them. Li Fu could use other ways to unite the Jingzhou Prefecture, but she still did it without any complaints. With such a wife, what else can a husband ask for? Li Fu looked at her belly. "Can't I carry her on my back?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "I don't know." Li Fu thought for a moment, and held her horizontally. Zhang Zhuzhu was startled and quickly put her arm around Li Fu's neck. Li Fu held her firmly, and strode back to the house under the surprised or giggling gazes of the maids. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's arms. Am I heavier? Pregnancy is definitely different from before. Li Fu carefully put her on the bed and said, You are not heavier. He is heavier. Li Fu put his hand on her abdomen. Zhang Zhuzhu was very satisfied with this answer and kissed Li Fu on the lips. Li Fu just pinched her face. Don't make trouble. Take a break. Zhang Zhuzhu, I want it. Of course. I have to seize the opportunity to toss him now. Otherwise he will toss me in the future. Li Fu was very helpless and held her in his arms. Don't make trouble. Aren't you tired today? Li Fu didn't use too much force. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't dare to use too much force either. So she could only be suppressed by him and lie down obediently without making trouble. After 2 days of rest, Zhang Zhuzhu was fully recovered and started to look after the affairs of the Jingzhou Prefecture's academy with Li Fu. Lin Winging was impressed by this daughter-in-law. She used to be a very active person, but she became even more active after getting pregnant. Lin Winging asked, Are you really not tired? Zhang Zhuzhu replied, I am tired. But it's interesting. It was really boring to stay at home all day. It would be fine if Li Fu was with her. But Li Fu was also very busy, leaving early and returning late. She had no one to accompany her. So of course she was bored. Lin Winging was worried about the fetus in her belly. So she asked the imperial physician to see her. It was very good. Nothing was wrong. And she didn't even need to take the medicine to protect the fetus. After she and Li Fu finished writing the project book, they went to the Wuwang mansion. Princess Wu has been staying indoors for the past 2 days, saying that she is copying scriptures. Xiao Pen hadn't seen Zhang Zhuzhu for a while, and she was quite happy. You don't come to the palace for no reason. She took the project book and said. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, If there is no big thing, how dare I disturb you and the princess? The Li family is small, and there are a lot of things to do. Not to mention the Wu Palace. Xiao Pan said, You are so polite. Your Highness treats San Leng as his nephew. You are our niece-in-law. What do you mean by disturbing or not? I heard that you had a lively time outside 2 days ago. She was talking about the matter of Jingzhou Prefecture. This matter has been spread out. And there are naturally many good things and some bad things. Some people think that Li Fu is only Xiaoyin, and his immediate superior Su Fu-yin has not invited the whole palace. So Li Fu is suspected of overstepping his authority. Xiao Pan said, These people are quite gossipy. Zhang Zhuzhu said, It is true that San Leng is Xiaoyin. But San Leng is from our palace. He went to Jingzhou Prefecture to do serious things and to fight for power. Otherwise, why would they dream of asking our Wuwang mansion to build a bridge and ask the people sent by the cabinet to cross the river? Li Fu was going to suppress Su Fu-yin. If he failed, Wuwang mansion would be really embarrassed. Xiao Pan liked her cleverness and said, That's right. We are not the kind of people who are timid. The purpose of promoting people in the Wuwang mansion is to fight for power and profit. This point is as clear as day. There are no saints in the capital. Then, madam, this project is very good. You should invest more money in me. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her with a smile. Xiao Pan glared at her. I just praised you. And you want to climb the ladder. Xiao Pan would naturally agree to the matter of running a school in Jingzhou Mansion, which would be beneficial to the reputation of the palace. You see, I am still pregnant, and it is very hard, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Xiao Pan saw that she was indeed more plump, and said, You are in good health. When I was pregnant with Daoang, I was as energetic as you. As she spoke, she could not help but miss the past. Zhang Zhuzhu did not disturb her. Xiao Pan also quickly came back to her senses and took her out for a walk. Li Fu had a rare rest, and had been taken to the training ground by King Wu to ride a horse and shoot arrows. Zhang Uzu and Xiao Pan watched from the side. Xiao Pan said, It seems that San Leng will lose today. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's not surprising that he lost. He was busy with those things all day, so he naturally couldn't take care of this. People's energy is limited, and Li Fu can be regarded as both civil and military. At this time, Li Fu found Zhang Zhuzhu coming over, and quickly tightened the bowstring. Although he lost in the end, at least he didn't lose miserably. Zhang Zhuzhu went over to help him wipe the sweat. Very gently, It's okay. Practice more when you have time in the future. Li Fu, okay. Zhou Yi next to him whispered to his mother, I also want to propose marriage. He didn't want to be an outsider anymore. Xiao Pan slapped him. Why are you in a hurry? I'm watching you. Chapter 218. Should Li Fu take a concubine? King Wu threw the bow and arrow in his hand aside and asked Xiao Pan, "Where is the princess? Hasn't she come out yet?" Xiao Pan replied calmly, "No. My sister does this every year. It's all useless stuff. Just to comfort the living." King Wu thought for a while and said, "Aren't the old monks in Daxiangwo Temple the best at salvation? Let them hold a ritual for the soldiers who died in the war in recent years." Xiao Pan was surprised. "When did your highness believe in these things?" King Wu said with his hands behind his back, "It should be a problem with age. When you get older, you tend to recall the past. Recalling the past, there will be regrets. And we can only turn to gods and Buddhas to make up for this feeling. Especially King Wu, who has killed countless people. And his mood is even worse than others." "What are you talking about? Your highness? You are in your prime. And I want to grow old with you." A tender female voice attracted everyone's attention. A woman in her 20s, dressed as a woman, followed by a girl of 15 or 16, both of whom were beautiful. Xiao Pan was obviously dissatisfied, but she did not say anything. Li Fu whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Your highness's favorite concubine, Do." And behind her is her sister. Zhang Zhuzhu held Li Fu's hand, and was very uncomfortable with this scene. She thought that they would grow old together. At King Wu's age, he could be Do's father. King Wu was obviously not used to Do's behavior. But Do came from the south, was beautiful and spoke softly. And King Wu loved her very much recently. Do stood beside King Wu and said in a tender voice, "Your highness, have some tea. I made it myself." King Wu took 2 sips, but didn't taste anything good. Do felt sorry for her good tea, then turned her eyes, and fell on Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu. She said, "I just heard that Sanlang's wife is pregnant. I was curious, so I wanted to come and take a look." Zhang Zhuzhu bowed to her, and Do returned the greeting politely. What's there to be curious about pregnancy? Zhang Zhuzhu thought. King Wu looked at Zhou Yi and Li Fu. "Have you rested?" The two stood up and said yes. Li Fu said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "If you are hungry, tell the queen. The chef in the palace is very good." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, and Li Fu went. Then Zhang Zhuzhu stood next to Xiao Pan. The 2 sisters of the Do family stood on the other side, and they did not interfere with each other. But after a while, Do looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "You are lucky. You have a child soon after getting married. I don't know when I can be like you." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and thought, "What's the point of asking me? You can ask King Wu. This is not a matter for one person." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You can ask Daxiangwo Temple to invite a statue of the Bodhisattva of childbirth to be worshipped." After hearing this, Do thought that this idea was indeed good and could be tried. She really wanted to have a son. Everyone knew King Wu's thoughts. Her son was not just a son. "Thank you for reminding me," Do said. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to talk to her. But Do didn't give up. She asked Zhang Zhuzhu several questions. But she was fooled. Do pulled her sister in front of her and said with a smile, "As women, the most important thing is to worry about our men. You are pregnant. I'm afraid it's not easy to serve you. My sister is good in both character and appearance. It's just right for her to be your sister." Yes, Do came here in a hurry today just to give her sister to Li Fu. Anyone with a discerning eye knows how much King Wu likes Li Fu, a junior, and even treats him like his nephew. Li Fu is capable. His whole family is capable. And even his relatives and friends are capable. Do wants to give his sister to him to consolidate her position in King Wu's mansion and make plans for her future son. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Xiao Pan. "Madam, what did she say?" "She is confused. Don't pay attention to her," Xiao Pan told the maid. "Send her back." What is Do dreaming about? Li Fu only has Zhang Zhuzhu in his eyes and heart. He doesn't even want the daughter of their Pan family, but wants to marry Zhang Zhuzhu. Not to mention that Li Fu has no intention at all. Even if Li Fu wants to take a concubine now, it is not certain that he can get Do's sister. Do immediately said, "My lady, my sister is a family member. I also saw that the prince loved Sanlang and would not want him to be alone. I meant well." After she finished speaking to Xiao Pan, she immediately said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "As women, we should not be too jealous. This is one of the 7 reasons for divorce." Zhang Zhuzhu certainly could not stop some women from becoming concubines, either voluntarily or by force, because the social environment was like this, and she could not change it. The princess and Xiao Pan were biological sisters, and both married the King Wu. But if someone wanted to take advantage of her, it would be a big mistake, Zhang Juju said coldly. Li Fu will not take a concubine, and will never do so. If she died before Li Fu, that's not the point. As long as she lives, she will never share a husband with any other woman. She will never tolerate such a thing happening to her. Dou heard this and snorted. How can a man not take a concubine? This has been the rule since ancient times. Zhang is not a stunning beauty. Li Fu is not crazy or stupid. Why doesn't he take a concubine? Zhang Zuzu turned her head and pulled Xiao Pan's sleeve. My lady, I don't feel well. She didn't want to have a meaningless argument with Dou here. Everyone is invincible in their own logic. If Dou is just a little girl, it would be fine. Zhang Juju could naturally control her. But she was the favorite concubine of King Wu, and was in favor. Winning an argument doesn't necessarily mean you've really won. If someone goes to whisper in the ears of King Wu, that would be really annoying. Xiao Pan urged the maids to get the two sisters away. The Dou sisters looked unbelievable, and they both thought it was no big deal. Xiao Pan said, Are you comfortable? Zhang Zuzu, thank you. Xiao Pan patted her hands. You are blessed. There are few women like you. Zhang Zuzu said, My queen. The way Li Fu and I are is my own ability. Anyway, I won't allow others to divide my things. What if one day Li Fu wants to divide it herself? Xiao Pan asked her. Wanting a man to keep his heart unchanged for a long time is harder than climbing to the sky. Zhang Juju said, Then I am not afraid. This love should be long-lasting. If you are ruthless, I will give up. She believes in the current Li Fu. If there is a change in the future, she will protect herself in time. Zhang Juju looked at Li Fu's figure riding a horse, and said, Although we are different in gender, we are all human beings. Li Fu must also worry about whether I will change my heart. Xiao Pan heard the previous words, and felt that she was decisive and courageous. But the latter sentence was somewhat outrageous. Xiao Pan said, Speak softly. You dare to say anything. Zhang Juju smiled. I am not afraid. Madam, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Love, resentment, hatred, jealousy, all of which cannot be eliminated. I am also the one that Li Fu tried his best to marry. He wants to monopolize me. So of course, I will make the same request to him. This is the premise of their relationship. Xiao Pan said, If I think like you, I am afraid I can't live. Chapter 219 Run Away with the Ball. Xiao Pan married her brother-in-law. There are many concubines in the Wu Wang mansion. If she thinks like Zhang Juju, she will hang herself. Zhang Juju said, Everyone wants something different. As long as you get what you want, you don't regret it. Xiao Pan certainly won't regret it. She originally wanted to monopolize the love like Zhang Juju did. Her biological son is the eldest son of Wu Wang. The oldest of Wu Wang's other sons is only 5 or 6 years old. Her son has grown up, and will definitely inherit everything from Wu Wang in the future. Xiao Pan is already very satisfied with what she has got. She doesn't need Wu Wang's exclusive love. Maybe she had such a dream when she was young. But now she doesn't. She just wants to keep everything she can get with her sister. Xiao Pan nodded. You are right. I think you are also very courageous. Zhang Juju smiled and said, I ask for little. To put it simply, Zhang Juju is barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. She doesn't want Li Fu to give her power and money. She just wants Li Fu to love her. And Li Fu only has love as a means to tie Zhang Juju down. Then Li Fu can only use this means to the extreme. Of course, the two of them are also running in both directions. Zhang Juju believes that she has risked her life to give birth to a child, which is already a great love for Li Fu. And that's enough. If Li Fu wants something else, it's too much. At noon, Zhang Zuju and Li Fu stayed at the Prince Wu's mansion for lunch before going back. Xiao Pan said to the Prince Wu, Your Highness, do you know what Dosher came here for? The Prince Wu said, What can she do? You can't control her. Xiao Pan said, She wants to give her sister to Sanlang as a concubine, and asked Sanlang's wife how to give birth to a son. The Prince Wu laughed. How can Sanlang's wife be bullied by her? Others don't know. But the Prince Wu doesn't know Zhang Zuju. How smart she is. Compared with her, Dosher is just a vase beauty. Xiao Pan said, Bullying is naturally impossible. The Prince Wu said, That's it. The people in the yard are all under your control. You can manage them however you want. All these years, when has this prince ever said no? He respected the Pan sisters very much, and they were all sensible people. When Joey was older, King Wu began to favor other women, except for those who died at birth. All the children born by these concubines grew up well. They were a couple who had no love, but they also had feelings. Little Pan said, "Look at what your highness said. As if I can't tolerate others. I just think she is strange. There are so many sisters in the courtyard, and she is the first one who dares to win over others." King Wu ate snacks slowly. People are not good in every way. Look at Sam Lang. Such a smart and capable child. But when he saw Zhang, he forgot everything. This doe is the same. The little ability is all on her face. So naturally her head is empty. When Xiao Pan heard what King Wu said, she couldn't help laughing. That makes sense. Xiao Pan thought that King Wu could say that because he really treated Li Fu like his son or nephew. Then in order to prevent Dou from adding a little vase to King Wu's mansion, it is necessary to use some means. Zhang Juju sat in the carriage and stared at Li Fu. Li Fu looked back at her in confusion. Zhang Juju said, "Have you seen Dou's sister?" Li Fu said, "I saw her." "Is she pretty?" Zhang Zuzu asked. Li Fu thought about it and immediately said, "Whether she is pretty or not, it has nothing to do with you and me." Zhang Juju said, "Now that I have her, I want to give her to you as a concubine." Li Fu, "That doesn't matter. That's her own idea. We won't agree to it." Zhang Juju was very satisfied with this answer and patted Li Fu on the shoulder. "If you dare to let me down." She pointed to her belly. "Then I will perform a classic scene for you. Running away with the baby." Li Fu was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what she meant and laughed. What kind of classic is this? Running away with the baby? How come he had never heard of it? Zhang Juju looked like she had never seen the world and continued, "After I run away with the baby, you will regret it, and then travel thousands of miles to find my wife, and then chase her to the crematorium." After she finished speaking, she couldn't help laughing. She laughed so hard that her tears came out. Li Fu hurriedly hugged her in his arms, fearing that she would get hurt. "Look how happy you are," Li Fu said. Zhang Zuju leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. "Just wait. You will know how classic this plot is." Li Fu said, "This crematorium is not very auspicious. You can chase your wife, but you don't need a crematorium." Zhang Zuju explained, "This is to describe the person who chases his wife. It's miserable." She said, "What if I really run away?" Li Fu, "No. I will never let you down." Zhang Zuju said, "In fact, this plot is like this. Usually, when a woman runs away with the ball, it is the woman who misunderstands the man." Li Fu immediately said, "That won't happen. If there is anything, I will explain it to you in detail, and will never let you have any misunderstandings." "What kind of misunderstanding is that?" "She ran away with a baby. The man has his own reasons. Let me put it this way. Do you remember Lu Yingying? Before we got married, she came to me and said that she wanted me to be a concubine. I am not weak, and I am not afraid of her at all. If it were a really weak woman, she would definitely be scared away. At this time, someone would say that if you don't marry another woman as your principal wife, your family will be finished. Then this weak woman ran away in order not to be a concubine and not to embarrass you. And then, there was the plot of chasing her later." Zhang Zuju made up a story on the spot. "Li Fu, this is not reasonable either. When I was with you, I understood a truth. People should not do things beyond their ability. This person has to sacrifice for the future of the family. So he should not provoke other women. This shows that this person is irresponsible from the beginning. He is not having difficulties. He is just irresponsible. Li Fu is a man. Can a man's difficulties be greater than a woman's?" Zhang Juju nodded. "Then let him not be found in the crematorium, and his ashes will be scattered." Li Fu was shocked again. Zhang Zuju, for example, "I don't like weak women," Li Fu said. "Women always have a harder time in life. They need to have courage from difficult situations. They can be weak for a while, but not forever. Others can't always be relied on." Just like Zhang Zuzu, Li Fu believes that even without him, Zhang Juju will always be in Zongjia village, and she will definitely live the life she wants. Zhang Muzu, "Ah, you are selfish. You are praising me." Li Fu, "Juju deserves it. All women have their own way of living. I only love you," he said again. Zhang Juju, "Thank you. You have worked hard. You must have heard a lot of gossip." Li Fu said, "You too. They will say you are jealous and aggressive." "It doesn't matter," Zhang Zuzu said. "We are just different fireworks." Li Fu smiled. Yes. The two smiled at each other. Chapter 220 I'm going to get angry. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu got the money for the prefectural school from Princess Wu very smoothly. And the news spread quickly. In order to get the money, the two princesses had to call together several ladies who jointly managed the charity funds. And everyone voted and passed it. And the correct procedures had to be guaranteed. When Su Fuyin heard about this, he finally realized how hot this potato was. By running a prefectural school, all the children in Jingzhou Prefecture can have books to read, which can greatly reduce the burden of these people. And these people will definitely work more attentively in the future. At the same time, this academy can also accept other students to study, which is very beneficial to the reputation of Jingzhou Prefecture. Li Fu had also done the preliminary work. As long as the court allocated a small amount of money, this matter would be accomplished. If Su Fuyin disagreed, how many people would he offend? If he agreed, he would have to talk to Prime Minister Fan about this matter and ask him to allocate funds. Even if he could get the money, he would be blamed there. And Su Fuyin was indeed a little overwhelmed. He had already lost the upper hand in this matter. If he went back and publicized it, it was also the credit of Li Fu and the Wuwang mansion. So Su Fuyin had a hard time. He said to his wife Liang at home, if I had known this, we might as well stay in the local area. My hair has turned white with worry. Liang said beside him, you are worried here, and Prime Minister Fan can't see it. Prefect Su said, I'm afraid people will think I'm not doing my job well, and can't compete with the people in the Wuwang mansion. Liang said, what kind of person is Li Sanlang? He has been famous in the capital since he was a teenager. When the Li family fell into trouble, he lived in the northwest and endured for 3 years. He went through life and death and won the favor of the Wuwang. Don't say you can't compete with him. There are only a few people in the capital who can compete with him. Let's relax and do our best. Prefect Su felt much better after being comforted by his wife's words. This made sense. The Li family had been in the capital for generations. He was nothing. If he could compete with Li Fu, he might be able to compete with Prime Minister Fan. He really didn't have the ability. So forget it. People should not make things too hard for themselves. After making this mental preparation, Su Fuyin handed this problem to his superior. Fan Xiao was also happy to see the school. But they were very different in their mood when they took the initiative to run a school, and when they were forced to run a school. He did not want to spend the money of the national treasury to achieve the reputation of King Wu. So Fan Xiao went to the Empress Dowager and asked the Ming family to pay the money. The Ming family had done something really ugly before, and the Empress Dowager also wanted to restore their reputation. So she agreed to this matter and asked the Fan family to pay a sum of money no less than that of King Wu's mansion. So the Ming family also took the opportunity to participate and make a name for themselves. Su Fuyin thought that this time it might be difficult for Li Fu. Unfortunately, he did not get what he wanted, and Li Fu did not make it difficult. It is said that money can make people have evil thoughts. But Li Fu thinks that money is always useful. Those who say that are just looking for excuses for their own malice. Money should be used where it should be used. Li Fu accepted the money without hesitation and prepared to run a school. The Ming family will naturally participate. Zhang Zhuzhu said, will they cause you trouble? Li Fu, it's not a trouble. What kind of trouble is an idiot's trouble? There are not many useful people in the Ming family. They are all in important places now. They can't spare their hands to take care of this matter. How smart can they be to send them here? Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile. The Empress Dowager ruled the country from behind the curtain. And she is also a powerful figure. Li Fu hugged her and sat her on his lap, because she is too smart and too powerful. The Ming family has relied on her for decades. When something happens, they have to go to her. There are few people who can make decisions. That's why the Ming family has not been able to accomplish anything. The Empress Dowager and King Wu are in a rivalry. So of course she has a lot of means. But she can't do it alone. She is old, and her mind has to be on the little emperor. Naturally, there are many things she can't take care of. Zhang Zhuzhu heard this. We can't spoil our children in the future. Li Fu, no. If we spoil them, mother won't agree. Lin Weining is now teaching her grandchildren, and her rules are very strict. Such things as spoiling are impossible in the Li family. Building a school is not a trivial matter. Li Fu was busy for a few days and arranged it. Li Fu asked Xiaoying and Yao Qingxin to deal with the people sent by the Ming family. There was no trouble for the time being. But someone came to the door to give benefits. Princess Chang'an sent some money, and said that she would let her son study here in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu heard about this and said, "Why don't you send him to the Imperial College?" Li Fu said, "I have sent him there. But the children in the Imperial College are all from a good family. The princess's son is not necessarily noble. And there are always people gossiping. So the child is unwilling to go." No one mentioned the origin of this child. But everyone knew it. The He family hated the eldest Princess Chang'an because of this matter. And it was inevitable that the child would be implicated. Zhang Zhuzhu was curious. "Who do you think this child belongs to?" Li Fu said, "It's hard to say. It is said that the princess herself doesn't know." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, "This is also a fierce man. Just like her brother King Wu." "Li Fu, what are you thinking? Don't envy him in your heart. The lovers of this princess are all famous handsome men in the capital. And they are of all kinds. For example, the General Jinan is 8 feet tall and strong, while the others are beautiful, weak, and of all kinds." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. "Nonsense. I didn't do that. She didn't have a hobby of stamp collecting, let alone the opportunity to collect stamps. I'm going to get angry. How can you insult my innocence?" Zhang Zhuzhu said loudly to Li Fu. "Then I just looked at good-looking people a few more times. I just looked. I didn't do anything." Li Fu said, Okay, I'm talking nonsense. Don't be angry." He comforted Zhang Zhuzhu, thinking that if Zhuzhu had a good family background, he might not have any chance at all. This idea was somewhat despicable, and he had to reflect on it. "Zhang Zhuzhu, humph. You are talking nonsense." She lowered her voice again, and it seemed that she was guilty if she spoke too loudly. Li Fu apologized again, and even went to the kitchen to make supper and brought it over, which finally appeased the man. The academy in Jingdao Prefecture was completed quickly, with a large place and money left over. So Zhang Zhuzhu suggested that girls could be sent in. Of course, many people disagreed with this. Zhang Zhuzhu changed her perspective. It doesn't necessarily mean that you come to study after entering the prefectural school. If you send girls in, it's like you're taking care of their children. Who doesn't have 2 girls? It's hard to take care of them. This statement was very tactful, and Li Fu supported this proposal. But the final result was that girls under 10 years old could be allowed in, because many girls can become the labor force in the family when they are 10 years old. And when they are older, they should get married and start a family. Zhang Zhuzhu was very unhappy and said, "Girls are so miserable. Most of those who were sent here from the charity bureau are girls. Those who killed their children also murdered girls. It's so annoying. It's really not easy to live." Li Fu said, "This situation will definitely change." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I know this is a long struggle." Li Fu hugged her and comforted her. Chapter 221 Jingzhou Prefecture Girls' School. Jingzhou Prefecture School was officially completed, and Li Fu quickly found people to teach, including those who served in the court, and invited them to come and serve as part-time teachers. It is not easy to hire people for girls. In the current environment, women have few opportunities to study, and most of them are within the family. I have never heard of gathering girls together to study, especially girls from poor families. Zhang Zhuzhu did not plan to let them read the 4 books and 5 classics. Just learn a little bit. Those are of course useful things, and there are few useless things for men to learn. But if girls learn them without any use, they will become a burden for them in the future, making them feel painful. Instead of that, it would be better to teach them some useful things, basic skills for survival and making money. Song Lingxin volunteered to teach them to read. Yao Qingxin heard about this and showed a very moved look in front of Li Fu and Xiang, saying, "Miss Song is really a kind-hearted person. She is the most suitable person to be a female teacher in Jingdao Prefecture to teach and educate people." Li Fu is a married man. She usually exaggerates Zhuzhu a lot. She just thinks that Yao Qingxin's level is not good enough. But Xiang doesn't understand it very well. He is also an older bachelor who is obsessed with prison and has no great interest in getting married and having children. He said, "When do you plan to tell me, Brother Yao?" It has been several months, and he has not taken any action. Just sent his sister over. Yao Qingxin said, "The time is not right. Song Lingxin just divorced in the first month, and he went over immediately. It would be a shame if it got out. He was not in a hurry. Zheng Keming has already arranged a marriage, and it has been a few months." Li Fu said, "This matter must be difficult." Yao Qingxin said, "As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains and open rocks. I am not afraid of difficulties. He still has confidence in himself. Li Fu thought. It might be more than just difficult. Zhang Zhuzhu was walking in the courtyard of the girls' school with her friends. Princess Hang said, "It is well renovated here." Zhang Zhuzhu, of course. Jingzhou Prefecture received a large sum of money to build it. And it has not been used up yet. There is still some left. She specifically instructed that people should make the girls' school more beautiful. When outsiders heard this, they just thought that the girls were delicate and didn't think it was a big deal. Zhang Zhuzhu had selfish motives. She just wanted to spend more of the money on the girls here. Song Lingxun said, "It's rare that you have this idea." And Auntie said it's good, and will come over another day. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What is Auntie busy with recently?" Song Lingxun laughed when she heard this. She has accumulated a lot of poems and lyrics, which were circulated before. Literati in Beijing said that her poems were not gentle enough and were not suitable for women to write. She was busy writing articles to argue with them. Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's fine as long as the rhythm and rhythm are fine. Who said that women's poems must be gentle and moving? It's really prejudice." Yao Yusen said, "It's amazing. I can't even memorize a few poems. But your aunt can write them herself. She is really an amazing woman." Zhou Lanshu said, "I know about this. There was a big quarrel." Zhang Zhuzhu also ate some gossip about the literary and artistic circles in Beijing. Song Zhang's poems are different from the gentle and beautiful ones before. They are unique and praised by many people at the beginning. But when people are famous, there are many gossips. When they are popular, they also attract jealousy. Some people use Song Zhang's identity as a woman to make things up, and wrote some sour articles. Song Zhang is not easy to bully. She immediately wrote articles to fight back. Now more and more people are involved. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Does Aunt need help?" Song Lingxin waved her hand. "No. She's going to write a theory of poetry. So she doesn't need us." Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Then when the theory of poetry is finished, we need to print more. I want to buy 1,000 copies. And then we will spread it all over the world. What a good thing. It will make those who say sour words angry to death." Song Lingxin nodded. "Okay. I know you are rich." Yao Yusen and Zhou Lanshu naturally couldn't fall behind. And they all said that they would buy more to give away. After walking around, Zhang Zhuzhu felt a little tired. Her belly could already be seen to be obviously bulging. And the baby had already started to move. Zhang Zhuzhu took out the plan she wrote and said, "I will set up several classes. Invite women who are good at different skills to come and teach these girls how to make money. The girls who are old enough in the charity bureau should also do this." She explained the pros and cons to them in detail. If you want to live a good life, money is the most important thing. It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. I have inquired and found that there are more cooks and embroiderers now. The shopkeepers and accountants of Xiangxi Tower also employ more women now. I will ask in detail to see what is the best thing for girls to learn." Zhang Zhuzhu said. She only has preliminary ideas and needs to make careful plans later. Zhou Lanshu said, "Are you going to teach them the 4 books and 5 classics?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's not very useful to learn it. The most important thing now is the problem of survival." Yao Yusen thought for a while and said, "You can teach them how to discipline men. Li Fu is really an outlier among men. And Zhang Zhuzhu has made great contributions in this." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled up her sleeves, put one hand on her waist and said, "You are unreasonable. I have so many abilities. I can cook delicious food, make money, and manage the affairs of the inner house. You have only seen me discipline men?" She was rounder. The weather was warm, and her clothes were thinner. She stood there with her hands on her waist. It was really interesting. The 3 of them laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Besides, Li Fu is like this. He has my abilities, but it is also his temperament. He is willing to communicate with me. Many men look down on women in their bones. For such people, you can't discipline them even if you have great abilities. It's better to give them a few slaps in the face." After hearing this, the 3 of them laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Why did they talk about slaps in the face? Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's just right. I want to borrow some women who practice martial arts from the princess and teach them to keep fit. Having a good body is better than anything else." Zhou Lanshu wiped away her tears. "This is good. I have learned archery recently, and I feel that my spirit is better than before." Yao Yusen went up to help her. "Oh, don't be angry. I was talking about your love for each other, not anything else." Zhang Zhuzhu snorted at her again. You are negating my hard work by saying this. When I was doing business in Songnong County, I didn't rely on others. Yao Yusen took a step back, bowed to her, and said, Zhuzhu is right. I know I was wrong. You are just very capable. This is a ceremony that only men perform. Zhang Zhuzhu was amused by her. Okay. It's great to know your mistakes and correct them. Her skills are due to her good education. I want to let these girls have the ability to settle down and make a living. When Song Lingxin heard this, she felt her eyes ache. Women's lives are always more difficult. They are controlled by their parents, husbands, and even sons. For women, the 4 words settling down and making a living mean obeying their parents at home and obeying their husbands after marriage. But if they can learn skills, it is their own thing, and no one can deprive them of it. Chapter 222 Professional Red Line Cutting. Zhang Zhuzhu stood on the steps and pointed out the situation, and roughly explained her subsequent arrangements. Her eyes were bright, energetic, and radiant. Being pregnant did not take away her spirit, but made her look more gentle and dignified. Zhou Lanshu was impressed to see that she could still think about so many things with a big belly. You are so energetic. I have seen many pregnant women who are bedridden. She has taken medicine recently and thinks she should be pregnant soon. So I have to ask her about her experience. Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while and said, I am old and in good health. No one comes to bother me. I walk more and my spirit is better. If there is anything annoying recently, it is that some people who go out without knowing their eyes try to get people for Li Fu, either openly or secretly. But Li Fu refuses them all. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Zhou Lanshu, your life is really something that even a god wouldn't change. Zhang Zhuzhu joked, how can you not sleep at night with a box of money in your arms? Zhou Lanshu felt comforted immediately. The few of them talked for a long time, and had lunch at the Jingzhou government office at noon. The food in the cafeteria is naturally much better than before. Li Fu asked someone to bring 2 screens, and set up a place by the window for the women to sit inside and eat. Li Fu removed all the fish bones, and put them in her bowl. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to the noisy voices outside. There are so many people. Li Fu, it wasn't so lively before. The canteen changed the cook, so it became lively now. Some officials didn't come here before, but now they come more often. The food is delicious. Li Fu and Su Fuyin are both here. If they don't come, it would offend their superiors. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly felt that this scene was familiar, just like when she ate in the canteen of her workplace before. But now she doesn't have to rush to eat and rush back to work. Yao Qingxin sat close to his sister. Come, have a piece of fish. Yao Yusen said, no. You gave it to me without picking bones. Others pick out the thorns and only leave the meat. But he is not like that. Yao Qingxin, brother picked up the food for you. But you didn't say thank you properly. And you were picky. Yao Yusen ran to Song Lingxin with a bowl. Eat it yourself. Don't bother me. Yao Qingxin said to Xia Ying, the older my sister gets, the less lovely she becomes. Alas, she was so obedient and sensible when she was young, gentle and lovely. It's all because of that damn Han Zixin. Yusen was let down by him, and was depressed for a long time. After going to Songyang County, she gradually calmed down, and then her temperament changed drastically. Until now, she has not had a husband she likes. She is obsessed with money, and is unwilling to get married. That bastard surnamed Han. Just wait. He won't let him go. Xia Ying thought to herself that it was good enough that she didn't break the bowl with a brother like you. Yao Yusen said, my brother is really annoying. I don't know what makes him have a good marriage. Song Lingxin, your brother is a handsome man. Why worry about not getting married? That's not necessarily true. Yao Yusen said. He is miserable. When he was in Songyang County, he was a famous expert in cutting red lines, and was the best at ruling divorces. He also offended many people. Now in Jingzhou Prefecture, this reputation has gradually spread. People say that he has not been able to get married so far, because he offended the Bodhisattva, and it was retribution. Song Lingxin, isn't this nonsense? If it's time to divorce, it should be divorced. The Bodhisattva can't care about so many sufferings in the world. Your brother's ruling of divorce is to help women escape from the sea of suffering. It is a good deed. Sister, I feel relieved when you say that. Yao Yusen laughed. Yao Yusen didn't believe in retribution anyway, and Han Zixin didn't see any retribution. Zhang Zhuzhu told Li Fu about her plan. What do you think? The 4 books and 5 classics are not as important as eating. Li Fu nodded. For women nowadays. It is indeed true. It just so happens that there is a woman named Huang in Xiaoxiang who has excellent craftsmanship. The day before yesterday, she submitted a petition to divorce her husband's family. The government has already mediated once. She should be qualified for the position of a female teacher. Zhang Zuzu said, why? This woman has good craftsmanship and makes a lot of money. She supports her husband's family. As a result, her father fell ill some time ago. She wanted to take money for treatment, but her husband's family refused to give it, saying that she was married and didn't need to care about her natal family's affairs, which delayed her father's illness. Li Fu told her about this matter in detail. The divorce was not decided before because Huang's mother and brother and sister-in-law also persuaded her to swallow her anger. After all, she had 2 children. If she divorced, what would happen to the children? Her husband's family was afraid of losing this cash cow. And now they admitted their mistakes. Both sides did not want her to divorce. Her husband knelt down and admitted his mistake, and made a scene in the government office. She was thinking about it these days. Zhang Zhuzhu mentioned that she wanted to find someone who was good at needlework. And Li Fu thought of her. This is not to say that there are no people with better skills. It's just that Huang thought of divorce after encountering such a situation, which shows that she is not a weak person. People who teach students, no matter what they teach, should have a good character and courage, and they will definitely influence their students. Zhang Zhuzu and the others were here today. After dinner, Li Fu found Yao Qingxin and asked him to move the sentencing date forward to this afternoon. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzu sent her friends away first. They all had their own things to do, so they only had this morning to spare. She stayed in the government office and looked at Huang Yan's case. Huang Yan had been living in her mother's house recently. She was still wearing morning clothes. When her husband and his family saw her, they quickly took their 2 children upstairs. Her husband said, look at our children. Yin Yang. We were young couples, and have been through so many years of ups and downs. How could you abandon me and the children? Huang Yan heard him say. What about my father? Did he deserve to die of illness? Huang Yan's mother-in-law coughed twice and said, wife, you know your father's condition at that time. Even if our family gave us money and bought medicine, we couldn't keep him. Your mother and your brother said the same thing. If your father's body is still warm, he will not be able to rest in peace if he sees that you want to divorce for him and delay the rest of your life. Her 7-year-old son and 5-year-old daughter also rushed to her and hugged her legs and cried. Huang Yan knew that this was the case. But the faces of her husband's family at that time really chilled Huang Yan's heart. She was a little confused. Everyone advised them to forget their father's death and live a good life with her husband's family. But she was unwilling to do so. She felt sorry for her father. When she thought of the hideous face of the person next to her pillow, she felt that she could not sleep at night. She was afraid that if she got sick one day, her husband's family would treat her the same way. But is divorce the right thing to do? Who can show her a clear way? She wanted to know what was the right thing to do. Both parties were questioned separately. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Huang Yan, after the divorce, you can take away half of your money. If you try your best, your daughter can go with you. And you can visit your son often. Can I take my daughter with me? She asked in surprise. Zhang Zhuzhu said yes. Chapter 223, Impeachment by the Imperial Censor. Zhang Zhuzhu said, your mother-in-law and husband don't seem to care about your daughter. I saw that her clothes haven't been changed for 10 days. Huang Yan knew this in her heart. She asked, can I really take my daughter away? Yes. Judge Yao will fight for you. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Huang Yan gritted her teeth and saluted Zhang Zhuzhu. When she stood up again, she had made up her mind. Her husband's family naturally refused and made another fuss in the court. It's just that Yao Qingxin sentenced divorce cases. As long as one party is determined to divorce, he will grant the divorce. Although marriage is a matter between 2 people, as long as one party wants to give up, they should not be forced to stay together. Maybe after the divorce, they will each have their own future. Huang Yan finally divorced smoothly and took her daughter away. As for her son, she was powerless. But she knew that her husband's family didn't care about her and her daughter. But they valued their son, who would carry on the family line, very much, and would not let anything happen to the child. There is no such thing as having both. Her father's death will always be a thorn in her heart, and she cannot forgive her husband's family. Otherwise, She would be unworthy of being a daughter. Thinking of this, her heart became firm. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuzhu knew that she had a tough character, and told her about the Jingzhou Prefecture Girls' School and asked her to go back and think about it. Huang Yan was very surprised. She had already prepared to live in seclusion after the divorce, but she didn't expect such a thing to come to her. She promised to go back and think about it, and left with her daughter. Zhang Zhuzhu asked, "Are there many people who divorce in Jingzhou Prefecture?" Li Fu, "Not many. Those who have reached the point of divorce now are really unable to live. Like Huang Yan. She used to make money and was criticized by her in-laws. But she never thought of divorce. It was the death of her father that made her determined." After staying in Jingzhou Prefecture until the evening, Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu went home together. A few days later, Jingzhou Prefecture was suddenly impeached by the imperial censor, and the cause was the divorce case. The imperial censor felt that Jingzhou Prefecture had sentenced too many divorces in recent days, and was too lenient to women. In the future, women would become arrogant and no longer obey discipline. Prefect Su talked to Li Fu about this matter, hoping that they would not make such a judgment in the future. If a couple can live together, they should continue to live together, and they don't necessarily have to divorce. Li Fu knew that this was just someone trying to catch him. The impeachment of the censor is conducive to supervising officials, but it can also easily become a means of threat. He checked and found that the censor was indeed in private contact with the Sun family. Now another Xiao Yin of Jingzhou Prefecture is surnamed Sun. It's just that Li Fu and Prefect Su came in one after another, and suppressed the other party without any living space. The Sun family raised a daughter like Sun Xingyang, and you can imagine what attitude this family has towards women. Seeing that one divorced, two divorced, and two divorced in pairs, Sun Xiaoyin seized this opportunity, and wanted Li Fu to give up some power. Su Fuing could not handle Li Fu alone, so he thought that Sun Xiaoyin was also an ally. So he stood on the side. Li Fu was not afraid of him. He discussed with Yao Qingxin, and asked for the opinions of those who divorced, and made public the inside story of some of them. Some could not bear to be beaten, and some were together because of their parents' orders, but they hated each other. The reasons for their divorce were all reasonable, and could not be found out. Li Fu entered the palace and confronted the censor in front of Fan Xiao and King Wu, holding the case file and making the other party speechless. Divorce is sometimes the only way out for women, and it must not be blocked. Some women really can't bear it, and they may commit suicide. How can such a good life be ruined like this? The censor saw that he was at a disadvantage and said, "Li Sanlang can write beautiful articles, and he is really sharp-tongued." Li Fu said, "The censor's impeachment should be based on solid evidence and clear logic. You have neither of these two, but just rely on gossip to do things that hurt people's hearts. Is this what a censor should do? Women, after marriage, obey their husbands. If you let Jingzhou Prefecture handle the case like this, it will definitely lead to disaster." Seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Li Fu, he brought up women again, because Prime Minister Fan was happy to hear this. The censor had not forgotten what Fan Xiao had proposed before, that women should remain faithful to their husbands after becoming widows. Fan Xiao was indeed going to speak up and take care of this matter. Jingzhou Prefecture really shouldn't be like this. King Wu sneered, "It's just a small matter. What's there to say? Just divorce and remarry. I was in the Northwest, and there were countless casualties in a war. I don't know how many women became widows, and I haven't seen them cause any trouble. If you have time, you should quickly discuss how to fill up the treasury, so that you don't have money here or there, and can't do anything serious." King Wu was really impatient to hear them talk about this. Is there any need to talk about this? There is no need at all. Fan Xiao was rebuked by King Wu and was very unhappy. He said, "This dynasty governs the world with courtesy and filial piety. The affairs of husband and wife are not trivial matters. It is not okay for a woman to be unruly." King Wu said, "I have not seen the courtesy and filial piety of the Prime Minister. I don't know if the Emperor's sister-in-law has seen it. The Emperor's sister-in-law he mentioned is the Empress Dowager. If we talk about courtesy, can a woman rule the country from behind the curtain?" Fan Xiao was stunned. This is simply his Achilles heel. When the previous emperor died, the princes who could grow up died or were disabled. He originally wanted to support Empress Dowager Lu and the prince, but the prince was stupid and even infertile. The Lu family had wolfish ambitions. He could only unite with the Empress Dowager, abolish the prince, and select a suitable person from the royal family to stabilize the court with the Empress Dowager. Now this has become his handle. Wu Wan said, okay. Such a small matter. There is really no need to gather this king and prime minister fan together to discuss it. Jingzhou Prefecture has governed the capital very well, so it should be credited. Wu Wan was still willing to give Fan Xiao some face, as he did stabilize the court in the past few years. Fan Xiao said, Jingzhou Prefecture does things differently than usual. Wu Wan stood up and asked Li Fu to go out with him. Wu Wan said, tell me, is Fan Xiao reluctant to give up his power? Or is he devoted to the country? Wu Wan almost told Fan Xiao that he hoped he would switch to his side. But Fan Xiao was unmoved. Li Fu said, I think it's both. Fan Xiao was a serious scholar, and a loyal minister would not serve two masters. He refused to change his allegiance, and he must have been worried about his reputation. It is not wrong to say that he is devoted to the country. King Wu said, Sanlang, I am really bored waiting. He did not want to be tied down anymore, and the court should focus on more important things. Li Fu, next year should be a new year. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain, let alone the capital, which is always constrained. Li Fu also wants more power. King Wu patted him on the shoulder. Come on. Accompany me to ride a horse. After this day, the opposition in Jingzhou Prefecture became obvious. Chapter 224 Fishing in Troubled Waters. After dinner, Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu walked outside. She listened to Li Fu's story about what happened today and said, I think the censors are right in saying that there are too many divorces. Zhang Zuzu said that they are right in this situation. Not that they are right. Men must ensure their leadership over women. If women find that they can live better without obeying men, how can they control women? Zhang Zuzu said. In their view, if women lose control, they violate their ritual. Li Fu certainly understood this truth, and he said, it doesn't matter who is right. I am the master of Jingzhou Prefecture. Zhang Zuzu laughed. People will say that you are a traitor among men. Li Fu said, I don't want to associate with them. They were very bad at managing state affairs, but they worked hard to ensure their status. Li Fu was not interested in what they did. Zhang Zuzu said, Sanlang, it's hard for you to be so open-minded. Li Fu helped her walk forward. If I wasn't like this, you would probably be in the nunnery now. Li Fu knew her thoughts very well. Zhang Zuzu walked very slowly, and Li Fu said, if so, you wouldn't have to suffer now. Li Fu saw the pain of pregnancy, and it was irreplaceable. Maybe that was her better choice. Zhang Zuzu was more open-minded than him. Nothing can be perfect in the world. Since I have made a decision, I am not afraid of hard work, and I will not regret it. Just take good care of me, and don't think too much. Zhang Zuzu was very happy to have him by her side. After she was with Li Fu, she was no longer lonely. In a few months, they would become a family of 3. What a good thing. Zhang Zuzu was looking forward to it. Li Fu said, yes, I know. He would not let her down. Never. The day when Jingzhou Prefecture School officially opened soon arrived. Zhang Zuzu thought that the eldest Princess Chang'an said she would send her son over. But she really sent her son over. When the Grand Princess Chang'an met Zhang Zuzu and the others, she said, I have no other hope for this child. As long as he is happy, that's enough. This child is her illegitimate child, who has been secretly raised outside. This child seems to know that he is not worthy of being seen by others, and his temperament is quite withdrawn. He has changed 2 academies before, and was bullied by others. The Grand Princess Chang'an felt sorry for him, and let him study at home. But he was the only one at home, so he was inevitably lonely. This time he was sent to Jingzhou Prefecture, where the He family could not reach out, and there was no one with a higher status than him. The princess only hoped that he could make 2 friends, regardless of their background, as long as he would not be so lonely anymore. It's really pitiful to talk about the love of parents in the world. Zhang Zuzu said, you love him so much. The young man will definitely do as you wish. The princess looked at her belly and said, you will be a mother in a few months. You must understand my feelings. Not long after she married into the He family, her husband died, leaving no children. The princess lived a carefree life when she was young, but later she felt lonely as she got older. So she had this child. She risked her life to give birth to this child, and now she is full of motherly love, just hoping that he can be happy. Zhang Zuzu said, yes, I understand. She must also hope that her child can live happily. Zhang Zuzu went to the girls' school. Not many girls were sent here. The older girls were already working at home. Those who were sent here were loved by their parents, and did not have to work at home. All the girls of the right age from the Charity Bureau were sent here. Now the older girls are choosing what they want to learn. Reading, cooking, embroidery, accounting, planting flowers and plants, martial arts. These are the only things you can learn for now. And new things will be added in the future. The girl from the Charity Bureau knew Zhang Zuzhu and said to her, "Auntie, I want to learn medicine. But there is no such thing here." Zhang Zuzhu touched her head. "Then you have to wait a while. You have to learn to read first. Then you can understand the medical books." "Right?" The girl nodded. "Okay. I will listen to my aunt. I will also practice martial arts, so that I can protect my sister in the future." Zhang Zuzhu was surrounded by a group of girls, listening to their chattering. They all have their own ambitions. Zhang Zuzhu praised them one by one. The smooth opening of the Jingzhou Prefecture School has greatly reduced the pressure of raising children for the people in the prefecture, which is really a good thing. Zhang Zuzhu pays more attention to the women's school. She goes to check every few days to check for omissions, and ensure that the women's school can run smoothly. The most hotly discussed thing in the capital recently is the quarrel between Song Zhang and several literary celebrities. This matter was originally only within a small range, but some people quarreled and got angry. Originally, both parties were talking about each other's literary attainments. The angry people began to attack Song Zhang personally, saying that she was an elderly widow, and what she did violated the etiquette and rules of Confucianism. This is very tasteless. Talking about poetry is one thing. Personal attacks are another. It happened that Song Zhang got drunk and rested for 2 days. Some people felt that the personal attacks worked, and wrote a lot about it. They also implicated the issue of the women's school in Jingzhou Prefecture, saying how unruly and rude women are now, and that they should be locked up in the backyard and not allowed to come out. Zhang Zuzhu wanted to curse after hearing this. Li Fu quickly checked and found that the people behind the scenes were the Lu family, the family of the deposed prince. Their ultimate goal of attacking women is to attack the Empress Dowager and force her to give up the power of ruling behind the curtain. Zhang Zuzhu was speechless. They are fighting for their own things. Why do they have to curse the women's school? What does it have to do with them? A bunch of lunatics. They are really sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. How can they be dragged into it when everything is fine? Why are they taking action now? Zhang Zuzhu asked Li Fu. Li Fu said, "The deposed prince is in poor health. The Lu family can no longer wait. They have to take action now." Zhang Zuzhu, what is the Wuwang mansion going to do? Stand on the sidelines and fish in troubled waters. Li Fu said, "The Wuwang mansion will get involved at the right time. The Lu family hopes that the deposed prince will sit on the throne before his death so that they can smoothly preserve their family's wealth and glory. Then, they can only compete with the Empress Dowager. The Wuwang mansion has not occupied that position yet." Under the impetus of those who supported the deposed prince, rumors in the capital became more and more intense. Finally, a nursery rhyme came out from nowhere, saying that there was something wrong with the stars, and if the Empress Dowager continued to rule behind the scenes, the country would be destroyed. The Ming family was not a pushover either, and the two sides fought back and forth in the court. Late that night, the Wuwang mansion sent someone to call Li Fu over. When Zhang Zuzhu woke up the next day, she heard that the deposed prince had died. The Lu family instantly lost the bargaining chip for the struggle. When Li Fu came back, Zhang Zuzhu asked him, "How did the deposed prince die?" Chapter 225. The fish has been caught. Li Fu said, "He was strangled to death." Zhang Zuzhu immediately thought, was it the Empress Dowager who did it? Everyone would think so. Once the deposed prince died, the Empress Dowager would definitely benefit. Li Fu did not hide it from Zhang Zuzhu. He shook his head and said no. When the deposed prince was alive, the Lu family had already lost once because Ming and Fan Xiu proved that the deposed prince was stupid and could not inherit the throne. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of people in the court who supported the deposed prince. Fan Xiu of course chose the Ming family. It was also a helpless move. They couldn't watch a fool sit on the throne. At that time, the world would belong to the Lu family. The Empress Dowager is older, and has only a few years left to live. The young emperor, who is chosen, only needs to be taught as much as possible. When he grows up, he will take the initiative to seek an alliance with the court officials, and get rid of the control of the Ming family. This was the idea of Fan Xiu and others at the beginning. They did not kill the deposed prince last time, and there is no need to do so this time. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately understood the reason and said, "It was the Wuwang mansion that took action." Li Fu, yes. Watching from the sidelines. And at the same time choosing the right time to take action. Zhang Zhuzhu felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. But she knew in her heart that fighting for power and profit always involves human lives. Li Fu held her hand. "Are you scared?" Zhang Zhuzhu, a little scared. Li Fu hugged her and said, "Don't be afraid. Some things have to be done. Some means have to be used." Li Fu said, "Am I not the same as before?" After 3 years of separation, Li Fu has really experienced too much. He is no longer the Li Fu that Zhang Zhuzhu knew at the beginning. Even if he tries his best to cover up, he will always show his hideous side at some point. And there will be more and more in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu was silent for a while, and said to Li Fu, "It's okay." Li Fu hugged her a little and said, "Thank you." The two stayed in silence for a while, and neither of them mentioned the matter again. After losing her son, Empress Dowager Lu did not become depressed as others imagined. She wanted to pick a royal son from the royal family and adopt him under the name of her dead son as her legitimate son. Her tenacity was beyond imagination. The Empress Dowager and Fan Shou naturally disagreed with this matter. They just wanted to get the Lu family out of the capital as soon as possible so that they could fight with the Wu Palace. The Wu Palace supported this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I don't understand this. Killing Empress Dowager Lu's own son and letting others adopt another one. What kind of operation is this?" Li Fu said, "It's not time for the Lu family to leave yet. Outsiders actually can't count the hatred of the deposed prince on the Wu Palace. Everyone thinks it was the Empress Dowager who did it. Even the Lu family thinks so. The Wu Palace's action of killing people is to deepen the hatred between them." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him puzzledly. And Li Fu said, "You will understand after a while." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Just don't let my female school get in trouble. I can't take care of other things. But this is not good." Li Fu, "No. Don't worry. The weather in June is already very hot." Zhang Zhuzhu was pregnant. And she was even more restless. And she didn't care about the outside world at all. It was the birthday of the Empress Dowager. And because it was a birthday, the palace held a grand ceremony. And the capital was decorated with lights and colors for this event, which was considered to calm the previous remarks of the Lu family and let everyone see the prosperous scene. On the day of the palace banquet, Lin Weining and Li Qi and his wife were preparing to enter the palace. Zhao Ping didn't like the hustle and bustle, and Zhou Ri and Zhang Zhuzhu were both pregnant and stayed at home. Before leaving, Li Fu said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Something big will happen today." Zhang Zhuzhu, "What big thing?" Li Fu said, "Something big will happen in the palace." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't ask any more questions and said, "Then I'll wait for you to come back." Li Fu nodded, touched her belly gently, and then went out. King Wu said some time ago that waiting was boring. But he was not just talking. He had actual actions. When the Tiannong banquet was halfway through, when Empress Dowager Lu was toasting the Grand Empress Dowager, she suddenly stepped forward, took out a dagger and stabbed her in the chest. The Grand Empress Dowager didn't even leave a last word, and died on the spot. The women were stunned and surrounded by the imperial guards who rushed in, and no one dared to move. Fan Shou was also stabbed, but he was young and lucky, and was protected by several people around him, so he did not die on the spot. Lu's revenge was obvious, but Fan Shou couldn't figure it out. The imperial guards had always been managed by Ming's people, and they had always been very cautious. Why did something happen today? Empress Dowager Lu had been in the palace for many years. How could she not have any means? Even if they didn't have any means, the Prince Wu's mansion would create opportunities for them. Prince Wu said early in the morning that he came back to fight for the throne, not to be a saint. The sooner he sat on the throne, the happier he would be. He just wanted to provoke their conflicts and struggles. It's a pity that he couldn't kill Lu, Ming and the little emperor together today. He had to wait. Finally, the incident was quelled by King Wu. King Wu's palace seized control of the imperial guards, which meant that from then on, King Wu's palace was the actual controller of the imperial court in the capital. The death of the Empress Dowager was said to be a sudden illness, and Empress Dowager Lu and the Lu family were not affected. On the surface, this was the case, but the rumor behind the scenes was that the Lu family created a palace coup to murder the Empress Dowager and the young emperor in order to seek revenge. King Wu's palace stepped in time to save Fan Shou and the young emperor, and did not let the scandal of the royal family spread. King Wu's palace was cleaned up and gained the greatest benefits. Fan Xiao was finally so angry that he fainted. This scholar really didn't expect that King Wu's palace would be so unreasonable and kill people directly. He thought that in the future, the two sides would engage in all kinds of open and secret struggles in the court. And the result was that the other side would directly attack with a white knife and come out with a red knife. What kind of thing is this? The next morning, the incident that was described spread all over the capital. The Lu family also realized that they were making wedding clothes for others. But it was too late. Empress Dowager Lu also reacted quickly. She quickly took over the affairs of the little emperor and controlled the emperor. At the same time, she joined forces with Fan Xiao to fight against the Wuwang mansion. Both of them had no choice. Li Fu returned home the next day. Zhang Luzhu asked someone to send food over. After Li Fu finished his meal, he took a nap first. When Li Fu woke up, it was already evening. Zhang Luzhu was sorting out small clothes, shoes, hats, and socks. Zhou Ri was going to give birth next month. She prepared things for the child and also gave Zhang Luzhu some. Li Fu gestured. Why are these clothes so small? He was tall, and the clothes were about the size of his palm. Zhang Luzhu, haven't you seen your nephews and nieces when they were young? Li Fu said, I have seen them. But are they this small? Zhang Luzhu, that's right. Li Fu couldn't believe it. Chapter 226 A Narrow Escape. Fan Xiao was recovering from his injuries. Empress Dowager Lu was weak, and King Wu was successfully acting as regent, becoming the most popular person for a while. Li Fu's work in Jingzhou Prefecture was also going more smoothly. The palace coup did not have much impact on the lives of the people, and the capital was still very lively on the Qixi festival. During every festival, there were always women and children being abducted in the capital and Jingzhou Prefecture, together with the imperial guards, prepared to crack down on it. Li Fu and Zhang Luzhu had no chance to go out and play. In just one night, Jingzhou Prefecture arrested more than a dozen people, and after the trial, several gangs were found, with 200 to 300 people. This number may sound large at first glance, but the capital has a population of over 1 million, and arresting 200 to 300 people is nothing. There were also some other evil forces, and they were all wiped out at once, and some kidnapped women and children were rescued. Li Fu was very busy with this matter. Zhang Luzhu couldn't stand the hot weather, so she went to the farm outside the city to escape the heat. The carriage was moving very slowly. Zhang Luzhu sat steadily, and Xiaoan also supported her to avoid being bumped. Not long after leaving the city, the carriage stopped, and then there was a fight, and Zhang Luzhu heard the sound of weapons colliding. Xiaoan was busy protecting her, and Zhang Luzhu lifted the curtain. There were more than a dozen people fighting with the Li family guards outside, which was really too many, and some guards were already injured. After she panicked, she made a trade-off and said, Who are you? If you have something to say, just talk nicely. Why bother with knives and guns? After she finished speaking, a masked young man rode up on horseback and said, Are you the Xiaoyin of Jingzhou Prefecture? Li Fu's daughter-in-law? Zhang Luzhu, it's me. I wonder who you are. What else did Zhang Luzhu not understand? This was probably a fish that slipped through the net in the previous Jingzhou Prefecture operation. They found her now to threaten Li Fu. Zhang Luzhu immediately regretted it, thinking that there was nothing wrong with staying at home. Why did she have to go out? This really caused a big trouble. The young man said, I am the adopted son of the master of Zhuyi Hall. Your man captured my adopted father, and I want to exchange you for someone else. Zhang Luzhu did not want to anger the other party. She pulled out the hairpin on her head and threw it to the other party. Take this as a token. This is what Li Fu put on me this morning. The young man took the hairpin and looked at her in surprise. Aren't you afraid of me? Women are always crying and timid. But she didn't cry. Zhang Luzhu thought I was scared to death. But she kept a smile on her face and said, Since it is Juyutang, how can you attack a pregnant woman like me? Right? The young man snorted when he heard it. You are sensible. Our Juyutang originally only does some chivalrous things. Your man is unreasonable. It's fine if he arrested others, but he even arrested my adoptive father. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Luzhu said, Jingzhou Prefecture is a reasonable place. This time, they arrested some gangs that abducted women and children. If it has nothing to do with your Juyutang, then your adoptive father will definitely be released. Don't worry too much. Zhang Luzhu. The hostage actually comforted the bandits. The young man said, "You are smart." He handed the hairpin to his subordinate and asked him to pass the message. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to sit in the carriage for too long. So she said, "Can I go down and walk? I'm pregnant and can't sit for a long time." The young man said, "It's up to you. Don't even think about running away." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I won't run. I'm pregnant and can't run." After that, Xiaoan got off the carriage trembling first, and then helped Zhang Zhuzhu down. The guards of the Li mansion immediately gathered and protected Zhang Zhuzhu behind them. Zhang Zhuzhu pointed to a cool place not far away. "It's too hot. I want to go there." The boy was also very hot. So the group of people went over. Zhang Zhuzhu yawned, thinking that she was too careless this time. She had been comfortable for too long and actually forgot the danger she might encounter. This is to reflect on it, and never make the same mistake again in the future. Xiaoan whispered, "If something happens later, you must stand behind me, and I will protect you." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It will be fine. Don't worry." The boy heard them talking and asked Zhang Zhuzhu, "How do you know that nothing will happen? What if I kill you?" Xiaoan quickly stood in front of Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If I die, your godfather will not live either." The boy, "I heard that Li Fu married you from his hometown village. Maybe he doesn't care about your life at all in order to destroy our Ji Hall. He has seen many people like this. Changing women is like changing clothes." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I'm pregnant." The boy, "Then he can find someone else to have another child." Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless for a long time. He is not that kind of person. The boy looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and kept saying, "I heard that women like you are the most particular about chastity. If you are kidnapped by us, you will definitely have a bad reputation in the future. If that's the case, you can just follow me." Zhang Zhuzhu was even more speechless. "Thank you so much." Zhang Zhuzhu fanned herself vigorously with a fan. It seemed that she would be able to go back alive today. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Zhang Zhuzhu remained alert. Suddenly, the wind around seemed to have calmed down. The next moment, a dozen people rushed over. The boy was caught off guard and started fighting with them. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Li Fu had brought people. And then she saw Zhou Xiyuan and Ren Hao. Zhou Xiyuan fought back and forth with the boy. Ren Hao stepped forward and said, "Sister-in-law, are you okay? Who are these people?" Zhang Zhuzhu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "They said they were from Juyatang. They kidnapped me and asked for someone else. Why are you here?" Ren Hao scratched his head and said, "Hey, last time I left Jingzhou Prefecture, my father beat me up. So I went to work for the Wuwang Palace. Zhou Xiyuan, and I just came back from the camp." Zhang Zhuzhu, "What camp?" Ren Hao hurriedly said, "I can't say." Zhang Zhuzhu thought it was a secret and didn't ask any more questions. Zhou Xiyuan turned around and said, "Come to help." Ren Hao hurried up, and the two of them subdued the boy together. Zhou Xiyuan walked up to Zhang Zhuzhu. "You have such a big belly, and you still dare to run outside. What does Li Fu do for a living and doesn't care about you?" Zhang Zhuzhu was about to thank him for saving her life. But now she just wanted to roll her eyes. She said, "Can't you just talk nicely? No wonder you are still a bachelor now." Zhou Xiyuan choked and said forcefully, "Why didn't I speak properly? I'm just asking you." Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's too hot. I'm going to escape the heat." Zhou Xiyuan nodded and said, "You've gained a lot of weight. Your face has become bigger." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I'm pregnant. And everyone gets fat when they're pregnant." "Thank you." Zhou Xiyuan didn't understand her sarcasm. "You're welcome. We're from the same place. It's my duty to save you." Zhang Zhuzhu also softened her tone and said, "Thank you for saving me. After all, he saved her. So this shouldn't happen." Ren Hao said, "You're welcome. The third brother of the Li family saved my brother before. He's my real brother. You're my real sister-in-law." Zhou Xiyuan was listening to the side, feeling awkward. As they were talking, the troops from Jingzhou Prefecture finally arrived. A tall man with a full beard got off his horse first, kicked the boy over, and cursed, "You idiot." Chapter 227. Don't get me wrong. The boy fell to the ground and rolled twice. The middle-aged man strode over and whipped the boy with the whip in his hand without mercy. The weather was hot, and he had few clothes. The boy covered his head and lay on the ground. His back was torn and blood was oozing out. Li Fu stood in front of Zhang Zhuzhu and stopped her from looking over there. "Are you okay?" Li Fu asked. holding her hand. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I want to drink water. Li Fu asked someone to bring it over. Zhang Zhuzhu drank the water and said, It's okay. It's not good if someone dies. If it was really the thief who harmed her, it wouldn't matter if he died. But looking at the current situation, it is obvious that there is something wrong. Li Fu sneered, They are just flesh wounds. No one will die. The middle-aged man is the head of the Ji Hall, a gangster in the capital. Many of his 9 adopted sons are developing businesses in other places. They don't do anything particularly harmful to the world. They just jump on the edge of breaking the law. This one is the youngest, and he is usually loved. How could he cause any problems? Let Li Fu say that breaking his hands and feet is polite. The head of the Jin Hall whipped his adopted son, dragged the bloody man in front of Li Fu, saluted and said, Li Xiaoyin, please forgive me. My youngest son is a well-known fool, but he is not a bad person. There must be something behind what happened today. He would never dare to hurt your wife and children. After he finished speaking, he kicked his youngest son without waiting for Li Fu to speak. Tell me, what's going on? Jin Jiulong said, My third brother said that you were kidnapped by the people in Jingzhou Prefecture, and asked me to bring this pregnant woman back to exchange for you. He was just whipped, but he was still full of energy when he spoke. It seems that he was not injured as Li Fu said. Master Jin asked, Then why didn't you bring people to find your third brother? Jin Jiulong said, I am a real man. I will bring her back by myself to exchange for you. How can I implicate my third brother? He is very loyal. Master Jin looked at him with a speechless expression as if this child was hopeless, and scolded, The third brother actually dared to assign you to do something. I really don't know if he is smart or stupid. Jin Jiulong said, Adoptive father, you can come out. Jingzhou Prefecture didn't arrest you. Master Jin kicked him again. Li Xiaoyin, it seems that my third son colluded with the outside world to kidnap and buy people. Don't worry. I will go back to clean up the mess. Zhu Yutang has never engaged in the buying and selling of people. It's just that Li Fu's previous investigation found that many cases of abduction and trafficking had the shadow of Zhu Yutang. So he didn't hesitate and went directly to Master Jin. Master Jin's 9 sons were not raised in vain. He didn't manage much in the past few years, and he kept more than 10 beauties in the house. So he was more or less addicted to beauty. But he swore to heaven that Zhu Yutang would not do such a shameless business. So he went to Jingzhou Prefecture with Li Fu. He also wanted to know the whole story. The following events are clear. The one who kidnapped and sold people was his third adopted son, and the third son instigated the 9th son to kidnap Zhang Zhuzhu, in order not to implicate his brother. Jin Jiulong did not bring Zhang Zhuzhu to the third son. Zhang Zhuzhu knew the whole story, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Jin Jiulong did not intend to hurt her, but the third son was not sure. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned closer to Li Fu's arms. I was too defenseless. I should have told you when I was leaving. If she had told Li Fu would have made time to send her there in person. It would be fine at other times. But recently Li Fu was so busy that he often stayed out all night. Zhang Zhuzhu is not a daughter who cannot live without people. She does not want to delay Li Fu's work. Li Fu immediately said, It is my fault. Those people have seen my methods in recent days. I should have thought that they would set their sights on you and set more people to guard you and the children and our family. Fortunately, you are fine. When he saw the hairpin, he immediately wanted to kill. Then there was regret and fear. Even when he was facing death, Li Fu had never been so scared. He was really very scared. He was afraid that Zhang Zhuzhu would be in trouble. And he was also afraid that the children would be in trouble. They were the people he cherished very much, and the most important people in the world. He could not bear any harm to them. Along the way, Master Jin repeatedly assured that his youngest son was a soft-hearted fool who never hurt women and children. Li Fu only hoped that this was true, and then he hurried all the way to the place. Fortunately, Zhuzhu was fine, and the child was fine. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that he was more frightened than herself. So she fanned him with a round fan and said, I'm fine. Zhou Xiyuan and Ren Langjun also saved me. Li Fu closed his eyes and calmed down a little. He walked to the two of them and immediately bowed to them to thank them. Ren Hao went up to help Li Fu, but Zhou Xiyuan dodged and said, Why are you thanking me? I saved her not because of you, but because of our previous relationship. You don't need to thank me. He didn't need Li Fu to thank him. And to be honest, He followed Li Fu and Song Lingyan to the north. So he was valued and had a future today. Li Qi also taught him for a while. And the Li family's kindness to him was like a rebirth. Besides, Zhang Juju has known him for many years. And she is still a pregnant woman. Not to mention that there is no real danger today. Even if there is, Zhou Siyuan has to save her. Ren Hao said, "Oh, don't be like this. As a younger brother, I should save my sister-in-law. And this is what I should do. Brother, you are being distant with me." Li Fu patted his shoulder. Zhou Siyuan urged from behind, "There is still business. Don't dawdle." Ren Hao slapped his head. "Yes. We have other things to do. Third brother. Sister-in-law. I will come to play with you another day. I am leaving first." Zhang Juju immediately said, "Okay. Take care. I will thank you later." Zhou Siyuan said, "You are a woman. Stay at home honestly. Don't run around." Zhang Juju tried hard to understand this sentence as the concern of a steel-straight man. For the sake of saving her life. She smiled and said, "I will prepare a thank you gift for you later." Zhou Siyuan turned around and left. Saying no, the two got on the horse and left with the others. Master Jean had already taught his youngest son a lesson. And now said, "It's hot. Jean will go back to clean up the house. And Jean will also teach those who don't follow the rules." He thought that he shouldn't have accepted the youngest adopted son just to make up the number of 9. Originally, as the largest gang in the capital and nearby, Juyatang could still put on airs with the young man Li Fu and get some benefits for his family. As a result, he was more or less controlled by Li Fu after being manipulated by Lao Jiu. Moreover, Li Fu obviously valued his wife and children very much. And he would be shocked if he didn't get skinned. Jin Zhouang learned his lesson and said, "Li Xiaoyan, I know I was wrong. Don't worry. I didn't do anything to her. She is innocent. Don't misunderstand." He still began to worry about Zhang Juju's innocence, fearing that Li Fu would misunderstand. The big hand of Jintangzi patted his silly son's head and bowed, saying, "Please forgive me. Both of you. The couple is in love. Why should he meddle in other people's business?" Zhang Juju pushed Li Fu and said, "I'm tired. Let's go back first." Li Fu nodded, asked Jintangzi to go back to clean up the house, and went home with Zhang Juju. Chapter 228, Apology. Li Fu held Zhang Juju's hand tightly all the way, and fanned her with a round fan with his other hand. Zhang Juju said, "Doesn't the head of the Juyi Hall have any biological children? Why does he have so many adopted sons?" Li Fu listened to her question and replied, "No. It is said that his father and grandfather were both executioners, lacking moral integrity, and he has never had any offspring." Zhang Juju thought for a while. It should be some disease. There are many diseases that prevent men from having children, and it is estimated that there is no cure now. Li Fu said, "For someone like him, it is better not to have any offspring. And see what kind of people he has taught." Zhang Juju patted his chest. "That's right. Our child will definitely not be like this. You as a father must teach him well." Li Fu's eyes fell on her belly, and his expression suddenly became much gentler. "I will teach by example. Our child will definitely be smart. He and Juju will definitely be a good pair of parents." The two talked about the child's affairs, and Li Fu's mood was indeed much more stable. The carriage went all the way back home. Everyone was surprised to see Zhang Juju and Li Fu again. The maids and guards immediately told them what happened just now. Lin Weining was really shocked when she heard it. "Are you scared? I think I'll ask a doctor to come and see you," Lin Weining said anxiously. Zhang Juju, "I'm fine. I'm not afraid." Li Fu said, "Please, let me take a look at you. The weather is so hot, and you've been exposed to the sun for a long time. Don't get a heat stroke." Zhang Juju thought about it and asked the doctor to come. Fortunately, both mother and son were fine, and Li Fu was completely relieved. He stayed with Zhang Juju at home in the afternoon. They hadn't been together leisurely for a long time. Li Fu said, "If the matter in Juyi Hall can be settled, I won't be so busy after these few days." He was very dissatisfied with the Jin Hall master and his adopted son. But he couldn't really kill them all. But they will definitely pay the price they deserve. Zhang Juju said, "I know that snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. There is no such thing as black and white in the world. Just let them follow the rules. Such gangs can never be completely eliminated. It is best to keep Juyatang as the knife of Jingzhou Prefecture." The two walked around the yard and then went back to the house to sit down. Zhang Zuzu went to sleep, and Li Fu was watching beside her. After a while, the maid said that Juyatang sent 2 girls over. The maid lowered her voice. Firstly, because she was afraid of disturbing Zhang Zuzu, and secondly, because it was really hard to say it out loud. The 2 girls outside are pretty. They are sent to the door, and they must be concubines for the 3rd master. 3rd master. Why don't we disappear? I will just tell them to go back to where they came from. This was not something a maid should say. But the 3rd mistress treated them so well. How could she let someone take advantage of them at this time? After she finished speaking, she did not dare to look up. Li Fu knew what she meant. And as he stood up and walked out, he said, in the future, you should be devoted to your master like this. The maid nodded hurriedly and followed Li Fu out. The master of the Jin Hall did send 2 girls over, and Li Fu felt that he would not be so tactless as to send someone to him as a concubine at this time. As soon as Li Fu came over, the young man who brought the people over, who was the 7th adopted son of the master of the Jin Hall, greeted Li Fu and pointed at the 2 girls and said, these are the girls in the Ji Hall who have learned martial arts since childhood. A few ordinary men are not their opponents. If there is really something, they dare to risk their lives. Father feels sorry for your wife and children today, so he asked me to pick out the 2 best ones. Please accept them. Li Fu also saw that the 2 girls were skilled, so he nodded and asked them to stay. He asked, is it just this? Jin Qilong said, I am afraid that it will pollute your family's eyes, so I have asked all the questions that need to be asked. The heads have been sent to Jingzhou Prefecture. He couldn't tell whether Li Fu was satisfied or not. He thought that Li Xiaoying was young, but it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. How could Ji Hall get along with him in the future? Just thinking about his status and the current situation in the capital, they could only endure it. He added, there are 2 more boxes outside, which are also sent here as an apology by my adoptive father's order. The 2 boxes are full of gold and silver treasures. They really spent a lot of money. Li Fu nodded. Officials from Jingzhou Prefecture will go to Ji Hall in the next 2 days. For the stability of the capital, you will have to give up some things. Jin Qilong immediately replied, we in Ji Hall have always followed the rules. Xiaoyin, don't worry. Li Fu thought that if they really followed the rules, then hell would happen. He stood up to see them off. When Zhang Juzu woke up, she saw 2 more boxes beside her bed, both open, and the gold and silver inside sparkled in her eyes. And there were pearls, corals, jade and everything else. Zhang Juzu murmured, am I still dreaming? Li Fu came over and handed her a red jade carved pomegranate. The pomegranate looked real. Zhang Juzu was confused and said, you won't peel it for me? Li Fu must be confused to let her eat the pomegranate raw. Li Fu smiled and said, you can't eat it. Juyi Hall was still somewhat sincere. Pomegranates symbolize many children. Li Fu saw it at a glance. Zhang Zuzu drank 2 sips of water and finally woke up. She pointed at the 2 boxes and said, what is this? Li Fu said, Juyi Hall's apology to you. Zhang Zuzu's eyes widened. My God, they are so rich? Li Fu said, Juyi Hall is mainly engaged in private salt sales. How can they be short of money? Smuggling is a highly profitable business. Zhang Zuzu looked at the 2 boxes and said, can you take it? What if someone says you took bribes? Li Fu, yes. You were almost kidnapped today. This is my apology to you. Li Fu was not worried about the impeachment of the censor. This was the apology that Juju deserved. Zhang Juzu felt relieved after hearing what he said. It's just right. I'll pick a few good ones and send them to Zhou Xiyun and Ren Hao, and give some silver and money to those soldiers. Li Fu naturally listened to him on this matter. Zhang Juju continued, I'm going to get a book for you. Zhou Xiyun. To cure his mouth. Li Fu, what's wrong with him? Zhang Juju said, when he saw me, he said I was too shameless, which made me so angry. She is pregnant and will give birth in 2 months. How can her face not be big? She is not only fat, but also swollen. Her feet are swollen like carrots. She worked so hard to have a baby, but she was actually said to have a big face. It was because she had a good temper, and Zhou Xiyun had little to do with her. If any woman married Zhou Xiyun and had a baby for him, and was still complained about her big face by him, she would probably faint from anger. Li Fu knew that Zhou Xiyun had no good words. Saving people is a favor, but angering people is also fatal. Don't pay attention to him. Li Fu said, You are just a little fat and a little swollen. It will be fine after the baby is born. What does he know? Zhang Zuzu. That's right. I have to have a good talk with him. Chapter 229. Manual for the Cultivation of Male Virtues. Within 2 days, Zhou Xiyuan and Ren Hao both received the thank you gift sent by Zhang Zhuzhu. Although they didn't care about this, they were still very happy to receive the gifts. And the thank you gifts from the couple were not just simple gold and silver. Li Fu would come forward to consider their future. The things of the two were similar. And Zhou Xiyuan had an extra booklet with about 10 pages. Ren Hao immediately said, "Sister-in-law even wrote you a letter by hand. You two have a really good relationship." Zhou Xiyuan looked at the big words Manual for the Cultivation of Male Virtues on the cover and said, it wasn't written by her. Zhang Zhuzhu's handwriting was terrible. And Zhou Xiyuan's was better than hers. Ren Hao read, Manual of Cultivating Male Virtues. What is this? I have only heard of female virtues, but never heard of male virtues. Of course, there is no such thing as male virtues now. Zhang Zhuzhu deliberately asked Li Fu to write it like this, because Zhou Xiyuan said that she was fat as a pregnant woman. Zhou Xiyuan also felt puzzled and didn't know what this thing was. Out of curiosity, he opened it and took a look. On the second page, there was a line of words, "Read this manual, and you can successfully marry a wife." Zhou Xiyuan thought that he would not marry because he had not found a suitable woman yet, and he needed a marriage as a stepping stone to advancement. He was not like Li Fu, who was born with the support of his family and had made such contributions, so he could marry anyone he wanted. Zhou Xiyuan had to plan more for himself. He dared not act casually. If he also had such a good background, could he do whatever he wanted? Zhou Xiyuan couldn't help thinking of Zhang Zhuzhu in the past. She was not so tall at that time. She was slim, and her appearance was the best among the girls. He really wanted to marry her at that time, although Zhang Zhuzhu seemed to have never been willing from beginning to end. Ren Hao saw Zhou Xiyuan in a trance, took the booklet, and flipped through it. The content of this booklet is described in the form of dialogue and scenes. The first scene, the wife is sick and bedridden. As a husband, what should I do? The following is a wrong demonstration. 1. Let the wife drink hot water. 2. Say your wife is ill. Ask her where her clothes are, and ask her to get up and cook. 3. Go to the concubine's room to sleep at night, so as not to infect yourself. These 3 wrong examples are written later. Such men are not good men, have no male virtue, and are not worthy of having a wife and children. Correct example: ask your wife where she is uncomfortable. If it is just a minor problem, let her rest well, and do the housework yourself. If it is more serious, ask a doctor to give her medicine for treatment. This is what a normal man should do. Various scenes are written later, including a scene of pregnancy. It writes about the various hardships that pregnant women will suffer. It is absolutely forbidden to say that the other party is fat or has a big face. This is an absolute taboo. Ren Hao looked at it and laughed. Didn't you say your sister-in-law got fatter the other day? No wonder I gave you this. Zhou Xiyuan was brought back to his senses by his laughter, and took the booklet from Ren Hao's hand and took a look. I was telling the truth. She just got fatter. Do I have to lie and say she didn't get fatter? Zhou Xiyuan said as he read. Of course, he couldn't understand the hardships of pregnancy. Aren't all women like this? She was just being hypocritical. Then he saw the end. Your mother also went through such pain and danger to give birth to you. Respect pregnant women and respect your mother. Zhou Xiyuan didn't say anything now. He also saw the hardships written in the front. He would definitely bring his mother to the capital in the future, when he got married. There are also scenes of how parents teach their children, which need not be elaborated one by one. Ren Hao, if you don't like it, just give it to me. I think it's very interesting. I haven't married yet. I see that my third brother and sister-in-law are loving and harmonious. I want to learn from them. Zhou Xiyuan held the booklet and refused to give it to him, saying, No, it's mine. You can read your own. Ren Hao, do you want to keep it? Zhou Xiyuan said loudly, I don't want to read this thing. What male virtue? I have lived for more than 20 years, and have never heard of this saying. Only women keep female virtue. Ren Hao, then show it to me. Zhou Xiyuan turned around and left, and Ren Hao chased after him. Zhou Xiyuan refused to lend it. But after a few days, Ren Hao finished reading it, and diligently copied a copy for himself. Somehow it was spread out. The man's morality cultivation manual quickly spread among this group of people who had no wives and always failed in blind dates. They all said that this booklet told men to work like cows and horses for their wives. There was no such reason, so they would not learn it. Then one night, the patrol found that some people were awake in the middle of the night. So they asked the literate people in the camp to read the booklet to them. The booklet was handed over and sent to King Wu after several hands. It was said that it was the original written by Li Fu, and this was copied. It happened that Li Fu had finished rectifying the gang and came to King Wu's mansion to report, and saw that what the couple wrote had been spread. King Wu said, "What are you two doing now?" Li Fu explained, "You know, my wife and Zhou Siyuan have known each other for many years. Seeing that he is not married for a long time and is not good at speaking, I wrote this manual to help him. We didn't expect it to be spread." Li Fu also felt a little embarrassed. When Zhang Juju wrote this thing, she wanted to tease Zhou Siyuan. She even used the set of female virtues on male virtues, and her words were quite playful. King Wu said, "How can I not spread it? You can get married after reading it. Who among those bachelors doesn't want a wife?" King Wu has tried his best to solve the marriage problem for his soldiers. But it is really difficult for soldiers to get married. You don't know when they will become widows. Moreover, there are more men than women, and most of them have no wives until they die. Li Fu, it was just a joke. Please forgive me, Your Highness. King Wu asked him, "Do you really mean that?" What he meant was, did Li Fu really treat Zhang Juju the same way as in the book? This was really unmanly. Then King Wu really couldn't understand it. When he was young, he also had a favorite woman, but he had never been like this, with both men and women reversed. Li Fu said seriously, "This book is just a drop in the bucket. The book is just the most basic." Zhang Juju said that she didn't have high requirements for Zhou Siyuan, so she wrote so little. When King Wu heard this, he raised his hand and pointed at him. You, I have never seen you like this." Li Fu said, "The world is so big. There are all kinds of things. And you have seen it now." He was happy with it. And he also got a lot from Zhang Juju. King Wu slapped the table. "Okay. Don't do such a thing again in the future. I think this matter will spread all over the capital. Will your reputation still be there?" Li Fu didn't care and said, "Don't delay the business. Don't worry." King Wu thought about the recent capital, and he did a good job. "You should bring a few more guards back from the palace," said King Wu. "You have offended people in the past few months, and your family will inevitably be implicated. Now even the princes and nobles dare not speed in the capital." Li Fu immediately bowed his hands and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Highness." King Wu waved his hand and asked about the serious matters. Zhang Juju almost fainted from laughter when she learned about this matter in the evening. Chapter 230, I don't want to know. Did I show it to them? I didn't ask them to show it. I gave it to Zhou Siyuan. They got the advantage after seeing it, Zhang Juju said confidently. Li Fu pinched her face. "Are you so proud?" Zhang Zuzu, "No. I'm telling the truth. I didn't spread it." She really didn't expect it to be spread. It was originally something she wrote as a prank. Those things, even if they were put in her original era, few people could do it. Let alone now. She could imagine what Zhou Siyuan would say after seeing it. He would definitely say that Zhang Juju's brain was broken. What kind of thing did she dare to show him after writing it? Is that what a man should do? Zhang Juju thought and laughed again. I hope Zhou Siyuan will marry a very powerful girl who can control him tightly. Let Zhou Siyuan taste the taste of being disciplined by a woman. Li Fu heard that she was going to say more. Okay. Let's not talk about his affairs. The thank you gift has been given, and the anger has been vented. There is no need to mention Zhou Siyuan's length and shortcomings. It has nothing to do with them as a couple. Zhang Juju glanced at him. I also want to tell you about my childhood. The beginning has been thought of. Zhou Siyuan, that child, has been asking for a beating since he was a child. Li Fu, okay. No need to say. I don't want to know. He was only interested in Juju's childhood. He was not interested in knowing whether Zhou Siyuan was tall or short, round or flat. Zhang Juju gently pushed his arm. What's wrong with you? Li Fu sat down next to him. What's wrong with me? Juju doesn't know. Look at you. You are so petty. People save me, Zhang Juju said deliberately. Of course she knew Li Fu was jealous. She was just teasing him. Li Fu sighed. It's hard to repay a debt of favor. Hearing this, Zhang Juju stopped teasing him and said, if that's the case, Zhou Siyuan got to where he is today thanks to the Li family. So he hasn't repaid the Li family's favor. Li Fu, No need to repay. He got to where he is today because of his own ability. Zhou Xiyuan would give gifts to the Li family during festivals. And the Li family still treated him as a junior and took care of him. Which was enough. It's not like they can't repay a debt of favor. Li Fu was just talking. He hugged Zhang Zhuzhu. Let's not talk about him. How are those two maids after you've used them for a few days? Zhang Zhuzhu pondered for a while. And said, well, they have a good appetite. The two girls look thin and weak. But they ate in a shocking way. And they practice martial arts every day. The maids in Zhang Zhuzhu's room were wary of them at first, fearing that they were from outside and would seduce Li Fu. But now they have time to watch them chop wood with their bare hands every day. Which is really amazing. Eat well to have strength. Zhang Zhuzhu said. I think it's good. Li Fu thought after hearing this. The people in Ji Hall are quite capable. Have you given them names yet? Li Fu asked again. No. They are still learning to read. When they learn to read, they will name themselves. Zhang Zhuzhu said. She felt that when she was young, she could obey her parents about the right to name. When she grew up, she should give herself the name she liked. She was not used to naming others. Li Fu knew that she was happy to educate others. So he didn't say anything. The manual for the cultivation of male virtues was spread from Linhao again. And it became a famous joke in the capital. Men naturally thought that this thing was ridiculous. And women couldn't believe that there were such men in the world. The Lord of Heian County had a wide network of contacts. She found out that this thing was written by Zhang Zhuzhu, and wrote to her to ask her what was going on, because she was now a pregnant woman, and she was sick every day and couldn't eat. She found it interesting after reading it. Zhang Zhuzhu wrote back to her, asking her to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly control the man. The Pan family is a military family. In order to expand their family, the men in the family generally take concubines. This may be their tradition. But Zhang Zhuzhu still hopes that Princess Heian can have less trouble. Early in the morning, Xiaowan came to report, Mrs. Zhou is here. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Is my second sister-in-law going to give birth? No, Xiaowan said. Do you want to go over? Since she is an elder, Zhang Zhuzhu will of course go. She went there and found out that Zhou Rui's due date should be in the next few days. But she showed no signs of labor, which was not a good sign. Mrs. Zhou was worried about her daughter. So she came over to see if she needed to induce labor. Because her belly was already big. Her family was afraid that she would be scared. So no one was allowed to talk about this in front of her. She exchanged greetings with the elders, and then talked to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was calm and said, It's okay. The baby is still moving. I will move more. Nothing will happen. When she gave birth to Tao Tao, she suffered a lot. And she was not afraid now. Li Zhu walked back and forth beside her and said, Are you still moving now? I will go with you. He had already asked for leave from the government office. And he would stay at home recently until Zhou Rui could give birth to the baby safely. After he finished asking this question, he hurriedly asked, Are you hungry? You have been eating for a long time. Do you need to eat more? Zhou Rui thought he was annoying and said, Then go to the kitchen and have an egg custard. Li Zhu left immediately and took the egg custard. Tao Tao stayed beside her mother obediently. Mom, will you give me a brother or a sister? When Mrs. Zhou heard her granddaughter say this, she hurriedly said, Brother. Lively and active. Must be a little boy. Tao Tao leaned on Zhou Rui and said, I want a sister. She was still young. And her family loved her. She had not yet experienced the world's preference for men. Mrs. Zhou immediately became anxious, fearing that the child's words were accurate. If it was really a girl, then her Rui would suffer. Zhang Zhuzhu said first, Tao Tao came to see if Aunt San's belly was a sister. Aunt San gave you a sister and asked her to play with you. Tao Tao ran over immediately. She was usually close to Zhang Zhuzhu and was very happy at this moment. Really? Then I can definitely be a good sister. I will take care of her. Zhang Zhuzhu pinched her face. You don't need to take care of her. You are also a child. The adults will take care of you. Zhou Rui winked at her mother. And Mrs. Zhou quickly stopped talking about the man and woman. Zhang Zhuzhu sat here for a while, then went back and took Tao Ao over to play. When Mrs. Zhou saw Zhang Zhuzhu leave, she said to Zhou Rui, Your sister-in-law is really generous. She is not in a hurry to give birth to a son first. When Zhou Rui was pregnant, she was almost forced by her mother to take some medicine to ensure the birth of a boy. Now that she is about to give birth, it can't be changed whether it is a boy or a girl, she said. She likes girls. Mrs. Zhou held her daughter's hand and said, "As a mother, how can I not love my daughter? I like you the most. Unfortunately, we women have a hard life. Without a son, we can't make a living." She sighed deeply. She really cared about her daughter. Zhou Rui knew her painstaking efforts. "Don't worry, Mother. If it's really a girl, I will just give birth to another one. Don't worry too much." Mrs. Zhou burst into tears when she heard this. It's easy to say, but giving birth is hard. Chapter 231. The second sister-in-law gave birth to a child. Mrs. Zhou stayed at the Li family for 3 days, urging Zhou Rui to walk more and move more every day, hoping that she would get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. She felt embarrassed to stay there for 3 consecutive days. But for her daughter, she had to give up her face. And the family of her in-laws was very good, without the mess she imagined. Mrs. Zhou said, "Although I knew this earlier, I was still worried at home. Now I see how good your life is. The maids and servants in this family are all well behaved, and there is no one who seduces the master." Zhou Rui said, "They work for the Li family, and they get a lot of money every month. They usually get 3 times the money during festivals. Not to mention the rewards from the family. If they want to get married, they don't have to redeem themselves, and they will be given a settlement fee. If they don't want to get married, they will be well supported when they reach the age. In this way, not everyone follows the rules. The public expenditure on them was much higher." Mrs. Zhou nodded. "The money is really useful. You were the one who managed the family last year. Is this the rule you set?" Zhou Rui was embarrassed to say that she had plotted against Zhang Zuzhu and ended up screwing herself. She just said, "Of course, it was my mother-in-law who managed it. She managed it well." Mrs. Zhou thought so. She added, "When you have recovered, you should take back the housekeeping work immediately. Mother will not say that you are taking such empty words for your mother-in-law. You can only have extra money and live a good life if you manage the family." Zhou Rui thought to himself, "What extra money can I have? The 3 accountants are better at accounting than each other." She said, "Don't worry, Mother. I don't lack money. The shop and land you gave me as a dowry are enough for me to eat and drink for a lifetime." Mrs. Zhou was about to tell her daughter about her experience again, but Zhou Rui suddenly stopped and her face turned pale. Mrs. Zhou had already, and quickly asked 2 strong women to come up and carry her back. Mrs. Zhou said as she walked, "It must be a precious baby. A son, if it is so reluctant to come out." Zhang Luzhu was taking a nap, and when she woke up, it was already afternoon. Zhou Rui had sex at noon, but it was not born in the afternoon. Madame Sun said beside her, "It is reasonable that the second child will be born faster, and it should be born tonight. Madame sent someone to tell you to rest and not to go." The main reason was that she was afraid of scaring her and losing her courage when the baby was born. Li Fu was not there, and Zhang Zhuzhu would have to worry about her if she went there. So she did not go. In the evening, Zhou Rui gave birth. She was worthy of the Buddha that Mrs. Zhou had worshipped for the past 8 or 9 months. And she gave birth to a son. Zhang Zhuzhu then moved over. She had seen many newborn babies. All of them were like little monkeys. But this child's eyes were already open and looking around. Mrs. Zhou wiped her tears and said, "Look at our little boy. Oh, he is so good. His eyes are open, red, and they will definitely turn white in 2 days, like his father. The most important thing is that he is a son." Li Zhu was very excited. "Really? My mother-in-law thinks he looks like me. But I think he looks better like his mother." He looked at his son for a few times, then went into the inner room to see his wife, who had just given birth to a child with great difficulty. Li Qi and Lin Weining were naturally very happy. They took turns holding the child for a while, and then let the wet nurse feed the baby. Li Fu came back and looked at the child for a while. He whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, "The child doesn't have eyebrows yet. My second brother insisted that the child's eyebrows and eyes look like his, and his nose looks like my second sister-in-law." "How did he tell that?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I can't tell that either. You can tell when he grows up." Li Fu thought so too. He thought that his second brother was probably too happy to lose his mind. If it were their child, he would not be like this. He will be a rational father. After staying here for a while, the couple went back to rest. The arrival of the newborn brought a lot of laughter to the Li family. Many families knew about this and sent gifts. The Empress Dowager passed away not long ago, so the Li family could not hold a grand ceremony, and there were many relatives who came to visit. This day, Mrs. Zhao came with her family and daughters. Zhao Ping had a very ordinary relationship with her stepmother, and she was really troubled at the moment. She didn't want to entertain them at all. Unfortunately, the rules were there, and she was reluctant and had no choice. Mrs. Zhao also brought the unmarried daughter of the Zhao family. When she saw Zhao Ping's unpromising appearance, she really couldn't understand it. Although the eldest son of the Li family is not as good as his two younger brothers, why did he take a fancy to this most insignificant concubine's daughter? Mrs. Zhao wanted to replace her with her own legitimate daughter, but the Li family refused. Mrs. Zhao's eyes were bleeding with hatred. This concubine's daughter is becoming more and more disobedient. She always refuses to assign her to do something for the Zhao family. Mrs. Zhao is getting angrier and angrier. It's a pity that Zhao Ping's biological mother died early. Otherwise she would have been a good hostage until now. Zhao Ping whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Look, my mother brought two younger sisters here today. The daughters of our Zhao family are like leeks in the field. One after another. I don't even know what their ranking is. Her father's ability as an official may not be very good, but he has achieved certain results by marrying his daughter. No one can match his ability." Zhang Zhuzhu thought this was a bit exaggerated. As a result, Mrs. Zhao pointed at the two girls and said, "Ping Yang, this is your 15th sister, and the other one is your second uncle's illegitimate daughter in the countryside. She is just like your biological sister. You can just call her Ru." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, 15? She also brought a relative's daughter here. It seems that what her sister-in-law said is not exaggerated. The two girls are pretty, especially the one called Ru. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help but look at her twice more. This is the woman dressed as a woman behind Mrs. Zhao, who moved her eyes to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu had been sitting for a long time and needed to get up and move around. Otherwise she could prevent the problem before it happened. Zhao Ping was concentrating on dealing with her stepmother, saying, "With such a well-behaved sister serving my father and mother, my daughter will feel at ease." Her smile was really forced, and Mrs. Zhao didn't care about it. "We, as parents, are always worried about you married daughters. Your mother will feel at ease only if you live well outside." Zhao Ping perfunctorily said, "Don't worry. I'm fine. I don't know if my sisters are fine." The daughters of the Zhao family also forced a smile and said that everything was fine. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself, "What kind of family is this?" Zhang Zhuzhu really felt the fakeness on their faces. Two big characters. She was not used to seeing it, so she made up an excuse to go outside. Mrs. Zhao saw Zhang Zhuzhu leave, and she said she was going to change clothes, and asked Zhao Ping to follow her. When they reached a secluded place, she said, "Your cousin is so beautiful. It would be a pity if she married casually. Your father asked her to stay with you. Find a chance and send her to your third brother's room while Zhang is unable to serve you." Zhao Ping, What did you say? Chapter 232, I don't need my mother's family anymore. Zhao Ping felt that something was wrong with her ears at that moment. Mrs. Zhao was still chattering, saying, "If you can do this, your father, and I will make your biological mother a concubine and move her grave to the ancestral grave of our Zhao family. You don't have to do anything. You just need to let her stay with you, and say that she misses her sisters at home. She will naturally find a way to make the rice cooked. The Li family is still the most promising one for Li Fu. If the Zhao family has a daughter who says something to Li Fu, then the Zhao family will definitely have more hope." Zhao Ping finally understood what she was saying and said loudly, "Madam, are you and my father confused? Why are they all calculating like this? This calculation is useless. Besides, even if it is useful, the Zhao family used her to push people in. How can she live in the Li family in the future? She doesn't care about things. But she is the eldest sister-in-law of the Li family. Is it reasonable for her to calculate her own family like this?" Zhao Ping didn't learn the truth in the Zhao family, but she has understood it all over the years. If a family calculates against each other internally, it is not a sign of the prosperity of the family. She will never do such a thing. Zhang Zhuzhu and her have a relationship. When she was pregnant with you, it was Zhang Zhuzhu who took care of her. She and Li Fu always take care of the children. She must not do anything ruthless. Madam, I won't keep this sister. My mother can't be the concubine of the Zhao family. I will kowtow to her and confess my crime in the underworld. You should take her back the same way you brought her here." Zhao Ping's attitude was very firm. Mrs. Zhao snorted coldly, "You are really too arrogant. You don't even listen to your parents. You are an unfilial daughter. Zhao Ping interrupted her and said, "Parents are kind. And children are filial. I have never seen the kindness of you and my father." Mrs. Zhao was right. She was too arrogant. Her eldest son was smart and studious. He was the eldest grandson of the Li family. She gave birth to 3 children in the Li family. Her husband had no illegitimate children. Why couldn't she be tough? What could the Zhao family do to her? She no longer needed the Zhao family as her mother's family. As for her biological mother, she had been gone for more than 10 years. In the first year after Zhao Ping and Li Pu got married, they went to Daxiangwo Temple to perform a ritual for her. Her biological mother had long been reincarnated and was living a good life in a good family. The concubine of the Zhao family. Huh? The wife doesn't care about it. She turned around and walked out. "Mother, go change your clothes. I'll go take care of my sisters." Mrs. Zhao was very angry when she saw her leaving her behind. Wasn't she doing it for the prosperity of the Zhao family? If the Zhao family prospers, wouldn't it benefit her? What a stubborn bastard. She didn't even listen to her stepmother. She would tell others when she got back. How filial she. Zhao Ping is. Zhao Ping hurried out and saw Zhang Zhuzhu playing with Yor in the pavilion. Yor was laughing very happily. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Zhao Ping's face and said, "I rarely see you like this. Sister-in-law, did one of your sisters make you angry? Do you want me to help you? This face is really ugly." Zhao Ping smiled sincerely this time. "Who dares to mess with me? I am the best among the Zhao sisters. They all rushed to praise me." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and comforted her. "No one will stay for lunch. Sister-in-law, please be patient. You are right. You play with Yor. I'm going back." Zhao Ping touched her youngest son's head, said something to Zhang Zhuzhu, and left again. Mrs. Zhao never found another opportunity to talk about this matter. And she was so anxious. She even wanted to say that she accidentally forgot to bring her niece back. Zhao Ping kept staring at them. And when she left, she asked her maids to guard them tightly, leaving the Zhao family no chance at all. Mrs. Zhao's legitimate daughter, who wanted to see Zhang Zhuzhu laugh, said, "Mother, why didn't you keep that little bitch?" Mrs. Zhao said, "That concubine's daughter, a lowly embryo, has grown wings and refuses to listen to me." Her daughter snorted, "That's a pity. Our family specially found this rower from the countryside. Didn't they say that Li Fu looked down on noble ladies and only liked rural girls? The person specially prepared by their Zhao family was not sent out today." Mrs. Zhao said, "Who said it wasn't? It's all Zhao Ping's fault. She has no rules at all." But they couldn't do anything to Zhao Ping. She gave birth to 3 children for the Li family, and is now a member of the Li family. It's not the Zhao family's turn to control her. Zhao Ping told her husband about this at night. And Li Pu was speechless. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are really. What's going on? Can they stretch their hands further? As a son-in-law, he has also helped him. Isn't this enough? Zhao Ping was also very angry and said, "Isn't it? Tell Sanlang to be more careful recently. My father likes to get people drunk when entertaining people, and then send a woman over. Those men will take advantage of him." Li Pu smiled and said, "Sanlang is not someone that anyone can plot against. Only Li Fu plots against others. Not against him." Zhao Ping, then you have to say something. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something really goes wrong in my family, how can we be worthy of them? It's really no use reminding Zhang Zhuzhu. She's pregnant. It's not good to get angry. Let Li Fu be on guard. Zhao Ping thinks Li Fu won't take the initiative to do something he shouldn't do. The next day, Li Pu found his brother and told him about this. The Zhao family has always been like this. Your eldest sister-in-law's third brother's wife treats you like a real sister. She will never agree to this. You should be careful. Li Pu spoke directly to Li Fu. Li Fu knew what the Zhao family was like. In the Ming family, which had just fallen, someone took his daughter as a concubine. But it didn't affect him. It seemed that the Lu family also had this problem. Now the idea was set on him again. Li Fu said, "Don't worry, brother, and tell your sister-in-law to rest assured. I know what's going on. If your sister-in-law wasn't pregnant, I wouldn't have to tell you. You just know what's going on." Li Pu patted his shoulder. "You are also going to be a father. If you don't understand something, come and ask me." In other aspects, Li Pu felt that he really didn't have the style of a big brother. But when it came to being a father, he was more serious than Li Fu. Li Fu smiled and said, "Thank you, brother. I will come back to ask you for advice." The brothers chatted for a while, and went to the government office. Li Qi passed by and was relieved to see that they had a good relationship. At night, Li Fu told Zhang Juju about this. Zhang Juju pinched Li Fu's arm. "You are really capable." Li Fu let him pinch and said, "What kind of ability is this? I am pitiful. And they are thinking of calculating me. Or Juju feels sorry for me." Zhang Juju was amused by him, and let go of her hand and said, "I said that my sister-in-law looked like she wanted to eat people that day. I guess she was very angry. Look at Mrs. Zhou. What are you preparing?" She also prepared a portion for our children. For Tao. And for my sister-in-law's 3 children. She was afraid that my second sister-in-law would have a hard time at home. The Zhao family really doesn't care about my sister-in-law at all. And they are afraid that she will have a good life. Zhang Zuzu said. If Zhao Ping's biological mother was still alive, it would definitely not be like this. But Mr. Zhao is my biological father. How can he be a father like this? The Zhao family has always been like this. My eldest sister-in-law is now a member of the Li family, and has nothing to do with them. Li Fu said. Chapter 233 Outing. The Zhao family's affairs did not disturb Zhang Juju's mood. It was not a big deal for her. On the contrary, something happened to Lord Zhao, which was enough to keep the Zhao family busy for a while. They would definitely not think of sending a concubine to Li Fu. Early in the morning, Zhang Juju was woken up by Li Fu. She did not even open her eyes, and said unhappily, "Why are you pushing me?" Her belly was big. Her body was swollen and uncomfortable. And she had to get up many times at night. She could not sleep well at all. Li Fu was going to torment her. Li Fu said, "Let's go out to play today." Zhang Juju moved to the bed with difficulty. What to play? I won't go. It was really inconvenient for her to go out. Recently, she had been communicating with her friends through letters, instead of meeting them in person. She felt that she was too embarrassed. She had grown so big that she had to breathe heavily when talking to others. It was really not good. Although her friends did not dislike her, she did not want to appear in front of others with such a look. Everyone loves beauty. She likes other people's beautiful faces, and also likes to be neat and pretty. Li Fu said, "Let's go to the boat to play. There will be no one else today. Only the 2 of us." Zhang Juju opened her eyes. Will it be inconvenient? Li Fu helped her sit up. I will serve you today. Don't worry. Li Fu saw that she stayed at home all day, and saw that her second sister-in-law was now in confinement. Mrs. Zhou even said that she had to wait until 100 days to go out for a breath of fresh air. Li Fu thought that she should go out with Juju before she gave birth, after the confinement period. If Juju was still not in good health, she could not go out until next year. It would be so inconvenient to take care of a child at that time. Zhang Juju felt a little better when she thought about going out to play. She changed her clothes, put on her makeup, and went out with Li Fu. The weather was not as hot as before, and the carriage slowly moved on the streets of the capital. Li Fu supported Zhang Zuzu and said, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Zuzu shook her head. "Don't eat too much. You have to avoid eating. If the child is too big and difficult to deliver, that would be really fatal. Now I can't eat even if I want to." Li Fu looked at her and said, "Take a bite, and let me eat the rest." Zhang Juju listened and said a few things, and Li Fu asked someone to buy them. This lake in the capital is not natural, but artificially dug. It is said that an emperor in the previous dynasty felt that the feng shui of the capital was not good, and with this lake, he could bless his descendants to rule the country for thousands of years. Zhang Zuzu said, "This is a lie. How can you believe it and become an emperor? How did you get the country?" Which emperor would not be deceived by the 2 words thousands of years and immortality? Li Fu said with a smile. Zhang Juzu thought, "That's true. It shows that it's not others who deceive you, but you deceive yourself." Li Fu nodded. "That's right. The family fortune accumulated by this dynasty for many years was destroyed by the previous emperor. The previous emperor liked to make elixirs for immortality, and was addicted to beauty. He had both, and it was good that he didn't destroy the country. Others can't do anything about it. I hope that our king will not do this in the future." Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu sighed. "Yes. King Wu now disdains these things. But no emperor was interested in those things at the beginning. They all tasted the power and were reluctant to let go when they were old. And then, they started." Zhang Juju smiled and said, "Why don't we go over and burn some incense and ask for the blessing of the Bodhisattva?" Li Fu was amused by this, and Zhang Zuju also laughed. This was of course a joke. to stop the emperor from asking the Taoists to make elixirs. They asked the Buddha for help. What do you call this? Zhang Zuzu just laughed. The people who were going to buy things also came up and handed in a food box. Zhang Zuzu tasted a bite and left the rest for Li Fu to eat. The two of them ate halfway. And when they arrived at the place, Zhang Zuzu was full. Which boat did you rent? Zhang Zuzu asked. Li Fu, you forgot the boat you bought? Zhang Zuzu thought about it. Oh, yes. It was the Duke's mansion that was raided. Right? Yes. That's the one, Li Fu said. Li Fu helped her get on the boat. And the boat went to the middle of the lake. Zhang Zuzu was not used to it, and held Li Fu's hand tightly. I can't stand steadily. I'm a little scared. This boat won't sink. Right? No. We've had people check it these days. And everything that needs repairing has been repaired. There's nothing wrong with it. Just try walking. Li Fu slowly let go of her hand. Zhang Zuzu tried to walk a few steps. And sure enough, there was no big problem. Li Fu followed closely beside her. And she soon got used to it. The weather is really nice, Zhang Zuzu said to Li Fu with a smile. I'm happy today. Li Fu nodded. Yeah. I'm happy too. He hoped that she would always be happy, which was not only an expectation, but also a promise. When she was unhappy, Li Fu would always find a way to make her happy, and keep away from troubles and sorrows. Zhang Zuzu was indeed very happy for what she had done for Li Fu. Some people will only say, why are you unhappy? You are living a life of luxury at home. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to worry about anything. Isn't that enough? They asked him, what else do you want? Isn't what you have already gotten enough? Li Fu never does this. If you are interested, don't you know why the person next to you is unhappy and bothered? If you don't know, you just don't want to know. Zhang Zuzu went up to hold Li Fu's hand, and Li Fu held her hand back. Zhang Zuzu said, you treat me like this, and I feel that I have neglected you a little recently. Li Fu gently touched her belly with his other hand. I know you are too tired for him. I am fine. Zhang Zuzu also looked at her belly. She was indeed occupied by this child. But there was nothing she could do. It was like this when she was pregnant. Then please take care of me, she said to Li Fu. Li Fu, I dare not disobey you. The sun shone on Zhang Zuzu's face. She was rarely free from the things within the courtyard walls today, although there were still troubles and hardships brought by the baby in her belly. Her mood was already very good. It was really a good thing to be able to play out at this time. By the way, what did you tell your family? Zhang Zuzu asked him. If her mother-in-law knew that Li Fu was wearing her now, she would probably be furious. It's not that Lin Weining is stingy and doesn't let Zhang Zuzu go out, but it's too dangerous. Even if Wu Guangyang and Zhang Dachuan knew about it, they would have to teach Zhang Zuzu a lesson. Li Fu said, I said that there are too many guests at home recently, and you are tired. Go to Daxiangwo Temple to burn incense today, and ask the monk to look at the child. Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, oh, you are lying. Then you are finished. If it is exposed, I will not cover up your lie. I will say that I know nothing at that time. Li Fu said, no need for you. It won't be exposed, I specifically asked. And there are no acquaintances on the lake today. Zhang Zuzu nodded. That's the best. Chapter 234. She is about to become a mother. After staying on the boat for most of the day, Zhang Zuzu felt sleepy, and Li Fu accompanied her to rest. Has the second sister-in-law's son been named? Li Fu asked. We have decided on a few characters, and my father said that he would also decide on the name of our child. Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzu said, it's a pity that we can't name the child. Grandfather's naming is a sign of his love for the child, and they can't refuse everything. Li Fu said, pick one you like. And your father is not unreasonable. Zhang Zuzu thought. I hope there will be a character they both like, and I will pick it and use it as the child's name. Li Fu saw that she couldn't open her eyes. Go to sleep. Zhang Zuzu, well, I'll sleep for a while. Otherwise, I won't be sleepy at night if I sleep too much during the day. You must wake me up. Understand? It can't be the same as last time. Last time. Zhang Zuzu asked Li Fu to wake her up in half an hour. But Li Fu saw that she was sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to wake her. As a result, the couple sat on the bed in the middle of the night. And Zhang Zuzu pulled Li Fu to talk and didn't allow him to sleep. Li Fu learned his lesson and immediately agreed. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will definitely wake you up when the time comes. He had realized his mistake. And he was not a child. So he would not fall in the same place again. Zhang Zhuzhu fell asleep peacefully. She didn't sleep for long before she woke up. There was a loud voice outside, as if someone was shouting at Li Fu. Hearing this noise, Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't sleep anymore. Seeing that Li Fu was not there, she wanted to go out and take a look. Li Fu was indeed talking to someone. The people on the opposite boat invited Li Fu to go over for a drink. Li Fu promised not to drink, so he wouldn't go. Besides, Li Fu couldn't drink the wine on the opposite boat. That was someone from the Lu family. It was the Lu family of Empress Dowager Lu. The girl who threatened to make Zhang Zhuzhu a concubine was called Lu Yingying. She was from this Lu family. The Empress Dowager asked Empress Dowager Lu to stab her to death with a knife. The Ming family completely packed up and left. Now that Empress Dowager Lu was disciplining the little emperor in the palace, the Lu family stood up and worked very hard in the struggle to deal with the Ming family. Now, thanks to Empress Dowager Lu, the Lu family has more contacts with the outside world. Li Fu refused to go, but the person opposite him kept insisting, and talked about the friendship they had when they were studying together. Li Fu was very unhappy. What kind of friendship could he have with the other party? When he was studying, he tried his best. But some people were busy bullying in the Imperial College. Li Fu had no friendship with them. But the Lu family was unwilling to miss this opportunity to win over Li Fu. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed open the door and walked over, whispering to Li Fu, "Why don't we go somewhere else to play? I've had enough fun." Before Li Fu could speak, Lu Yunda opposite him smiled and said, "No wonder my brother refused. It turns out that he brought his sister-in-law here. He is the eldest son of the Lu family, and now he looks respectable." But these words sounded like Zhang Zhuzhu was jealous, which was not pleasant to hear. He continued, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. There is nothing shameful in my banquet. You two just come over." Zhang Zhuzhu did not intend to put herself in danger. She saw the two women beside Lu Yunda. One was Lu Yingying, and the other was dressed as a woman with a white flower in her hair, which was the dress of a widow. Li Fu whispered beside her, "The deposed prince married a Lu girl." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the woman for a second longer, then retracted her gaze, and made an expression of holding her stomach and frowning, as if she was in some pain. Li Fu hurriedly supported Zhang Zhuzhu, asked the boatman to turn around, and said to the people on the opposite side, "My wife is pregnant and not feeling well. We can only attend the banquet tomorrow." Without waiting for Lu Yunda to say anything, the boat left. Lu Yunda was very unhappy, thinking that Li Fu was indeed extraordinary, and even refused to accept his banquet. Lu Yingying was so angry that she jumped up and down, pointing at the two people on the opposite side and said, "This Li Fu is really ungrateful. At the beginning, I said that our Lu family wanted to turn over, and I married him as a reward for him. But he refused to listen. Now that woman's belly is so big, like a pregnant sow, he still refuses to look me in the eye. How stupid." The abandoned crown princess was named Lu Weiwei, and she was Lu Yingying's half-sister. Both of them were legitimate daughters. But Lu Weiwei was forced to marry the abandoned crown prince for many years, and lived a life of no return. Now that the deposed prince is dead, she is a little relieved. Lu Weiwei was a little unhappy to hear her sister say this about a pregnant woman, and said, "She is pregnant, and will soon be a mother. You are also a woman, and you will get married, and have children in the future. How can you slander her like this? God knows that she dreams of having a child. But she can't do it anymore. The deposed prince was born like that. Even though she was forced by the queen mother to have sex with him many times, and suffered countless humiliations, she didn't get pregnant. Not only her, but all women have never gotten pregnant. Later, she finally got pregnant." Lu Weiwei looked down at her belly, as if she was lost in memories. Then Lu Yingying's sharp voice reached Lu Weiwei's ears. "Humph. So what if she's pregnant? A country bitch. Even if she's pregnant, she'll still be a bastard?" Lu Weiwei suddenly came to her senses, and slapped Lu Yingying in the face. She was thin, but the slap was very powerful. Lu Yingying fell to the ground and looked at her weak and useless sister in disbelief. She cried in pain, and was taken to the side by the maid. Lu Weiwei came to her senses, and knew that she had lost her composure. But she couldn't bear to hear these two words. She said to Lu Yunda, "Brother, I feel dizzy and uncomfortable." Lu Yunda and she were born of the same mother, and he had a bit of pity for her. He said, "If you don't feel well, go back and rest." That's it. I brought you up today to relax so that you don't have to suffer all day copying scriptures and chanting Buddha for that fool. Brother won't mention anything else. Lu Weiwei nodded and gave her brother a sincere smile. Brother is right. The beautiful scenery should not be wasted. Lu Yunda said, that's it. The fool is dead. Don't think about the past. You still have your brother. His biological sister. Smart and gentle. Kind-hearted. Was forced to marry the fool. Humiliated for many years. And deprived of freedom. That fool born by the stepmother. Was arrogant at home. And someone would take care of her for all the trouble she caused. Why? Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu got off the boat and wanted to see the scenery again. She asked Li Fu, I don't know this abandoned crown princess. Li Fu said, she and Lu Yunda are siblings from the same mother. It is said that she was sent to the East Palace when she was young to accompany the abandoned crown prince. The two grew up together. Later, the abandoned crown prince was officially canonized. And she married him. She lived in seclusion and was rarely seen. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. The Lu family hopes that she will give birth to a son. Zhang Zhuzhu became pregnant with the deposed prince because of inbreeding, which led to mental retardation. Marrying a cousin is simply a disaster. This girl is really miserable. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I think it is best not to marry blood relatives within 3 generations. Chapter 235 Am I always right? Li Fu, Zhang Zhuzhu said, when cousins get married, especially when their mothers or sisters, there is a high probability that they will give birth to children with defects. Li Fu had not paid attention to this matter. Nowadays, there are many marriages of close relatives, which can consolidate the ties between families. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you believe me? Really? How about this? Let's free up some people from Jingzhou Prefecture and ask them to investigate this matter. If it is true, we can't say that it is forbidden. But shouldn't we try to reduce such marriages as much as possible? If the children born have problems, the price paid by the women is greater. There is a high probability that they will give birth one after another, and the women will not be able to survive. Men can marry someone else and take concubines. But what about women? Li Fu said, I have never paid attention to this matter. Generally, every family has children who die young. This is very common. Of course you won't pay attention to it, said Zhang Zhuzhu. It's just that people with the same surname can't marry. But the mothers of both parties are sisters, and the fathers are brothers. That's the same. Everyone inherits half of the blood from their parents. In fact, it's genes. But this statement is difficult to explain. You are now the Shaolin of Jingzhou Prefecture. You have to ensure that the people of the capital are well-born and well-raised. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, okay. You convinced me. I will send someone to investigate. Zhang Zhuzhu was satisfied, believe me. Close relatives marrying is really very bad. It is easy to have hereditary family diseases, and children are more likely to die young. Li Fu thought for a moment. I have a friend who has now gone south to recuperate. He is the legitimate son of the family, and his biological father and mother are cousins. He has been in worse health than his half-brother since he was a child. Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. That's right. His mother may have had a miscarriage. And his brothers and sisters from the same mother are also likely to be in poor health. Li Fu, his mother is indeed in poor health due to a miscarriage. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. It's because the blood relationship is too close. It doesn't mean that you can't give birth to a good child. But the chance of giving birth to a bad child is greater. You can investigate. It must be like this. It is said that it is possible for close relatives to give birth to a child with high IQ and health. But this is almost the same as the chance of winning the lottery. And women have to gamble with their lives. Li Fu, okay. I'll ask someone to check. And ask the respected doctors in the capital and the imperial hospital if they know about this. Zhang Zhuzhu thought they must know. She didn't believe that after so many years of inheritance of medical skills, no experience has been summarized. It's just that women suffer when giving birth. And men don't care. Even if they know about this, they may marry cousins to consolidate their interests. Anyway, they can take concubines and have children. Zhang Zhuzhu wants women to believe this. They may not have the opportunity to choose, but they will know that it is not their fault. It is not their fault that they cannot give birth to qualified heirs for their cousin husbands. It is not their fault that they cannot give their children a healthy body, as wives and mothers. They are not wrong. They just have a hard life. Born in this era, and have no power to choose. The two walked on the road by the lake for a while, and suddenly saw Lu Yingying running forward like a gust of wind. The two sides met on a narrow road, and the scene was very embarrassing. Zhang Juju blurted out, "I said that she would definitely be beaten if she looked like that." As soon as Lu Yingying opened her mouth, she looked like the world revolved around her. And who wouldn't want to beat her? Lu Yingying thought about her face being swollen like nothing, and Li Fu saw it. And Zhang Juju laughed at her, and she couldn't stand it and left crying. Zhang Juju wanted to laugh a little but held back. It must be her brother who beat her. I saw the handprints. Her brother looks gentle and refined, but I didn't expect him to beat a woman. Zhang Juju said, "Don't associate with him. Beating a woman is really disgusting." Even if Lu Yingying deserved a beating, it was very ungentlemanly for a man to hit her. Li Fu, okay. I never associated with him. Zhang Juju said again, "That's right." The two smiled at each other, and did not stay outside for long, and went home. Li Fu, don't you want to go somewhere else to play? Zhang Juju said, "I don't really want to go. You stay at home with me. And I can do it too." Li Fu saw that she was really not unhappy, so he was relieved. And the couple went home together. Lin Weiying knew that they were back, so she sent a maid to ask them how they burned incense today. Li Fu made up a story, and sent the maid away. Fortunately, Lin Weiying was now more concerned about his grandson, who had just been born, so he did not doubt it. At night, Li Fu sat on the bed, and Zhang Juju sat with her back to him, asking him to hold her belly with his hands, so that she could rest for a while. This child, I think his foot kicked my internal organs, Zhang Juju said weakly. Li Fu hugged Zhang Juju, and did not speak. "Tell me, your mother worked hard to give birth to you, but you deceived her for me. If our son would be like this in the future, I would be so sad," Zhang Juju said. "It is really the most difficult thing in the world for a mother to be pregnant for 10 months. Li Fu said, "You can't say that. I usually respect my mother, and my successful career has met her expectations. I can obey her. But you are her daughter-in-law." "My daughter-in-law? She has never given birth to you. There will be no real mother-daughter relationship between you because of our marriage. If I still obey you, it will be difficult for you. Although the mother-in-law has the power to discipline the daughter-in-law, power is one party forcing the other. Power is a kind of oppression." Zhang Juju said, "You think very clearly." Li Fu, "Of course I know very well. I have also heard about the disagreement between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. Don't you think that filial piety goes against human nature? Why is there a saying that a daughter-in-law becomes a mother-in-law? Because becoming a mother-in-law means having power. Many women cannot see through this, and regard this power as a life-saving straw. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. A terrible cycle of fate." Zhang Juju nodded. "I will not discipline my daughter-in-law when I become a mother-in-law in the future." Of course, Lin Weiying did not have any problem. She did not want Zhang Juju to go out because of her concern. The current situation of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the Li family has not reached that stage yet. Li Fu said, "You are a good daughter-in-law. If my son marries a daughter-in-law, and she dares to be unreasonable, I will drive them all out of the house at that time." Zhang Juju laughed when she heard this. "Look at what you said. What if others have their own reasons? I have my own reasons. I have never heard you say the wrong truth," Li Fu said to her. Zhang Juju leaned on Li Fu's arms, and couldn't help laughing. "Am I always right?" "Yes," Li Fu said to her. Zhang Juju was in a good mood, but as for the truth, how can you know right from wrong without experience? Let the children experience it themselves in the future. Li Fu nodded. "I listen to you. Go to sleep." Zhang Juju had a beautiful dream tonight. There was a beautiful scenery on the lake. A beautiful, golden, chubby koi jumped out of the water, and jumped into her arms. Chapter 236. King Wu is going to worship Buddha. When she woke up the next day, Zhang Juju felt that she had a good dream. She couldn't remember what she dreamed about, but she was in a good mood. Li Fu went out early and came back late, so Zhang Juju was free. Her parents and brother often came to see her, and her friends would come over. She didn't have any worries for the time being. After more than half a month, Li Fu's worries came. His worries were simple. King Wu is going to Daxiangwo Temple to worship Buddha. Li Fu said, "Your Highness is the regent. Now you have the power of the court. How can you go to the Buddhist temple at will? What the superior likes, the subordinates must do." The previous emperor liked to make elixirs. Everyone in the court and the country discussed Taoism and supported Taoist temples. after the death of the previous emperor. Fan Xiao spent a lot of effort to calm this trend. Li Fu is now also working hard to suppress temples and Taoist temples in the capital, and does not allow people to become monks at will. For example, if Zhang Juju wanted to become a nun because she didn't want to get married, this is arbitrary and needs to be controlled. Temples and Taoist temples have large tracts of land and population that do not need to pay taxes. So this is a place that needs to be strictly controlled. King Wu actually wanted to go there at this time. Li Fu tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen, saying that he was just going to take a look and not do anything. Not doing anything is already scary. So what else do you want to do? Zhang Zuzu knew that he was anxious. So she fanned him with a fan and said, "Calm down. Daxiangguo Temple is also a 1,000-year-old temple. Recently, a lot of effort has been put into the construction of Jingzhou Prefecture. It is a place for serious practice, not just for making money. The atmosphere in Daxiangguo Temple is considered good." Zhang Zuzu said, "Let's start with the temples and Taoist temples in the capital. All the monks, Taoist priests and nuns will be tested on their studies and asked about the scriptures and Zen. Those who fail more than 3 times will be forced to return to secular life to correct the atmosphere." Jingzhou Prefecture has always had a special government office to manage religious affairs. But in recent years, the Taoist temples have all had backgrounds, and the government office is in name only. It's time to manage them and let them remember what their real business is. Li Fu had this intention, but he was worried that it would be difficult to manage after King Wu left. So he was angry here. After Zhang Juju said this, he really calmed down a lot, took the fan and said, "Your Highness, you can worship Buddha as you like. I don't think you will stop me from doing these things." "That's right. It won't interfere with the business. If Daxiangguo Temple dares to use this for publicity, they will suffer," Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu nodded and said yes. On the day when Wu Wanfu went there, Zhang Zuzu also received an invitation from Wu Wanfei and Xiao Pan. So on that day, the couple got on the carriage together, and this time, they really went to Daxiangguo Temple. Li Fu had a dark face and carefully protected Zhang Zuzu. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, "If you get off the carriage like this, people will think that I made you unhappy." Li Fu said, "Don't worry. Why I am unhappy, everyone in Wu Wanfu knows. I walked out like this that day." Zhang Zuzu thought about the scene and couldn't help laughing. "Well, it seems that I will not be implicated." "That's good." Li Fu pinched her face. No one would think that way. Those people, but privately said that Li Fu was sick. Arriving at Daxiangguo Temple, Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu got off the carriage. Almost everyone had arrived, and the carriage of Prince Wu's mansion would arrive in a while. The Princess of Heian was accompanying her mother, and she was happy to see Zhang Zuzu. Princess Jing said, "Look, she dared to go out even though her belly was so big. She said she went to the lake to take a boat 2 days ago. Only you are timid, and you are not made of mud. You dare not even go out of the door." Ever since she got pregnant, her daughter has been cautious and suspicious. Princess Jing couldn't stand it, so she called her out today. "There is no reason to stay at home every day when you are pregnant. You will go crazy if you stay at home every day." Princess Heian was scolded by her mother. This time she couldn't laugh anymore and said, "Well, then she is in good health. I am not in poor health. What's wrong with you? I'll give you bird's nest and ginseng. Or I'll find you dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder." Princess Jing rolled her eyes at her daughter. Princess Heian, Okay. Please stop talking. I'll go talk to someone." Princess Heian left quickly to avoid being nagged again. Really? It was okay to be nagged before, but now she is about to be a mother. If the child hears it, it will be so embarrassing and shameful. She saw Zhang Zuzu and asked, "Did you go boating?" Zhang Zuzu was shocked. "How did you know? This matter should not be known by anyone." Princess Heian knew it was true at a glance and said, "My mother said it." "I don't know how she knew it. You went boating on the lake, and you didn't ask me?" Zhang Zuzu said confidently. "Then I only knew that I was going to go boating on the lake after I went out. Sanlang arranged it. I just went out to have fun." Princess Heian was speechless now. She thought about it. The lake is humid and dangerous. Pregnant people should not go there. Zhang Zuzu, don't say that grapes are sour because you can't eat them here. You are better than the imperial doctor. Princess Heian glared at her. Zhang Zuzu laughed. "Don't be angry. Let your pansy take you there too." "Hey, I met someone from the Lu family that day, and it seems that there was a deposed crown princess among them. Have you seen her? When Princess Haong heard her talking about Lu Weiwei, she pulled her aside and whispered, You see Lu Weiwei? Oh, she has a miserable life. You know my cousin. He is not very smart. Like a child. She will suffer a lot if she marries him. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this must be the case. Princess Haong leaned close to Zhang Zhuzhu's ear. I heard that Empress Dowager Lu personally brought a nanny to their room to teach her son how to have a family with Lu Weiwei in order to make her pregnant with my stupid cousin's child. This has been going on for several years. Zhang Zhuzhu was scared when she heard it. This is really necessary. They were two living people, not animals mating. It's okay that the deposed prince is a fool. But Lu Weiwei is a normal woman. How could she endure this torture? Princess Haong, why not? If you have a son, it would be more legitimate than what you have now. I heard from my father that the late emperor insisted on enthroning this fool because he was afraid that a prince would take his throne. And it ended up like this. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. People are crazy. Princess Haong, isn't it? The people in our Zhou family are just asking for trouble. Fortunately, my parents are decent people. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Anyone who has anything to do with power can turn people into strange things. Moreover, the Lu family seemed to be only one step away from that position. And now they are naturally unwilling to give up. Zhang Zhuzhu said, no matter how they plan, it will not work. The power of the Wuwang mansion can no longer be stopped. Zhou Lanchu said, isn't it? Just live an honest life. Why do you have to make trouble? As the two talked, the carriage of the Wuwang mansion finally arrived. Hundreds of guards rushed over and surrounded the Daxiangguo temple to ensure that there was no danger. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the scene and thought that unless the assassin could be invisible, it would be better to save the trouble of assassinating the Wuwang. Chapter 237 King Wu was assassinated. The abbot of Daxiangguo temple came out to greet King Wu in person. The old monk still gave face to King Wu's mansion. King Wu also said a few words to the old monk very politely. The scene was very harmonious. Li Fu's face was almost like a pot bottom. Zhou came up and put his arm around his shoulders. You are still angry. Don't be angry. Li Fu didn't say anything. King Wu's wife and Xiao Pan also got off the carriage at the back. Xiao Pan immediately sent a few maids and called Zhang Zhuzhu and Haong County Lord over. Xiao Pan saw the two of them and said, You two are pregnant. Follow me for a while and don't go anywhere. Do you hear me? The two of them quickly agreed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, My queen, what is the prince doing? There is such a big commotion today. Xiao Pan smiled and said, When has the commotion in the Wuwang mansion been quiet? I heard that you went boating. You are indeed in good health. Zhang Zhuzhu, how come everyone knows that I went boating? Then her mother-in-law will know about it immediately. Help, Xiao Pan said. I don't know who told you, but I heard it by ear. You two are so close. Zhang Zhuzhu kept smiling, but she was still shouting for help in her heart. It was because the second sister-in-law's nephew was crying these 2 days, and Lin Weining was worried. Otherwise she would have heard about it a long time ago. Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. We are doing well. How are you and the princess? Of course, said Xiao Pan. Let's go. My sister wants to listen to the sutras. You two can go and talk with me for a while. The group entered the temple. Li Fu naturally followed King Wu. He had 100 ways to exploit Daxiangguo temple in his mind, and he wanted to implement them one by one immediately. The abbot in front had already told King Wu about the Buddhist scriptures on how to save the souls of the dead. Zhou yawned while listening, and someone next to him bumped into his shoulder. Zhou turned around and saw that it was Zhou Ling, the son of the Prince of Changsha. After working as a hard laborer in Jingzhou Prefecture for half a month, had calluses on his hands when he returned. The princess of the county was so distressed that she almost fainted from crying. The Prince of Changsha took the opportunity to stuff his son into the Prince Wu's mansion to let him exercise. For this, the prince was almost scratched by the princess. Zhou shook his useless brother awake and whispered, What are you doing? The master is lecturing. How dare you sleep? Zhou Ling said with a bitter face, Brother, I will just sleep for a while. No one will know. Zhou glared, You wait. Go back and practice more. Zhou Ling's tears fell, and he felt that his life was miserable, and he would not live long. The king of Wu said, I have fought in the northwest for more than 20 years, and I once led my troops to destroy the country. In this way, My grievances will not be paid for hundreds of years. The abbot said hurriedly, "You are a hero who saves the world and a god of war. What you do is in accordance with the will of heaven. Those who die in your hands also have their own destiny." Li Fu's face was already very interesting at this time. King Wu deliberately looked back and almost laughed out loud. He coughed, "If I want to pray for my own salvation and a smooth next life, what should I do?" The abbot said, "You can worship your ancestral temple in Daxiangwo Temple. Daxiangwo Temple will chant scriptures and pray for you every day. You will definitely get what you want." Daxiangwo Temple did not want to miss this good opportunity to win over King Wu. The Taoists have taken so many benefits from their predecessors, and now it's their turn to be Buddhists. And by winning over King Wu, Jingzhou Prefecture can save the world from asking Daxiangwo Temple to do this and that, and pay money every day. The money of Daxiangwo Temple was not brought by the strong wind, but was blown away by the wind of Li in Jingzhou Prefecture. Daxiangwo Temple has money, but it doesn't spend money like this, building roads today and bridges tomorrow. Even the dignified Daxiangwo Temple can't stand it. If King Wu agrees to this matter, why should they be so humble in front of Jingzhou Prefecture in the future? King Wu said, "There is such a thing. Then I will consider it." Li Fu was stopped by Zhou Yi, who was afraid that Li Fu would get angry and go up to do something to the old monk. After talking for a while, King Wu continued to listen to the lecture, and then stood up again, saying that he wanted to walk outside, and the abbot and others naturally stood up to accompany him. The women here were also listening to the masters in talk. Zhang Zhuzhu had no religious beliefs, and did not believe in these things. She listened very casually. She just looked at the master from time to time. Why? The master should be about 30 years old. Although he was bald, he was a bald man with handsome features. Even without hair, you can see that he was very good looking. He was tall, had a nice voice, and was eloquent. The women present were attracted to him unconsciously. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Daxiangwo Temple was really good at doing business. No wonder many women like to listen to the sutras. Who doesn't like this? There was a sudden noise outside, and Princess Wu immediately said, "What's wrong?" The guard outside said, "Reply to the queen. The prince encountered an assassin over there. A martial monk." Princess Wu stood up suddenly. "What did you say?" "Don't worry, Princess. The assassin has been arrested. The Daxiangwo Temple is under strict security. The prince and the prince are safe," the guard replied. Princess Wu and Xiao Pan both breathed a sigh of relief. And then, they didn't care about listening to the sutra, and everyone went over together. Prince Wu was indeed assassinated. He walked around the Daxiangwo Temple with the crowd, and the temple also arranged warrior monks to guard him. As a result, a warrior monk suddenly attacked when Prince Wu was closest to him, holding a knife to stab Prince Wu. Of course, the result is imaginable. Prince Wu cherished his life very much, and the dozens of guards around him immediately protected him tightly, and the warrior monk was suppressed on the spot. At this moment, the abbot and other managers of Daxiangwo Temple were almost going crazy. Well, King Wu came to listen to the sutra happily, and asked what Daxiangwo Temple prepared for people before the salvation? Assassin. A martial monk assassin. Isn't this going to die? Even if King Wu is fine, Daxiangwo Temple is also to blame. When Zhang Zhuzhu followed the two princesses, she heard Li Fu questioning. Jingzhou Prefecture has repeatedly reminded you to find out the origins of the monks in the temple. How did you find out? If you can't do it, Jingzhou Prefecture will find out for you, Li Fu said. The people of Daxiangwo Temple said with a stiff face, "We have checked it several times. This is a fish that slipped through the net. Li Fu, it seems that the mesh of Daxiangwo Temple is too big. We have to change it to Jingzhou Prefecture." The people of Daxiangwo Temple said, "Li Xiaoyin, since the assassin has been arrested, Jingzhou Prefecture should go to track down the assassin, and Daxiangwo Temple must cooperate." Li Fu, "Yes. You all have to cooperate with the investigation. Daxiangwo Temple will be closed for 10 days. It can only open its doors to welcome guests after the case is investigated." Hearing this, the people of Daxiangwo Temple wanted to refute. 10 days? How is this possible? Do you know how many pilgrims and how much money Daxiangwo Temple will lose in 10 days? But this rebuttal was stopped by the abbot, because from beginning to end, King Wu did not say a word and never made excuses for Daxiangwo Temple. At this time, King Wu said, "By the way, when I was handling affairs in the palace that day, I met the king and talked to the master of Buddhism. Where is it? Chapter 238. Fishing for law enforcement. And managing the whole lake in the future. Of course, King Wu did not come up with the idea of Daxiangwo Temple by himself. He met a monk who told him about this matter during the ritual. At this time, the people of Daxiangwo Temple said it was Master Zhenming. He had a sudden heart disease a few days ago and passed away. Even though the abbot had experienced big scenes, he almost fainted at this moment. What is this called? This is called death without evidence. Samlang, King Wu said to him with a smile. Jingzhou Prefecture, jointly with the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple, investigate this case together, and make sure to find out who wants to take my life in this secluded place. What else did Li Fu not understand? What's the point of coming to Dali Temple to discuss Buddhist scriptures? King Wu has realized that someone is going to assassinate him. So he went to Daxiangwo Temple to fish. He is just waiting for the fish to take the bait, so he can track it down. Li Fu, thank you so much. King Wu looked at Li Fu's face and couldn't help laughing. Zhang Zhuzhu saw it clearly from the side. And she said to Xiao Pan speechlessly, Madam, how can His Highness bully people like this? What age is this? Is this what a regent prince should do? He is so idle. Li Fu was worried that he was really thinking about the monk. Good guy. Waiting here. Xiao Pan obviously knew the inside story. And smiled, don't be angry. The prince has long seen that a monk deliberately approached him, thinking that it was not a good thing. So he made today's arrangement. He said that your Samlang is not old, but he speaks and acts like an old man. So he just wanted to tease him. And there is no other meaning. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless. Well, a regent prince? Isn't he busy with state affairs? He still wants to tease people. Zhang Zhuzhu almost rolled her eyes. She still held back. He is the regent prince and an elder. She just had to hold back. What else can she do? She and Li Fu looked at each other. Both husband and wife looked helpless and speechless. King Wu laughed enough and said, What time is it? I heard that the vegetarian food in Daxiangwo Temple is excellent. I want to try it. The abbot hurriedly said. It's ready. King Wu nodded, waved to Li Fu and said, Have lunch with me first. You can check it in the afternoon after you are full. Li Fu responded. And King Wu went over to pat his shoulder and walked in front with a smile. Zhang Zhuzhu took the opportunity to run to Li Fu, eat something first. Don't be angry. Li Fu nodded and took her round fan away. He wanted to fan himself to calm down. You should eat more too. They are all vegetarian. You won't gain weight if you eat them. Li Fu did not forget to remind Zhang Zhuzhu. Fishing enforcement. This time we caught a big fish. This lake is under your control. Let's think more positively. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu laughed when he heard it. Okay. This is a fact and cannot be denied. Zhang Zhuzhu went back to find Xiao Pan. The vegetarian food at noon was really good. Zhang Zhuzhu ate a lot, and her belly seemed to be more obvious. Zhou Lanshu also ate less. Usually, her diet was carefully monitored by the maids, for fear that she would get fat and feed the fetus in her belly. Today, she ate vegetarian food, so there was no need to worry too much. The two of them ate the most. The people around them had already stopped talking, but they were still eating. Zhou Lanshu asked her, Hey, who do you think sent the assassin? Zhang Zhuzhu said, I can't think of that. Empress Dowager Lu, the two sons of the previous emperor, and the people left by the Ming family. It may be a foreigner seeking revenge. There are too many people. There are not many people who want King Wu to die. Zhou Lanshu thought it made sense and said, That's right. There are many. But what's the point of their assassination? There are so many people today. Zhang Zhuzhu said, If it succeeds, it will be a huge profit. As the two were talking, Princess Jing suddenly waved her hand, called her daughter over, and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhou Lanshu's face changed visibly, and she came back with a helpless look. Zhang Zhuzhu said, What's wrong with you? Zhou Lanshu said, My mother asked me to ask you how you could control Li Fu so tightly when you were pregnant. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I was so tired during my pregnancy. So of course, he had to take care of himself. They actually talked about these things in general when they wrote letters, but they just talked about it in person today. Zhou Lanshu said, But the traditional rule is that women should find concubines for their husbands when they are not with them. She has been struggling with this matter recently. Pan Jingping is still very good to her. It is not unacceptable to find 1 or 2 concubines as long as they don't give birth to children. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I might die if I'm pregnant. I might have a difficult birth. I might lose half my life if I don't die. I risk my life to give birth to a child for him. If a man doesn't sleep with a woman, he will die too. Don't spoil men too much. They are living well enough. Zhou Lanxu grew up in such an environment, and her thinking is understandable. Zhang Zuzhu didn't want to force her to change, but just stated a fact. Zhou Lanxu's face changed. Ah, you are right. My mother also said that I had one foot in the gate of hell. Yes, it's a very dangerous thing, Zhang Zuzhu said. Zhou Lanxu, if my mother-in-law arranges it, I will let his son solve it. She would not arrange it herself. On the other side, King Wu was full, and did not ask the Buddha anymore. He asked everyone who they thought wanted to kill him. Everyone was silent for a while. They also felt that there were too many people, and they could not count them for a while. Li Fu said, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Your Highness, you should be careful in the future." Everyone saw him fanning himself with a round fan used by women, and they all laughed. King Wu also laughed and said, "Be careful. Be careful. I will definitely be careful. Isn't it okay? You should investigate it carefully, and find out more clearly. If it was done by my two stupid nephews, I will take them back to the capital, so that they still have some courage." The emperor sent the princes to their fiefdoms early, not because they were stupid, but because they were a little smart. The emperor was afraid that his sons were too smart, and would think of treason. So he sent them away quickly, before King Wu entered the capital. They wanted to return to the capital, but unfortunately they had no power, and were stopped by the Ming and Lu families at that time. Now I don't know how much power they have accumulated. The courtier said, "Your Highness, it's better not to let the two princes enter the capital, so as to avoid further mistakes." King Wu said, "What can go wrong? I am afraid that two young boys will fight for what I have in my pocket." The courtier said, "There is no war in the south, but we should recall the General Jinan to the capital." King Wu heard this and thought about it seriously. It took 3 years for a scholar to rebel but failed. But it only took 1 word for a general to rebel. There was no other reason. He had soldiers. This was the person King Wu wanted to guard against. Although there was no war in the south, it was a taboo to recall the generals who were guarding the border. King Wu would not do such a thing. "Forget it. Let's discuss this later," King Wu said. "Oh, by the way, ask someone to prepare a food box and send it to Prime Minister Fan's house. He is recovering from his injuries, so he can eat something light." Everyone thought, "Come on. Do you think Prime Minister Fan died too slowly?" Chapter 239: The Twists and Turns of the Temple. The 3 Yamen jointly tried the case, and Li Fu focused on rectifying Buddhist temples and Taoist temples. The occupied land must be returned. The business that should not be done can no longer be done, and those who should not be ordained must return to secular life. Those who have wives and children, but still become monks in temples must be severely punished, because they become monks in this way to avoid taxes. So Zhang Zuzhu received a lot of posts, all inviting her to go out and play. Zhang Zuzhu said that she was pregnant, and it was not easy to go out, so she declined all of them. But some people still found opportunities to come to her. From the handsome monk sent by Daxiangwo Temple to preach the sutra last time, it can be seen that their business is very skillful, and naturally they have won the hearts of the ladies. Now that Daxiangwo Temple has been investigated over and over again, the monks will inevitably find someone to complain to. The noble ladies will naturally feel sorry for it. Zhang Zuzhu heard the woman sitting opposite her say, "His Highness Wu Wang was assassinated, and we must investigate it carefully. But Sanlang is young after all, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. If we disturb the Buddha's peace, it may not be good." This middle-aged noble lady's surname is Zhou. She is from the royal family, and is an untitled county lady. But her surname is Zhou after all. Today, she came to Zhang Zuzhu to talk about the Daxiangwo Temple. Zhang Zuzhu retorted, "You are wrong. This investigation is to give the Buddha and Bodhisattvas peace, in order to facilitate the assassination. A famous mage and a martial monk in the temple were bribed. This is a dirty thing that happened under the eyes of the Buddha. If it is not investigated, it may ruin the good reputation of the 1,000-year-old Daxiangwo Temple." County lady, "Do you think so? I'm afraid it's not a clarification now. It's an overcorrection. The monk Mingxing who preached to the princess that day was forced to return to secular life. What's the reason for this?" The county lady naturally didn't want to listen to Zhang Zuzhu's talk. She came here today with high hopes. If she can help Daxiangwo Temple, she will naturally benefit in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu said, because he has 2 illegitimate children. The county lady choked. And Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile, maybe more than 2. That monk is really outrageous. It's okay that he has illegitimate children. Many monks have them. And they can't control it. This monk also has contacts with some noble ladies from aristocratic families. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that her worldview was broken after hearing this. She suggested that Li Fu should not investigate too much. Otherwise it would be bad if the family was broken up. Zhang Zhuzhu advised her, county lady. There are many monks who can preach. Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? This kind of thing cannot be said. Many people have listened to Monk Minxing's preaching. Now it is best to hide it and cover it up. If it gets out of hand, how can it be explained clearly? The county lady is not stupid. She knows the reason. Zhang Zhuzhu asked her again, I received a lot of invitations. But only you came in person. The county lady calmed down and finally figured out what was wrong. She was a relative of Zhou Rui. And she could come to the Li family under the excuse of visiting Zhou Rui and the child. Why can't others do the same? She was praised by someone yesterday. So she agreed to this matter without thinking. Now think about it. If it is a good thing, why don't they come? The county lady drank 2 sips of tea, stood up and said, forget it. I just came to see the child today. And I just said a few words to you casually. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. How could it be? It's not a big deal. We women, how can we care about what the court wants to do? The county lady nodded quickly, stood up and left. Lin Weining did not show up. Firstly, she knew that Zhang Zhuzhu could deal with such people. And secondly, Zhang Zhuzhu had to get used to dealing with such scenes. She and Li Fu were a couple who advanced and retreated together. No matter what Li Fu did outside, others would find her, or plead for her, or do something else. In short, the 2 of them had to face it together. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Lin Weining, this time, it is really thanks to His Majesty King Wu who took the risk to go to Daxiangwo Temple. If he had investigated it with such great effort at the beginning, I am afraid that the front door of our house would have been demolished. Lin Weining said, praying to gods and Buddhas is one thing, and the monks in the temple are another. Gods and Buddhas are gods and Buddhas, and they will not be contaminated by the dust of the world. But monks are ordinary people after all. They have not practiced enough. And what they care about in their hearts is still what people care about. Especially in the capital. There are more people who believe in gods and Buddhas. If Daxiangwo Temple is investigated without a reasonable reason, I am afraid that the people in the capital will not agree. From this point of view, the assassination of King Wu is still very meaningful. Of course, the assassin's level is still not very good. Sanlang is the same. He only does things that offend people. Don't go out recently. Ask your parents and brother to come and accompany you. Lin Weining felt scared when he thought of what happened last time. Those things have to be done by someone. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I think Sanlang did a good job. I didn't say he was bad. Lin Weining saw that the atmosphere in the capital was different from the past. And of course he knew that his son's hard work was worth it. I just said it's easy to offend people. As a family, the only thing they can support is to be careful and not get involved in anything dangerous. Zhang Zhuzhu thought with a guilty conscience, hoping that her mother-in-law would not go out recently, and that no one would come to her and talk about boating. Well, I won't go out recently. I'll stay at home and help you with the accounts. Zhang Zhuzhu said to her. Lin Weining, you don't need to. Your second sister-in-law has already taken a fancy to it. It's not even out of confinement yet. Why doesn't your second sister-in-law take a rest? Zhang Zhuzhu said puzzledly. Lin Weining said, she is strong-willed. That's her temper. If Zhou Rui doesn't look after it, Zhang Zhuzhu will help Lin Weining look after it. For this kind of thing, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. Lin Weining couldn't persuade him either. Fortunately, Zhou Rui didn't joke with her own body. As for the child, she asked the wet nurse and made to take care of it carefully. And she, as a grandmother, also took good care of it. In the evening, Li Fu came back and told Zhang Zhuzhu about the Buddhist temple. The procedures for returning the land had been completed, and the monks had been checked. Those who had married or had illegitimate children had to return to secular life. Zhang Zhuzhu said, is there no one who did something wrong in Daxiangwo Temple? Li Fu said, the current abbot of Daxiangwo Temple is old and has reached the age of retirement. Not all monks in the temple are like that. There are still a few old and virtuous masters. They have tolerated this chaos for a long time. Now this is what they want to see. In the temple, not all monks are seeking profit. Daxiangwo Temple has been able to stand for so long because there are still many decent monks. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. That's good. Let them sort out the rest by themselves, so that no one will come to me again. Li Fu frowned. It was useless to find him for these people. But would it be useful to find Zuzhu? Zhang Zuzhu asked again. How is your investigation of the assassin going? Have you found out? Li Fu said, it's not from the capital. It's probably one of the two princes. That's not easy to deal with. Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu smiled. It's not that difficult to deal with. Chapter 240 The Use of Raising a Son. The Lu family approached the Wuwang mansion. Empress Dowager Lu can use the name of the legitimate mother to recall the two princes to the capital. If they come back, things will be easier. If they don't come back, it will be easier, Li Fu said. If they return to the capital, it is up to the Wuwang mansion to decide whether they are right or wrong. If they don't come back, it means they don't listen to Empress Dowager Lu, the legitimate mother, and are unfilial. In the end, how to deal with it is still up to the Wuwang. Zhang Zuzhu. Then, they are doomed no matter what. There is no way to survive. It seems that Empress Dowager Lu is full of resentment towards the other sons of the late emperor after her own son. And she is eager for them to go to the underworld to accompany her son. Li Fu, if they behave themselves, they can live. Zhang Zuzhu said, they were assassinated. How can they live? When did King Wu become so tolerant? This method is not assassination. It is called seeking death, Li Fu said, based on the ability of the two nephews. King Wu probably didn't bother to give them any more eyes. Not long after, Empress Dowager Lu fell ill. And then the court issued an order to recall the two princes to the capital in the name of attending to the Empress Dowager. The reason why they are still called princes is because the previous emperor only sent them to the fiefdom, and did not issue an order to give them a formal title, let alone a king. So everyone can only call them princes. After eating the vegetarian food sent by King Wu, Fan Xiu miraculously recovered and returned to the court to continue his work. During the time when Prime Minister Fan was away, the court had become a one-man show for King Wu. The little emperor was young, and since the Empress Dowager had died, he didn't have to study hard every day. He was actually quite happy, and had long forgotten his lessons. Every day, someone was playing with him. When Fan Xiu entered the palace, the little emperor was outside, and the little palace maids and eunuchs were playing with him on the swing. When they saw Prime Minister Fan coming, they were like quails, and didn't dare to say a word. Even the little emperor was the same. He was afraid of Fan Xiu, afraid that he would test his lessons. Mr. Fan's requirements were too many and too high, and he always failed to meet them, disappointing Mr. Fan. Fan Xiu was not angry today. He just looked at the child he had chosen. Empress Dowager Lu resented the late emperor's surviving children, and recalled the last two outside to the capital. These two might not live long. Fan Xiu sighed deeply. Why did they have to assassinate him? They hid well, and it would be better for King Wu to forget about them, so that they could survive and seek other things in the future. Now that this chosen little emperor stood in front of them, why did they still do such a stupid thing? Fan Xiu really didn't know what the point of doing so much was. He still couldn't keep the orthodoxy he recognized and accepted in his heart. The fall of imperial power was already a foregone conclusion. The little emperor called out Mr. Fan in a weak voice, saying, "Have you recovered from your injury?" The imperial physician said that your injury is very serious, and it will take half a year to recover. Fan Xiu coughed a few times and said, "My injury is almost healed. Your Majesty, don't worry. How are you these days?" The little emperor scratched his head and said guiltily, I'm fine recently. He plays every day and doesn't have to study. Of course, he is very happy. He recently learned to play with a spinning top, and Joey taught him. How should I put it? It's much happier than being an emperor. He heard people say that King Wu wanted to seize his throne. He felt that King Wu didn't need to seize it. If King Wu liked it, he could give it to him. In this way, he didn't have to live in the palace, and he didn't have to get up early every day to attend the court meeting. He didn't dare to tell Fan Xiu this, because he knew Fan Xiu would be angry. Fan Xiu wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. This emperor, from beginning to end, was just a chess piece they chose. Fan Xiu knew that this young, innocent child might die on the throne. But he still chose him. He wanted to preserve the orthodoxy left by the previous emperor. But he underestimated King Wu. Fan Xiu thought he would be King Wu's opponent. In the end, he was not. And neither was the Empress Dowager. Fan Xiu was still alive. Not because the assassin showed mercy, but because he firmly supported King Wu during the battle in the northwest, and did not let foreign enemies invade. You know, at that time, many people in the capital hoped that King Wu would lose both to the Hu people, and even thought it would be better if King Wu died. Fan Xiu supported King Wu out of public interest, which offended many people in Beijing, and his cooperation with the Empress Dowager was on the verge of collapse. But Fan Xiu still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He wanted to deal with King Wu and use the little emperor to save the two princes. In 10, 20, or 30 years, King Wu could kill the little emperor and ascend the throne. But he would never be legitimate. Then Fan Xiu would have the opportunity to rectify the chaos and support the orthodoxy. Now, his hope is about to be shattered. Not only because the person he expected was not very smart, but he found that everyone recognized and accepted King Wu as the emperor. In the assassination case of Daxiangguo Temple, King Wu's biggest goal was not even to lead out the assassin, but he wanted to use this case to let Jingzhou Prefecture rectify the chaos in temples and Taoist temples. This is not something that everyone can do, and not everyone has the courage to do it. If this is the case, then what Fan Xiu is waiting for is meaningless. The Zhou dynasty really needs a responsible emperor to end the situation left by the previous emperor and open a new chapter. Of course, in Fan Xiu's opinion, King Wu may be able to do those things, but he also has a lot of problems. For example, he killed people at every turn. When he returned to Beijing, he killed a group of people. When it came to the Empress Dowager, they didn't talk about convincing people with reason and virtue, but instigated Lu to kill the Empress Dowager. This method is really not up to standard. Is there no one around him who can persuade him? The young emperor looked at Fan Xiu's background and summoned up his courage to shout again, "Mr. Fan, are you going to give me a lecture today?" Fan Xiu suddenly came back to his senses, and the young emperor was startled. Fan Xiu said, "No. No lecture." There was no point in talking anymore. The young emperor breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Mr. Fan, do I not have to be emperor anymore?" Fan Xiu thought sadly that he might have delayed an innocent life. No one can live peacefully after stepping down from the throne. Cousin Joey said that he would take me to ride a horse next time. I haven't ridden a horse yet, and he will teach me. The young emperor thought of this and laughed happily. The happier and more innocent he laughed, the heavier Fan Xiu felt. He didn't even dare to stay in the palace for long, and left in a hurry. At the end of August, the two princes finally returned to the capital, and the whole capital was waiting to see what King Wu was going to do with them. Zhang Zhuzhu was also very curious, but she already knew the result in advance. King Wu asked people to find two brothers who died in their teens from the royal family tree, and posthumously conferred the throne on them. The two princes were adopted one each, and they were demoted to the title of county king. The rest of the time was handed over to Zhou. It's very simple. Zhou has no brothers of the same age to compete with him, and he has no sense of crisis. Isn't this good? It's just right to give these two to him to practice. This is what King Wu meant. No one saw blood splattered on the spot, which was unexpected. It's just that this trouble was transferred from King Wu to his son. What else can Zhou do? He can't resist.